Chapter 311 Go First. Yang Bo said this because in his current identity, he only knew that Wang Mushua was representing the thief sect to invite him to join the sect. I'm being hunted down. And even the people around me betrayed me. I have nowhere to go now. If you don't want to, let me stay in your garage for a few days. Wang Mushua opened the car door. Her legs and waist were bright red. And she looked at Yang Bo calmly. Yang Bo was also shocked when he saw this scene. How about I help you call the police? There are bad guys among the police. Wang Mushua shook her head again. Yang Bo's face was full of entanglement. And in fact, he was also very entangled in his heart. He didn't know what happened to Wang Mushua's injury. If he said that there were bad guys among the police, Yang Bo believed it. But if he called the police himself, would he implicate himself? Wang Mushua was also a little confused. Looking at Yang Bo's appearance, he didn't seem to know his identity. Did he really guess wrong? This alliance will be over sooner or later. Can I go in? Yang Bo said angrily, and then asked Wang Mushua, please help me. Wang Mushua understood Yang Bo's attitude. After all, she knew roughly what Yang Bo had encountered. As for Yang Bo's background, Wang Mushua was confident that she could find out. Isn't it too easy for you? Wang Mushua was carried into the house by Yang Bo. Wang Mushua looked at the decoration of Yang Bo's house. Of course, Wang Mushua was also shocked when she saw how thick Yang Bo's door was. It was too difficult for this thing to come in through the door. And Yang Bo's door was manually locked. So his ability to steal the door was useless. Why do you need so many things? It's troublesome to clean them. Yang Bo took out a medical kit. Is this a military-grade medical kit? Why buy this for no reason? Wang Mushua asked in confusion when she saw the medical kit Yang Bo took out. Don't people on the internet recommend buying this kind of medical kit? Besides, there are strong winds on this planet for half a year. What if something happens? Yang Bo took out the medical kit. Then, he carefully read the instructions and looked at the things inside. How about you do it yourself? Seeing a scar on the outside of the other person's thigh and another scar on the lower back. Help me. Wang Mushua looked at Yang Bo like this. You thieves are actually bullied like this. Fortunately, I didn't join them at the beginning. Yang Bo first took out a film from the medical kit and laid it on the sofa. While complaining, he put Wang Mushua on the film, and then took out the disinfectant cleaning spray in the medical kit. I'll do it myself. Wang Mushua looked at Yang Bo's clumsy appearance, as if it was indeed the first time he used this thing, and said, medical technology was very advanced in this era. So Yang Bo handed the things to Wang Mushua. Wang Mushua was skilled in this technique. She first sprayed it with a disinfectant and hemostatic cleaning spray, and then wiped it with her own disinfected paper towel. Then, there was a zipper-style suture tape. The two sides of the zipper were attached to the two sides of the wound. And then, the zipper was directly closed. Finally, a layer of healing tape was attached to the outside of the zipper suture tape to cover the entire suture tape. It's behind. Help me. Wang Mushua pointed to the lower back again. Yang Bo saw that the wound was quite deep. But fortunately, it did not hurt the internal organs. First, spray disinfectant, hemostatic and cleansing drugs in the wound. And then take out a surgical robot from the bag. This surgical robot is only the size of a fist, and is mainly used for simple blood vessel and nerve suture. First, take the surgical robot in your hand. Aim at the wound and take a photo and scan carefully. And then put the robot near the wound. The robot finally turned into a spider, with 4 claws with suction cups tightly attached to Wang Mushua's waist. And the other 4 claws quickly sutured, spraying some drugs while sutured. In less than 30 seconds, the long and deep wound was sutured. In fact, this kind of robot does not need to take pictures in an emergency. It will automatically scan the wound and automatically distinguish the blood vessels, nerves, and the like in the wound when thrown near the wound of the injured person. This thing is theoretically disposable, mainly based on superpowers, fearing that the genes of superpowers will be contaminated with each other. This thing is not expensive because the government has subsidies. If there is no subsidy, it will sell for more than 100,000. Change your clothes. Yang Bo took out his pajamas, because all medical waste must be thrown on the film that Yang Bo just laid, and then packed. Thank you. Wang Mushua went to the bathroom and changed into pajamas. She came out and said to Yang Bo, with advanced medical technology, as long as the injury is treated, you can basically move. Yang Bo had already taken out hot milk and some vegetables and fruits, Eat something. If someone comes to pick you up, leave early. I don't want to cause trouble. Wang Muxiu watched Yang Bo wrap up his clothes and other discarded medical supplies with the film he had just used. Thank you. No matter whether your current identity is true or false, I have to thank you. I have to say that the location where you built the villa is very safe. Wang Muxiu didn't understand why Yang Bo built a villa in this place before. But after this incident, she realized how good it is to have a separate residence. A directional energy bomb was installed under the villa where she lived. Fortunately, the villa was not above the sewer. Otherwise the whole house would be blown up. Yang Bo's side is not connected to the public service system at all. There is no sewer, no power facilities, only an internet communication service. Even so, most of the house has no internet. Do you know how much this cost? Hearing this, Yang Bo said unhappily, and threw the garbage directly into the garbage channel on the side. The energy system will decompose the garbage. I'll go prepare a room for you. Yang Bo left after saying that. The woman in front of him was really too troublesome. Now Yang Bo didn't know what to do. While packing his things, he was thinking, should I send a message to Zhou Rui? Or should I let this woman recover here? Yang Bo was a little undecided about what to do, and put himself into his original identity. And I have a lot of secrets here. How about notifying the fat boss? Yang Bo's eyes lit up, and he sent the woman away as soon as possible. Then Yang Bo came to the internet room and called the fat boss. The fat boss answered the phone and said loudly on the phone, Yang Bo, I have finished my work here, and I will rush back immediately. Boss, the woman who invited me to join the sect last time was chased and ran to my side. I just treated her injuries. When Yang Bo said this, he heard a thump from the fat man's side. Soon, an anxious voice came from the fat boss. Are you sure it was the person who invited you to join the sect last time? Of course. She said she was being chased, and she secretly opened my garage and opened my flying car without permission. Now she is eating at my place. I want to ask you what to do next. Yang Bo naturally knew why the fat boss lost his temper. Just let her live in your fortress. She can live as long as she wants. Don't open the door to anyone who is not familiar with her. The fat boss took a breath on the other side. The general of the alliance was being chased like this. Boss, I'm scared too. Yang Bo put himself in the original owner's mind. Don't be afraid. Unless you use fighter jets or spaceships in your fortress, you can contact Assistant Joe. The fat man searched quickly in his mind and found that the only person Yang Bo could rely on was Zhou Rui. That woman. Assistant Joe. Could it be a bad guy? Yang Bo wanted to notify Zhou Rui directly, but he couldn't notify her first because he didn't have a good relationship with her. I'll notify her. I'll notify her to let her know that I already know about this matter, and she shouldn't dare to do anything, the fat boss said immediately. Yang Bo quickly replied. Less than 5 minutes later, Zhou Rui called Yang Bo. Yang Bo, is what your boss said true? Assistant Joe, why don't you come over to see me? Yang Bo said unhappily. I'll be there right away. More than half an hour later, Zhou Rui finally came dressed as a woman, wearing a loose sweater. Assistant Joe. Yang Bo opened the door when he saw Zhou Rui was alone, and then greeted her warmly. Zhou Rui felt strange. Why did her cheap cousin come to Yang Bo? Her cousin is now a general. Is she going to snatch people from her? Assistant Joe. I will live in the company dormitory. I won't bother you. There are some things that we ordinary people can't afford to offend. Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui coming and whispered to her. Zhou Rui nodded when she heard this. Then be careful on the road. Zhou Rui agreed to Yang Bo's departure, and was also worried that Yang Bo's talent would be discovered by her cousin. It's okay. Yang Bo has locked the passage leading to the bottom of the underground fortress, and directly used the metal manipulation ability, unless the other party used heavy equipment to cut it open bit by bit. It's similar to fusing the back of the door together. It looks like a door from the outside, but it's actually a whole piece of battleship armor inside. Yang Bo ran away quickly. As for what the two women talked about, he didn't care at all. He still had a group of people to deal with. My dear cousin? Zhou Rui watched Yang Bo leave in a car. Then she played with the key in her hand, locked the door, and came to the room where Wang Muxiu was resting. Zhou Rui felt strange looking at Wang Muxiu's pajamas. Why are you here? Wang Muxiu was very surprised by Zhou Rui's appearance. People of your status should not come to Yang Bo's place, which will cause trouble for him. Zhou Rui looked carefully at the furnishings in the room and found that they were too simple, and said in an accusatory tone. Wang Mushua lay on the bed and said, "My dear cousin, you are so nervous about Yangbo. Is there anything special about him? He is now a member of our union, and I was asked by their boss to come and see you." Zhou Rui's heart tightened. But on the surface, she still explained the reason for this visit. "Let's go. Cousin, don't affect others here." Zhou Rui finished speaking and prepared to let the other party leave with her. "I think this is the safest place. It must be safer than your place where I can't get in." Wang Mushua was not moved at all. Besides, Yang Bo left in a flying car and looked around to see if there were any suspicious people along the way. He was also wondering what happened to Wang Mushua that caused her to be hurt like this. She herself was also hurt when she had a cracked ear. It seemed that the matter was getting more and more complicated. "Let's go to the bar first, and then go back to take a look invisibly." Yang Bo's flying car was very fast, and he arrived at the underground parking lot of the company dormitory in less than 20 minutes. The dormitory here had been repaired some time ago. The fat boss got the compensation he wanted, and the government repaired it for free. In less than a day, the originally damaged house was restored to its original state. This social robot worked very quickly, and Yang Bo found that there were other people living in the dormitory. However, he did not say hello to others, and went into his dormitory, and then called the fat boss. "Boss, Assistant Joe came to my house, and I came out to live in the dormitory." Yang Bo talked to the fat boss, and made a video call to the fat boss. The fat boss saw Yang Bo in the company dormitory, and said repeatedly, "You did a good job. Don't get involved with those women. Some women are a disaster." The fat boss was really relieved. Whether it was Assistant Joe or the woman Yang Bo mentioned, they were not easy to mess with. That's right. Their sect is not that good. But they were hunted down like that. Yang Bo said this, which means he didn't know Wang Mushua's true identity. Yes, there are some hatreds between the sections. If you join a sect, it means you have established another hostile sect. Just stay in the dormitory and wait for me to come back. The fat boss quickly discredited the sect to prevent it from kidnapping Yang Bo. "I'll give you the authority to the basement." The fat boss spoke again. The fat boss didn't say in detail what he gave Yang Bo the authority for, but Yang Bo understood that it was probably to let him do nothing and go down to do experiments. So he nodded. "Boss, I know. Be careful." The fat boss finally ended the call. Yang Bo tidied up a little here, and then took the opportunity to go out invisibly. Worried about the situation at home, Yang Bo decided to go home first. After all, if two women died in his own home, do you think he could live there in the future? Yang Bo's invisibility speed was very fast. These raindrops had no effect on Yang Bo's invisibility ability, unless it was solid. This situation is too painful. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This kind of bad climate has a great impact on vision. What superpower should I use in this bad weather? Yang Bo muttered in his heart while running. Yang Bo did not go home directly, but jumped into the river on the border of his land. Now the river water is surging. The water is surging, and this side is not far from the sea. Waves are surging up along the river. Is there really a situation? After Yang Bo jumped into the water, he lifted the invisibility, and the super perception ability of swimming was triggered. Sure enough, he found that there was energy fluctuation in the water, but he didn't know whether it was a mutant creature or a man-made thing. Chapter 312 Killing. Yang Bo's perception ability in the water is extremely strong, with the passive ability of the swimming master and the passive sound wave detection. He quickly locked the place where the energy fluctuated. Is it here to protect Wang Mushua? Yang Bo found an underwater submersible in the river. The underwater submersible is more than 100 meters long and 18 or 19 meters high. The whole body is flat and round. Something is wrong. The official should not know that Wang Mushua has come to my side. Right? That woman hesitated and did not explain what happened, due to the problem of her original identity. I couldn't ask. How about coming first? When Yang Bo was puzzled, he found that the underwater submersible actually opened the hatch on one side, and then a mecha appeared, followed by the second and the third. Non-standard mecha? It's obviously malicious. Yang Bo felt something was wrong when he saw these mechas. The Alliance has a hard rule for the height of mechas. General mechas cannot be less than 8 meters, except for a few special mechas, such as cleaning sewers, firefighting and rescue, etc. The origin of this rule is that some mecha masters drove mechas into buildings and killed innocent people indiscriminately in the early days. Except for some public buildings. The floor height of most civilian and commercial buildings is less than 8 meters. Which means that the possibility of mechas entering buildings is limited from another angle. Now these mechas are only more than 5 meters high and are streamlined as a whole. 3 mechas more than 5 meters high swam quickly in the water, heading exactly where Yang Bo's villa is. Don't make my territory a mess. Yang Bo prepared to restrain the 3 mechas first. So the next second, Yang Bo's whole body grew bigger and became 5 meters tall. And he grabbed the mecha in front of him. Skill, tier. Yang Bo, who was in the state of invisible giant, exerted force with both hands and directly tore the mecha in front with a snap. The whole mecha suddenly burst into flames. And the mecha was thrown away casually. And the mecha was swept away by the surging waves. The other 2 mechas were not far away. And they had no idea what happened. And there was nothing on the radar. Then the next second, another mecha was also twisted by the huge force. And the flashing arc could be seen underwater. The third mecha fled hard, while contacting the mothership in fear. But unfortunately, after a few seconds, this mecha seemed to be twisted by some huge force. The mecha driver desperately slapped the twisted mecha cockpit and watched himself being swept into the sea by the surging water. I just hope that the mothership can send rescue to rescue me as soon as possible. The current of the river is so abnormal now. The flow is at least 50 times that of the usual. There are mountains behind the city, and the huge precipitation brought by the hurricane is almost all discharged from the river here. The tearing skill doesn't feel very good. Yang Bo's body shrank again, and he muttered in his heart. Then he turned his head and found that the submersible threw out several small robots, which followed the water flow into the sea. It looks like they are going to rescue people, as long as they don't enter their own territory. Yang Bo didn't want anyone to die in his territory. Otherwise, he would feel sick when he thought about going in and out in the future. While the other party released the small robot, Yang Bo entered the submarine in stealth. What kind of organizations are these? They are making things in the sea of this planet. Is there a manufacturing base on the seabed? A bold idea formed in Yang Bo's mind. There was a submarine last time, and there is another one this time. To make these things, as long as there is an automated factory in a hidden place, the required products can be produced continuously. The place where Yang Bo entered was where the robots were released. It seemed that it was also the place where people usually entered and exited. After entering, the water was drained inside. Then the hatch on the other side opened, and 2 more mechas like the ones in front came in. Taking this opportunity, Yang Bo entered the cabin from the hatch on the other side. Look at this layout. It's a mecha mothership. Yang Bo came inside and found that there were more than a dozen mechas inside. The big ones were 8 meters high. The small ones were 5 or 6 meters high. And there were also suspected unmanned mechas. Soon Yang Bo came to the control room. Someone was talking. The opponent's signal disappeared nearby, and the most likely hiding place nearby, which can also shield the signal, is this building. Another person frowned slightly and said, "This building is a fortress. Unless more powerful weapons are used to break its defense, we can't do anything if the opponent hides under the underground fortress. According to the intelligence, the owner of the house has left. We can be bolder, as long as we are fast. Others can't catch us." Another person said, "What's the situation of the 3 mechas just now?" The situation is not optimistic. The mechas have lost power, and the energy system is damaged, as if they were twisted by a huge force. Another person answered, "Did we run into some trees or something?" asked the person who spoke at the beginning. "Not sure. Our mothership didn't turn on active detection. Otherwise we would expose ourselves. The mecha's detection ability underwater is very weak, and we didn't turn on active sonar. And sonar is not very effective in detecting trees." There were 7 people in the control room, 2 of whom seemed to be in a different group from the 5. At this time, one of the other 2 people spoke up. "Your Ash's organization is so weak in its ability to do things, and you let that woman go with such a good opportunity. This is because your intelligence is inaccurate. The other party actually has 2 sky-splitting swords. It's a pity that you and that woman are from the same family." The person who spoke at the beginning said in reverse. When Yang Bo heard this, he felt that there was no need to listen. Just at this time, the person in front of him said, "Add 2 more mechas this time. After they are ready, the mothership will directly launch missiles. When several mechas rush in, we will remotely detonate the mechas. The explosion power of the antimatter batteries of the 4 mechas is enough to destroy the fortress. Bastard. Yang Bo was speechless when he heard this. The batteries of mechas are all high risk. In the early days of mecha battles, many mecha masters would detonate mechas when facing death, and the power was comparable to that of small atomic bombs. Later, everyone found that the pollution caused by detonating mechas was too serious, and the later repairs were too time-consuming and labor-intensive. So everyone made an agreement that once a mecha master surrendered, he would not be allowed to kill the mecha master. And then the mecha battery also added a safety program. When the 2 newly added mechas came to the exit, Yang Bo also followed them out in stealth. After arriving in the river, Yang Bo came to the back of the submarine in stealth and summoned the mecha. The moment the mecha was summoned, Yang Bo entered the mecha. At this time, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded inside the submarine. The people in the control room were a little surprised. And then the next second the submarine's intelligence system sounded an alarm. The energy system was under attack. This submarine did not have an energy shield. Yang Bo's mecha held a huge mecha weapon and directly dug a hole in the body of the submarine. In less than 2 seconds, Yang Bo saw the main engine of the submarine. Then he took out 2 electromagnetic bombs from the storage compartment of the mecha. This was the good stuff Yang Bo got last time, and put some in the storage compartment of the mecha. Then Yang Bo quickly took the mecha back. And then the swimming master skill was instantly activated, and the whole person chased after several mechas at super speed. In just 2 seconds, Yang Bo came to the other side of the river like a flying fish. His own territory. And the location of the submarine suddenly burst out with dazzling energy light. And the energy arc light instantly stimulated from the water surface. And the entire river surface was illuminated. Mind control plus 32. Mecha mastery plus 16. Mecha mastery plus 16. The first piece of information that appeared startled Yang Bo, who was invisible again. He didn't expect that there was a big fish in the submarine. A level strong man of the mental type. It seems that the injury on Wang Mushue was caused by this guy. Could it be that the other party also has the sky breaker? But why didn't I see it? Yang Bo thought about it for a while, and didn't pursue it further. Because there were still 4 dead fish on the shore. 4 dead people. As soon as the 4 mechas came ashore, they heard urgent alarms from inside the mechas. At this time, the submarine in the distance just exploded. The 4 mecha pilots looked at the arc of energy that shot up into the sky and were somewhat confused. Then the next second, several people discovered something even more terrifying. The entire body of one of the mechas twisted out of thin air, as if it was twisted after being caught by some huge force. Blood could be seen gushing out of the twisted mecha cockpit. Then the second mecha felt that it was imprisoned by an invisible force, and screamed wildly in the communication channel. The other 2 mechas hurriedly ran. But one of the mechas was suddenly lifted up out of thin air, and hit by a stone weighing at least 1 ton. The mecha fell to the ground all of a sudden. And then, the last mecha saw an even more terrifying scene. The place where the mecha fell was a hard riverbed. The whole mecha seemed to be crushed directly on the river beach by a huge force. Blood gushed out of the deformed mecha, and was carried away by the violent rain. The last mecha ignored everything and directly turned on the hurricane mode. However, the next second, a fighter plane roared in the sky, and 2 missiles hit the last mecha in the storm. On the river surface in the distance, you can see a group of energy light released under the water. That is the energy engine of the submersible, which is still releasing energy. Yang Bo saw this scene, so he returned to the water and left quickly, because fighter planes were roaring in the sky. And there was also light approaching rapidly in the distant city. How unwelcome this woman is in the family. And her family members are colluding with outsiders. But what about the A-level spiritual strongman on the submersible? Yang Bo was very puzzled. Could it be that he was injured by Wang Mushue and is recovering on it? Yang Bo muttered in his heart, and then hurried to the bar to find Zhou Rui for information later. Besides, Yang Bo had just left when many fighter planes and spaceships came to the scene. When everyone saw the shining light under the river, they were also stunned. You know, the river water is turbid in this storm season, and the light can be emitted through the turbid river water that is 30 or 40 meters deep. And you can see that these shining energy arcs are not ordinary things. At this time, in the room where Yang Bo's villa is surfing the internet, Zhou Rui's watch received some pictures and information, and her face was shocked. Look at these. Zhou Rui showed the pictures to Wang Mushue. It seems that some people want me to die, and they actually chased me to the riverside. When I was at the riverside, I found that the communication watch I was carrying should have been tampered with. But your strength is beyond my imagination. Wang Muxue looked at the photos of the scene. Zhou Rui's side was sent by the Bounty Hunters Union. The people of the Bounty Hunters Union assisted in security this time. So after discovering the situation here, the people of the Bounty Hunters Union also came. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Rui guessed that it was probably done by the third master. And at the same time, she was a little afraid of the powerful force in the third master's hands. Underwater submersible? Mecha? It seems that some people have a base on this planet. Wang Muxue looked at the photos that were constantly sent back from the scene. As soon as the official took action, they directly sent a small spaceship 100 meters long and tied the submersible below with a long mechanical arm. The wreckage of the submersible was salvaged, and the dazzling light released by the energy engine was like the sun. At this time, Zhou Rui opened the curtains and changed the window mode, and could see the dazzling white light appearing in the storm in the distance. Who are you guys? This submersible should have a self-destruct system, but it can actually prevent the other party from starting the self-destruct program? Wang Muxue looked at Zhou Rui in front of her with curiosity. It seemed that her cousin was much stronger than what she saw. No comment. I can only say that it was done by our partners, including the last incident with the killer silver butterfly. And our partners have long known the whereabouts of Chameleon. Zhou Rui said with a bit of arrogance. This really shocked Wang Muxue. Can you introduce the other party to me? As an admiral of the Empire, I will not treat you unfairly. Zhou Rui looked at Wang Muxue and chuckled. Sorry. I am now the official partner of March Star. You also know that in the Alliance, the military and the government must not bet together. And your ability to draw cakes is stronger than before. But don't forget that you are not an admiral of the Empire yet. There are still a lot of troubles behind you. Maybe you will never become an admiral until you die. Zhou Rui directly exposed Wang Muxue's cake. Wang Mushua's face looked a little bad. She had grown too fast and had not cultivated enough people. Although some people were close to her. What exactly were these people thinking? It was hard to tell for a while. You'd better leave early. This planet is not suitable for you, Zhou Rui said with a smile. Look at your outfit. Are you trying to seduce Yangbo? Wang Muxue looked at the bright light gradually fading away in the distance. The wreckage of the submersible was being transported away because the energy engine was damaged and exploded, which would cause radiation. At the same time, she looked at Zhou Rui's beautiful outfit and asked, I don't need to explain anything to you, but I'm very curious. Why did you, a dignified A-level gene evolver and an Imperial Admiral, come to Yangbo? Zhou Rui was also very curious. Chapter 313 Poor Man. It seems that Yangbo really has a secret. My dear cousin, although you are not talented, you are very smart. If Yangbo is not valuable enough, you will not dress like this. Wang Muxue turned her head and asked Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui laughed. My dear cousin, even if Yangbo has some secrets, you are leaving soon. As a general of the Alliance, you will definitely be assigned to the most remote place. After all, you have made great contributions. If you are not assigned to a remote place, what if you make more contributions? And you will face multiple dangers. The Ash Organization, the Red Earl, other warlords in the military, the Parliament, the hostile family, and your own family. Zhou Rui looked at Wang Muxue with a playful look. Wang Muxue chuckled. My dear cousin, if I take the initiative to pull you into my camp, what can you do? Zhou Rui smiled slightly when she heard this. I don't have anything. But the result is that the Bounty Hunter Guild will also stand on the opposite side of you. And my partners may be unhappy. I personally don't care. At most, I will leave the Alliance and find a new place to develop. And I will bring Yangbo with me. How about we exchange secrets? Wang Muxue heard this and felt timid about Zhou Rui's partners. Those who can easily grasp the movements of the Ash Organization and the Killer Organization must be similar guys. Such people hiding in the dark are very difficult to deal with. There is no secret. Cousin, you think too much. Zhou Rui of course refused. The reason for Zhou Rui's refusal was very simple. That is, she had no advantage over this cousin. Once her cousin knew Yangbo's talent, others would be able to crush her no matter from family background or personal conditions. It seems that Yangbo really has some secrets? I will talk to his boss. Wang Muxue was very dissatisfied with Zhou Rui's answer. If Zhou Rui answered that there was no exchange, it would prove that there was a secret. But Zhou Rui's answer was that there was no secret. This is your freedom. Zhou Rui was also curious in her heart. Why her cousin chose Yang Bo's side to hide? Was it because of this fortress? Zhou Rui also knew a rough idea about Yang Bo's building of the fortress. He was probably frightened by something. So he built such a fortress. Zhou Rui left Wang Muxue aside and walked around the building carefully to see Yang Bo's daily life. Yang Bo, who appeared in the bar, was taken to his residence by the bar staff. This was a suite, and there were 2 women in the bedroom. Yang Bo lay on the sofa, thinking about what happened tonight. The biggest gain tonight is the mental power points. It's a pity that I don't know if there is such a strong guy. Otherwise, I would like to see who it is. The physical combat power of the invisible giant is very strong. And it is silent. Because Yang Bo used physical strength. He was still in stealth mode. But this dual ability stacking is only effective against solids. And it consumes a lot of energy. You still need to improve your physical fitness. I don't know how Zhou Rui is doing. Can we find some problems on the scene? When Yang Bo was thinking about things on the sofa, the officials of March Star were shocked. After the submarine was salvaged, it was sent to a nearby factory for repairing spacecraft. After the entire submarine was quickly disassembled by the robot, the remaining mecha inside was exposed. With so many mechas, the officials who saw this scene remotely felt cold behind their backs. On the sea, fighter planes roared past, dropping countless detectors in the storm. Soon, the 3 mechas that were twisted by Yang Bo were found. Unfortunately, the people inside were dead. People have superpowers, but their underwater time is limited. Moreover, because the mecha lost power and was impacted into the deep sea by the huge water flow, the underwater pressure was too great, and the mecha cockpit was twisted and deformed. If it didn't leak, it would be fine. But it was twisted, deformed and leaked. Not only could it not be opened, but it had to withstand the pressure in the water. The officials are also having a headache now. Obviously, there is a secret factory on this planet that manufactures submersibles and mechas. But the entire planet is too big, and the environment under the ocean is complex. The smart factory must have its own camouflage measures, unless it is approached for exploration. But how much detection equipment is needed? And maybe where this secret factory is? It may be inland, and then connected through underground waterways. It's not that the authorities haven't thought about asking the Alliance for help. But once something good is found during the exploration, it will inevitably attract other forces in the Alliance. The chief executive of March Star looked at the bodies dragged out of the submarine. Most of these bodies have changed. They were radiated by the explosion of the powerful energy engine. And the energy arc directly carbonized the whole person. Sir, there is still a complete body in the medical cabin. According to the judgment, it should be the mysterious strongman with the sky-splitting power who fought against the Admiral. At this time, someone reported, there is no body. All of them were carbonized by the energy engine. The chief executive of March Star felt his scalp tingle when he heard this. A-level genetic evolutionists also have the ability to split the sky. What kind of monsters are these? Who knows what forces are hidden behind them? Your Excellency, the Admiral knows this matter well. We don't need to get involved. The chief executive then explained. Everyone nodded. So the medical cabin that was just intact was thrown on the broken engine that was still releasing energy arcs because of mechanical failure. And it was instantly carbonized. The official of March Star did not want to get involved, because there was no benefit at all. But it would offend people. When the Admiral first came, these chief executives were very happy, and thought they could build relationships. Now they feel like a plague god. How much trouble has the Admiral caused on the entire planet? Our goal is to find the other party's smart factory as soon as possible. I order the Planetary Security Bureau to conduct a global survey. I will allocate special funds. The chief executive immediately gave the order. Yes. The director of the Security Bureau immediately received the order. As the chief executive of the planet, this smart factory must not be allowed to exist. This is the biggest threat to the planet. Yang Bo has been waiting for more than 2 hours at the bar, during which he has received several messages. Mecha proficiency. This ability is a combination of mecha maintenance, mecha design, and mecha manufacturing. Mecha manufacturing includes materials and energy systems, etc. It seems that these people are related to mecha manufacturing. The other party has sent out all these manufacturing personnel. So is the base empty? Yang Bo was still thinking about things. Yang Bo wanted to think about the base for manufacturing mechas and submarines. But it was a pity that the planet was so big. Where could he find it? Should we try the skill of visual sharing? Yang Bo suddenly remembered that he had a visual sharing ability. From the literal meaning, this thing is quite perverted. Yang Bo thought about it. The woman in the next room got up and came to the door. She first tapped the door gently, using the vibration sound waves of the door to detect the people inside, and found that the two women were still drunk. Then, he pushed the door open. The reason for detecting first was that he was afraid that others would wake up, and he would just push the door in, which would make him look very wretched. Yang Bo silently recited visual sharing in his heart, and he immediately understood what to do. He tapped the two women's feet directly. Can only perform one? Yang Bo tapped twice in succession, and found that only the visual sharing on Xia at the back worked, and the previous one on Annie seemed to be invalid. He tried it again, tapped Annie. The one on Xia failed, and then tapped Xia again. Finally, the visual sharing stayed with Xia, and then Yang Bo kept pulling away. It feels very strange now, but Xia can't see it, probably because she has her eyes closed, but she can feel the existence of the picture. Go to the door and close it, and you can still feel the existence of the picture. This ability doesn't seem to be energy transmission? Then how is it transmitted to me? After Yang Bo closed the door, he could still feel the existence of the picture while lying on the sofa. This makes people very curious. But who can explain the superpowers clearly? Superpowers are still very mysterious. At least the current science of the Interstellar cannot explain many superpowers. Otherwise, superpowers would have been mass-produced long ago. Yang Bo thought for a while, but he had no clue. So he put the matter aside. At this time, Yang Bo received Zhou Rui's message, and he left the room and went to the bar next door. Thank you, Master San. Zhou Rui was bald again. I'm curious too. What are you doing in such a remote place? I didn't expect to meet someone with bad intentions. I was curious. The official of March Star is shit. Where is the intelligent manufacturing base hidden? Yang Bo sat on the chair carelessly and said, the general of the alliance was attacked, and was betrayed by someone in their family and seriously injured. I was entrusted to go and take a look. Zhou Rui explained carefully. Will their family allow such a thing to happen? Yang Bo asked curiously. She rose too fast, and her foundation in the family was not stable. She was not considered a direct descendant of the family. It was said that the family arranged a marriage for her, but she refused. Some direct descendants of the family wanted to exchange the alliance general for benefits, but the general was unwilling. So some people in the family were angry because they did not get what they wanted. Zhou Rui explained. Yang Bo sneered. Many big families are like this, playing themselves to death. Yes, the direct descendants of the family think that the family belongs to them. This is why I left the family. In the eyes of their direct descendants, we are just an item of high or low value. They think we are their vassal. Our family has also gone downhill because of our departure, but we don't regret it. After all, that family is not my home. Zhou Rui explained again. An alliance general can definitely start his own business. Does she have this idea? Yang Bo said again. Zhou Rui nodded. I had that idea before, but I still had concerns. After this incident, she will start her own business. The people in her family colluded with the people of the Ashes organization and did things without any bottom line. However, their family was originally a second-rate force. This time, because of her contribution, the family has gained a lot of benefits. But some people are greedy and want to sell others out in exchange for more benefits. This is also the reason why the family is going downhill. The heads of the family are all mediocre. Our family is also in this situation. The mediocre people in the direct line have a higher status than the geniuses in the collateral line. Zhou Rui said again. Yang Bo understood. Speaking of it, Wang Mushua is also quite pitiful. He has made enough military achievements and brought huge benefits to the family. Unexpectedly, the family wants to package him up in exchange for more benefits. It's better for men in the family. If a man encounters this situation, the worst that can happen is that he will marry a woman he doesn't like. But the status of women in the family is more awkward. After all, women have to get married, and women have no inheritance rights in the family. Zhou Rui shook her head again. Yang Bo nodded, and roughly understood what happened. Zhou Rui would report later. Third Master. What are you going to do with Chameleon? Extort some money from them, then return the pet to them, and finally get rid of them. Yang Bo was not very interested in stealth, because that thing was not as effective as his own invisibility. You have to find a way to get their pet. The pet is a mutant creature. The ability of the chameleon is a genetic medicine made with the blood of the pet. The reason why Yang Bo told this story was to increase Zhou Rui's strength. Otherwise, if he had another identity as a backer and the backer was not strong enough, he would have to run away when encountering problems. Zhou Rui's eyes widened when she heard Yang Bo's words, and she asked in confusion, "Third Master, why did you tell me this? First, I have a way to crack that ability. Second, I don't have a master-level pharmacist here. Third, the strength of your guild is a bit too weak." Yang Bo replied indifferently, "But the potion is relatively short, and the specific amount needs to be tested." Zhou Rui was relieved after hearing Yang Bo's explanation. "Thank you for your care, Third Master. In addition, after I no longer use this identity, I will give this person's house to the two women in the house and arrange their lives. My fate with them is over." Yang Bo pointed to the two women in the room again. Zhou Rui nodded quickly. "Don't worry, Third Master." After Yang Bo finished speaking, he stood up. "I will send a message to the other party first, and you should pay close attention to their movements." After speaking, Yang Bo left. And then Yang Bo sent a message to Bueller, asking the other party to prepare enough sincerity and bring a lawyer to his home tomorrow, and he would return the pet to him. After receiving the message, Bueller said with a smug look on his face, "These untouchables still can't resist the temptation of money. Master, after getting the pet, I will deal with the other party as soon as possible. No, I want to kill this untouchable myself. If it weren't for this bitch, my mission would never fail." Chapter 314 Air Blade. "Yes, Master." The butler immediately bowed and answered. "Do you know what happened at that time?" Bueller asked about the explosion that occurred when he was on a mission. "According to our intelligence, someone used a directed energy bomb in the sewer. And there was also a suspected A-level spiritual gene evolver who used the sky to attack the target. The target situation is not clear for the time being. The target is out of contact," the butler reported. "Directed energy bomb? Which organization is this? Want to kill me too?" Bueller heard this, and his face was very gloomy. They should not know the whereabouts of the master. Now the information has been sold on the black market. There is no secret on the side of the Union government. As long as it happens, it will be known soon. The butler spoke again. "Pay close attention to the target's information. If I had known earlier, I should have taken action in advance. It was this pariah who delayed my plan." Bueller thought that his mission failed this time. Not only did he make a wasted trip, but he also had to face liquidated damages. "Master, there is news from the black market again." The butler glanced at his watch at this time and spoke. Bueller nodded and asked the butler to continue, who immediately said, "The authorities discovered a suspicious underwater submersible and dispatched more than 50 fighter jets and 3 small spacecraft. The submersible is a mecha mothership, because the energy reactor of the submersible was hit. The energy was leaked, and all the people in the submersible were carbonized by the energy arc. The other mecha masters who operated the mechas were speculated to be people from the Ash organization based on the biological samples measured." The butler's face changed when he said the latter part. "This is what the Alliance calls security. They only know how to use the internet to block information, so that the Alliance's people think they live in a peaceful era. And they don't know that the Alliance's unscrupulous things hide information that cannot be made public." Bueller cursed when he heard this. The mecha mothership has come out. "If anyone tells me that the Alliance is safe again, I will kill him." Buller's back is also cold now. If a small shrimp like him who fights alone encounters these guys, I am afraid that his life will be over. I will not accept orders from the Alliance in the future. I would rather deal with those corrupt guys in the Federation. The Alliance is all fake and noble. On the one hand, they shout democracy and freedom. And on the other hand, they collect various donations privately. It's legal. Bueller decided not to accept orders from the Alliance in the future. In many places in the Federation, the official price is directly marked. Even if you kill someone and are caught, as long as you have money, the evidence will become no evidence. Even if you have a lot of money, any witness will die accidentally and any physical evidence can be burned. Take the pet back now. No matter what the pariah asks for, satisfy him. The happier he is now, the more desperate he will be later. Let him know how the nobles of our empire got their start. They killed a lot of people. The more people they killed, the nobler they became." When Bueller said this, he gritted his teeth and looked a little ferocious. His sunny and handsome face instantly became like a demon from hell. Yes, sir. The butler mostly obeyed the orders of his master. So in the middle of the night, Yang Bo received another message from Butler Bueller. This guy looks very anxious. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. It's so wonderful to be able to extort money from others and get skills at the same time. More of this. Yang Bo was very happy. But then he thought that it was all because of Wang Mushue. Of course, thinking of the deepest reason, Yang Bo felt a little embarrassed. It was basically his own fault. The Red Earl's incident was that he used a mecha to destroy their actions and killed many of them. The Ashes organization suffered heavy losses because of him. Of course, it was also their own death to collude with pirates, who made me hijacked by pirates at that time. Well, I admit that the pirates came to deliver food. Later, when Patostar rebelled, he also made a lot of benefits from it. But this matter passed after thinking about it. Because Wang Mushue was also a beneficiary. If the other party was not a beneficiary, then Yang Bo would feel that he owed her something. Anyway, she got the position of admiral. So it's not a loss. Yang Bo replied to Butler Bueller's message and prepared to rest. Is it because of my individuality? Or because Xia is an ordinary person? This vision sharing can still be used at such a long distance? Yang Bo is a little confused now. Yang Bo can feel that this skill is continuously consuming his energy. It seems to be related to my photoelectric superpower. But I can't be sure. Yang Bo can even clearly locate Xia's position in his mind. 1825 meters away. Very accurately. It seems that this skill is combined with my ability. And some changes have occurred. What exactly is the change? I have to use it more times to summarize it later. Superpowers are just this troublesome. You can't use the experience of your predecessors. A lot of other knowledge is summarized by predecessors and learned directly by later generations. In the early morning, Yang Bo opened his eyes, because he felt that Xia had opened her eyes. The girl was still a little confused when she opened her eyes. After sitting up, she rubbed her forehead, looked at Annie on the other side, pulled open her t-shirt and looked at it. Her underwear was fine. Then she thought of something inside, and then lifted Annie's clothes and found that they were also intact. Then the girl looked around carefully, then got up, drank a large glass of water, and then went to take a shower. The rest of Yang Bo helped everyone to look at it. Yang Bo tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, and later called Annie to take a shower together. What a pity! Yang Bo felt a little regretful at home. He felt that being a man had too many bottom lines and was too difficult. The next morning, Yang Bo roughly tidied up this temporary home and then went out. He didn't have any nostalgia for this home. It was still raining outside, and Yang Bo took a taxi in the underground parking lot. The good thing about the maglev car is that the basement is basically fully enclosed, and there is an ascending passage to the top. So there will be no water coming in like the entrance and exit of ordinary cars. He got off the car at the tea house, and found that the other party had already arrived when he arrived at the private room. Mr. John, we can talk openly. After the negotiation, there will be a lawyer over there. Please believe in the sincerity of our master. Bueller's butler lied with his eyes open. Yang Bo put the pet bag on the table, and through the air window, he could see that the little thing inside was a little scared of the butler. Whatever you can take out. I want it. Yang Bo played himself into a petty citizen. Buller's butler has John's information. Although he is a citizen of the lowest level in his information, he should be a superpower. However, a large part of superpowers have garbage superpowers, and even the ones that increase strength are the lowest. These are our sincerity. 10 million credit points, and the jewelry I gave you last time. In addition, our master will give you a piece of land of more than 1 million square kilometers, and foreigners can own and operate it. The butler took out a list with full confidence. What about women? I like your master's two maids very much. Yang Bo took the list handed over by the butler, looked at it carefully, and showed a little greed. And the lion, who was not satisfied, opened his mouth. Buller's butler smiled slightly. Of course there is no problem. Our master's maids are all carefully trained. But he sneered in his heart, waiting for you to be taught a lesson by the master at night. And everything you got today must be returned, and you will lose your life. Okay. Yang Bo agreed immediately. The other party invited 2 professional lawyers. One is a lawyer for pets, and the other is a lawyer for foreign assets. 2 lawyers drafted the contract separately and filed it with the official league. Yang Bo directly found 2 lawyers online to review the other party's contract. The league hired lawyers mainly to protect its own interests. The other party's lawyers may not write certain clauses, which will eventually affect their own rights or benefits. This is a disguised trap. However, this is not illegal, and once you are fooled, it is difficult to recover your benefits. The more complicated the laws are, the more lawyers are needed. Ordinary people don't know how many laws there are. To a large extent, this has actually made ordinary people isolated from the law. Even if you have the rights you deserve, you can't get them if you don't find a lawyer. Mr. John, the maid will deliver it to your home later. I hope you have fun. After the transaction, Buller smiled and shook hands with Yang Bo. The maid changed the service contract to a 200-year service contract. This is specially prepared for foreign transactions. If it is a citizen of the country, the 200-year service contract is not legal, and a large sum of money must be paid. However, the other party is not a citizen of the alliance, so any service contract will be recognized by the alliance as long as both parties are willing. There is no way. The parliament masters also like slaves. Many laws have no effect on civilians. This part of the law is specifically for the parliament masters. Yang Bo guessed that the other party would be delivered later, most likely a chameleon, and would come to find the place in person. I am looking forward to it. Yang Bo smiled. It took less than an hour from the start to the completion of the transaction. And then Yang Bo went out and came to the supermarket where he met with the Bounty Hunter Guild. You guys take care of the things. Yang Bo came to the guild where he met and explained the matter. Okay. Third Master. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo and asked for 2 more maids, muttering in her heart. Third Master. These 2 maids? Zhou Rui was a little undecided. It has nothing to do with me. You take care of them. I just think they are innocent. But they grew up in the Empire, and have been brainwashed by the slavery of the Empire. You can handle it later. Yang Bo shook his head. Okay. Zhou Rui probably understood what Yang Bo meant. You get the credit. Yang Bo and Zhou Rui agreed on the signal to start. Zhou Rui nodded, and then watched Yang Bo leave. How could Yang Bo not leave quickly? He was still living in the dormitory, and the fat boss must have sent a message. After Bueller's butler got the pet, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back home. When Bueller saw the pet that was lost and found, and heard what Yang Bo wanted, he said with a grin, I will send my maid to his bed later. This pariah actually dared to think about the maid of the nobles. This kind of greedy pariah should be severely punished. The butler also nodded on the side. Even after the master's maid died, the soul belonged to the master. The materials purchased on the black market are coming. The butler looked at the watch again. Very good. I hope it will work this time. When thinking about making medicine, Bueller had a headache, because stealth potions were difficult to make. If he failed today, he would have to wait another month before drawing blood from his pet again. And after drawing blood twice in a short period of time, he could draw blood again after 6 months. More than an hour later, Yang Bo entered the room with Bueller's housekeeper in stealth. Yang Bo didn't expect that he could observe Bueller's medicine-making process again. The other party drew blood from the little thing first, and it seemed that he drew 2 doses of medicine. Yang Bo memorized the names of these prepared medicines, memorized the process again, and then had the honor of observing it for the second time, because Bueller failed the first time. Fortunately, the house this guy rented had a small laboratory. The second time this guy succeeded, and then Bueller came to the big bedroom next door and had fun with 2 male slaves. Yang Bo turned invisible and turned into a giant, stretched out a pair of big hands, and directly hit the other party's head with 3 heads, making it dented. Pharmaceutical plus 16. Pharmaceutical plus 8. Pharmaceutical plus 8. No wonder 2 male slaves are needed. It turns out that the slaves are C-level, and this guy is B-level. One can't satisfy. Yang Bo looked at this eye-catching picture, revealed his body, and then took out 2 electromagnetic bombs, accompanied by a loud bang. The room where Bueller lived made a loud noise, and the extremely solid windows were shattered. The people of the Bounty Hunter Guild, who had been prepared in the distance, arrived at the scene in more than 10 seconds. Seeing the eye-catching scene at the scene, the 4 dead, including 3 men, had a bit of eye-catching pictures. Although they were already bloody, the position of negative distance contact was still relatively intact. Another person dressed as a butler had his head blown off to the side. The broken part of his neck seemed to be torn apart. This was Yang Bo's invisible 5-meter-tall giant, who directly hit the butler's head. As for the two maids in the hall, they were already scared silly. The butler with super strong force just rushed into the master's room. And then his head flew out of the door of the room, leaving his body at the door. And his head hit the other side. And the wall became a bursting watermelon. Quick! Collect evidence. Joe Roy led the team personally, and quickly issued orders to clean up what should be cleaned up, and take away what should be taken away. These guys are professionals. When the police arrived, they found a major clue. The killer chameleon was killed because of internal disputes. Bah! Because of the efforts of the police, the famous killer chameleon was killed. When Yang Bo saw this news, he was already in the company's dormitory, and had just talked to the fat boss on the phone. I didn't expect this butler to be a character. Yang Bo didn't expect that the butler was still a strong man. Chi Blade plus 16. Chapter 315 Continue the game. While Yang Bo was thinking about this skill, he was watching the news. On the news, the director of the Planetary Security Bureau was giving a speech. After careful and thorough investigation, our police officers killed a killer gang nicknamed Chameleon in one fell swoop. This killer was a corrupt and declining nobleman of the Blue Water Empire. In order to ensure the safety of our police officers, we used some heavy weapons. We also obtained the understanding of the surrounding residents and made corresponding compensation, along with the words of the director of the Security Bureau. There were also quite eye-catching pictures. The so-called nobles were caught in the middle. Of course, the scene was in the state it should be. Anyway, it was a bit different from when Yang Bo left, and more evidence was shown, including the watch used by Bueller, the tablet used, and some things that could prove that he was a chameleon. As for whether there were other things at the scene, the director of the Security Bureau did not say it. Anyway, he emphasized how hard the Security Bureau was and how dangerous the police officers below were. The internet is full of applause for the official March star, because 3 waves of famous killers have been eliminated by the official. The earliest silver butterfly, then the gold medal killer of the Brotherhood of Evidence Center, and now there is another very famous killer. For a time, all the major killer organizations and killers directly blacklisted March Star. The killer organization also makes money from killers. Several famous killers have died here one after another. How much money will the killer organization lose from this platform? The killer organization is not stupid enough to continue to send people to take revenge. The killer organization is just a profit-making organization. If another killer is sent to die in it, won't it lose more? Whether it is a killer trained by itself or a wild killer. How much benefit will it bring to the organization if it can grow to the level of a gold medal killer? Before the matter is figured out, no killer organization will send people again. Even though the killers are a little perverted, they are not brain dead and will not take the initiative to seek death. The Ashes organization has no choice. Their organization was almost wiped out by the Alliance, and they did not find the reason at all. So they had to continue to send forces to find the reason. Not finding it out is the biggest threat to the organization. As for the Red Earls people, don't mention it. They are a group of lunatics. If it were other organizations, it would be better to grab a handful of Pato Star and leave, and then develop quietly. Why do they have to occupy the planet and wait for the Alliance to encircle and suppress it? A normal brain circuit would never do such a thing. After watching the news for a while, he came to the underground laboratory and took out the stealth potion he took from Bueller and took a closer look. It's a garbage star. After checking the quality of this potion, Yang Bo was slightly disappointed. I don't know if Joe Roy has cleaned up the beginning and the end? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then Yang Bo silently recited the air blade. Then he waved his hand and felt a stream of energy-compressed air shooting directly forward. The sharp sound of breaking through the air startled Yang Bo himself. So it's this. Yang Bo understood instantly that this was the air blade. It looks like it's just average. Yang Bo released it several times at the training target and found that the power was just average. Far less than the damage caused by electrical energy and light energy. Is it not compressed enough? Yang Bo pondered while training. Soon Yang Bo decided to compress it for a while longer. After compressing for 2 minutes, Yang Bo felt the limit and released it. A piece of the target in the distance was broken off, followed by a huge explosion. Does it feel like the sound of a bomb? Yang Bo's ears were buzzing, probably because he compressed too much air. But the sound just now seems to be similar to a shockwave bomb? Shockwave bombs seem to be air energy bombs? But this visual sharing is still there even though I changed my body? And I'm in the laboratory. And I can actually use this ability. No wonder the killer asked his subordinates to supervise the old man. You know, the shielding ability of the apartment where John lives is also very strong. It seems that this visual sharing should be a soul or mental ability. And in this fully enclosed and fully shielded underground laboratory, the energy consumption of the visual sharing skill has not increased. This has an advantage. In the future, if you raise a pet at home and throw a visual sharing, you can disguise yourself as someone else and go out and hang out. Yang Bo quickly thought of the greatest use of his visual sharing ability. When disguising himself as someone else to do things, he was most afraid that there would be something unexpected here. Now it's all right. Yang Bo discovered through visual sharing that another John was giving real estate to Xia and Annie. John said that he had made a fortune and showed them proof of assets of 10 million credit points. He then wanted to immigrate to the Federation to enjoy the decadent life there. Yang Bo could see that Annie and Xia were both slightly disappointed with John. But in the face of the free apartment, they still expressed their gratitude, and Xia offered to compensate John with something. John refused sternly, and left after signing the contract under the witness of the lawyer. This John was originally a member of the Bounty Hunter Guild in disguise. The two women had an unclear relationship with San Yi. An old man like San Yi might remember that there were two women one day. It is not convenient to experiment with air energy bombs here. Let's find a spacious place someday. Yang Bo wanted to experiment with compressed air energy bombs. But this was a closed basement, and the vibration just now made him feel very uncomfortable. Yang Bo experimented with all the potion materials purchased by the fat boss. The first one was successful. Later, Yang Bo simply did several at a time, and it was successful. Put all the prepared potions in the safe. There are a lot of things that others can't buy here. Yang Bo looked at the 3-star and 4-star potions he made, and couldn't help sighing. Xia and Annie were talking about genetic potions, and the two moved directly from downstairs. What did the police check next door? However, the police generally don't ask the residents next door, because there are surveillance cameras in the corridor. This feels weird, like I'm spying on someone. Yang Bo tried to turn off the visual sharing. I didn't expect it to work, but there was still a vague connection. So I turned it on again. I could see again. And Yang Bo became more and more curious about this skill. I wonder what it would be like to use it on a superpower. Can't help but be curious. It was still stormy outside. Zhou Rui sent a message to Yang Bo again, and Yang Bo replied to Zhou Rui, saying that everything was fine in the dormitory. Zhou Rui revealed that Wang Muxue still lives in her home and will stay for a while. Zhou Rui said that she would take good care of Wang Muxue and told Yang Bo not to worry. Yang Bo certainly would not worry, let alone go back. Sympathy is one thing, but don't get yourself into trouble. Who would have thought that a general would be a pitiful woman? Yang Bo expressed a certain degree of sympathy for Wang Muxue's experience. But being born in a big family is like that. Interests are the top priority. If it weren't for this, the big family would have perished long ago. The internal struggles of the big family are very cruel. And most of the big families are in decline because of internal struggles. But if you don't cultivate the struggle within the family, you can't choose the right person in charge. Just like many powerful empires fell apart, it was also because of civil strife. If a country does not have a strong enough enemy, then it is the biggest enemy. It's really hard to say about the family. Fierce internal competition is conducive to the continuation of the family. But if the internal struggle is too fierce, it will cause the family to decline. To put it bluntly, it depends entirely on the ability of each person in charge. But there is another problem here. Every person in charge has someone behind him to support him. If these people want to gain more benefits, they can only infringe on the interests of other people in the family, which becomes a hidden contradiction. As for the direct line, this is actually a helpless move of the big family. Otherwise, the family power can be easily obtained by others. If the other family sends a capable person to the family, and then cooperates with a series of acting, and then obtains the family power, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nothing is perfect. Yang Bo felt embarrassed when he thought of these big families. Not only did they have to face internal struggles, but they also had to face external threats. However, big families are big families. Many big families have 1 or 2 administrative stars and many interests. It would be great if I could find a planet that can be migrated to in my lifetime. Yang Bo thought to himself. If I find such a planet, I will definitely join the Federation. Yang Bo's idea is true. A bit shameless. He is in the Alliance, but he thinks about the Federation, mainly on the Alliance side. After you discover a planet, you can only obtain partial rights and interests. And the right to station troops will always belong to the Parliament. It is different in the Federation. If you discover a planet and have the ability to develop it, then you are a member of the Federation. You just need to join the Federation and pay taxes to the Federation. You can set up your own army. And if you can't do it, you can pay the Federation's army. You can set up your own public security, administration, and law. So on the Federation side, some planets are very corrupt. But some planets are very honest. This depends on the governance of each planet. But how difficult is it to develop a planet? First, you need to build a defense system. Then build a waterway. And develop all your own resources. If unfortunately your planet does not have any special resources, you can only sell land. It is better not to daydream. March Star does not have the capital to build a space elevator. Yang Bo shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Then he had nothing to do. So he entered the game. First, he went to the game forum and found that there were many more people on the forum. And most of them were recruiting. The game officials took out hundreds of millions of rewards. So that these players were busy in it. Yang Bo calculated it last time. And the rewards for several rankings were only several hundred million. Yang Bo's idea was true. Which made others ashamed. Because it was several hundred million. Even if he could earn 2,000 a day, how many years would it take? But Yang Bo had the confidence to do so. After working hard for a while, he could get a lot of money from the Bounty Hunter Guild. The bounties of those killers were not low. Let's go into the game and have a look. Yang Bo planned to go into the game and have a look. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. He would wait for 2 days at the Bounty Hunter Guild. After all, Zhou Rui needed time to deal with those things. Captain! Captain! After Yang Bo went online, he found that the team members were all there. You didn't go to have fun? Yang Bo asked directly. I went there and spent half of the money. I'm thinking about coming back to make money. Xiao Hong and a few others answered. And a few of them had one more thing to say. A few of them were going to brush a farm by themselves. But they didn't expect that they were almost wiped out. It was very simple to see Yang Bo fight zombies before. If he wanted to hit the neck, he would hit the neck. If he wanted to hit the legs, he would hit the legs. When I actually do it, I don't know which one to attack first when facing dozens or hundreds of zombies. If I'm not careful, the zombies will approach me. Moreover, the farms are often in remote mountainous areas. And no one knows when and where the zombies will come out. Captain, do we need to add more people? Xiao Huang asked again. Not for the time being. We have 5 people, and we can carry enough bullets at a time. Do you have any targets? Yang Bo asked. We found a farm that raises a pet called Gugu Beast. Xiao Hong immediately sent a screenshot to Yang Bo. Yang Bo took a look at this thing. A furry ball, which looked a bit like a pufferfish with hair. This is a pet. This kind of beast has a lot of hair on its body. Even after becoming a zombie, there is still a lot of hair. This hair is also a quest item, Xiao Hong said. Yang Bo looked at this weird guy, and was also very curious about what skills he could give. Captain, I think we need to recruit 2 more people. One to bring a sniper rifle to you, the captain, and one to bring bombs to you, the captain, Xiao Hong said on the other side. Captain, I'll bring you a sniper rifle. You look so handsome when you used a sniper rifle last time. The little lady shouted to Yang Bo in a coquettish tone. You are just lazy. Yang Bo replied unhappily. I'll bring bombs to the captain. The eldest lady said again. There's no rush for now. And you should think it over carefully. One more person will share your money. Yang Bo wanted to refuse outright. But he thought that he would not share his own money. And having a heavy sniper rifle is indeed very useful sometimes. It's okay. There are many ordinary people entering the game now. And the price is cheap. Although Xiao Hong said so. She decided to wait until she finished a few days of tasks before recruiting people. Yang Bo and his team set off. This time, the breeding farm was actually in a mountain nest not far from the county town, with several concrete buildings inside. Why did you choose such a place? Yang Bo's scalp tingled when he saw such a place. This kind of concrete building is the most troublesome. Zombies are sometimes very stupid. You think you can attract it out. But maybe it is in the room facing the direction of the sound. But it is blocked by the wall and stops there. When you want to go in, it will give you a surprise immediately. And in such a place, zombies are likely to fall from the sky. Why don't we change places? Xiao Hong said quickly when she heard Yang Bo's tone. Forget it. We're here now. Yang Bo saw a cuckoo beast in the distance and decided to try out what abilities it had. Chapter 316 I Can. Headbutt +2. Yang Bo shot a shriveled animal with sparse hair on its body, which looked a bit like a shriveled pufferfish corpse. This guy also had 2 small wings and a pair of chicken feet. And the ability given made Yang Bo confused. Then he said in the team, "Do you have more detailed information about this cuckoo beast?" "Yes. This thing likes to inflate and then hit people. But it is full of fluff. Plus it is inflated, just like a plush ball." Xiao Huang immediately sent Yang Bo the video information. Yang Bo took a look and found that although this thing had wings, he could not see them. It had long white, black, and gray fluff. It was also like a moving ball when running. When it was angry, it liked to make a gurgling sound and inflate to hit others. But it was not very harmful. After watching the video twice, Yang Bo knew that this guy liked to hit others with his head. But it looked cute with his body. Fuck. Now that Yang Bo is here, there is nothing he can do. I don't know if this ability can improve his physical fitness. The next step is to clear a place first. And then Yang Bo shoots. This thing is almost no neck on its head and body. And now it has some hair. When it turns into a zombie, it sways from side to side. And it has short legs. Yang Bo half crouched on the ground. And then kept shooting. Captain is amazing. Yeah. I can see the trick. The captain's brain is probably like a radar, calculating the speed and trajectory of each zombie. And whoever poses the greatest threat will be shot first. I also heard from the captain of the guard at home that the brains of some superpowers are comparable to optical computers. And their computing power is very strong. Captain, this is it. You see? Almost no one missed. In a team, Xiao Huang and the other 4 were chatting privately. Apart from the captain, there was no one else. After clearing a wave, Yang Bo led the others to continue clearing a battlefield, mainly the shooting range. The people behind collected mission items. The hair of this animal is long and thin, and the mission value is not low. I have to go back to buy bullets. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to detect remotely, and found that there seemed to be a lot of zombies in the valley. And there were some zombies in the basement. Captain, how about I recruit 2 more people? Xiao Huang heard Yang Bo say this and asked again. You decide for yourselves. Anyway, you don't share my money? Yang Bo ignored it, and everyone calculated separately. Then let's discuss it. Xiao Huang immediately discussed it with the other people. Yang Bo looked carefully at the valley. The buildings in the valley were not high. There were 3 of them. One of them was the largest, 50 meters long and 5 floors. Just like the factory buildings on Earth. Detection revealed that there were many zombies on each floor. The other one looked like a staff dormitory or something. And another one looked like it was also used to raise some animals. The broken and hardened road surface was covered with weeds 1 or 2 meters high. When clearing the shooting range, there might be zombies stuck in these weeds and vines. A zombie was stuck in the weeds. It was seen moving again. And it jumped up. Yang Bo directly chopped it with a knife. Boxing +2. It turned out to be a cat. But it looked bigger than an ordinary cat. As for what it looked like, it was unknown, because only a black and shrunken corpse was left. This crappy game doesn't even have a prompt sound. Yang Bo muttered to himself, not knowing what he had killed. When Yang Bo entered the game, Zhou Rui was dealing with the chameleon. Buller's pet had been checked and sent to a custodial institution. And Zhou Rui had sent a confidant to adopt it in disguise. As for the 2 maids, the Alliance found out that the 2 had signed a 200-year service contract with John. And John had remotely confirmed that the contract was invalid. So the 2 women were locked up first, and would undergo a series of treatments. For example, some memories that shouldn't exist were erased. After all, what the General Security Bureau said was completely different from what the 2 women saw. And the slave chips also had to be processed. Otherwise the 2 women could die remotely at any time. The head of the Planetary Security Bureau and the chief executive of March Star were both satisfied with Zhou Rui's partner. After all, the Bounty Hunters Union helped a lot this time. As for the bounties on these killers, the official March Star would help the Bounty Hunters Union get them back. After all, the money had to be invested and consumed in March Star. At the same time, they were also very satisfied with the strength shown by the Bounty Hunters Guild, and invited the Bounty Hunters Guild to search for the unknown underwater submersible manufacturing factory. and the bounty for this task is very large. And whoever finds the factory will own it. The people of the Bounty Hunters Guild are relatively calm, although they accepted the task. This kind of smart factory must be hidden very deep. This kind of super smart factory is worth at least tens of billions, and the highest may be hundreds of billions. After Zhou Rui completed the handover with the official, she returned to the bar and explained to the people of the Bounty Hunters Guild. Then she changed into a female appearance and prepared to visit Yang Bo in his dormitory. Zhou Rui was also very curious. Why did her cousin go to Yang Bo's house? It was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Everything her cousin did had her reasons. After sending several messages to Yang Bo without receiving a reply, Zhou Rui went directly to his house and brought him a lot of good things, all of which were of high market value and from natural pastures. After 5 hours of playing games, Yang Bo finally cleared out the zombies in the valley. It turned out that this place was not only for breeding cuckoo beasts, but also for breeding various cats. In addition, 2 small bosses were harvested, both of which were cuckoo beasts, with mental control +4 respectively. This made Yang Bo look forward to other cuckoo beast farms. Most of the zombies were confined to the concrete farms. Perhaps they were afraid that the farmed animals would run away. So there were half-human-high concrete walls in the concrete farms. The team still did not recruit new people because there were no suitable ones. Players who were responsible for transportation in the game were scarce. Moreover, as the distance of clearing zombies became farther and farther, more and more logistics personnel were needed. Many players complained on the game forum that the monsters in the game did not refresh. I guess after we clear the zombies here, these remote-controlled bionic people will be deployed in another place? Yang Bo roughly understood the official operation. First of all, there are not many actual players in this game. Because it is under the name of testing, the number of players is limited. And this time some places are open because of the ranking. Yang Bo understands this point, opening some ordinary people and can only provide logistics for the game players here. This is like the ratio of frontline combat personnel to logistics personnel in an army. It is impossible to say that all of them are frontline combat personnel. This is also the reason why Annie can enter the game. Ordinary people will definitely be restricted from entering later, because the number of bionic people is limited. If the entire alliance is open to all ordinary people, there may be hundreds of millions of players. With so many bionic people, not to mention the manufacturing cost, the logistics maintenance and maintenance costs are enough to make the military collapse. At most 300,000 to 500,000. Yang Bo looked at the price of bionic people on the market. Civilian ones are basically more than 100,000 to 200,000 credit points. If you customize a celebrity model, it can reach millions. After exiting the game, Yang Bo found several messages Zhou Rui sent to him. The last message asked Yang Bo if he liked the things she bought and took photos. It was too late for Yang Bo to refuse at this time, because Zhou Rui sent a message saying that she was on the way. What does this woman mean? Although I look 100 times more handsome than I did on Earth, it's nothing on this planet. Yang Bo went to the bathroom, washed his face, and looked at himself in the mirror. He was not only young, but also handsome. If he had such a look and physique in his previous life, he would probably be able to make a lot of money by eating gigolo meals and find a happy 60th birthday. And the 2 skills of headbutt and boxing also increase physical fitness. Yang Bo found that the 2 skills he had brushed today both increased physical fitness. It seems that it not only increases physical fitness, but also increases nerve reaction speed. After all, boxing tests comprehensive strength. Yang Bo had some understanding of boxing in his previous life. Strength is one thing, and reaction speed is another. He has seen many boxing matches. Some players seem to have great strength, but their hit rate is very low, and the chance of being killed is not small. At this time, Yang Bo heard the doorbell outside. So he wiped his face, changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt, and then went outside to open the door. Assistant Joe, thank you for coming to see me. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui in front of him and felt strange. After all, a woman came to the door with something and dressed very beautifully. It's not that Yang Bo didn't have women come to the door in his previous life, but when they came to the door, they first asked what time it was, and then how much time and how much money. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble this time. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo. He was indeed not the most handsome, but at first glance, his physique was first class, especially the body proportions. She smiled at Yang Bo. Joe Rui wore a 3/4 sleeve white shirt, a pair of loose casual pants underneath, white transparent sandals on her feet, and something like stockings on her feet. The white shirt has 2 buttons open. Although the white shirt is loose, the chest is bulging. It is very easy for women in this world to have a good figure. But Joe Rui's figure is real, and has not been changed by drugs, because of the use of camouflage restoration potion. If the body has been changed by genetic potion before, it will also be restored. The first time Yang Bo followed, he saw Joe Rui in the shower. Her figure is really great. If she had come to the door like this in the previous life, he would definitely add time. Added to death. I still feel a little confused. I'm afraid that the woman from this sect will implicate me in the struggle of the sect. Yang Bo took the things, then let Joe Rui in, and brought Joe Rui a bottle of drink before answering the question. Joe Rui looked carefully at Yang Bo's dormitory. It was clean, and there were no intelligent robots in the dormitory. However, she felt relieved when she thought that Yang Bo's previous identity did not qualify him to use intelligent robots. Don't worry about this. The fight between the sects will not involve ordinary people. Joe Rui looked at Yang Bo sitting opposite her, picked up the drink and explained. It seems that it is easy to be involved in the novels on the internet. Yang Bo didn't know what Joe Rui was doing, and he couldn't ask directly. You can believe or not believe the things on the internet, even the official reports. You have to be half believing and half doubting. Joe Rui took a sip of water and licked her moist lips with her tongue. Yang Bo nodded. He looked at the official reports and knew what happened a few times. It was obviously done by himself. But now it became their credit. How long will it take for the person in my house to leave? Who is chasing her? Doesn't her sect care? Yang Bo was a little distracted by Joe Rui's action, and quickly changed the subject. It should take some time, mainly because there are not many people around her. It is difficult for an independent individual to develop in today's society. Yang Bo, you have a good talent, so you should make more friends. Of course. I mean the kind of friends who can help you. Joe Rui spoke again. Also, how is your current superpower training going? Joe Rui was still most concerned about Yang Bo's talent. The training has not been very good recently. It seems that I have reached the bottleneck state that the boss said. Yang Bo didn't know how long Wang Muxue would stay, but judging from Joe Rui's tone, it should be quite a while. Yang Bo was puzzled. It was quite strange that a great admiral of the empire was bullied to this extent. You are still young and have plenty of time to take your time. When will you come to our guild? Our guild not only has many beauties, but also has various knives and weapons, and also mechas. Do you want to learn how to drive a mecha? Joe Rui tempted Yang Bo with a smile. I don't think I have the talent to drive a mecha. Our boss asked me to play a mecha game, but I couldn't even pass the assessment in the game. Yang Bo quickly distanced himself from the matter. If Wang Muxue knew that he could drive a mecha with his identity, she would probably be more suspicious. Mecha driving requires training. Only those who have been trained can enter the game you mentioned. You can't simply judge it by its assessment. How did you live in the welfare apartment before? Do you have any hobbies? Joe Rui decided not to talk about those things and talk about Yang Bo's life. Just watch movies, listen to songs, and go out for a walk according to the instructions of the intelligence system, and then do some charity work. At that time, I was carefree and just hoped that the food bank would give out more food that I liked. Yang Bo talked about his ex's life. Yang Bo, I heard that you like Liidwa. Joe Rui nodded. This is how the residents at the bottom live. They live under the control of others, and because of the education they receive since childhood, they don't think that this will deprive them of their freedom, because they have not experienced freedom in welfare institutions since they were young. They have been advised by various intelligent systems since they began to have cognition. If they don't listen to the advice, there will be certain punishment measures. I heard that you like the singer Liidwa. Joe Rui asked another question. That's right. I like her songs the most. Yang Bo nodded. I can use camouflage potions to disguise myself as her. Do you want to see it? Joe Rui looked at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes, and the words she said almost scared Yang Bo to jump up. Chapter 317 Pharmaceuticals. Seduction. This woman is seducing me. This woman is seducing me nakedly. Although my heart is surging. If Liidwa's small face is matched with Joe Rui's almost perfect figure. Anyway, it is estimated that one hand can hardly hold it. But it is not that abnormally big. Yang Bo doesn't like it to be too big, because if it is too big, it will fall down in the future. Sometimes it looks very comfortable when wearing clothes, But after removing the restraint, it falls directly on the belly, which looks very bad. But is Yang Bo an ordinary person? He must give the other party a critical hit. Isn't this fake? Yang Bo asked with a somewhat unnatural performance. Yang Bo's camouflage ability has reached its peak. Zhou Rui didn't see that Yang Bo said this deliberately. Zhou Rui almost rolled her eyes when she heard this. But she was also relaxed in her heart. After all, such a man is easy to deal with. If it is really like San Yi who hugs left and right, it is really difficult to deal with. I'm kidding you. Zhou Rui picked up the bottle and drank water to relieve her embarrassment. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. And this woman felt a little embarrassed. When will you show me your pharmaceutical ability? Zhou Rui asked another question. Yang Bo said, this is possible anytime. Do you have a laboratory here? Zhou Rui looked carefully at the room where Yang Bo lived. The boss has it. But I can't let you in without the boss's permission. Yang Bo put the boss first in his words and deeds, so that he could use the boss as a shield in the future. Our union base has the best laboratory and a lot of pharmaceutical materials. Of course, if you don't want to go to the base, I also have a private villa with a laboratory. Zhou Rui said again. You decide the time. I've been bored at home lately. Yang Bo didn't refuse when he heard this. How about we go now? Zhou Rui said she would go now when she heard this. Yang Bo thought it was okay. Anyway, this matter would be done sooner or later. And today was just the right time to finish the game. Then let's go. Yang Bo nodded happily. This made Zhou Rui very satisfied. And then she took Yang Bo to another villa in her flying car. There was a fragrance in Zhou Rui's flying car. I don't know what kind of perfume it was, but it smelled okay. Although it was stormy outside, it didn't affect the inside of the flying car at all. Many people come here to travel, and they like this kind of stormy weather. Some take a special sightseeing spaceship from the ground to space, and they will see huge wonders. This is something you can't see on other planets. What many people don't know is that this planet has a lot of tourism income during the rainy season. Do you want to go up and take a look? Zhou Rui sat next to Yang Bo and asked as the flying car was driving automatically. Yang Bo shook his head. There was nothing to see. Just layers of clouds. And then hurricane clouds. Zhou Rui was speechless about Yang Bo's lack of understanding of romance. She wondered if Yang Bo was interested in men. After all, it seemed that he had deeper feelings for his boss. If Yang Bo knew that Zhou Rui thought of him like this, he would probably demonstrate it to her immediately. What is a man? Assistant Zhou is so rich. Yang Bo came to this villa. The villa here is smaller, but the interior is very warm, with carpets and other things. It is obvious that Zhou Rui often lives there. You call me Assistant Zhou. Isn't that too formal? What did you say last time? Zhou Rui asked with a slightly angry tone. Sister Rui. Yang Bo readily agreed. It's not as good as your villa. The government must regret selling you that piece of land. Such a large piece of land will lose money every time it is cleaned up after a hurricane. Zhou Rui took Yang Bo to the laboratory upstairs and said, Who made me a resident? Yang Bo smiled. The land Yang Bo bought was too large. After each hurricane, Yang Bo paid very little for the cleanup himself. Because as a resident, the government only charged a small fee. Ordinary residents only bear 1% of the total cleanup fee, with a maximum limit of no more than 100,000 yuan at a time, and no more than 500,000 yuan in total for the whole year. This policy is actually tailored for certain special groups. It seems to be for the residents. But think about it. Some powerful people have more land, but they are just residents. Isn't this a big deal? Of course, even if Yang Bo doesn't buy the land, all kinds of garbage there have to be cleaned up. But the way of cleaning is more rough, which is completely different from cleaning out the residents' homes. And the degree of cleaning is also different. This is my laboratory. How about it? Zhou Rui opened the door of the laboratory and invited Yang Bo in. Yang Bo nodded. Sister Rui can also make medicine? Zhou Rui almost rolled her eyes at this question. I can't. This is prepared for you. These are the best protective clothing. These tools are also the best. You can come to my place to practice making medicine in the future. And I can prepare any materials for you. Zhou Rui's words are correct. But there is a premise. If the talent is good enough, then any materials can be obtained quickly. If the talent is not good enough, then the materials will be in short supply, or they will not be available due to various problems. People like Zhou Rui actually consider interests first. Of course, Yang Bo will not simply believe in love. In fact, whether it is family affection or love, interests are also a big factor influencing it. Even if there is love, but facing the daily expenses of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, then love cannot withstand much test. And the two people must have similar values. If one person strives for a better life, and the other thinks that the present is good, then this relationship will end sooner or later, because both parties feel that it is tiring to live with each other. I can't use most of these things? Yang Bo looked at these equipments, and they were indeed the best. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo with some suspicion. And Yang Bo said again, "You will know in a while. Here are some E and D level potion formulas. And videos. I wonder if there are any formulas you are familiar with." Zhou Rui took out a lot of potion formulas. "Whatever materials you have, I will make." Yang Bo shook his head and handed the question to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui felt that Yang Bo was a bit arrogant when she heard this. So she looked at the materials she had. In fact, the Bounty Hunter Guild also sells these materials. So the materials are relatively complete. How about this one? Zhou Rui chose a potion material. Yang Bo looked at the number E1044. Then found the relevant formula and video materials. And started watching. Zhou Rui didn't know whether Yang Bo had tried this formula. But as the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild, she knew that the difficulty of making this material was medium. The formulas for making genetic drugs at each level are easy or difficult. And the difficulty is divided into 5 stars, with 1 star being the easiest and 5 stars being the most difficult. The comprehensive evaluation of pharmacists depends on the difficulty of the formula and the quality of the finished product. And another is efficiency. Yang Bo watched for an hour, during which Zhou Rui was busy preparing milk for Yang Bo. Almost done. Let's try it first. Yang Bo has memorized all the steps and thinks it's not a big problem. With Zhou Rui's assistance, Yang Bo put on protective clothing, and the two inevitably came into contact. The skin of superpowers is good. Smooth and elastic. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Don't you wear gloves? Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo without gloves and asked. No. Yang Bo stretched out his hand, and then light was released from his hand. Yang Bo's next operation made Zhou Rui's eyes widen, because Yang Bo directly used the glowing hand as a heating tool. Zhou Rui looked at the transparent test box. Yang Bo was operating step by step. The light on his hand flickered, and the shaking hand gave people a sense of rhythm and a silky feeling. Master? Zhou Rui was certainly not an ordinary person, and she had also studied with a pharmacist. The other party said that making medicine is an art. If someone's actions give people a sense of art, then this person's pharmaceutical level is definitely not low. It's done. Yang Bo's voice made Zhou Rui feel a little dazed. This time was too fast. She just saw the other party's hands constantly moving around. Oh. Zhou Rui almost didn't react for a while, and quickly looked at the transparent medicine in Yang Bo's hand. Except for some very special ones. Most of the gene medicines are transparent. As for how to distinguish what kind of medicine it is, a special gene medicine bottle will be used when making medicine. And it can also be distinguished by testing. Looking at the gene medicine in her hand, Zhou Rui felt mixed emotions, because she spent a lot of favors and energy, and it took hundreds of times to succeed once. Which means that it was a rubbish potion talent. This kind of pharmacist will lose everything. 2-star quality. Zhou Rui's mood became more complicated after the test, because Zhou Rui herself has not successfully made a 2-star quality potion. However, Zhou Rui didn't know if Yang Bo made this type of potion for the first time. If it was the first time, Zhou Rui thought of this, and looked at Yang Bo with shining eyes as he continued to make potions. If a formula can reach 2-star quality for the first time, then this person's talent is immeasurable. Zhou Rui wanted to ask Yang Bo why he didn't take a break before doing it, but seeing that Yang Bo had already started, it was difficult to speak. This time, Zhou Rui looked more carefully. Yang Bo's hands moved very quickly and steadily. His left hand shook the potion bottle at a very stable frequency, just like a machine. In less than a minute, the second potion was born. Zhou Rui couldn't believe her eyes. At the same time, she was calculating that if she could produce 1 potion per minute, her guild would not be short of potions in the future. 4-star quality. Zhou Rui was stunned when she got this potion. Although it was the lowest level E-level gene potion, the 4-star quality was also very rare. The next scene completely overturned Zhou Rui's cognition. Zhou Rui took out a pack of 10 materials. A total of 1 2-star quality. And the remaining 9 were all 4-star quality. Yang Bo, you are so amazing. Looking at the 10 potions in front of her, Zhou Rui's eyes lit up. And she wanted to swallow Yang Bo into her stomach in one gulp. Yang Bo was a little embarrassed. Do you want to make more D-level gene potions? Do you want to take a break? Zhou Rui certainly wanted to continue watching. And the demand for D-level gene potions was relatively large. You can make 4 to 5 more. Yang Bo nodded. Zhou Rui then chose a 2-star difficulty D-level gene potion formula. Yang Bo looked at the production process of this formula again, as well as the video materials. Half an hour later, Yang Bo was ready to start the experimental production. Zhou Rui was a little grumbling about Yang Bo only watching the production process for half an hour. But she didn't say it out loud. This time, Zhou Rui clearly felt that Yang Bo's movements were a little awkward. But after thinking carefully, it should be because of Yang Bo's performance before that she had this feeling. 1-star quality. In 1 minute, the potion was successful again. And Zhou Rui was a little numb. Because this time, she was sure that Yang Bo had never touched this formula. Looking at Yang Bo's focused look, Zhou Rui felt that Yang Bo was too charming. Men are most handsome when they are focused. Of course not when they are focused on looking at other beauties. Another minute later, Zhou Rui looked at the transparent potion in her hand and felt strange. This speed was too fast. 4 stars. Zhou Rui tested the second D-level gene potion again and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yang Bo felt good. He was a little unfamiliar the first time. Just like a chef making a new dish for the first time. The second time, Yang Bo felt more comfortable. The third time, Yang Bo felt that it was not difficult. The fourth time, he was able to predict the reaction of the potion in advance. For the time being, I can only make so many per day. Yang Bo actually still has the strength to continue making. But he just doesn't want to show it too much. Yang Bo, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Zhou Rui looked at the 4 D-level gene potions. Only the first one was of 1-star quality. And the quality of the rest was stable and terrifying. As the president of the Bounty Hunter Union, of course, she knew how difficult it was to find a pharmacist who could stably produce high-quality products. To put it bluntly, Yang Bo can now stably produce 10 4-star quality D-level gene potions every day, and at least get an annual salary of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions outside. First of all, because the success rate of 4-star quality potions after use is much higher than that of 1-star. The most important thing is stable production. 10 per day. More than 3,000 per year. And Yang Bo is so young. His service period can reach more than 100 years. How many such potions will be added to the organization he serves in more than 100 years? And how much profit will such potions bring to this organization? No matter what power or organization it is, the middle and lower levels are always the most numerous. Yang Bo, I'll treat you to a meal later. Zhou Rui helped Yang Bo take off his protective suit diligently, and calculated in her mind that because the medicine was successfully made, these experimental equipment had no energy pollution, because the energy itself had already reacted. If it failed, more than a dozen sets of experimental equipment would be consumed. Yang Bo succeeded, which saved money. Thank you, Sister Rui. Yang Bo nodded. You must be tired. Take a shower here first. And then we'll go to dinner. That's not necessary. It won't take long. Yang Bo didn't dare to take a shower here. You said that Zhou Rui would rub his back or something. And he would refuse it. Because now Zhou Rui's eyes on him are the same as those of the ladies in KTV. Hot. Chapter 318 Confrontation. No matter how much Yang Bo persuaded, he still didn't take a shower. He just washed his face. Because he didn't sweat or anything. Although Zhou Rui's eyes looked at Yang Bo. But the heat in him made Yang Bo know that what he brought out this time really surprised this woman. But how could Yang Bo easily accept someone? And Zhou Rui obviously had a family behind her. And there might be a lot of trouble in the future. It's better to find a woman with no background and no backing, so that he won't be controlled. Otherwise, if he finds a strong one, it will be difficult to deal with any problems in the future. Moreover, Yang Bo himself doesn't need a backer at all. Now he is just in the rising period of his career. When his career is successful, he will be the backer of others. You still have too much bottom line. Otherwise you can just go invisible to the planet warning system and bombard the people on the planet. Yang Bo sat in the flying car and looked at Zhou Rui, who had changed her clothes. Changed into a dress. A deep V. Although with a shawl. But now in the car, Zhou Rui deliberately leaned her body to talk to him. Sister Rui. We're here. Yang Bo didn't feel anything in his heart. After all, he had watched so many movies in his previous life, and had seen all kinds of sitcoms. This was just a little trick. Besides, the image of the bald man was too deep in his mind. What if you were doing it, and suddenly a bald man came to you? Thinking of this, he had no other ideas. At this time, Yang Bo thought of Wang Muxue again. This woman looked like a female star in his previous life, but more cold and beautiful. It seems that when I treated Wang Mushua's wound last time, there were some biological sample tissues. I will go back and look for them. They should not have been destroyed yet. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Wang Mushua's figure is better than that of the female star in his previous life, and she is more cold and beautiful. But Yang Bo is a little timid because of her identity. These big families have a lot of troubles. Alas, the social circle is small. Yang Bo thought about it, but he couldn't think of a suitable girl. Yang Bo wanted the kind of gentle, little bird-like girl, and didn't like this kind of strong woman. I wonder what the fat boss's aunt looks like. Yang Bo was thinking about the fat boss's promise in an unauthentic way. Zhou Rui was a little helpless about Yang Bo's reaction. She made up her mind to take this seedling as soon as possible. Wait for the weather to clear up and go fishing. Use means, and force it if it doesn't work. This little man is definitely not her opponent. Came to the restaurant and had a more expensive meal. The whole atmosphere of this restaurant is okay, but the number of dishes served each time is small, and the plates in front of him are changed again and again, which Yang Bo doesn't like. Our Xia people change their stuff to eat, and they are not afraid of being cut by their elders. But when in Rome, they follow the local customs. There is also a beautiful beauty. Well, it's okay to feast your eyes. Sister Rui. Goodbye. Yang Bo returned to the underground parking lot of the dormitory, and said goodbye to Zhou Rui in the car. Goodbye. Are you really not going to my villa? Zhou Rui was still a little worried about Yang Bo not going to her place. So she asked again. I'm used to being alone. Yang Bo has a lot of things to do, and he has to play games tomorrow. If he lives in your house, everything will be discovered. Okay. Send me a message if you have anything. Sister, I'll be there whenever you call. Zhou Rui smiled and waved to Yang Bo. Then she watched Yang Bo take the elevator to the dormitory. Zhou Rui closed the car door, took a deep breath, and looked at the clothes she was wearing. This kid doesn't understand romance. Yang Bo came back and took a shower to relax, and then thought about the next step, focusing on games for the time being to increase his strength. Giant transformation requires extremely high physical fitness, but it is also very useful. The most important thing is that it can be superimposed with invisibility, which is very comfortable. Yang Bo decided to increase his physical fitness. There is no upper limit to my physical fitness growth. Collision, kicking, boxing, and headbutt, these skills all increase physical fitness. But the increase ratio is different. Others can't compare with me. As long as I have skills, I can increase it. Others have a limit. At Yang Bo's house, Wang Muxue looked at the locked door to the basement, and still couldn't open it. She was a little puzzled, based on this point. Yang Bo is not simple. How did this door get locked? Wang Muxue never thought that the door was sealed by Yang Bo's metal superpowers. If I still have Li Kong, maybe I can force it open. Wang Muxue didn't know how the other party tracked her down. Everything on her watch was lost, and she was still found by the river. Fortunately, everything on her body was thrown into the river. Wang Muxue is now using a watch given by Zhou Rui. After seeing the message, she came to the door and opened it, looking at this extremely primitive mechanical anti-locking device. It can't be opened so easily from outside. Good news. You are safe now. Zhou Rui put on a coat outside the same clothes as before, came to the room that can receive the internet, and said to Wang Muxue, Wang Muxue looked at Zhou Rui. There is a dead person in the medical cabin of the submersible. The body is relatively intact, but the Public Security Bureau created an accident to avoid trouble and threw this person directly on the energy furnace. It has been completely carbonized, and no biological samples can be found. It should be the strongman who attacked you with the sky split. In addition, according to the comparison of the biological samples of the dead body, the most likely person is from the Ashes organization. These people have official identity information, but they have been missing for a few years to more than 10 years. The submersible originally targeted this place, But it was discovered. The officials speculated that there should be an intelligent manufacturing base on this planet. But no one knows where it is. Our union received a reward. Zhou Rui said a lot. Wang Muxue nodded. It should be the foreign aid invited by some people in our family. There should be people from our family together. Now some people are in big trouble. A master who can hold the sky split. Tut tut. Zhou Rui thought that she didn't know what force it was that lost such a person. This kind of top-level combat power is very important in any force. Although there are many restrictions on the sky split, there is a saying that the vision is invincible. A sky split user is basically invincible as long as he is within visual range, and does not need the support of the relay network within visual range. However, many places prohibit people with sky split from entering. After all, those masters are also afraid of death. But for any major force, having such a strongman sitting in the base or territory is almost invincible. Unless the opponent uses a warship or a fighter. General mechas will not be opponents. But the sky split is complicated to forge, and the user must have a certain talent. Otherwise it is suicide. The sky split can reach a maximum speed of more than 10 Mach. And if it is not done well, it will kill itself. Some people say to set a protected distance, which is great. But what if someone attacks the master face to face? Then Lycon will just stare blankly. Lycon is very strong. But if the user is not good enough, it is useless. What's so strange about that? Wang Muxue said this without even looking at Zhou Rui. Virtue. My dear cousin, I have informed you of the news. Now everyone outside is looking for you like crazy. I believe they will find you here soon. I hope you leave as soon as possible. You are not suitable to have intersections with ordinary people. Otherwise you will cause trouble to others. Zhou Rui was very uncomfortable with her cousin's attitude. You are capable. You are awesome. You are superior. You take it for granted. This kind of person is very annoying. Don't you know how to be humble? Uh-huh. You are anxious. It seems that you are not ordinary to Yang Bo. Wang Muxue said with a chuckle. Then he looked at Zhou Rui's outfit carefully. Who are you going to seduce dressed like this? Could it be Yang Bo? You can guess if you like. I'm leaving. If you don't leave before noon tomorrow, I will find someone to report your whereabouts and then collect the reward. The government has issued a reward for you. Zhou Rui was too lazy to deal with such a smart person, so she left after saying a word. Wang Muxue watched Zhou Rui leave and frowned slightly. It seems that my cousin has hidden a lot of things from me. She knows so much about the submarine. Could it be that their union did it? It shouldn't be possible. Only other submarines or master-level high-level mechas can defeat the submarine and destroy the mecha. Are they inclined to high-level mechas? Ordinary mechas can't move in such a turbulent flow. So who has a high-level mecha? Wang Muxue couldn't figure it out again. The river water surged dozens or hundreds of times at this time. And there were some trees, shrubs, stones, and the like mixed in it. Although the mecha itself weighed hundreds of tons. At such a huge flow rate, even hundreds of tons or thousands of tons could be swept away like a toy. Let alone hundreds of tons. Some places on the earth were flooded, and vehicles loaded with sand and gravel were used to block the gaps in the dam. Some of them were washed away. And there were more things to consider for underwater mechas. Wang Muxue judged that it was a high-level mecha that could exert such a strong strength in such a harsh environment. So who was this person? Or who are these people? It seems that it's time to leave. Many things on this planet are not accurately judged. Battleships are still suitable for me. Wang Muxue hated this kind of information opacity very much. He didn't know who would get involved. As for the betrayal of the family, Wang Muxue showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He had been prepared for so many years. But he didn't expect someone to act before him. It's a pity that he died. Otherwise, he would have colluded with the Ashes organization and the Red Earl organization. I'm afraid some people would have committed suicide. But now is not bad. The death of an A-level strongman with the sky-splitting sword will never be so easy to get over. Some people have to pay a more painful price. When Wang Muxue was about to leave, Yang Bo was looking at the news with a surprised face. The headline of the news was very scary. Suspected planet guardian died, leaving behind sky-splitting wreckage. Yang Bo took a closer look and found that it was a notice issued by the Marchstar Public Security Bureau. A registered sky-splitting sword was found on a crashed submarine on Marchstar that was not officially registered. The information of the sky-splitting sword was queried through the planetary warning system, and it was suspected to be a planet guardian. Yongbo then realized that the Alliance has very strict jurisdiction over the sky split. As long as you use it, the sky split itself will be connected to the local planetary warning system. Whether you use remote control or not, you need to be connected to the network. Of course, there are also those who do not register. But once they are discovered, the planetary warning system will immediately regard this as a threat and kill them directly. Uncontrolled sky split is unacceptable to everyone, and the Parliament Masters are even more afraid of death. The reporters combined the previous March Star official to wipe out a group of lawless elements, seized dozens of various mechas, and fighter planes sank a submarine and so on. So the reporter thought that of course, the March Star official did not want to admit it. But the information about the use of sky split is sensitive information. Once it appears in a certain airspace, the information will be directly registered by the Alliance's highest defense system. Usually, if you hold the sky split, it's okay if you don't turn it on. Once it is turned on, the chip system inside will be directly connected to the network. For a while, there were many headlines on the internet, such as the Planet Guardian colluding with the Ash organization and being killed on the spot by March Star. There are also reporters reporting how many people have disappeared in recent years on the planet where the Planet Guardian is located. What are they missing for? They are suspected to have been sold to illegal organizations. In addition, some people have revealed that this planet is controlled by a large family. For a while, this family was constantly dug up. Ma family? Yongbo looked at the information about the Planet Guardian dug up in the news, which was Pegasus, which was developed by the Ma family of the Alliance. Pegasus is an old administrative star, and the star field where it is located is rich in resources. It is considered the first-tier administrative star of the Alliance. Remember you. Yongbo remembered this family. The official of Pegasus immediately came out to clarify that it was not true. Our Planet Guardians are all here and are now on vacation. Yongbo saw this and muttered in his heart, how did the Ma family get involved in the affairs of the Wang family? Hee. They actually indirectly killed a Planet Guardian. I didn't expect it. The Planet Guardian is the peak of human individual combat power except for the S level. Yongbo always remembered which Planet Guardian he saw on Pado that released the powerful ability of the Sky Split. And of course, the weapon was really cool. When can I forge the Sky Split? You need to have the materials first. Yongbo was also looking forward to having his own Sky Split. However, Yongbo has not yet considered how to do it, because there are no materials, and some ideas can only be kept in his mind. As for the need for satellite relay, this is not necessary, because he himself has the superpower of optoelectronics. How to combine it? Go to bed early, get up tomorrow morning to play games, and then find time to go to Zhou to calculate the income of the past few days. After reading the news, Yongbo did not dig deeper. After all, there was no point in digging deeper. Just when Yongbo was about to go to bed, he came to the internet room and found that there was a message on his watch. And it was sent by Wang Mushue. What does this woman mean? Should I pretend not to know? Yongbo sent a message to the other party when he saw her? Chapter 319 Goodbye. Yongbo decided to reply to a message. What do you want? Wang Mushue sent a message soon. I'm leaving. Can I meet you in person and ask you a few questions? It's inconvenient. I don't want to provoke people from your sect. Yongbo didn't want to meet Wang Mushue at all. This woman is not only cold and beautiful, but also very smart. What's your relationship with Zhou Rui? The other party sent another message. Assistant Zhou? Yongbo pretended that he was not familiar with Zhou Rui and replied with 3 words. Yes, it's her. Wang Mushue replied. She was found by our boss. She is from the Bounty Union. Did she do anything to you? Yongbo quickly put himself aside. Really? You really don't have any other relationship? Wang Mushue looked at Yongbo's reply on the other side and was also suspicious. I'm just a resident. I know the fat boss. I don't know the rest. Yongbo quickly put out his resume. Wang Mushue saw Yongbo's answer. So she sent another message. Yongbo, you disguised yourself very well, but you exposed yourself in several places. First, I said I want to see you, and if you don't come to see me, I will come to your house. You should come to see me quickly, because you know my true identity and are afraid that I will implicate you. Second, there is something wrong with your house. Even I, a thief, can't open the door to the basement. This is not something that ordinary people can do. These are all your flaws. Although I guess there is something wrong with you. I have no evidence. and I don't pose any threat to you. Instead, we can continue to cooperate. Yang Bo saw that Wang Mushua sent these messages. It seemed that she said a lot, but after a closer look, she didn't say anything. She didn't say what her identity was. Nor did she say what her identity was. These were all guesses. Madam, you think too much. My resume is clean. As for the fortress anti-theft, I can only say that you are not good at it. And don't forget that I am also very talented in this area. And your behavior of trying to open other people's doors without permission. I think I need to call the police to deal with it. I now ask you to leave my residence immediately before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, I will call the police to report an intruder. Goodbye. Then Yang Bo blocked Wang Mushua's number and breathed a sigh of relief. Such a smart woman. I will have less dealings in the future. But after this woman leaves, I am afraid there will be few opportunities to see her again. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Wang Mushua sent a message to Yang Bo again and found that Yang Bo had blocked her. TSK. Wang Mushua was even more curious about Yang Bo. It seemed that either she guessed wrong or this guy was a complete liar. Then Yang Bo called Zhou Rui again. Zhou Rui thought it was a good thing when Yang Bo contacted her. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo said, "The woman in my house wanted to see me, but I didn't go. She also asked about our relationship. I said I just knew that you." "Wait, yeah. We're from the Bounty Hunter Guild." Zhou Rui heard Yang Bo's words and was very wary of Wang Mushua. Her cousin was not an ordinary person. Later, she heard that Yang Bo issued an expulsion order to Wang Mushua, and immediately said, "I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. You did the right thing. I will help you deal with it. Thank you." "Wait, yeah." Yang Bo hung up the phone. Zhou Rui did not contact Wang Mushua, but thought about it tomorrow morning. Contacting now would make her cousin suspicious. Because Zhou Rui was contacting his father. Yang Bo's talent still needs to be known by his father. Zhou Rui's father was watching a video file. There was no one. Only a pair of hands making medicine. And there was no sound. There were two videos. The first one was Yang Bo making medicine. Just a video in the test box. And the second one was a row of medicines. Zhou Rui's father was also very surprised to see so many 4-star medicines. 4-star medicines are also rare in the market. 3-star medicines are rare, let alone 5-star medicines. The two videos were separated, and there was no sound for confidentiality. Now even if the two videos were leaked, there was no sound. And even if they were seen by others, there would be no possibility of leakage. Then the father and daughter started talking. And Zhou Rui's father asked, "Is it the first time for a novice?" "Yes. I took them all from the store." Zhou Rui meant that the medicine materials and formulas were taken from the union. No broken ones? Zhou Rui's father asked if there were any failures. No. The quality was low the first time, but it was very stable afterwards. And all were completed in less than an hour. Zhou Rui meant that there were no failures. The quality of the first potion was low, and the stability of the latter was 4 stars. And the whole process took an hour. I will come back as soon as possible and try every means to attract customers. Zhou Rui's father meant to stabilize Yang Bo. Zhou Rui hesitated for a moment and asked, "I want him to join our family." "You decide this yourself. You know the biggest reason why I brought you out to start a business. But you have to think clearly. Some people can't be judged by appearances." There were many reasons why Zhou Rui's father took Zhou Rui away from the family. One of which was that he didn't want Zhou Rui to become a victim of the family's interests. Zhou Rui nodded. "I will." "Okay. I know. We need to keep it stable. And if we can't keep it stable, we can sell it." Zhou Rui's father's meaning was very clear. That is, if he couldn't control Yang Bo, he would sell Yang Bo's information. Got it. Zhou Rui was not surprised. Born in a family, she had seen all kinds of dirty things. And if you want to adapt to this society, you must follow the crowd. Otherwise you will only fail. Yang Bo was not an honest man either. It's okay to have many identities. But he was always ready to sell it. But this mentality was the best. Yang Bo went to bed comfortably. But some people couldn't. Such as the fat boss, who was having fun on the alien planet when he received the message and was very annoyed. As a result, after seeing the message, he immediately went to the next room in his pajamas, leaving another woman in the quilt with a blank face. "You're doing half of the work. Add money." The voice of the fat boss came. "Baby, I'm waiting for you," the woman said in a coquettish voice. The fat boss came to the next room, closed the door, and opened the phone. Hello? Boss Lu Jijia. I'm leaving March Stars soon. When I get to my post, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. But I have one request. That is, take Yang Bo with me. A woman's voice on the phone. Yes. Yes. I will. The fat boss didn't dare to refuse at all. This woman was too strong. Does Yang Bo have any other secrets? The other party asked again. We are not familiar with this. No. I don't know. The fat boss was puzzled. He stared at Yang Bo. Didn't Yang Bo show his talent as a thief? No one else seemed to know. Could it be that Zhou Rui leaked the secret? I mean, you know what I know. The fat boss hurriedly explained. Boss Lu, you have to think it through. The price of the task I give you depends on your performance. The person on the other end of the call was Wang Muxue, who spoke. Ms. Wang, it doesn't matter whether you give me the task or not. Anyway, I have tried my best. You big shots can't always want to bully us small shots. The fat boss felt uncomfortable when he heard this. You gave me the task because I helped you. It's a bit unkind to say this now. And I'm developing in March Star. It seems that your Wang family can't manage this place. The last time I helped was purely for your face. It doesn't matter whether you give me the task or not. The fat boss said again. Wang Muxue heard this and laughed. I just think that Assistant Zhou seems to be very close to Yang Bo. And I think Yang Bo has some secrets. I don't know. I have a good relationship with Yang Bo. But we are embarrassed to ask about other people's privacy. As for Yang Bo and Zhou Rui, this is their private life. As long as it doesn't affect work, it's fine. The fat boss cursed Zhou Rui in his heart. But he didn't say anything. Wang Muxue laughed again. Boss Lu, don't you think something is a little strange about your business trip this time? Ms. Wang, whether it's strange or not, it was my employees who took the initiative to cause trouble. Blame them, not others. Next, I will let my employees be more careful. Ms. Wang, sorry, I'm going to rest here. The fat boss hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The fat boss hung up the phone and muttered unhappily, You, a future general of the Alliance, want me to take Yang Bo to do a mission. I don't know what you know. But how can I take Yang Bo to your door for money? Once I arrive at your territory, I don't know what will happen. It's better not to do the mission. The fat boss really wants to get rich. But if anyone wants to interfere with Yang Bo, the fat boss will definitely not be willing. And it's not easy to deal with the military. The military is more sensitive everywhere. So when Wang Muxue said that she wanted to take Yang Bo on a mission, the fat boss decided not to make this money. Since she didn't make money, she naturally didn't need to give face later. Zhou Rui, this woman, seems to be really resourceful. The fat boss looked at Yang Bo's entry and exit records in the company's dormitory building, and knew that he would go back to the dormitory to sleep. And he felt much more at ease. Return to March Star as soon as possible, and then take Yang Bo back to the family. There are many excellent girls in the family. The fat boss was thinking in his heart, but thinking of the woman next door who left her watch here. After all, she paid for it, so she had to do it well. Right? Wang Muxue was not angry about Lu Jijia's attitude, but was secretly happy. It seems that Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui know some secrets of Yang Bo. TSK. I'm looking forward to it. Wang Muxue looked at the simply decorated room. I'll stay here for the last night. I don't know what good things Yang Bo has in his basement. I'll come slowly when I have time. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and saw two messages. The first one was that the fat boss officially set off and returned. And Yang Bo replied. The second message was Zhou Rui saying that Wang Muxue had left. And Yang Bo also replied. Yang Bo went online after washing up, and his teammates were already waiting. Yang Bo found that the popularity of the game seemed to be at a certain limit, and he didn't add many people, because someone at the resurrection point scolded the game officials. What a crappy game. Can't there be more places for testing? That's right. Our team is having a hard time recruiting people. And no one comes even if we pay 1,000 a day for everything. Isn't it the official announcement last night? Yang Bo first went to the official website to see that it was the official announcement that temporarily stopped opening game places because it was a test. He went to the forum to see that the number of ordinary players in the game had not increased all of a sudden, causing many teams to have tight logistics and had to recruit people at a high price. But the more this happened, the harder it was to recruit people. Yang Bo thought it was normal. After all, It was remote control. And the number of bionic people was limited. Entering the game again, Yongbo found that the team was discussing recruiting people. Captain, we can't recruit people now. But someone has set up a supply point on the road at a high price, selling bullets and other things at 50% higher than the price of the store here. Xiao Huang said. Well, let's go. Let's go. Yongbo nodded. Nothing is strange in the game. Wang Muxue and Zhou Rui were in a flying car. Wang Muxue said, I took the initiative to ask you to send me. What kind of person am I? Thank you. Cousin. Our union can get the reward. Zhou Rui said in a flat tone. Nothing else you want to say? No goodbye. Wang Muxue looked at Zhou Rui with a smile, wondering what Yongbo had that Zhou Rui liked. Goodbye. I wish you a step-by-step promotion. Zhou Rui rolled her eyes. Soon Zhou Rui arrived at a spaceship dock of the March Star government. The officials were relieved to see Wang Muxue. They came up to ask about her well-being and then sent Wang Muxue to the military spaceship. Then the spaceship flew from the dock into the storm. Watching Wang Muxue leave, the officials of March Star breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing else could happen. They were worried every day. Of course, during this period of time, the officials of March Star also became famous. After all, they killed many famous killers. The news was very lively because the planet Guardian of Pegasus disappeared. So it means that the Guardian who became charcoal on March Star is this Guardian. The officials of March Star don't know anyway, because there is no biological sample to confirm that the person on the unlicensed and illegal submarine is the Guardian of Pegasus. Pegasus also has a hard time saying that the whereabouts information on March Star is from the Guardian of their own planet. The question is, what are you? A Guardian of Pegasus? Doing on other planets on illegal submersibles in private? If it's not, then what about people? What's the matter with the cracked space on March Star? Of course, someone is unlucky behind the scenes. Someone in the Wang family is unlucky. Some people in the Wang family asked the Guardian of Pegasus to come out, but they didn't expect it to be a meat bun hitting a dog. How much is such a strong man worth? Moreover, this time it was invited privately by some people in the Wang family. Others in the Wang Muxue family will definitely not admit the loss, but laugh at some people in the family who deserve it. If the Wang family cannot reach a unanimous agreement, then the losing party will be dissatisfied, and the two families are very tense. Captain, do you know that the Wang family and the Ma family are going to go to war? I have some good news here. I can make money in the stock market. In the game. Xiao Huang and Yongbo chat privately. Chapter 320 Not Going. What happened between the two families? Yongbo didn't know if the Wang family and the Ma family were referring to what he saw in the news, so he could only ask ambiguously. This has to do with some dirty things of the big family. The general who suppressed the rebellion on Pato Star was from the Wang family. It's a pity that this general is a female born out of wedlock, and some of the Wang family's direct descendants wanted to exchange this general for benefits. But this general is already a future admiral, so they directly rejected the direct descendants' request. The direct descendants felt that this future imperial admiral was not obedient. Some of the direct descendants had a close relationship with the Ma family. To be precise, a daughter of the Ma family married a direct heir of the Wang family, so they invited someone from her natal family. As a result, the expert they invited died, and the Ma family asked the Wang family to pay compensation. However, this time, some members of the Wang family took action privately. The entire Wang family must not admit that they sent people to kill their own people, although this kind of thing is often seen in large families. But there is no evidence. If the Wang family compensates, it is equivalent to admitting this matter. So the Ma family is angry and wants to go to war with the Wang family. First of all, it is commercial. The business of the Wang family in the Ma family's territory has been strictly investigated by the local government. This is our opportunity. Xiao Huang explained it carefully. I also saw this incident. Is it so easy for the planet Guardian to die? Yongbo heard this and asked curiously. The planet Guardian is also a human being. The main reason is that there are very few people who can use the cracked space, and even fewer who are familiar with the operation. The Ma family suffered heavy losses this time, and indirectly offended another family. After all, the Ma family went to the territory of other families to attack the future Imperial Admiral. Once an Imperial Admiral dies in his own territory, how much of an impact will it have on the family? The Ma family is looking for trouble. On the one hand, because they really want to ask the Wang family for compensation, and on the other hand, They don't want to offend another family. Not to mention that there is a future Imperial Admiral in it. There are many conflicts within the military about the addition of an Admiral. But attacking an Imperial Admiral is probably unacceptable. If the Ma family doesn't give an explanation. Believe it or not, all his caravans will be attacked by pirates. Xiao Huang spoke again. Hearing this, Yang Bo asked curiously, are the pirates colluding with the military? It's hard to say. But as long as the military makes a statement that it will not protect certain caravans, or after the distress signal is sent out, the military fleet can arrive in 3 to 5 days, 7 to 8 days, and it can arrive in 1 day. How can the pirates miss this opportunity? The Wang family dare not admit it. And these factors are also involved. Xiao Huang said so much. On the one hand, he wanted to test Yang Bo to see if Yang Bo was working for other families. But now it doesn't seem like it. As long as Yang Bo does not work for other families, Xiao Huang can further contact Yang Bo. If the other party works for a certain family, he should be careful. After all, he may be a member of a hostile family. On the other hand, Xiao Huang also has to sell information to Yang Bo. I'm afraid we don't have a chance. As for those families in the alliance, I'm afraid they have already sharpened their knives. You are talking about what happened on March Star. Right? I read the news and guessed that it was almost right. Yang Bo shook his head and kept his distance from the so-called stock market. In his previous life, Yang Bo's bosses made money by contracting projects and doing construction. So they learned to invest in funds and stocks like rich people. Anyway, once the money is invested, it will not be taken out. So this thing is a computer. And only the dealer knows what the data behind it is. As long as the display on your computer is reasonable, then your money will be gone? How many superpowers do those fund securities companies have? Let's not join in the fun. Just make some money in the game. Yang Bo continued to speak. Xiao Huang admitted after hearing this, the superpowers of those financial companies are indeed powerful. And they are basically inclined to mathematics. As long as we are not greedy, there will be no problem. Forget it. That thing is too virtual. Just like when we play games. What boss you want to meet depends on the official settings of the game. There must be many people who think like you. Do you think those financial companies will let these people go? Whoever goes in first may be unlucky. Yang Bo knows that people who trade stocks will be mysteriously confident and think they can see clearly. Okay, Captain. What job do you have now? Xiao Huang asked again. I'm retired now. And a few tens of millions in my hand are enough to live for the rest of my life. I made a lot this time. Yang Bo answered. We're here. Let's kill monsters first. There are so many monsters in this small county. Look at those super cities on the map. I wonder how many there are. How could Yang Bo go to stock trading? Playing games is so good. It can increase your strength. What does money mean to you? Captain, don't you know that there is a post on the forum that says some gamers went to big cities and found that there were groups of zombies roaming around in many big cities. Now a group of zombies in the largest city has been found. It is said that there are as many as 1.3 or 400,000 zombies wandering around the city. Xiao Huang asked in surprise. I'll go check it out after I get off the game. Yang Bo really didn't notice this. And at the same time, he was thinking about how much power he would gain if he eliminated such a huge zombie with a powerful weapon. It's a bit uncomfortable if this broken game doesn't refresh. The little lady couldn't help complaining as they cleared the land. Actually, it's good this way. As long as the place has been cleaned up, there will be no zombies. And it's safe. Xiao Huang had another idea. Yang Bo was clearing the bushes and weeds while keeping an eye on the surrounding situation. Fortunately, it was a bionic robot. Otherwise it would be very tiring for real people to clear the land like this. Today, the target of several people is a cattle farm. There is also an advantage of clearing the land. That is, you can know where you are going and whether anyone has cleared it in advance. Yang Bo doesn't mind clearing the land. 3 hours after playing the game, Yang Bo and others finally arrived not far from the cattle farm. You can see that many caves have been dug out on the stone wall on one side. The outside of the cave is made of stone slabs as roofs. Most of the simple cattle farms built with wood and stone strips are intact. Captain? The situation is not good. Xiao Huang is now experienced in playing games. I feel something is wrong too. Yang Bo also feels something is wrong. Because every time he gets close to the farm, the closer he is to the target, the more noise he makes when he is clearing the land will attract the farm's animals. But today, Most of the buildings in the cattle farm can be seen. But there are still no zombies? Everyone be alert. Run if something is wrong. The group carefully cleared the land again, occasionally encountering some zombie rabbits. But nothing else. Just when everyone was puzzled, there was a movement in the cave on one side. Yang Bo and others looked out and looked at each other in bewilderment. The inside of the cave was 3 or 4 meters deeper than the outside, and a large pit was formed inside, with human zombies. There should be some story here. Captain, you see there are holes in the stone wall around this cave. There should have been a floor originally, but the metal frame supporting the floor rotted. Xiao Hong pointed at the hole in the stone wall and said. Yang Bo also saw it, then picked up the gun and aimed at the 7 or 8 zombies in the cave pit. Poison mastery +2. The skills given by this zombie also made Yang Bo's eyes light up. Guessing that these people are probably making drugs here. There are people on Earth making drugs in pig farms. These people are probably doing some illegal activities here. I wonder if the game officials will give any tasks. Xiao Huang also guessed. After all, no one would lock themselves up in such a place. Yang Bo didn't explain anything. It was just a game anyway. There were more than 50 human zombies in 7 or 8 caves, all of which were given poison proficiency skills, and one of the leaders even gave 8 points of mind control. We've lost today. These human zombies can't give us anything valuable. Xiao Huang and others cleaned up and gave us task items of pitifully low value. I lost this time too. Yang Bo looked at the zombies lying on the ground. Captain, according to the map, there is a cattle farm behind our mountain. Should we go around this mountain? Xiao Huang was a little unwilling and asked after carefully studying the map. Yang Bo looked at the map and saw that if he went around a mountain from this farm, there would be another large cattle farm on the other side of the mountain. And there was also a large area of land on the map. Then let's go and have a look. Yang Bo looked at the time and found that he could go and have a look. The group ate something to replenish their physical strength. But Yang Bo knew that the remote-controlled bionic man did not eat anything and just sat on the ground in a daze. This was just because of the official setting of the game, which looked more real. But the truth was that the remote-controlled bionic man did not need to eat. After replenishing their physical strength, they started to open up the wasteland from the top of the mountain. There were not many zombies in the woods, and the group circled around in the woods. Captain, there are gunshots, Xiao Huang said in the team channel. Yang Bo and others also heard it, so the group sped up. When the group came to the farm, they found that they had circled the farm. Captain, there are quite a few guys below. The group hid on the mountain and looked at the farm below with a telescope. There were at least 5 gunmen in a team, and there were 7 or 8 people behind the gunmen. It can be seen that there were players acting as logistics personnel on the road outside the farm rushing back and forth. So many cows. This cattle farm used to have a tin roof, but now it has no tin roof, and the concrete walls look like squares. Yang Bo also nodded. There are at least thousands of cows. Yang Bo saw a single zombie cow at a glance. Probably the boss. Captain, these guys are not good at shooting. And if this wave of zombie cows squeezes out, these gunmen will not be able to withstand it at all. Xiao Huang found that several gunmen were not as efficient as Yang Bo alone. Zombie cows are difficult to fight. They have thick skin and flesh. Yang Bo nodded. But there are also a lot of brains, the young lady said. Everyone nodded. Everyone came to do tasks to make money. Captain, why don't we help them and lead all these zombie cows out? Xiao Hong said with a chuckle. Everyone else understood Xiao Hong's meaning. That is, to lead the zombie cows out. Drive the other party away. And then they can come to take advantage. Forget it. Let's do things on a first-come first-served basis. Yang Bo looked at the speed at which the 5 people shot, and felt that there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Looking at the current situation, it would take less than 10 minutes for those players to run away. How fast is the shooting speed of the gun? And how long can the bullets carried by each person be used? Then listen to you, Captain, Xiao Huang said directly in the team. Then the 4 people started chatting privately. Is the captain's principled approach good? In their line of work, you must be principled and trustworthy. If you don't stick to principles, we won't dare to ask the captain to do things in the future. You can tell a person's character from these little things. That's right. You guys are good at calculating. We have to be careful. After all, if we really need the captain's help, it will be a desperate gamble. The captain's character is beyond doubt. When we usually go out to fight monsters, He basically leads the way silently in front, kills zombies, and doesn't discuss government affairs. Unlike you guys who get drunk and talk about this shit official, and that shit official every day. It proves that the captain is tight-lipped. The four people were chatting privately on the other side, and Yang Bo carefully checked the terrain. These zombies in the farm will not move unless someone disturbs them, and the surrounding vines will wrap around the zombies. But once someone came, these zombies started to move. There were still many trees and vines in the middle of the farm, which seemed to be grown in the original green belt. The farm was in the valley, with a large terraced land in front. The farm was surrounded by mountains on three sides. To be precise, they were steep stone walls dug out by machinery, and there were some caves on the stone walls. On the other side was a stone wall with two doors in front and back. The door in the back should lead to the terraced land below, and the door in the front led to the outside world. Several players blocked the main gate and started shooting. As long as a few people had enough bullets, these zombie cows would be cleared. Yang Bo calculated the frequency of shooting by several people and shook his head. The bullets consumed by several gunmen would require at least dozens of people to do logistics, or everyone should prepare enough bullets and firearms in advance. Firearms would be scrapped after firing a certain amount of bullets. Captain, you are really as good as a god. Look, their logistics personnel are starting to run away. Xiao Huang saw it inside with a telescope. Let's go down and use the back door. Yang Bo saw that the zombie cows in front had already rushed out of the gate. The gunmen dropped their guns and ran away quickly, and some dropped their bullets and other equipment. Everyone knew which was more important. 500,000 resurrection coins. Okay, Captain. Xiao Huang and others were very excited. The harvest from these zombie cows must be not low. Yang Bo and his companions slid down from the stone wall on one side and came to the back door of the farm. At this time, the players in front had already fled. One of their players was trampled to death by the cows, and they lost 500,000. Xiao Huang finally slid down and spoke in the team channel. Now most of the zombie cows went to the front to chase those players. Only the back door farthest from the gate had dozens of cows that were not affected by the sound. The iron door at the back door was already rotten. So Yang Bo picked up his gun and started shooting. Dozens of zombie cows roared and rushed over when they saw Yang Bo and others. However, the first one just ran 2 steps before Yang Bo accurately hit its right knee with 2 bullets, and then the leg of this zombie cow was broken. After falling to the ground, it also tripped the zombie cows behind it. At this time, Yang Bo broke the knee of the second cow. To do this, it is very simple. The 2 bullets basically have to hit the same place. Even if the cow's knee is not broken, it will be crazy when running. When the overall weight is borne by the front 2 feet, the knee will break because it can't bear it. Captain's skills. Several people listened to the low bursts of Yang Bo's guns. Because of the silencer, dozens of cows rolled on the ground like gourds. Chapter 321 Game Forum. Yang Bo's brain was working fast, and the speed, distance and direction of all the zombie cows were locked. 2 bullets from the gun hit a cow leg, and sometimes one needed 3 bullets. Yang Bo was already very experienced in dealing with these animals. If one of the 4 legs was broken, the speed of these guys would become very slow, because they still wanted to stand up and run. But it was difficult to run with 3 long legs and 1 short leg. Before Yang Bo had used up all the bullets he carried, dozens of cows rolled into a ball. Captain is really awesome. Xiao Huang and others praised. Take the mission items first. Yang Bo took out the cold weapon. These cows looked ugly, with pale teeth protruding out. When they saw Yang Bo approaching, the long buck teeth of these cows were about to bite Yang Bo. Yang Bo raised his knife and directly cut off the cow's head and threw it aside. Miss hurried to collect brain marrow. Charge +2. After Miss collected it, Yang Bo gained a skill. Xiao Huang tied a rope to one leg of the zombie cow whose head Yang Bo had chopped off, and threw the headless corpse away to prevent poisoning caused by too much accumulation of toxic liquid. Yang Bo reacted quickly and chopped off the cow heads one by one. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of cows' heads were chopped off. The young lady was busy and happy, and the eldest lady was also collecting cow horns. But unfortunately, these horns were not big. We're rich. We're rich. The young lady looked at the collected task items. Captain, we don't have enough bullets. Do you want me to find someone to send us bullets? Xiao Huang calculated that there might not be enough bullets, so he asked, Who are you looking for? Yang Bo asked curiously after hearing this. I added 2 people at the resurrection point. As long as the price is high, the other party will definitely be willing to give it to them. We can't catch up. In the end, we don't need the brain. I will just shoot the head from the eye socket. 1 bullet is enough. Yang Bo shook his head. That's the only way. It seems that we need to recruit 2 more teammates. Xiao Huang and others also knew that it would take a lot of time to rush from the resurrection point. Captain, do you want to deal with the boss first? Xiao Huang asked again. No. So as not to let the players who escape hear it. Wait until they run far away to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yang Bo's side is to avoid trouble. As long as he can improve his strength in the game, it will be fine. Captain, there are also many human zombies in the cave here. Xiao Hong shouted in the team channel next to the cave, not far away. Yang Bo was refreshed and hurried over. This place seems to be used as a warehouse. How can there be so many human zombies? Xiao Huang looked at the cattle farm just now. Yang Bo raised his gun and shot. And a zombie was shot in the head. Poison mastery +2. Yang Bo didn't expect that this cattle farm was also a drug den. But he didn't know what kind of poison was made. Captain, the zombie cows are back. At this time, the young lady shouted in the team. Yang Bo and his team bypassed the boss's place. As long as they didn't let the boss see them. No matter how loud the noise outside was, these bosses would not react. Yang Bo guessed that these small bosses didn't take ordinary zombies seriously at all. And it seemed to be related to class status. So Yang Bo stood guard at the main gate of the farm and attacked the zombie cows that were chasing other players. Captain, I picked up a bullet. Xiao Huang saw that there seemed to be a bullet and took the risk to pick it up. I didn't expect those players to leave us supplies. That's good. Everyone was refreshed. In this way, the cows that came back were all cleaned up by Yang Bo's team. In the end, there was only 1 cow boss left. No matter how loud it roared. It didn't have any little brothers. Yang Bo got mind control +8. My inventory is full. My inventory is full too. Then Yang Bo solved more than 30 human zombies in the cave. All of which gave poison mastery +2. There was no boss this time. Captain, I think we need to find another teammate. If we hadn't picked up the bullets discarded by the players in front today, we would have earned a lot less money. Xiao Huang's 4 people's inventory was full for today's mission. More than 1,100 zombie cows. Each with 2 horns. And brain marrow. I won't interfere. Yang Boba wanted more helpers. The more bullets and guns he carried, the more he would be able to clean up a larger farm. Captain, how can we return the same way? The young lady was a little confused about Yang Bo's request for everyone to return the same way. Captain doesn't want to cause trouble. Those players have lost many people, and will probably come back. The eldest lady was smarter, and explained. The eldest lady is right. We are here to make money. If someone posts it online, it will be bad to be watched when we go out in the future. Yang Bo gave a positive answer. When they returned to the resurrection point, they heard some players talking about a team that lost 4 people. Which meant they'd lost 2 million game coins. And the team was disbanded. Xiao Huang was going to take the opportunity to recruit 2 teammates to run logistics. Yang Bo said hello and went offline. As long as a small boss appeared in the farm, he would basically not lose money. In fact, Yang Bo felt that it didn't matter if he lost some money. With the game rewards he got, he would be able to spend a long time. If the logistics can't keep up later, I will have to recruit a few logistics people even if I have to pay for it. I have to think of a way to get more skill points. It's a pity that it's not real. If I can be invisible in reality and attack those zombies first, and then wait for others to spawn monsters, I can increase my skills. Yang Bo sometimes felt distressed when he looked at the disappearing farms around him and other zombie gathering points. How many skills would it take? After logging off the game, Yang Bo washed up first, and then exercised in the room for a while. I still have to go home and feel comfortable. Yang Bo was ready to go home. There was a gym near the dormitory, but it was impossible to go there to exercise. If you want to do it, do it. Yang Bo sent a message to the fat boss. Then he returned home and used sound waves to detect the door. This Imperial Admiral cleaned up his house for himself? Yang Bo looked at the clean house and felt a little discordant. Then he saw the note left by the other party. Yang Bo, leave the room I live in to me. And no other women are allowed to live there. Especially Zhou Rui. This woman is sick. I don't know if we can meet again after leaving this time, so I'll keep it for you. Yang Bo went in to take a look. It was clean and the pajamas were cleaned and placed in the cabinet. Yang Bo came to the basement and found the biological samples left when treating Wang Mushua's wound. The garbage disposal system had not started processing yet. Then Yang Bo used his camouflage ability to show a perfect body, and then made a move like the boss lady A Xiang in Tang Detective, leaning on the door frame. Because Wang Mushue is somewhat similar to this A Xiang, but Wang Mushue is more cold and beautiful. Ugh! Looking at the 80% similar appearance in the mirror, although it looks good, Yang Bo was also disgusted by himself. It's a woman, and her figure is quite perfect. Yang Bo was also relieved, just afraid of meeting some disguised guys. Damn. I won't pretend to be a woman unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a wife in the future. Yang Bo set a rule for himself. Otherwise, if you keep disguising, be careful that your personality will be distorted, because some bottom lines are to be broken through little by little, and some dangerous ideas must be nipped in the bud. Then Yang Bo recovered his body and directly transformed into a giant to exercise his physique. Looking at his 5-meter-tall self in the mirror, Yang Bo used the anti-gravity giantization and superimposed use. My goodness. This punch now. Plus the anti-gravity superpower. Ordinary mechas can't bear it. Yang Bo looked at his big fist. Then Yang Bo superimposed 3 abilities: giantization, metal skin, and anti-gravity. Like a 5-meter-tall steel behemoth, it rushed through the entire underground space. The 3 superpowers consumed too much. After only persisting for 3 minutes, Yang Bo quickly gave up, feeling a little tired. The combat power of the 3 superimposed abilities should be much stronger than that of ordinary mechas. Soaking himself in the bathtub, Yang Bo thought about the problem in his mind. In addition, we need to further develop the optoelectronic superpowers, at least to be able to interfere with the planetary warning system. Otherwise the laser cannon will react too quickly. I am not afraid of the missiles of the warning system. It takes a certain amount of time for that thing to get from the air to the ground. Lasers arrive in the blink of an eye. This time, I will ask the Bounty Hunter Guild to prepare related things. Yang Bo plans to use the identity of the third master to obtain the radar of the planetary warning system. Of course, it would be better if there is a radar of the main battleship. It's a pity that you have to implant a chip when you join the army. Otherwise you can learn battleship maintenance and further understand the radar of the battleship. You can only disguise yourself on the battleship for a while. Of course, you don't have to choose the battleship of the Alliance, the Blue Empire, the Crimson Federation, or even the pirates are all fine. Yang Bo has a lot of ideas in his mind. For the time being, I will strengthen my strength in the game, and do some tasks with the fat boss, and try to get more familiar with the rules of this society. Yang Bo did not plan to rebel, because there was no point. Rebellion is not only tiring, but also facing the betrayal of subordinates. Wouldn't it be nice to find a few more wives? Yang Bo considers himself a small person, without any lofty ambitions and ideals. Strengthening his strength is just to resist unknown risks. Nothing more. I don't know if there are any bad guys who sell and make drugs on this planet. Now that I have poison proficiency, I have to find an opportunity to brush up this ability. Yang Bo was going to master poison and brush up this skill. The poisons in interstellar society are more powerful, and social development is relative. Yang Bo knew that there are energy poisons. Once poisoned by this thing, the consequences are disastrous. After mastering poison, it will be convenient for me to poison the enemy. Yang Bo was going to ask Shou Rui in 2 days. Of course, using the identity of the third master. After taking a bath, Yang Bo started to cook by himself, and then watched the news while eating. It was found that just like what Xiao Huang said, both the Ma family and the Wang family were shirking responsibility. The Ma family accused the Wang family of asking their people to go to work and disappear. The Wang family asked the Ma family to produce evidence, and both sides suppressed the other side in their respective fields. The Wang family is much weaker. Yang Bo carefully read the analysis of a news article. The Ma family owns a semi-administrative planet, and Pegasus is unique to the Ma family. Pegasus conducts a comprehensive suppression investigation on the Wang family's industry. The Wang family also suppresses the Ma family in its own field. Other parties have not responded yet, probably watching the development of the situation. An inconspicuous piece of news. The Ministry of Justice has concluded the judicial investigation into the rebellion on Pato Star. and the commanders at all levels of the military are not at fault. Instead, it was the military's quick response that reduced the losses of the citizens of Pato Star. Then the news also had a variety of analyses, exposing the dark side of the big family. But no one knew what Wang Mushua looked like. And it seemed that the military did not use her real name. The people on the Wang family were scolded badly. And the same was true for the Ma family. Netizens scolded them, and they deserved it. After the meal, Yang Bo stopped watching the news and turned to the game forum. I found the post that Xiao Huang mentioned. It was a video showing groups of zombies wandering around the city on several ring roads in a reinforced concrete city. The largest group of zombies stretched for more than 80 kilometers on a two-way 16-lane ring road. Nothing grew wherever it passed. Not even trees, shrubs or grass. Oh my goodness! Yang Bo was very excited when he saw this scene. Yang Bo then read the post owner's statement that there was no resurrection point within 300 kilometers nearby. And he had no idea. The number of zombies of all kinds in the entire city is estimated to be hundreds of millions. Yang Bo read the post again and saw the information posted by the owner. Yang Bo's estimate was about the same, because there were not only people, but also various animals. If there was a sniper rifle, unlimited bullets. If there was a resurrection point within 100 kilometers nearby, I would hire hundreds of players to do logistics. And I would just use a sniper rifle to kill monsters. Yang Bo couldn't help but think of more. But he also knew that this was impossible. Watching the video carefully, Yang Bo found that there were many huge zombies. The military doesn't build a resurrection point here. That is, a remote control bionic storage point. There must be a reason. Yang Bo knew that the military would not give up such a huge profit. What will the military do next? Will higher level bionics be open to players? Yang Bo searched for it, and found that some people on the forum also raised doubts. That is, how many levels players must upgrade to before they can change their jobs or leave the novice village. I forgot to check my level in the game. In the game, you can gain experience points by killing monsters. But Yang Bo has never cared about this. I don't know where this planet is. If I can go there in person, I can find a way to max out my mental control. Yang Bo touched his chin. Forget it. It's safer in the game. And there may be some danger in reality. Yang Bo also felt that the planet where the zombies were might be full of deadly viruses. Then Yang Bo saw himself again. The scene of himself killing the big zombie last time. How could I be a killer? Yang Bo saw the commenter analyzing that this game player is a killer in reality. Isn't this demeaning? Chapter 322 Legacy. What do these people think? Xiao Huang also thinks he is a killer. And the forum also thinks he is a killer. Yang Bo muttered to himself. I almost forgot. I wonder if this pirate leader has an online account or something. Is there money in it? Yang Bo saw his online account and suddenly thought of a very serious problem. That is, the pirate leader might have something on the internet. Thinking of this, Yang Bo felt his heart beat faster. A pirate leader? Or a pirate leader with a fleet? How much money does he have? What is his real identity? Is there any secret base or something like that? Or some white glove company or something like that? Yang Bo stood up and moved around to avoid his heart beating faster. Why didn't I react? In addition, it is said that pirates have an alliance. And the pirate leader should have a place in it. Right? But where can I log in? It is definitely not possible at home. How about going to the Bounty Hunter Union? But Yang Bo faced another big problem. That is, where to verify his online things. Most of the things on the internet are identified and retrieved through biometrics. Irises, voice prints, etc. Of course, there are also simple passwords. Just like cryptocurrencies only recognize passwords. I hope this pirate leader doesn't use that kind of password method. Yang Bo still murmured in his heart. If that's the case, it would be a mess. Yang Bo opened the black market website and searched carefully, and found that there were many wireless confidential link signal devices, as well as various anti-tracking, dynamic IP and so on. There are also special confidential communication channels and the like. Buying such equipment is an encrypted channel, and it is difficult for others to know. This shouldn't be a big problem, right? Yang Bo was a laborer in his previous life, so he didn't know much about science. And the science on Earth pales in comparison here. Forget it. Let's go to the Bounty Hunters Union base. Yang Bo still planned to go to the Bounty Hunters Union base to see if there were any equipment to exchange there. Third Master. The sentry at the Bounty Hunters Union covered his chest. and was almost scared to death when he saw Yang Bo suddenly appearing dozens of meters behind him. Yeah, Yang Bo hummed. And this time Yang Bo used anti-gravity, and then sent out interference himself. So he came here much faster. It looks like there's no problem. Yang Bo knew that the Bounty Hunters Union had a detection and early warning system. And as long as the planetary warning system scanned this area, the base would find it. After arriving at the base, Yang Bo used the sound of footsteps to detect ground vibrations. There were not many people in the base. But it was also true that the Bounty Hunters Union was maintaining public order recently. Third Master. You are here. The woman who was in charge of the reception was the same woman from last time. She was like a ripe peach, exuding a kind of charm. It seems that this woman is not simple. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This woman must have some ability to not be eaten by others. Yeah. Yang Bo hummed. I don't know what Third Master is here for. The president is not here. The other party sat opposite Yang Bo and looked at Yang Bo with a smile. Yang Bo did not drink water and was still in armor. Then he said, give me a new identity and give me an internet device with the highest confidentiality level. Third Master. Please wait. The other party did not dare to neglect it. After all, Third Master's strength was unfathomable. Master Saiyan. This is the internet access device developed by our Bounty Hunter Union. It also uses our own network communication channel, which is very safe. After a while, the other party took out a pair of glasses. This is the most used by the Union. This wireless device brand is owned by our Bounty Hunter Union. There are two types. One for normal civilian use, and one for internal use in our Union. We have our own encrypted communication relay channel, and quantum transmission technology on March Star. The other party said. When Yang Bo heard this, he muttered in his heart, do people in the Union know everyone's login address or location? But there is no way. This thing is at least better than the public one. Yang Bo put on the glasses, which is like a frog mirror. Yang Bo also knows that there is a device similar to contact lenses. This one is charged and used. It can be used continuously for 50 hours on a single charge. If there is sunshine, when not surfing the internet, it can be charged in the sun. Two lenses, one for charging and one for use, can be used throughout March Star, the entire planet. You go and do your work. Yang Bo waved his hand and let the woman leave. Who knows if this woman is disguised? Some men pretending to be women are more like women than women. Yes, Third Master. The other party nodded and left. Yang Bo's glasses are translucent, which can be adjusted, so that the outside cannot be seen when surfing the internet. Log into the mailbox first. Yang Bo chose an online mailbox, the most widely used one in StarCraft, and did not log into the Bounty Hunter Guild account. After turning on iris verification, Yang Bo found that there was a mailbox account with 2 unread letters in it. One was sent 3 months ago, asking if my husband was there. If he was, he should reply in the mecha game. It seems that there is an account in the mecha game. Yang Bo grasped this point sharply. And then he realized that this was the wife of the pirate leader. Then the other one was a tax deduction certificate, which was from the official of the Blue Water Empire. After a careful look, Yang Bo found that the pirate leader actually had a noble title and a territory in the Blue Water Empire. This was the tax deduction certificate for last year. I wonder if it is a hereditary noble or a purchased noble. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. There are 2 types of nobles in the Blue Water Empire. One is that foreign citizens can invest in the empire to obtain a noble title, which is actually people who can't stay in the other 2 countries to live there. The title cannot be inherited, and the inheritance tax is as high as 70%. The hereditary noble title can be inherited from generation to generation, as long as you pay enough taxes in each generation. Each territory has a tax bottom line. That is, the lord must pay so much tax every year. As for how much you collect from others, the country doesn't care. This led to the nobles in resource-rich territories becoming extremely wealthy, while the nobles without resources had to work and pay taxes, because if they did not pay taxes, their titles would be revoked. The sickle in the hands of the imperial family was wielded too well. 90 million credit points of tax? Yang Bo muttered to himself when he saw the number on the voucher. It is impossible to judge the size of the territory based on this alone, because if it is some barren territory, the empire may even have to pay back. However, it can be checked. Yang Bo directly found a territory on the official website of the Blue Water Empire based on a string of codes on the voucher. Island? What surprised Yongbo was that this was actually an island on the capital star of the Blue Water Empire. The island covers an area of 4,000 square kilometers, and there is a sea area of 200 kilometers nearby. There is a town on it with more than 1,000 residents. Hereditary noble? Yongbo discovered that the pirate leader was actually a hereditary noble, a viscount of the Blue Water Empire, and had a distinguished family background. Damn. Could it be that the Blue Water Empire sent him to the Alliance to cause trouble? I heard that every pirate has a country behind him. Yongbo pondered in his heart. I wonder if the brothers of this pirate leader know the identity of the pirate leader. And does the pirate leader's woman know? Yongbo was thinking about something else. The pirate leader's island was surrounded by a large reef, which was rich in a very delicious marine life. Other specific information was kept confidential. Then Yongbo checked other banks and found that the pirate leader had an account, but it was empty and had no money. It seems that the pirate leader has transferred the money away. Yongbo didn't know what was going on, whether he didn't have it or something else. Could it be that they are laundering money in the mecha game? Yongbo soon thought of another possibility. Then he found a draft email in the mailbox, which contained a lot of account information. Yongbo tried to take out one to log in to the mecha game. He actually logged in, and there were 200 million game coins on it. And Yongbo also found that the pirate leader was actually a member of the Zhanyao gang. TSK. Yongbo looked at the dozen or so account password information in the draft box, and he roughly knew what was going on. The mecha game is anonymous, which is very suitable for doing some bad things. But Yongbo did not check them one by one, because he was not sure whether those shameless people in the military would monitor suspicious accounts. Yongbo has not yet figured out how to deal with the game coins in this game account. As the saying goes, everything has traces. Yongbo does not believe that the game coins can be transferred out, and the Alliance military can definitely check it. So how to transfer it out? To what account? This still needs to be considered in the long run. As for how many game coins are in these accounts, Yongbo will not check them one by one for the time being. It is useless to check them anyway, and it is hard to say whether anyone can check the background of the internet device used. After thinking carefully, Yongbo does not know much about this aspect. If he understands the world according to the ideas of his previous life, many things are not scientific. Yongbo logged in with other social networks and found that there were no other accounts. Of course, there are many social networks on the internet, and whether there are any needs to be further tested later. If the pirate's identity is really an intelligence officer of the Empire, then I am lucky. Yongbo thought very simply. That is, intelligence officers must be elite and have many incredible superpowers. Although not everyone's superpowers will be randomly revealed, but these elites have the highest probability of rare abilities. Are there any drug manufacturers or dealers on March Star? Yongbo called the peach-shaped woman over with a gesture and asked directly. The woman's fair face was a little confused. What do you mean? Master San? I don't like this kind of people. I want to kill people. Yongbo replied indifferently. This answer shocked the peach-shaped woman. There are not many such people on March Star. The development of this planet is not very high. There are many tourists, but not many regular customers. Then do you know where there are the most people like this? Yongbo also understood after hearing this. Too many floating populations are not conducive to trafficking, because if they are not acquaintances, they dare not sell or buy at all. There are a few planets in the Crimson Federation that do this legally. They sell it openly in the stores there. The peach woman took out her watch and explained while operating it. Are there any criminals on March Star? Yongbo saw that it was still abroad. So forget it. Since there was time to go abroad, it would be faster and safer to be in the game. The peach woman shook her head after hearing what Yongbo said. We don't know the information of the Ash Organization and the Red Earl. Other illegal organizations run faster than anyone else. This time the incident is too big, and I am afraid of being implicated. By the way, these two police numbers are Red Earl's people. I almost forgot. Yongbo remembered the last time he was invisible and saw two Red Earl's people among the police. The peach woman took a deep breath. The intelligence network of this third master is too domineering. Do you have any safe money laundering channels? Yongbo asked again. Of course there are. But the specific business is handled by the president. The alliance has stricter management among the three countries, and we also cooperate with other companies. The peach woman explained. Then forget it. This is your new identity. The other party took out a watch and some identity information. Well, I'll go first. Yang Bo felt that it was almost done. He could find the original identity of the pirate leader and plan slowly later. Take care. Third Master. The Peach Woman said respectfully. Don't use your superpowers in front of me in the future, or I will really do something to you, and you will regret it. Yang Bo left a sentence before leaving. This sentence was ambiguous. As for how to explain it, it depends on what the listener thinks. I know. Thank you for your advice, Master San. The Peach Woman heard this, and was sweating all over, and replied respectfully. Yang Bo did not leave, but found a place in the mountains, and then opened the high confidential equipment of the Bounty Hunter Guild again. He carefully browsed the things that can be exchanged for points within the Bounty Hunter Guild. Then he returned to his home at dawn, and looked at the new identity prepared for him by the Bounty Hunter Guild. This time it was a young man who won a large sum of money by participating in a company's event, and then immigrated to March Star. He was also a resident, but lived in a small villa. He didn't like to deal with others and was alone. This Yang Bo understood that such an identity was easy to impersonate. People with too complicated social relationships could not easily impersonate their identities. At the Bounty Hunter Guild base, Zhou Rui returned to the base and heard the Peach Woman finish reporting the matter. Third Master is a veteran. You should be careful in the future. Your superpower of charm is not suitable for reception work. Zhou Rui looked at the woman in front of her and shook her head. President, I don't do reception work, let alone go out on missions. The Peach Woman sat on the sofa, exposing the beautiful curves behind her, and answered with a wry smile. Zhou Rui also frowned when she heard this, because the woman in front of her was just stronger. With the superpower of charm, it is very easy to be bullied by others when going out on missions. As for finding other serious jobs, it is also difficult. This superpower is suitable for being a canary, and it is not suitable for intelligence work. After all, it is too attractive. Explain it clearly to Third Master later. Zhou Rui nodded. Chapter 323 Acquaintances. Some people's superpowers will not only not help them, but will bring them some troubles. The woman in front of Zhou Rui is an example of this. This kind of woman may encounter some strange things when she goes out to do tasks. The key is that this woman's charm is passive, unless she restrains it all the time. But restraining the charm will consume her own energy, and her own energy can't withstand long-term consumption. Of course, there are more strange things. Once someone is charmed and makes some extraordinary or even criminal actions, once the judicial department verifies it, the other party will be acquitted. So this woman can only do reception work here. Compared with other jobs, there are very few people she contacts, and safety here can be guaranteed. This woman is not without disguising herself as a man to do tasks. But the superpower of charm is radiated from the inside out, and it is also dangerous to disguise herself as a man to go out. Third Master is the person with the strongest ability to resist charm among so many people I have seen. Since he came in, he has only looked at me twice, and without any other strange eyes. The Peach Woman spoke again. Zhou Rui nodded. The Third Master is a man of great depth. We can only cooperate well and issue tasks within the Union to find drug dealers. Since the Third Master is itching to do it, we will follow his wishes. Anyway, drug production and drug trafficking are not good things. I understand. The Peach Woman nodded. Besides, Yang Bo did not sleep when he returned home, but stayed in the underground bunker, looking at the dead gerbils. It seems that the visual sharing ability has requirements for the host. Yang Bo was testing the visual sharing ability down here, and the invisible mouse was completely able to bear it. But 2 gerbils in a row could not bear it. This requires soul strength. After dealing with the gerbil corpse, Yang Bo went back upstairs to cook, and prepared to enter the game after eating. Just as he was about to eat, Zhou Rui sent a message, just to ask about Yang Bo's well-being, asking if he needed anything, and she would deliver it herself. Of course Yang Bo refused. He was about to enter the game to do something. How could he waste time on a woman? With his superpower level, it would be no problem to live another 100 years. The stronger the strength, the longer he can live, as long as the strength is strong enough. Are you afraid of not having a woman? Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Captain. Yang Bo heard the greetings of his teammates as soon as he came online. Good morning, Captain. But why did this voice sound familiar? Yang Bo took a closer look and found that he had added a teammate, and it was an acquaintance, Annie, who he met a while ago. The nickname is Foodie and I. It's really fate. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo wanted to remind her not to use her original voice, but the voice module built into the game. But he didn't know how to do it. If he did, people would doubt him, and wonder how he knew that others were not using the voice module. Xiao and I. Don't use your original voice. Use the voice module built into the game. Many people with superpowers are sensitive to voices, and will remember them forever after hearing them once. The eldest lady in the team heard that Annie's tone was wrong. So she reminded her. Thank you, Mississippi. I just played this game. Please give me some advice. Annie changed the voice module in the game and spoke. On the other side, Xiao Hong chatted with Yang Bo privately. This is the person I dug from the disbanded team yesterday. I'll take all the credits. 1,200 credits per day. The other party is an ordinary person. When the four of us share more, just give her a little tip. Yang Bo nodded, and then distributed game coins to everyone to buy bullets and equipment. Annie now thinks this game is so simple. Just buy bullets at the resurrection point every day and follow the team. At most, run 2 or 3 times a day, which doesn't take much time at all. And the income is stable. It's all because the game officials don't open more test accounts. Otherwise the labor price wouldn't be so outrageous. Xiao Hong said to Yang Bo privately. Yang Bo didn't say anything. Today, he chose a farm far away. It was a pig farm, 6.5 kilometers away from the resurrection point. After buying the bullets, the group started to set off. Everyone was silent on the road. Yang Bo estimated that Xiao Hong and a few others were chatting privately. But he didn't care, and felt that this team was strange. In the last game team she joined, everyone was talking loudly, shouting, and discussing news and alliance policies. This team's silence made Anne feel a little scary. But she felt relieved when she thought it was just a game. Now Anne's house doesn't need rent, which saves a lot of money. Now it's 1,200 credit points a day, 36,000 credit points a month, and hundreds of thousands of credit points a year, and is very satisfied with this job. At the same time, she missed John a little. If John hadn't suggested playing games, she wouldn't know how easy it is to make money. Unfortunately, John hasn't replied for 2 days. I don't know if he has changed his number. There are many teams in the game now. Yang Bo and others only took 20 minutes to reach a place less than 1 kilometer away from the farm. Ordinary teams will not provoke such farms. The larger the farm, the greater the danger. If it is not good, it will be like yesterday's team, losing several teammates and millions of game coins. Otherwise, it will take a year to rebuild the character. Who knows what the game will develop like in this year? So although everyone comes out to do tasks, they are safe and usually go to the surrounding villages, which are still relatively scattered. They dare not do too dense ones. Xiao and I. Let's wait here. The eldest lady asked Annie, and a few others to wait on the side. Annie felt a little strange. Why are the team members at the back? But the captain ran to the front? Shouldn't the captain be in command at the back? However, Annie did not ask too much, but observed quietly. It was found that the captain was clearing the weeds and vines with a cold weapon in one hand, and clearing the way with a gun in the other hand, with a dull silencer sound. When the captain threw a still-moving chicken head over, Annie realized that the captain had just shot and broken the neck of a zombie chicken that suddenly appeared. The young lady collected the mission items, and the captain continued to open the way as if nothing had happened. Then the captain was more than 10 meters ahead, and the teammates behind him cleared the weeds and shrubs, or collected mission items, and everyone was busy with their own things. Xiao and I. Go back and bring bullets. The eldest lady traded the bullets on Annie's body, and gave Annie enough game coins to repair equipment and buy bullets. Got it. Mississippi. Annie had worked in logistics, so she knew what to do. So she controlled the character to automatically rush back to the resurrection point. Annie let the character rush automatically, and she got up and moved around, then drank some milk, and came to the room again. Seeing Xia still sleeping, she shook her head. You're in the game again so early? Xia looked up at Annie and asked. I found a new job. All-inclusive 1,200 credit points a day. Annie nodded while drinking milk. What kind of crappy game is this? It doesn't even allow people to register. Xia sat up and complained. They said it will be open again in a while. Don't worry. Anyway, we don't pay rent now, so the expenses are much less. After Annie finished speaking, she was ready to continue squatting in the game. That's true. But it's a pity that John is such a good person. I should have taken action earlier. Maybe I could have immigrated with him. Shia is more realistic. Annie shook her head, always feeling that John liked her more, and was perfunctory to Shia. How is your new team? Shia followed out in pajamas and asked. There are 6 of us including me. That doesn't seem to work. Only they offer high rewards. And they don't mind me being an ordinary person or a novice. And they don't need me to participate in the battle. Annie shook her head. It's not bad. When I can enter the game. Your team is still there. And I will join it too. Shia felt that this team was not bad after hearing this. Annie just ran back to the resurrection point to buy bullets. And found that her character experience was increasing rapidly. And she was a little puzzled. Then Annie found that the experience value increased rapidly for 1 or 2 minutes. And it would take more than 10 or 20 minutes to increase again. Annie wondered in her heart, how many bullets do I have to shoot? These bullets are not cheap. Carrying 400 bullets a time. The unit price is 50. And carrying bullets for a trip is 20,000 game coins. But Annie knows that 400 bullets really take less than 2 minutes to finish. On the way, Annie met the young lady who was going back to hand in the task and buy bullets. And greeted her. When Annie came to the place where they separated last time, she found piles of zombie corpses. There was a pile every other distance. When she arrived at the team location, Annie was surprised to find that the captain was still fighting alone. And the other 3 were busy collecting task items. Annie didn't have time to ask anything. And was controlled by the eldest lady to go back and buy bullets quickly. When Annie arrived for the 3rd time, she found that the farm had almost been cleaned up. And countless zombie corpses were piled around. Annie was stunned. She had dozens of people in the previous team. And she didn't clean up the monsters so quickly. Yang Bo was very satisfied today. He got 2 small bosses. One was a small boss of chickens. And the other was a small boss of pigs. Both gave mind control +4. He killed more than 30 zombie chickens. And each chicken gave stamp +2. He also killed more than 2,200 zombie pigs. Each one gave charge +2. Of course, the cost was not low. Annie only brought bullets. 400 at a time. 20,000 credit points at a time. A total of 1,200 bullets. Worth 60,000 credit points. Yang Bo and his 5 people carried a total of 1,000 bullets in the first wave. Because each of the 5 people brought a gun. And the maximum number of bullets per person was 200. The gun would be scrapped after a certain number of bullets. A total of more than 80,000 game coins. Then the young lady brought 2 more trips, with a total of 800 bullets. And another 40,000 game coins. A total of more than 180,000 game coins were consumed. Yang Bo killed 2 small bosses, and harvested 460,000 game coins from the mission items. Unexpectedly, the zombie pig boss had more pig hair. As for the mission items collected by the young lady, and the other 4 people, the value was close to more than 300,000. Mainly because there were a lot of pig brains. Annie was completely stunned. This team harvested nearly 800,000 game coins. Excluding the cost of 180,000. This team's daily income can buy a small apartment like the one they live in now. Xiao and I. We all made money today. This is 1,200 game coins. In addition, I will give you a tip of 10,000. Don't tell anyone about what happened in our team. The young lady and the others were originally rich second generations. And they didn't care about 10,000 or 20,000. Besides, today, each of the 4 people earned about 100,000 game coins. Which was just the way it seemed to the 4 people. Annie was shocked. Just give 10,000 game coins? I'll log off first. The first to log off was the captain. Annie found that the captain didn't communicate much with the team members. Our captain is like this. Follow us and enjoy the good life with us. Xiaohong was also very satisfied with Annie's silence. She thought Annie would chatter about this, and that like other game players. But she didn't expect that she would do things quietly. I understand. Annie's heart was burning now. If she was given 10,000 a day, as long as she worked hard, she could buy gene medicine in no time. Other teammates also said hello and logged off. Annie finally reacted and opened the team details. Carefully looked at the number of monsters killed. And then quickly opened the leaderboard. Finally, he took a breath. I didn't expect that the first team in the game actually had only 5 people. When Annie was in other teams, others speculated that the first place in the ranking should be a large team. As for where this team is, it is definitely not on her side. There is not a big team on her side. Annie also downloaded the game. And her mood was very complicated. Because the team ranked first in the monster killing ranking. And there was a bonus of 10 million. After the captain took a 10% commission, the 9 million bonus was divided equally among all members of the team. 1.8 million. Annie easily calculated that the minimum share of the team members could get was 1.8 million based on this item. Annie was a little dazed. She didn't expect others to make money so easily. When she was looking for a job before, she didn't think it would be so easy to make money. Today, she earned 11,200 credit points. And it would take more than 10 days to go out to work. Thank you, John. Annie looked at John's number that didn't reply to the message. And her mood was very complicated. After Yongbo downloaded the game, he went directly to the underground fortress. He turned into a giant. His skin was metallized. He had anti-gravity. And he had triple superpowers. The 8-meter-tall giant was rampaging in the narrow underground fortress space. Yongbo imagined himself as a mecha. At the beginning, he didn't dare to go too fast. After all, if a mecha hits, it will also be the mecha that is damaged. Now when it comes to real people hitting, Yongbo finds that it's just like that. After becoming a giant, his skin defense has increased many times. And the metal defense of his skin has also increased. It's just like that if he accidentally scrapes against the wall of the fortress. The diameter of the underground fortress space is only 800 meters. The entire giant makes a regular reciprocating linear motion in this small space, which tests his ability to respond. Today, I trained at Mach 1.5 for 4 minutes. 1 minute more than yesterday. Yongbo recovered and was very satisfied with his training progress. Although he scraped against the wall several times. According to today's progress, if I continue to brush for 3.5 months, I can upgrade the collision to a Grandmaster. Come on! Yongbo looked at the panel and cheered himself up secretly. The collision skill is still more than 500,000 points away from the Grandmaster. Chapter 324 Bug. Then Yongbo set his sights on the small animals he raised. Gerbils, invisible mice, and mutant leeches. To be precise, they are not leeches, but they suck blood. There were not many of these things, but I didn't expect that they have multiplied a lot now. Should I make a genetic medicine? Yongbo looked at the multiplied blood-sucking leeches and muttered to himself. Forget it. Let's learn more pharmaceutical technology first. Then Yongbo shook his head. Now he was just a craftsman who copied others. A true pharmaceutical master needs to come up with a formula based on the mutant materials. This is a master. As for how to make the formula, I don't know for the time being. Yongbo will discuss this matter after the fat boss comes back. In fact, the superposition of 3 superpowers for 4 minutes can solve many problems. If this still can't solve the problem, then run away. Yongbo is self-aware. In fact, mecha battles are often quick and decisive. The maximum time for a mecha to burst out at full power is 30 minutes. When the time is up, it must stop and cool down the energy system. There should be more secrets about superpowers, but they are covered up by those in power. But it is understandable. If those in power do not castrate superpowers, this social system will not be what it is now. The fat boss seems to have said that the planetary warning system is usually on guard against superpowers. In name, it is to protect more low-level citizens from being harmed by high-level superpowers. In fact, it is to protect those in power themselves. Limiting the application and spread of mecha technology is also to protect those in power themselves. Although there are various reasons, such a society does protect low-level citizens. If people with superpowers are allowed to play, then the world will become a different system. Of course, some low-level citizens, such as me, were used as test subjects by the powerful and the black-hearted gene pharmaceutical company. This is inevitable in any human society. Any society has a dark side. Yongbo was thinking about things while taking a bath. However, due to the limited amount and scope of information received, Yongbo didn't know more. The embarrassing thing is that he couldn't find out these things after becoming the 3rd master. After all, he has become such a strong man. How could he not know these basic things? Joe Rui's side is a good breakthrough point. In the future, we can verify what we know with the fat boss to prevent people from lying. Yongbo's idea is somewhat dark. But after experiencing the things in his previous life, Yongbo first makes the worst plan for everything, and then half believes and half doubts. This way of preparation will not cause you to suffer losses. Even if you suffer losses, you will not be depressed because you can't accept failure in your heart. After taking a bath, Yongbo looked at the storm outside, and his mood was very calm. Now he just wanted to use the game to improve his strength. In any world, any civilization, strength is the foundation. He was bullied too badly in his previous life. Yang Bo has a bit of persecution paranoia in this life. There was a storm outside the window, and it was warm and quiet inside the window. Yang Bo even had the urge to turn on the music to listen to it, because the quality of the window was very good, so he couldn't hear the outside sound at all. Watching unknown animals or garbage hit the glass, and then washed away by the violent rain. Yang Bo's heart was extremely peaceful. If he had changed, he might have drawn the curtains in his previous life, because sometimes a mass of things suddenly hit the glass, and then the whole thing exploded. Green and black colors exploded, and then the next second the violent rain would wash away all traces of existence. Maybe after the rainstorm, there will only be some garbage left on the grass, and it will never be recognized as what it was. Now that he has the strength, he is not afraid of any unknown creatures appearing in the dark and violent rain. He even hopes that some strange creatures will appear. Whether they can bring him some new abilities? Is this the mentality of a strong man? Yang Bo feels a little strange about his current mentality, and he is not afraid at all. After watching for a while, he felt bored, so Yang Bo decided to rest early and continue playing games tomorrow. There is no internet in the bedroom where Yang Bo sleeps, only in the room with internet access, so he sleeps very peacefully, and the room is simply decorated. Yang Bo feels that too many things for one person are a burden, especially when cleaning. Although he has a strong physique, he has to clean every place. The next day, I woke up full of energy and looked at the watch after finishing the old routine. There was no information on the watch. Yang Bo was used to it. In his previous life, apart from the bank's collection information, there were few other friends or relatives who sent him messages. When people are unlucky, they should be self-aware and not get close to others. Otherwise they will be bored. When I got on the game, my teammates were already online, and then I followed the previous process. There were 6 people in the team, and there was no interaction between the game characters. However, outside the game, Annie was operating the character while chatting with Xia. Annie was still very kind and told Xia about the 10,000 yuan tip given by her teammates yesterday. Xia was happy for Annie after hearing this, and she regretted even more why she didn't listen to Annie and enter the game. The other 4 rich second generations were gossiping and chatting with each other. Only Yang Bo walked in front seriously. Fortunately, with the stimulation of the official rankings of the game, all the players came out to kill monsters. Many main roads were cleared, but when a few people came to the fork in the road where the first target was located, they found that the road leading to the farm had been opened. So the group turned to the second target, which was still a pig farm. Annie found that it was still the same battle rhythm as yesterday. The captain was alone in the front to open up the wasteland, and the teammates behind were responsible for throwing the dead trees, rotten leaves and weeds that the captain had cut down aside. Everyone also cleared the shooting range together, and then it was the captain's performance alone. Then everyone found something wrong, because when they approached the farm, they found a lot of small zombie pigs. These small zombie pigs ran very fast, and basically ran close to the ground, feeling like a group of big rats. Fuck. But when everyone could see the farm with a telescope, Xiao Huang couldn't help but swear. Yang Bo was so happy when he saw this that he almost jumped up, because no matter how big or small these zombie pigs are, each one will have a collision +2. It turned out that this was a breeding farm for pigs. Through the telescope, you can see a lot of small zombie pigs in the weeds. Captain, how about we forget about it? There are probably thousands of them? Xiao Huang saw this and suggested in the team channel. Get started. There must be boars in the breeding farm. Don't be afraid of losing money. It's normal to make money and lose money when doing things. Yang Bo certainly likes this kind of piglet breeding farm. And we can also brush the monster kill list. Yang Bo was very clear-headed. Miss, Xiao and I, you go back and bring bullets. And bring me 2 cold weapons. Yang Bo gave orders and traded game coins for the 2 at the same time. Okay. The 2 put the bullets and guns they carried aside and hung them on a tree. There was no problem putting these bullet supplies aside. And then Yang Bo started to clean up. After clearing the shooting range, Yang Bo squatted on the ground and threw a stone far away. In an instant, the uncultivated wild grass and bushes in the distance shook. And then zombie pigs of different sizes rushed out from the wild grass and vines. Xiao Huang's scalp was numb when he saw it from behind. The little zombie pigs ran very fast, and a large group came at once. Captain, this little zombie pig has no value. Just shoot it in the head. Xiao Huang shouted in the team channel. This is simple. Yang Bo heard this, and shot it in the head directly. Yang Bo's shooting speed is very fast. And this kind of gun can reach a firing rate of several hundred rounds per minute. Of course, the magazine needs to be changed. Yang Bo shot while retreating. And soon, this wave of small zombie pigs was cleared. There were 5 big pigs. A total of more than 110. Captain, this big pig gives more brain marrow. The eldest lady said excitedly after collecting the brain marrow of a big pig head. This sow is as big as 2 fat pigs. Yang Bo said. And then took the cold weapon to cut off all the pig heads. These pigs had their front legs broken, struggling wildly on the ground, with a shriveled mouth biting everywhere, and even biting their own kind. This pig's teeth are also a quest item. The eldest lady found another quest item. Generally, only zombie wild boars have quest teeth. Xiao Huang, go back and get some bullets. Yang Bo estimated the size of the farm, and felt that there should be a lot of small zombie pigs. Okay. Xiao Huang immediately put aside the bullets on his body. 3 people ran logistics. 1 collected quest items, and 1 assisted Yang Bo in clearing monsters. It took 7 hours to clear the farm. There were more than 2,000 big zombie pigs, and the total number of small pigs was nearly 10,000. Yang Bo directly used cold weapons to chop many small zombie pigs in the back, and 7 of the cold weapons were scrapped. This farm also has a group of chickens. It seems that they are free-range chickens. The leading chicken gave mind control +4. 3 more small bosses gave 3 mind control +4. Someone on the forum pointed out that we have a bug. Who would have thought that we could kill more than 13,000 monsters in one day? The captain has good skills. The captain just used 2 knives, like 2 balls of light, to blow up the heads of those pig zombies. We have a lot of harvest today. The task items of more than 2,000 big pigs are equivalent to the task amount of nearly 4,000 pigs in the past. Captain, how about we come to the breeding farm again tomorrow? Xiao Huang and others thought that there was no harvest today, but they didn't expect that the total task amount today was nearly 500,000. Of course. But what is the player character level used for? My character is already level 10. Yang Bo asked after looking at the character information. I don't know. Generally, in this kind of shooting game, the difference between high and low character levels is not big. It mainly depends on the equipment. Xiao Hong said with great experience. Yang Bo understood this. In his previous life, he played some shooting games, and was abused by the trumpet because the trumpet was cheating. Some big guys also used trumpets to show off, and then were voted out of the room. Annie felt that she was in a different world from several teammates. The captain spent hundreds of thousands of game coins today just to buy bullets, guns, and cold weapons. Captain, your non-standard movements are so familiar. How about we get a cart tomorrow? Today we can't run anymore, the little lady said in the team channel. Yang Bo felt that this was a good idea, so he nodded. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Captain, how about not giving us money today? The amount of your small boss task this time is not high. Xiao Huang said again. Rules are rules. Yang Bo did lose money today. The small bosses only gave him 300,000 game coins. But Yang Bo now feels full of strength. Today, more than 13,000 monsters have been given collision skills. That is to say, more than 20,000 collision skill points were earned today. Yang Bo feels as if his blood is boiling. If we take the ranking again this month, we can share millions. No one can compare to the number of monsters we kill. Captain, you seem to be poisoned. Right? The eldest lady asked again with concern. About the same time, Yang Bo and his group hurried to the resurrection point. The game forum went wild. The team ranked first in the monster killing ranking increased the number of monsters killed by more than 13,000 today. Countless players are saying that someone has a bug and want the game official to explain. But the official of this broken game doesn't even bother to answer questions. Xiao and I'll give you a tip of 10,000 today. Remember not to tell anyone about it. When paying for Annie, Xiao Hong gave her another 10,000 tip. Thank you. I won't tell anyone. Annie was in a complicated mood. When Xiao Hong and Xiao Huang asked her to run errands, they said that they would give her 1,200 game coins a day for the whole package. Annie still felt a little incredible. After all, this price had never been offered before. When she ran errands for other teams before, she was given a maximum of 800 a day, not including food and water. But after joining the team, she knew what it meant to be arrogant in just 2 days. And he also saw that although there were only a few people in this team, they were not ordinary people. If ordinary people were to share more than 100,000 a day, what would it be like? Although these people in the team were also very happy, they were not happy because of the high income, but because today's harvest was unexpected. Let's play the game, Xiaohong said after hearing Annie's answer. Yang Bo had already downloaded the game and had come to the underground fortress. Looking at his 8-meter-tall self in the mirror, he felt strange. Fortunately, this time, the armor was wrapped directly around his waist, forming a pair of boxer shorts, making him look like an 8-meter-tall bodybuilder. When he was 5 meters tall, the armor could be transformed into boxer shorts. But now it is boxer shorts when he is 8 meters tall. If I grow up, won't I just have a loincloth? Yang Bo thought that if he became 10 meters tall, wouldn't the armor only have a narrow piece of cloth? It feels easy to become a giant today, but adding more than 20,000 skill points a day is already awesome. Yang Bo also knew that he had added a little too much physical strength today, so he ordered a few hundred kilograms of milk and charged the antimatter battery at any time. Chapter 325 Elite Plan. However, Yang Bo did not use other superpowers today, mainly to familiarize himself with the current state. He randomly punched a few times in the boxing to train his muscles and overall reaction. There are many virtual trainings in this world, but virtuality is not equal to reality. It's like playing a shooting game proficiently. If it is put into an actual war, it may be a rookie. The muscle reaction of the human body also needs training. On the other hand, the military department responsible for the game saw the post about the bug on the game forum. But because there was no abnormality in the background data, no one would check it. Boss, someone was the first to reach level 10 today. Should we start the elite plan next? Among a series of data, one set of data stood out. Report the data comparison. The person in charge immediately gave an order. The data comparison is excellent. Whether it is the hit rate of firearms or the use of cold weapons, the remote-controlled bionic man has the least damage. And this player's rating can reach 4 stars. The tactical command is also excellent. The entire team has a small number of people and has 1 mini ranking honors. Start the elite plan. It depends on the player's own choice. Boss, do you want to make restrictions? I saw the game data. It's very good. No restrictions are needed. Let's see what level he can reach. Okay then. The members below do not have the authority to view these background data. But if their boss says it's okay, it will definitely work. However, I was still a little surprised. After all, in the unlimited elite plan, the highest level bionic man is worth more than 1 billion. And the annual output is very small because of some scarce materials. On the game forum, players cursed the game officials, but no one paid any attention. The official customer service also gave intelligent replies, saying that the data was normal. At this time, the game officials updated an announcement. Announcement, in view of major changes in the game. The game will be updated with new content at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please pay attention to the changes in the game. We are serious about making games and presenting a real world to everyone. Then it's over. Nothing. Many players were confused. What changes will there be tomorrow? Gamers on the forum thought that it was because someone had a bug that caused the game to be updated. On the forum, they cursed at the players who had a bug, but unfortunately they were all blocked. However, judging from the lack of language and text, the players cursed very dirty. After all, the first place got 10 million credit points. Many players thought that the first place also got 10 million credit points because of a bug. Annie looked at the game forum and found that there were people who made a lot of money in this mecha game. But more of them lost money and went bankrupt. Mecha game. A doomsday copy game. Many game players posted screenshots. And some mission items were worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Some gamers also posted screenshots showing how many days and hours were left before the next login time. And then, there was a line of text saying that 500,000 game coins could be used to revive. Annie carefully browsed the forums and did not see anyone in her team posting screenshots. She also knew that her team had won several ranking awards last time. I am an ordinary player, and there is no way I can compare with those superpowers. Although Anne was a little unwilling in her heart. After all, she saw other teammates in the team making so much money. But she still knew her own limitations. Then he looked at Xia, who was watching a movie with virtual glasses. But he didn't feel unhappy. And Xiao grew up together. They were not only close friends, but also the closest people. Anyway, that feeling was indescribable. As for what it felt like to be a real lover, neither of them knew, and felt that she had a little so-called admiration for John. But whether this admiration was because John gave the property to them, or because of other reasons, it was unknown. Because Anne herself didn't know, however, and didn't tell the real income of the team. Because Anne felt that since the team members specifically asked, it should be kept secret. On the other side, Yang Bo, after training, still soaked himself in the boiling hot bathtub. To be honest, Yang Bo's skin is thick now, and even boiling water feels hot. But the weak parts still feel inappropriate. People's weaknesses are indeed weaknesses no matter how much they grow. After the bath, he didn't eat, because he drank a lot of milk in the underground fortress. After the milk entered the body, there was not much residue discharged. And Yang Bo also charged. The reason why Yang Bo used battery charging was because the battery had a higher safety protection program. He didn't dare to charge the internal power supply system of this fortress easily. The voltage of this thing was different. Although it was possible that the high voltage would not cause much harm to him, Yang Bo didn't dare to gamble. No matter how strong the muscles, blood and skin were, the things inside the skull could never be trained. He looked at his watch and found that Zhou Rui had sent him a message, agreeing to go fishing together after the weather cleared up. Yang Bo replied to the message and agreed. It was just right to get along well with this old sister and inquire about some things he didn't know. The reason why she is called an older sister is because she is older than me. But in the world of superpowers, one cannot tell a person's age by looking at their appearance. After a good sleep, Yang Bo got up the next morning and found that he was full of strength. But he felt a little hungry. After making a hearty breakfast and looking at his watch, the fat boss sent a message in the middle of the night last night. It is said that he was unable to send messages due to the impact of the cosmic storm. While eating, Yang Bo had a video call with the fat boss. The good thing about quantum communication now is that there is basically no delay no matter how far the distance is. The fat boss was relieved to see Yang Bo alone at home, fearing that Yang Bo, who had never seen the world, would be deceived by Zhou Rui. That woman. The fat boss agreed to come back and finish the things, and then take Yang Bo back to the family to see the world. After eating and cleaning, Yang Bo went to play games. Captain, why are you here just now? Something big has happened. After reaching level 10, you can change your job. After the job change assessment, you can get various titles. These titles have various blessings for the character itself, which is equivalent to the buff in the previous game. In addition, the first person to reach level 10 can get a reward of 1 million game coins, and the second to 10th place can get a reward of 200,000 game coins. The 10th to 20th place can get a reward of 100,000 game coins. The 20th to 30th place will get 50,000 game coins. The 30th to 40th place will get 20,000 game coins. The 40th to 50th place will get 10,000 game coins. As soon as Yang Bo came up, he heard Xiao Huang talking about something in a hurry. Yang Bo looked at the NPC next to the resurrection point, with the words job change assessment on it. It looks like the military is selecting elites. Yang Bo knows the details of this game, so he naturally understands why the game officials are doing this. Will the elite players be recruited into the army in the future? Yang Bo thought more about it. There were military ranks awarded in the mecha game. However, joining the army requires implanting a chip, and Yang Bo is very resistant to this. Who knows what will be installed in his brain? Even if his alliance blows up, it is absolutely impossible to install something in his head. How long will it take for you guys to reach level 10? Yang Bo asked. I'm level 8. I'm also level 8. I'm level 6. I'm also level 6. I'm only level 3. In the game, the experience points for killing monsters are evenly distributed among the team members. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong followed Yang Bo earlier, and the eldest lady and the young lady followed later, and Annie was the lowest level. See where there are large chicken farms or large breeding farms. Yang Bo said. Captain, you don't want to do the job transfer task? Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong asked in unison. There's no rush for that. It's definitely not that simple. Yang Bo estimated that this job transfer task was difficult. After all, it was a real remote control, and it would definitely be given to more advanced bionic people later. Captain, I think there should be a lot of players in the farms outside the city today. We should either go farther away or clean up the zombies in the city. Annie whispered her thoughts. Xiao Hong and others were discussing which farm to go to. When they heard this, they suddenly realized, Captain, what do you think? Looking at these players doing logistics. The nearby farms must be very busy today. We are far away and have few people. And the logistics can't keep up. Everyone looked at the resurrection point. And many players who were doing logistics were running around. If we just want to brush experience, we can go to this place. Yang Bo took a screenshot of a point marked on the map and sent it to others. Xiao Huang and others saw that it seemed to be a fish farm. The only thing we are not sure about now is whether the fish will turn into zombies. This fish farm is our first target. If not, we will go to the other side of the river as our second target. The monsters in the city. I don't know where they come from. I personally don't care. Even if the character dies, it's only 500,000. It depends on whether you can accept it. And the reward for reaching level 10 is less than 500,000. The input-output ratio is obviously not equal. Yang Bo didn't want to brush monsters in the city either. Mainly because the reinforced concrete buildings in the city are too complicated. And maybe the number of monsters in a farm is not as many as the buildings in a community. In addition, the most important thing is that the skills given by brushing human zombies are varied. And what I want to brush now are skills such as collision, which increase physical fitness. The demand is not on point. So Yang Bo has no motivation to kill zombies in the city. That's fine. Forget about the city. If the character dies, it will be a loss of 500,000. Xiaohong and others also woke up instantly. There are many zombies in the city. But the danger is not small. The main thing is that this is not a game. It is remote control. Real virtual game zombies will be attracted and killed by players according to the established game program. But because it is real, various environments will limit the speed of zombies. Maybe they will get stuck somewhere. And when you think there is no zombie, they will suddenly appear. This is the most difficult part of this game. Some senior gamers tried to find his logical order in this virtual game. But they couldn't find it. If it was a virtual game, the game master could summarize some game logic, such as how far away to alarm the monster, the monster's fixed attack method, the monster's fixed walking route, and so on. Unfortunately, this is remote control, and there is no logic at all. It only relies on the player's skills. So Yang Bo's team started to set off towards the target area. While walking, Yang Bo read the official report and found that the official report was also vague, just saying that changing jobs can get stronger character attributes, and also get some title buffs. It's deliberately vague. Maybe everyone's job transfer assessment will be different at that time. And it's called real. And players have to explore it themselves. Yang Bo understood after reading it. This game's job transfer assessment mostly throws game players to other places. Because it is remote control. The game official cannot guarantee the assessment method and assessment results. If it is written clearly and in detail, what should we do if the assessment is different? If several familiar friends choose familiar assessment difficulties and assessment contents, but the game contents are completely different, the official only needs one sentence: we make games to be real. And we can send you away. Maybe the military doesn't know what dangers there are in the place of assessment. Yang Bo thought of this more maliciously. Yang Bo did not take the assessment first. And he also wanted to wait and see whether other game players would post on the forum after the assessment. I must get a stronger bionic man. Let other players wade into the muddy water first and see what's going on. The group came to the fish farm, which is upstream of the city. The map is the map before it was destroyed. It looks like there are 100 or 200 acres of fish ponds. But when you look at the scene, it's all weeds. The waste cement pools are full of various weeds. You guys step back. Yang Bo decided to try with a bomb. The other teammates quickly retreated. And Yang Bo saw the others retreating and picked up a bomb and threw it in, accompanied by a loud bang. And then, there was no movement. It seems there is nothing. Yang Bo threw another bomb, farther away. But there was still nothing. Then let's go to the second place. Xiao Huang was a little disappointed. Captain, what do you think is over there? Xiao Hong pointed to the distance. Yang Bo looked over and compared the map. It seems to be a turtle farm. The price of turtle shells was quite expensive last time. Should we go and have a look? Xiao Huang also looked into the distance and asked. Then let's go and have a look. Yang Bo nodded. So Yang Bo and others prepared to open up the wasteland. But before they had gone far, a dozen zombie cats appeared. Yang Bo shot and broke the cats' necks. Captain, something seems wrong. There shouldn't be a group of zombie cats coming out? Cats are usually alone. At most 2 or 3. Xiao Hong, who was collecting mission items from the corpse of the zombie cat with a broken neck, suddenly spoke up. Could it be a cat breeder or a cat dealer? Yang Bo was a little puzzled. Chapter 326 Zhou Rui's Fantasy. Yang Bo didn't think it was bad. These cats gave +2 punches. This skill also increases some physical fitness. And punches not only increase physical fitness, but also physical reaction speed. Still following the previous way. Clearing the land while cleaning up zombies. There are many zombie cats. These zombie cats are much faster than other zombies. After attracting a wave each time, continue to clear the land. When everyone came to the turtle farm, they first found a lot of concrete, as well as various woods and the like. These things formed a simple defense. It seems that the disaster has come, and there are many survivors here. Yang Bo took a look and roughly guessed that because there are puddles of fish around here, they form a natural defense for zombies. For the stupid zombies, these big pits can at least delay their actions. I just don't know why it became the territory of zombie cats later. There are many zombie cats here, and there are dozens of them in a group. The team spent an hour cleaning up and killed 700 to 800 zombie cats. They saw a pile of turtle shells in the turtle farm, which rotted when they were stepped on lightly. The turtles were eaten by people. Xiao Huang said with some disappointment. Captain, look at the forum. A team found a chicken hatchery with many zombie chicks. The young lady spoke at this time. Yang Bo opened the forum and found that a team encountered a dense crowd of zombie chicks of different sizes. It was like poking an ant nest. These zombie chicks were very fast. And the key was that there were many of them. And the biggest feature of these zombie chicks was that they exploded directly after being hit. Yang Bo was also stunned. There were hundreds or thousands of them. For ordinary players, even if they had so many bullets, they had to consider the benefits. Bullets cost 50 game coins. And these chickens were worthless. How many did it take to kill this group? 5,000? 50,000? Could it be that someone was brushing this? If there were enough bombs, there would be a lot of monsters. That's a talent. Are there many rich second generations in this game? Report the location. There were game players speaking below. And many people understood that the one who killed more than 10,000 monsters yesterday probably encountered this kind of thing. But more than 10,000 monsters require more than 500,000 bullets. And even bombs require hundreds of thousands. Although the bonus is 10 million. Who dares to invest so much before the bonus is in hand? And this kind of breeding ground is not so easy to come across. Captain, what should we do now? Xiao Hong asked. Yang Bo looked at the time and said, let's look for any farms nearby. Let's continue to search for them. Or factories. This broken map is from before the end of the world. So some things may not be marked. So everyone walked and searched. And Yang Bo thought to himself, what is the game official doing? Are they trying to find out why these creatures have become like this? Or are they doing some research? Did someone do this on purpose? Or did the world become like this accidentally? Looking at the military's level of caution, these viruses must be powerful. And this world has normal animals and mutated animals. So what is the purpose? While Yang Bo was thinking here, Zhou Rui, as the president of the March Star Bounty Hunter Union, was calculating the income during this period. This is actually similar to the franchise system. The platform mainly charges service fees, such as the confidential smart terminal you use, your membership level, items exchanged for membership points, various items sold on the platform, various levels of genetic medicines, various armors, various information, and even various fake identities. There is no commission for the money earned by members themselves. And only service fees are charged for members' transactions on the platform. The strength of this union lies in that as long as the platform sells something, as long as you pay, it can be delivered to you. Zhou Rui came here at the beginning because March Star was just developed. At that time, there were not many people on this planet. The administrative star has a high demand for population. But because of genetic medicine, it is no longer possible to find a random birth. So the population growth has been declining year by year. But the Alliance prohibits the cultivation of babies. Why is this so? It is because those big figures are afraid that after they die, a large number of heirs will suddenly appear. Because there was once a big family that was torn apart because of such a thing. The previous head of the family died, and more than 200 illegitimate children appeared. After identification, they were all relatives. Then the family was divided. Of course, this may be a conspiracy. But so what? So even if the technology of artificial babies is mature, there is no way to open up the breeding. Although there is a will. Everyone knows that in the strange free and democratic country of the Alliance, inheritance is not allowed. So you must support them. Right? How much is the living expenses of 100 illegitimate children? What if these 100 more children continue to have children? If you don't give them money at that time, these more than 100 illegitimate children will disgust you on the internet every day with their families. What will you do? Therefore, the Alliance controls from the source. Unless someone pays for the commission and signs an agreement. President, has the recent profit been good? Shuai Tao, who was in charge of the reception, smiled as she watched Zhou Rui leave her office. Well, the recent profit is very good. Everyone has taken on a lot of tasks. And the union's activity has also increased a lot. The key is that everyone has made money. Zhou Rui is under a lot of pressure. Such a huge base has invested a lot of money. And she also has to build relationships and so on. There are also various service fees, such as the most basic network service fee, the confidential communication channel rented by the headquarters, and the headquarters is responsible for maintenance. This money is paid by each branch. The third master is really amazing. Shuai Tao smiled and brought Zhou Rui a glass of water. Shuai Tao was also wondering why this president was so immune to her and basically didn't look at her much. She didn't know that this president was a woman. If you have any ideas about the third master, you must be cautious. He is a married man, and he has a group of younger brothers. In addition, his true identity is probably not ordinary. Zhou Rui naturally knew what the so-called interstellar pirates were, without support from other countries. Where do these pirate warships come from? How to supply and maintain the warships? Sometimes when Zhou Rui sees a fleet encountering a cosmic storm, and how many warships and people are missing, she wants to laugh. There are some missing, but most of them have changed their identities to cause trouble. I have no choice. If I don't find a strong man, an ordinary man can't protect me. You know. If I am in a big family, it's okay. But I am just an ordinary person. You know that the upper circle is actually quite dark. As long as the third master protects me, I don't dare to think about the status. The peach-like woman sat on the sofa, revealing her beautiful and tight curves. Zhou Rui shook her head and said, Bai Lu, you have to think clearly. You know what the third master originally did. Once his identity is exposed, it will be a disaster. And it is difficult to figure out the mind of such a person. You don't have to be so anxious. I am also a woman. And I also want to have someone to rely on. While I am still young, I don't want to think of a way. It will be difficult to deal with it when I am old. Bai Lu shook her head with a bitter smile. She wanted to follow you, the president. But you don't look at me much. Think it through yourself. Maybe you can meet someone more suitable in the future. Zhou Rui sighed in her heart when she heard Bai Lu's words. All women have this idea. It is said that this is because of genetic problems. No matter which strong woman, she hopes to be cared for by her other half. Zhou Rui could only say, then it's up to you. Before that, you should work hard here. I don't have other abilities, but it's not a big problem to protect you. Thank you, President. Bai Lu replied with a smile. Zhou Rui looked at Bai Lu, who was smiling seductively, and muttered in her heart, Fox spirit. However, Zhou Rui was a woman herself. No matter how strong a woman was, she had no attraction to her. Zhou Rui also knew that Bai Lu had some ideas about her. But, I'm leaving first. Notify me when the next batch of supplies arrives. Zhou Rui decided to leave, feeling that the atmosphere was strange. Bai Lu nodded. This time, the union had to accept a batch of supplies and send out a batch of supplies. There were a lot of spoils in recent times. Some things could not be digested on March Star, so they could only be sold on the platform. After Zhou Rui left, she returned to the small villa in Oma City, thinking of Bai Lu's words. She lifted the quilt and looked at her body that had returned to its original female form. Yang Bo, this fool, has wasted such a good body. Thinking of Yang Bo's attitude towards her, Zhou Rui angrily covered herself with the quilt. Zhou Rui has been managing the Bounty Hunter Union for many years, and she is very stressed. She is one way in front of people and another way behind people. She can only restore her female body when she returns to the farm. Sometimes Zhou Rui feels sick when she looks at her bald image. But there is no way. Although the female identity is useful at some times, It is a trouble more often. Every society is not short of some second generations with brain problems. Or some powerful people with special fetishes. In fact, most of the powerful people have very perverted fetishes. Because the beauties that ordinary people can touch are not attractive to others. So they naturally have to find some other fun. I don't know what attracted my cousin to Yongbo. A fool. Fortunately, my cousin left. How will my cousin deal with the family affairs? But in the matter of March Star, did my cousin have already calculated it? In the matter of March Star, apart from the third master, there is also a mysterious force in it. Could it be my cousin? Zhou Rui was thinking about the recent situation of March Star again. During this period of time, March Star has become the focus of the entire alliance. After all, a general was attacked. And the attacker was a direct descendant of her family. The eyeball effect is directly full. Big family, direct descendant, general, grievances between wealthy families, etc. And the recent news has even caused many industries of the Wang and Ma families to be impacted. I didn't expect that March Star hides so many forces. But in the early stage of the planet's development, chaos is also normal. Now the Union has developed. If Yongbo's talent for making medicine is better, the Union will have a master-level pharmacist. And I will be completely relaxed. Zhou Rui thought of Yongbo's talent for making medicine. And her heart was burning again. Then she got up without clothes, came to the safe, and took out a box. Inside the box were rows of gene medicine bottles. 4-star medicine. Although it is only the lowest E and D level. But there are so many. Zhou Rui picked up the energy detection light again. Under the light, the gene medicine showed a perfect energy glow. The reason why Zhou Rui valued Yongbo so much was that Yongbo's identity and resume were simple, and he had no background. The second was talent. The talent for making medicine. Zhou Rui has been running the Union for these years, and it is difficult for outsiders to know the hardships. After having Yongbo, even with Yongbo's current talent, Zhou Rui can save a lot of worries. And the Union will at least not regress. If Yongbo's ability to make medicine is stronger, then the Union will also develop rapidly. 4-star C-class potion. 4-star B-class potion. Chuckle. Zhou Rui put the box of genetic potions on the bed. And the more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Fatty Lu is coming back so soon. It seems he is afraid that Yongbo will be snatched away. Fatty. Just wait and see. Who is stronger between us? I don't believe Yongbo doesn't like women. Zhou Rui thought that with the help of Yongbo, the March Star Bounty Hunter Guild would be on the road of rapid development in the future. If the Bounty Hunter Guild wants to be strong, it must complete more tasks. If it wants to complete more tasks, it needs members to be strong. In addition to genetic evolution potions, there are many other potions. I don't know if the pet of the killer chameleon that Sandy mentioned last time is true or not. If it is true, combined with Yongbo's talent for medicine, it may be the strongest auxiliary potion. I don't know what San thinks. Zhou Rui thought of the pet that Sandy mentioned again. The little thing was secretly raised by Zhou Rui. This thing had long been whitewashed by disguised identities. No one could find any clues. So the disguised identity was directly abandoned. When Zhou Rui was thinking about Yongbo, Yongbo was struggling in the game. Yongbo and his friends finally chose a concrete building. This concrete building was 8 stories high and stood alone in the suburbs. I don't know what it was used for. The surrounding walls were also large and thick. And from the original map, the traffic here was also well built. The group came to the front of the gate after opening up the wasteland. There were no zombies along the way, which surprised Yongbo and others. Because in the process of opening up the wasteland, you will encounter a lot of zombies, mainly mammals. But this time, there were only a few zombie rats. Captain, look inside. Xiao Huang pointed in a direction. Yongbo picked up the telescope and looked through the weeds. He saw zombies in the dark building in the distance. They were motionless, just like zombies. Why are there so many people? Could it be a prison? Others in the team were talking. Chapter 327 Secret Formula. The young lady said, no matter what it is, just start. I believe in the captain's ability. Yongbo was using his photoelectric superpower to remotely obtain data. The entire planet was gray in real vision, giving people a very depressing feeling. Yongbo knocked on the wall and made a small sound. The sound waves spread and then fed back. Why are there so many zombies? After preliminary detection, Yongbo found that this concrete building which seemed to cover an area of about 3,000 square meters, was densely packed with zombies. There were at least several thousand. But this number was not very accurate, because some zombies were hidden deeper. It's better to collect animal zombies. It feels a bit strange to collect these human zombies task items, the eldest lady said in the team. Yang Bo nodded. The picture of the collection task was that the game character directly held a syringe of unknown material and directly pierced into the brain of an animal or human zombie to suck. After sucking, the head shrank. Although it was a virtual picture, it was normal for girls to feel uncomfortable after watching it. You all go back and get the bullets. I'll clean this area first and then guard the gate. If you don't want to collect the mission items, let's just headshot and upgrade. Yang Boba had to collect the mission items. If he couldn't carry more bullets, he wouldn't have formed a team. No. Don't let me collect it. I'll collect it, Xiao Huang said immediately. Okay then. The other 5 people put the bullets and guns they carried here, and Yang Bo started to clean up the surrounding weeds and the like. As for what kind of place this place used to be, Yang Bo roughly guessed through the detection just now that it should be a medical institution, because there seemed to be quite a few medicine bottles in the house. As for what kind of medical institution it is hard to say. Maybe it is for drug testing. Maybe it is for preventing and treating infectious diseases. Or maybe it is a mental hospital. Anyway, it must not be a regular medical institution that is built so alone in the suburbs. Yang Bo picked up a cold weapon to clear the weeds and shrubs, threw all these things aside, and cleared the bare ground. 5 people came in more than an hour, and the 5 people carried 2,000 bullets. And then Miss Xiao and Annie went back to get bullets. Yang Bo picked up a stone and smashed it at the building about 50 or 60 meters away from the gate, making a thumping sound. Then Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong saw a scene that shocked them. The entire 8-story building was like a hornet's nest. First, countless human zombies rushed out from the dark building on the bottom floor, making roars. And there were more zombies roaring on the windows of the 8th floor. But the windows were relatively high, and these zombies roared over there, densely packed with heads. Yang Bo did not shoot, because if he shot now, the zombies would be inside the yard. Wait until these zombies are out of the gate before shooting, so that it will be easier to deal with them later. After all, if their necks are broken now, it will be difficult for people to go inside to collect the mission items. If you don't kill the zombies, you can't get ability points. These zombies directly trampled the weeds and bushes inside the gate, and the zombies upstairs also stepped on their companions and started to jump down. When the zombies left the gate, Yang Bo opened fire, and the bullets accurately hit the necks of these zombies. The neck is also the most vulnerable part of humans, and the same is true for zombies. These zombies roared and their heads fell off. Yang Bo basically kept shooting while retreating and changing bullets. Xiao Huang was nervously responding from behind, because Yang Bo could only carry 200 bullets. Yang Bo used up all the bullets on his body, threw his gun to Xiao Huang, and then picked up the magazine and the loaded gun on the ground. Captain's action of changing guns is much faster than the standard procedure. The same is true for changing bullets. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong discussed that the so-called standard procedure is that game players only need to press the preset keys, and the game characters will make corresponding actions. But Yang Bo's is not like that. He controls the body movements of the entire character by himself, which requires super high hand speed, because the anti-biohazard robot has to do various actions. The standard procedure is that if the bionic man wants to pick up something, he must first read the radar and video data to know what the remotely controlled player wants to pick up. After all, the bionic man is real, and there are too many things around him that can be picked up, such as dead branches, leaves, stones, etc. Real virtual games are different, because the dropped items are additional data. So the standard procedure is slower in this game. Yang Bo's method is direct control. Without even looking, he can directly operate the character's hands and feet, which is called free control mode. After firing more than 2,000 bullets in the first wave, Xiao Huang looked at the thick pile of zombie corpses on the more than 1 kilometer long road, and asked in a daze, "Captain, why are these zombies chasing us?" Yang Bo looked at the zombie heads rolling on the ground, feeling happy, because there were already some zombies with skills, probably killed by their own kind. "I'll take a break and eat something. You guys collect the mission materials." Yang Bo controlled the character to sit down and eat something. The game was really too real. Pharmaceutical plus 4. Pharmaceutical plus 4. Pharmaceutical plus 4. Pharmaceutical plus 2. Yang Bo asked the character to sit down. And skill points appeared one by one. It looks like this should be some kind of pharmaceutical factory. I don't know if it's formal or informal. No wonder these zombies are still chasing for more than a kilometer. The skill points given by the rest of the zombies are all plus 2. Most of them are plus 4. Yang Bo didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous concrete building actually had good things in it. But Yang Bo was also glad that he was quick. Otherwise a general team would not be able to handle 1,700 or 800 human zombies. Xiao Huang and the others were not very surprised. But Annie, who was transporting bullets on the road, was surprised. In less than 10 minutes, the number of monsters in the team increased by more than 1,800. What a magical speed. Although the bullet speed on the gun is several hundred rounds per minute, it is necessary to change bullets. Is this the power of a superpower? The mission benefits brought by more than 1,000 human zombies are very huge. But it also consumes time. After Yang Bo rested well, he threw away the corpses of the zombies, and cleared the road again to facilitate the next wave. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hong, and Miss collected the mission items for more than an hour. When they collected enough for one person to carry, they went back to complete the mission. These skills are mixed with a few knife skills plus 2. Cooking skills plus 2. Let Yang Bo know that it might be a cook or something. And most of the rest are pharmacy plus 2. Plus 4. Pharmacy has officially entered the master level. So happy. Yang Bo looked at his pharmacy skills. There are still many zombies in the building. Yang Bo continued to attract zombies. There were fewer zombies in the second wave. Only more than 600. The third wave was even fewer, with only dozens of zombies. But there were still some in the building. Yang Bo entered the building alone, and Xiao Huang and others only heard gunshots outside. The third floor has been cleared. Xiao Huang, bring me bullets. Yang Bo shouted in the team. Then the people in the team started to go to the second floor to collect the task items. And the third floor was not going to go for the time being because sometimes when Yang Bo was clearing the fourth floor, he would be chased by zombies and retreat to the third floor. Yang Bo now felt like he had turned on perspective. There was a zombie on the fifth floor that had attracted Yang Bo's attention a long time ago. This zombie was motionless, and it should be a boss. Yang Bo was slaughtering these other zombies outside, and this guy was motionless. After clearing all other zombies, the little boss was cleared. This zombie is not evolved well, or it is stupid, but it seems that there are stronger bosses in big cities, who are said to lead zombies to chase players. Yang Bo didn't know whether this little zombie boss was not evolved enough, or what. But Yang Bo saw on the forum that there were more advanced bosses in big cities leading zombies to chase players. It should be that the degree of evolution or mutation is not enough. It is a fool. But it seems that there is a high-level boss in this city. The little boss has more skin on his body than other zombies, so he should have evolved. I wonder what the strongest zombie in this world will look like. Yang Bo directly pulled out the brain of this little boss. Mind control plus 8. On the way back to the resurrection point, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong reached level 10. They received rewards, and were not out of the top 10. Each received a reward of 200,000 game coins. Miss and Little Miss were almost level 10. As for Annie, she was still a little short. Tomorrow I will lead Miss, Little Miss, and Little Ni to gain experience and try to get everyone to level 10 as soon as possible. Yang Bo looked at the experience of several people and said, Captain, where are you going to gain experience tomorrow? Tomorrow we will go to the breeding farm on the other side of the river. There are fewer players there. Yang Bo still prioritized his own physical fitness. Back to the resurrection point. Yang Bo completed the task and logged off, while Xiao Hong and others were still calculating accounts and dividing game coins. Captain lost today. More than 3,000 bullets. Guns and other things totaled about 170,000 or 180,000. And this little boss only gave tens of thousands. It's the same for us. Animal Quest items are more valuable. Apart from brains, there are some hair and horns. Xiao Huang, you are lucky. You can get a reward of 200,000. I wonder how the three of us will do tomorrow. Don't worry. The six of us will kill 2,700 or 800 monsters. The teams behind are also chasing very hard. I guess they asked for help. Xiao Hong and others looked at the team monster killing rankings. There are also abnormal teams that kill 4,000 or 5,000 monsters a day. There must be some. There are no shortage of pretentious guys in any game. Annie got a tip of 10,000 and then got today's reward of 1,200. She was looking forward to what level of reward she would get when she reached level 10 tomorrow. It would be great if she could get 200,000. Yang Bo downloaded the game and was drinking milk while cooking. He was very happy. It seems that medicine making also has an impact on mental strength. I didn't feel it before. This time, I added thousands of points of medicine making ability at a time. I feel that my brain is a little hot. Yang Bo muttered to himself while cooking. The master level medicine making ability is probably enough. The next step is to learn how to develop formulas. Yang Bo muttered to himself. While eating, he looked at his watch and saw that Zhou Rui had sent a message. Yang Bo's heart moved. Sister Rui, have you eaten? Yang Bo was in the internet room, eating and calling Zhou Rui. What time is it? You just had dinner. What were you doing? I'm watching the medicine making video you gave me. Sister Rui, do you have anything related to the development of medicine formulas? I want to know about it. Yang Bo asked directly. That is more obscure. It needs to be based on the properties of the materials. There are mutual promotion and mutual restraint between them. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Rui asked on the phone. What does this mean? Yang Bo was stunned. The recipe was actually related to this. Anyway, it's very complicated and obscure. I'll find the information for you. What are you eating? Zhou Rui was reluctant to talk about these obscure things. The key was that Zhou Rui really didn't understand. Whatever. Yang Bo also knew that it was not appropriate to ask too deep questions during a call. He thought that if it was about mutual generation and mutual restraint, he probably knew about it. After all, there were many in the novels he read in his previous life. Whether it was fairy tales, martial arts novels, and so on. After chatting with Zhou Rui for a long time, Yang Bo felt strange. I haven't been cared about as much as girls. In my previous life, the most cared about by girls was, hurry up. Hurry up, are you ready? Actually, this woman is not bad. But I don't know if there are other people in her family. If there are any troubles. Or if she has a younger brother. Let's wait and see. At worst, I can just run away. If I want to run away, who can stop me? Yang Bo didn't care about Zhou Rui's utilitarianism. Yang Bo didn't simply think that there was love. Is there love? Yes. But it's very rare. Even if it's love, it needs a certain material foundation. If that woman said she loved him purely now, Yang Bo would slap himself twice to wake himself up. Yang Bo admitted that there was love, but he didn't believe he could meet it. As for marriage, if it's suitable, then continue to live together. If it's not suitable, then forget it. It's okay if it's suitable. Yang Bo has lived a lifetime, but he didn't think love was that important. Of course, if he met someone who really loved him in this life, Yang Bo would not let the other person down. No matter what kind of love. Family affection is mutual. Giving to each other, understanding each other, and caring for each other. This is the most important thing. Pure giving will also be tiring. And this kind of pure giving will make others feel more and more cheap. The next stage is mainly about physique, which is the foundation of all superpowers. Yang Bo now has a deeper understanding of superpowers. Physical fitness is the foundation. The stronger the physique, the more energy the body reserves. Yang Bo has a deep understanding of this. As for mental power, you can only go with the flow. The key is that it is not easy to increase. I wonder if the leaders of animals in reality will increase mental power. Ocean? There are many social animals on land. Yang Bo's eyes suddenly lit up. If the leaders of social animals increase mental power. Next time I go to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Go and see what social animals there are in the mountains, and kill 2 leaders to see. Chapter 328 Job Change. Why is there no news about job change? Yang Bo entered the game forum, and did not find any news about job change. Yang Bo expected that the official would give him a more advanced bionic man. Even if it was good to carry more bullets at a time. The current bionic man's comprehensive data is too rubbish. It should be the lowest version made by the military. Yang Bo can use the photoelectric superpower to remotely view the bionic man's data, and can also use the photoelectric superpower to receive various data that the bionic man actually receives, rather than the data presented to game players after being optimized by the military's game background. There is a big difference between the two. Of course, Yang Bo will not take the initiative to change these data, because once the data is changed, it will be discovered. Yang Bo just used the sound waves knocked by the bionic man in the game to detect the position of the zombies, and then used his passive sound wave detection ability to detect the position of the zombies. He did not actively interfere with any data. His own photoelectric superpower would automatically feed back the sound waves received by the bionic man to Yang Bo remotely. Of course, when Yang Bo did not use the photoelectric superpower remotely, he could only hear the data fed back by the game end. This is like listening to footsteps when playing a shooting game. It's just that the sound of the game terminal is optimized. Or some sounds, such as sound waves that don't reach the decibel level, will not be presented in the terminal, because even if presented, they can't be heard. The radar and other systems of this bionic man are relatively rubbish. And the same is true for the weight. Do you want me to be the first to change my job? Yang Bo pondered for a while. Wait and see. I will go online tomorrow and continue to brush my physical fitness. Then Yang Bo went to sleep. The next morning, Yang Bo entered the game, and the 6 people prepared to cross the river to a farm on the other side of the river. There were several pig farms in the gully on the other side of the river. Yang Bo and others looked through the telescope, and it seemed that no one had opened up the wasteland yet. The main reason for the inconvenience of logistics on the other side of the river was that there were 3 bridges between the entire city and the other side of the river. One was upstream. Not to mention, there was another bridge in the middle of the city, and the last bridge was slightly below. Captain, these people are crazy. The number of monsters spawned by the 3 teams reached more than 4,000 yesterday. Xiao Hong was heard speaking when he went online. Yang Bo was not surprised at all. As long as they could get money in the game. What methods could the gamers not think of? Let's go! Yang Bo said. So the group set off quickly. Yang Bo brought a cold weapon like a saber. Other cold weapons were not very suitable. This thing could chop trees, zombies, etc. Of course, the main reason was that the bionic man was too rubbish. The bionic man's own structure can exert a certain amount of power, which is limited, just like the mecha. The different mecha's own structural materials also limit the maximum threshold of the mecha. The group walked as far as possible in open areas, and then took a detour through the broken bridge downstream to reach the other side. The whole team was silent. Xiao Huang and his 4 people formed a circle. Annie was in a circle, and Yang Bo was in a circle. There was nothing on the bridge, just some scattered weeds. This one was a reinforced concrete arch bridge. The one upstream seemed to be a cable-stayed bridge with only piers. No one has come here yet. It had been an hour when they arrived at the other side of the river, and Annie had gone back to get bullets. We started to open up the wasteland, which was the slowest process. After 2 hours, we finally arrived at a pig farm 1.5 kilometers away from the river. In a valley. The concrete building was covered by weeds, vines, and bushes, but we could still see a lot of zombie pigs. These zombie pigs seemed to be afraid of light and hid under the grass, bushes, and vines. There were also a lot of vines covering the weeds, and zombies were rarely seen in those bare places. The military should be able to disperse the layer of things in the sky of this world? Does it mean that before finding a solution to the virus, the problem of sunlight exposure will not be solved? But that's right. There are not many research opportunities like this. I don't know if it was natural or someone deliberately caused such a large-scale extinction of organisms. If someone deliberately did it, it would be a big trouble. It seems that the fat boss said that there is no news about several administrative stars. Will it be? Yang Bo began to clean up the zombie pigs. Cleaning up the zombie pigs consumed more bullets, because these things basically have no necks and need to be shot in the legs. These low-level zombies are really stupid. They try to stand up with 3 legs broken. Some of them can run with 3 legs. In the end, most of them keep screaming and struggling on the ground, and then bite everything around them crazily. It should be related to energy. These zombies don't eat or drink, but they are still so fierce. These zombies absorb the energy around this world. No wonder some zombies can evolve. If superpowers can also use their bodies to absorb the surrounding energy. Is this what the military is researching? This kind of leveling doesn't require any brainpower at all. Yang Bo can just react subconsciously. There is no need for photoelectric superpowers to simulate control signals to control bionic people. They are not qualified. When they just crossed the bridge, 2 people went back to bring bullets. It was also very simple to carry bullets. Xiao Huang took 400 bullets and ran to the place where the bullets were placed in front, then put them down on the spot, and then went back to bring other bullets. As long as no one comes to pick up the bullets. It's not a big problem. Anyone can pick up this thing if it is dropped on the ground. When collecting mission items and killing zombie pigs. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hong, and Yang Bo quit the team. And the other 3 teammates got more. In less than an hour. The eldest lady and the young lady also reached level 10. Because there were too many zombie pigs. And more than 2,000 were killed in an hour. Only Annie was left. And then Annie was asked to do the task alone. Because doing the task was the final killing of the monster. Extracting the brain marrow. And gaining experience points. There are more than 10 people. The young lady reached level 10 today to receive the award. And said, "Okay. This is extra." The eldest lady didn't say anything. Annie, who was still collecting mission items, didn't hear this because she was not in the team. Annie looked at the ugly zombie pig head. After the pig head was cut off, it was still biting around. Annie could only operate the character to aim at the pig head and collect the task items. After reaching level 10, Annie couldn't wait to receive the reward. Seeing 100,000 game coins entered her account. Annie never thought that she would have 100,000 credit points. Annie was moved to tears. This is 100,000. The minimum amount of more than 800,000 can buy a second injection of genetic medicine. How much has she earned these days? Yang Bo saw that everyone had reached level 10. And his heart moved. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were both rich second generations. How about instigating them to take the job transfer assessment? But how should I ask? Yang Bo pondered. Captain, how about I go and try changing my job first? The farm was cleaned up. And a total of more than 4,000 zombie pigs of all sizes were cleaned up. Which almost used up the game time of several people. Mainly because the logistic supply could not keep up. On the way back, Xiao Huang privately chatted with Yang Bo. Actually, you can also post the process of changing your job on the forum and charge for it. And you can also make a fortune. Yang Bo was just worrying about how to ask. But he didn't expect these rich second-generation conspicuous bags to come to his door. I have the same idea. Apart from you, the captain, there are 5 of us. I will go in and see what the situation is. If there is a difficulty, I will do the medium difficulty first. Then let the other few people do several difficulties respectively. One post should be able to make a lot of money. Xiao Hong has a good brain. Well, you go. But Xiao and I is an ordinary person. Yang Bo still mentioned it. Of course it counts for us. Not for her for the time being. After all, she is just an ordinary person. If it really doesn't work, let her go in and see the situation. Xiao Hong continued. Okay. You guys go check it out first. So I can benefit from it. Yang Bo said generously. Captain, you're definitely fine. We benefit from you. If the captain becomes more powerful in the future, our team will also be prosperous. Xiao Huang spoke at this time. Yang Bo nodded. Then returned to the resurrection point and logged off. Of course, no one at the resurrection point knew that Yang Bo's team could spawn so many monsters. After all, no one was following others. And they were all busy collecting various mission items, which were not just from zombies. There are also some strange plants and the like. But these tasks are difficult to encounter. And there is no guarantee as zombies. No matter what kind of zombie. There are some things that can be recycled. Even zombie chickens. Although there is less brain marrow, there is still some. After Yang Bo finished the game, he was very hungry. For several hours, although charging was useful, his stomach felt empty. He came to the internet room with a basin, which was full of stew. He picked up his watch and found that it was a message from the city management to him, asking about garbage cleaning. Yang Bo opened the curtains. He found that the storm outside was gone, and 2 moons shone in the city, as bright as day. Yang Bo paid directly. As a resident, Yang Bo has an upper limit on the city management fee. If he asks a company to clean up, it will be at least 200,000 or 300,000. The main reason is that the area is too large. The official maximum is only 20,000. Of course, not including lawn repair. The official does not recommend repairing now, and will repair after the rainy season. Less than 10 minutes after paying, hundreds of various machines began to clean up. There are also many tourists who come out to take pictures. Yang Bo finished eating the food in the bowl. Now Yang Bo eats to satisfy his appetite. It's okay not to eat if there's nothing to eat. But he needs to replenish his energy. After washing the bowl, Yang Bo came to the rooftop that had been cleaned up. There was a cool breeze and 2 huge moons in the sky. Then Yang Bo's face fell. Damn protection order. Yang Bo could feel that there were at least 2 warning satellites staring at him. Anyway, as long as he went out, there would be satellites watching him all the time. Suddenly, Yang Bo's heart moved, and he looked at the watch on his hand, then went back to the villa, put down the watch, and waited for more than 10 minutes before going out. 1.2.3. 4. This time Yang Bo counted to 4 before he felt the energy wave of the warning satellite covering him. What is the energy detection of the satellite like? Just like a spotlight, it has an angle and direction. The reason why he was locked in instantly just now was because he was wearing a watch, which was equivalent to sending a positioning. The warning satellites in the sky are moving, and countless satellites are connected to the network. The satellite that protected Yang Bo more than 10 minutes ago had already moved away. At this time, another satellite came to protect Yang Bo. The 2 satellites were locked at the same time. No matter how the satellites in the warning network operated, they always kept 2 satellites protecting themselves. Yang Bo walked around the roof for a while, and then after entering the door, more than 10 minutes later, he came out of the gate again. 1, 2, 3. This time it was 3 seconds, and Yang Bo felt that he was locked. Is it different at the front door? Yang Bo muttered to himself as he entered the house. But suddenly he felt that the cleaning robot in the distance seemed to detect him. Damn. The authorities may use these smart devices to assist. Yang Bo felt a chill on his back. If so, then the smart system of the entire city would be monitored by these smart devices. Fortunately, there is no smart device where I changed my identity. It seems I have to be careful in the future. I also need to find a chance to test the reaction time of this planet's warning system. Then Yang Bo returned to the house and saw the message sent by the fat boss, asking if he was safe and how he was doing, and if he would go out for a walk after the hurricane was gone. Yang Bo simply video chatted with the fat boss, and Wu Bing and others were there too. The key point was that these bastards seemed to be having fun in the bar. There are also bars and the like on the spacecraft. As for whether there are any irregular services, this is unclear. Yang Bo said that he was playing standalone games, listening to music, watching videos, etc. The fat boss immediately understood that Yang Bo was studying medicine and watching videos. In fact, Yang Bo only watched them a few times. The next day, Yang Bo did not enter the game, because Xiao Huang and others changed jobs today, and Yang Bo himself had to go out to purchase supplies, not only for himself, but also for the underground fortress. Not long after Yang Bo went out, Zhou Rui asked him to have tea, saying that they wanted to talk about their future development. Yang Bo, I suggest you join the Pharmacist Union. As long as you have this membership, you can go to any of the 3 countries in StarCraft without other complicated certificates. Sitting in the tea house, Zhou Rui was wearing a 3/4 sleeve white shirt. Her hair was tied up, and her entire neck looked very long and white. I need to listen to the boss's advice on this. Yang Bo originally thought it was a good suggestion, but he didn't expect it to be this kind. He would wait until the fat boss came back. Zhou Rui squeezed the straw in her hand when she heard this, and then asked, "Do you want to go fishing?" Sister Rui, I saw on the fishing forum that it is not a good time to fish for a week after a strong wind. Yang Bo said again. Zhou Rui was speechless when she heard this, and then said, "There is a pharmacist with a good status, and the Pharmacist Association has many benefits, and pharmacists have many exemptions. Let's talk about it when the boss comes back." Sister Rui, what exactly is the matter with the medicine formula you told me last time? Yang Bo asked again hurriedly. Zhou Rui heard this and took out a notebook and said, "I bought this at a high price, but I dare not guarantee the authenticity and correctness of the content." Huh? Yang Bo was a little surprised. Because I don't have enough talent, I can't verify it. The Pharmacist Guild is said to have complete information, but the Pharmacist Guild also gives permissions based on member levels. The members of the Forger Guild and Pharmacist Guild are divided into ordinary, elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and grandmaster levels, and each level corresponds to different permissions. Zhou Rui's explanation made Yang Bo know what was going on. Chapter 329 Recipe Production Method. There are other boxing unions, ancient martial arts associations, etc., which are roughly divided according to this level. Zhou Rui continued. Yang Bo was surprised and asked, "Why didn't I see any news about these unions on the internet? These are academic. Only members have access to the internet address. It is a private network. Non-members can't understand it anyway." Zhou Rui continued. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. What the hell is academic? A certain network on the earth collects other people's money at a high price, while arbitrarily fabricating some contracts to authorize itself. And then some academic masters hammer it for not authorizing. Oh, I'm not short of money. Yang Bo shook his head, and finally said a few words that made Zhou Rui vomit blood. Join the union, and the union will support you. Zhou Rui continued. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui with some doubts. Is your family not good enough? This is not on the same level. The pharmacist union is a huge organization. Our family's strength is not comparable to these unions. In addition, these unions have many conveniences in the international community, which we cannot provide. Zhou Rui wanted to vomit blood. How could this be the same? I'm not going anywhere else. It's so good to be here in peace and stability. Yang Bo has no intention of going anywhere for the time being. He will stabilize his strength first. Even if it's on March Star. You have the identity of a pharmacist, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Zhou Rui said again. Yang Bo was even more unhappy when he heard this. Although it avoided trouble, it also attracted people's attention. Besides, if I can't stay here, I will go somewhere else. I'll listen to the boss's opinion. Yang Bo found an excuse. Sister Rui, I'll take this book back to read. I still have to buy groceries. Yang Bo knew that Zhou Rui was upset now. But so what? Then Yang Bo left with the book. Zhou Rui looked at her outfit and said, There's nothing wrong with me. Why is it not attractive to this guy? I don't know what ideas Lu Pengzi has instilled in Yang Bo that makes Yang Bo think so highly of him. Zhou Rui was speechless. She couldn't even join the pharmacist union. Although Yang Bo's talent would have problems, it was the best for her personally. Zhou Rui knew that such a large organization was already entangled. Although there were problems, technical strength was still important. Of course, there were dirty tricks. But if Yang Bo could represent March Star, once Yang Bo's talent was revealed, someone would naturally come to win him over. So as long as you pay attention, dirty tricks can be avoided. Even if pharmacists fight each other, they will not openly shout and kill each other, which is not in line with the positioning of the academic union. As long as they are not greedy, they will generally not be calculated by others. And Yang Bo, a commoner, will basically not be fooled. When Yang Bo went out, Fish had already finished shopping. He placed an order online before drinking tea, and then Fish went to the store to pick it up. After picking it up, he waited for Yang Bo nearby. When Yang Bo left the tea house, he gave Fish the order to pick him up. When they arrived at the place to get on the car, Fish opened the door by himself, and Yang Bo sat in. The temperature inside the car was also very suitable and very comfortable. If there is a robot at home, then the owner can do nothing. It's mainly because I have too many secrets. Otherwise it's too enjoyable to have money in this world. Yang Bo muttered to himself. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo took back the purchased materials, and the flying car went to the garage to charge, and then closed the garage door by himself. The properties of the raw materials of genetic drugs are broadly divided into 5 categories, ABCD, and in a narrow sense, they are divided into 5 properties, positive ABCD, negative ABCD. The 5 properties are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. When developing drug formulas, we must first determine what energy properties this material has. This energy property is not just a physical surface phenomenon such as light or electricity. Light can also exist as positive light and negative light. Yang Bo looked at the dense formulas at the back. What AB, ABC and so on. Why does it look like it's talking about yin yang and the 5 elements? And ABC? The more Yang Bo looked at this theory, the more familiar it was. He had a headache looking at ABC. But it was easier to understand when it was substituted into yin yang and the 5 elements. What positive and negative is yin yang? Is the Earth civilization also a fragment of other high-level civilizations? Is this world also influenced by high-level civilizations? Yang Bo guessed in his heart. As for where the high-level civilization is, I don't know. Anyway, the yin-yang and 5 elements on Earth are really awesome. Especially acupuncture and acupoints. If you say you believe it, it feels supernatural. Anyway, when Yang Bo traveled through time, science could not find the existence of meridians and acupoints. Of course, Yang Bo believes it more now. He is like this. So what is impossible? Even if Yang Bo declares that his soul is another person now, he will be regarded as having psychological problems and forcibly sent to see a psychologist by the police. If you insist on this, you will be sent to recuperation. To what extent will you be cured? You admit that you lied, and then you can be released. Yang Bo continued to read. After theory comes practice. So how to determine the properties of this material? It's very simple. In the experiment, you first treat this material as plus A for the experiment. If it doesn't work, treat it as A. Anyway, just keep experimenting and summarizing. Then Yang Bo saw that the whole notebook was full of plus, and the letters of ABCD. Yang Bo automatically substituted yin and yang, gold, wood, water, fire and earth. And it didn't look boring. Of course, there is one more thing to note here. That is, there may be several energies in a material. Which one is more effective or harmless to people? This requires further learning and transformation. For example, if a material contains plus A, plus C, and plus E, then only plus C is effective. So it is necessary to use multiple materials to convert plus A and plus E into plus C. Yang Bo also understood at this time that the energy of several colors seen in the medicine when he made it was not only to neutralize the harmful energy in it, but also to convert the so-called harmful plus A and plus E energy into plus C. Therefore, a material needs to undergo many tests according to the type of energy it contains, including animal tests and human tests. And it is recommended to be done in a space laboratory because accidents are prone to occur. Space laboratories are close to stars. On the one hand, stars can provide energy to the laboratory. On the other hand, if an accident occurs, the contaminated genes will be killed by the strong radiation of the star. The worst result is that the laboratory can fall into the star. The pharmaceutical space laboratory does not have an antimatter energy system, etc., and all uses photovoltaic technology. As for the reason, other nuclear quantities also have properties. Is that so? So hydropower is yin on Earth. And thermal power is yang? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then he continued to read. A mature formula requires a long time and a stable source of materials. Finally, it was mentioned that people also have different attributes. Men have positive attributes, and women have negative attributes. Oh my God! If people of other genders knew about this, they would probably come out to protest or something. Yang Bo complained at his heart when he saw this. As expected, it was mentioned later that the success rate of people who use drugs to undergo genetic modification would be about 20% lower than that of people who did not change. People's attributes also need to be tested. Affinity tests. That is, which attribute of energy does this person's blood have the highest affinity for? After reading it, Yang Bo put this notebook aside. This is a handwritten copy. After thinking about it carefully, he did understand it. No matter what the material is, it must be tested. And the most important thing is to have a stable and identical source of materials, so that the comparative test data is convincing. Do I have to join the pharmacist union? Yang Bo searched the internet and found that the space drug laboratory is divided into several levels. The highest is SSS, but it is not open to individuals. Someone answered online that the cost of a single experiment can reach hundreds of millions or even billions, and insurance must be purchased, because once the experiment fails, the laboratory will be contaminated and destroyed. It is recommended to rent an independent space laboratory. Although the rental fee is high, once it is contaminated, the compensation is relatively small. Large joint laboratories are cheaper to rent. But once contaminated, it will cost an astronomical amount to clean the entire laboratory. Yang Bo did not dare to experiment rashly. If he found some genetic pollution source, it would be fine for him. But what if he polluted the planet? When the fat boss comes back, I will ask him to buy some materials like plus A, plus B mentioned in the notes, so that I can see what the attribute represented by the energy color I saw is? Yang Bo is now looking forward to the fat boss's return. Yang Bo has thought about buying things on the black market. But who knows if this thing is fake? Although the fat boss has no talent for medicine, he has studied systematically, and at least knows the difference between donkeys and horses. It won't be said that Yang Bo doesn't know donkeys and horses. Maybe someone sent a mouse and duck and said it was a donkey? Just like in his previous life, Yang Bo bought more than a dozen varieties of flower bulbs. The seller also thoughtfully packed them in bags and wrote words on them. But the flowers were all the same. Yang Bo put the notes away and returned this thing to Zhou Rui. This should be real. After dinner, Yang Bo entered the game. When Xiao Huang saw Yang Bo online, he immediately said, "Captain, the job transfer assessment is a survival assessment. Players are dropped in the center of the city and finally evaluated based on their performance, with the lowest being 1 star and the highest being 5 stars. I found that the overall attributes of 1 star increase by 20%, and the weight, strength and agility all increase by 20%. Killing zombies gives 5 times the experience of the outside world, and the value of the quest items is also 5 times. I was placed on a skyscraper and survived for an hour. The main reason was that there were more than a dozen zombies on the building. Before I finished killing them here, the zombies from downstairs rushed up. I used the terrain to delay for an hour. In the end, the roof was densely packed with zombies. I was originally on an elevator shaft with concrete on top, but the zombies stepped on the zombies' ladder to come up. The location of the bullet refresh was also random. When Yang Bo heard this, he thought that it should be a test of the player's ability to respond to emergencies. I challenged the 3-star difficulty. Xiao Hong 4-star difficulty appeared in a square and was killed within 10 minutes of appearing. I was only given a qualified evaluation and an overall attribute increase of 5%. The young lady and the eldest lady, both of them are 2-star and 1-star difficulties respectively. The young lady survived for 2 hours and was evaluated as 1 star, and the eldest lady survived for 5 hours. In the end, she was evaluated as excellent, and the character attribute increased by 10%. According to my understanding, the higher the difficulty of the assessment, the longer the survival time, the higher the evaluation. The eldest lady survived for 5 hours and was evaluated as less than 1 star, while I survived for 1 hour and was 1 star. And the young lady survived for 2 hours at the 2-star difficulty and was also evaluated as 1 star. Xiao Huang said what he summarized. In addition, there are resurrection coins, which can be resurrected up to 3 times to restart the assessment. Xiao Huang continued. Finally, Xiao Huang asked, "When will the captain take the assessment?" "I will tomorrow." Yang Bo was thinking. Since 1 star increases the attribute by 20%, you can carry 80 more bullets. Then what about the 5-star rating? How much increase? 100%? Then Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to see. Wow! Xiao Huang's character attribute increased by 20%. But the Bionic Man was full of patches. Obviously the Bionic Man that Xiao Huang had yesterday. That is to say, the official originally restricted the data of the Bionic Man, which can actually be enhanced by 20% or more. The character attributes you see in the game terminal are one thing, and the remote-controlled Bionic Man is repaired and full of patches. Because zombies are corrosive, the protective layer outside the Bionic Man will be corroded. Every day when players download the game, the protective layer on these Bionic Men will be repaired, and then they will form different colors. Captain, someone passed the 3-star assessment, and the attribute increased by 100%. In addition, look at the game store, which has open heavy weapons. But our heavy-duty attribute is not enough, Xiao Hong said in the channel. Yang Bo quickly opened the store at the resurrection point and saw heavy weapons, 20mm sniper rifles, and larger cold weapons. A half-person high machete. Woo! This knife is so cool. I want to reassess. Xiao Hong shouted in the team. Yang Bo couldn't see what the knife looked like on the scene with his photoelectric superpowers, but looking at the game terminal showing a person high machete emitting green light. Why did it feel like an energy weapon? Captain, look here. Exoskeleton armor. The strongest equipment at this stage, with energy protection, and 120 seconds of low-altitude flight ability. But unfortunately, the cooling time reaches 24 hours. Xiao Hong exclaimed in the team. Yang Bo took a look and thought, wow, isn't this equipment a small mecha? It seems that as long as the performance is good enough. The military has a lot of good stuff, but these things are too expensive and not suitable for all players. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Captain, the player who posted his 3-star assessment on the forum just now decided to reassess and vowed to get the exoskeleton armor, the young lady said at this time. Yang Bo also considered one more point. That is, whether he should pay for these guys to reassess. At least to get a 1-star rating. 1 person can carry 80 more bullets. 5 people can carry 400 more bullets. And then the attributes increased by 2 stars, which will be beneficial for his skills. Take the assessment yourself first. Since the official is moving towards the direction of group battles, there should be team assessments. Yang Bo knew that the so-called team competition by the official was actually to make the non-existent materials disappear. Although it seems that it is still in your character warehouse, it is actually gone. Just like some hundreds of millions of people seem to be still there. But they are actually gone. And then some money is issued, and they are directly disappeared. Chapter 330 Beastly Behavior. Looking at the time, Yang Bo was ready to change his job. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Right? The weight can be improved. And carrying more bullets is better than anything else. I'll go to the assessment first. Yang Bo did what he said. And left after saying a word. I bet the captain can reach 5 stars. Not necessarily. What do you bet on? 150 years of Mother Star Sangong wine. Go to hell. Xiao Huang and a few others were talking in the team. Annie and the team heard this, and was a little curious. What kind of wine is this? In addition, can I change my job? Yang Bo came to the place where he changed his job, and confirmed that he changed his job. Then the screen changed, and he was in a room with an NPC here. Yang Bo found that his interface was different, and there was an additional S-level option. Then the NPC said that in view of the player's excellent performance, there is great potential, and then gave an additional option, S-level difficulty. Then Yang Bo looked at the rewards for the S-level difficulty. His own attributes increased by 500%. After completing the task, he was rewarded with a set of silver exoskeleton armor. The attributes were twice as good as those in the store outside. Not only could he carry weight, but he could also install machine guns such as small Gatling guns. In addition, the flight time was extended. All items in the game mall were 30% off, and only for personal use. However, there was one thing about the difficulty of the S level. There was no supply. That is, no bullet supply or the like. And he had to search for supplies by himself. What tricks are these guys in the military playing? Yang Bo muttered to himself. And then decisively chose the S level, because there were 3 chances. Then Yang Bo found that his game screen had changed. He was surrounded by the starry sky, a dazzling sun in the distance, and the game voice began to prompt. The general meaning is that this spaceship has been contaminated by an unknown virus. The task of this assessment is to clean up the contaminated organisms inside the spaceship and turn on the spaceship's self-cleaning system. There is no time limit, and no limit on the player's means. Then let Yang Bo choose weapons, and found that this time, the weapons are mainly cold weapons and bullet weapons. But there are no laser weapons. Oh my god! These guys in the military are not good enough. Yang Bo originally thought that they were the same as Xiao Huang and others. This spaceship or some laboratory is worth at least tens of billions. Maybe tens of billions. And you actually let me clean it? Yang Bo wanted to bring out the person who set up the assessment for him and beat him to death. Beastly behavior. Using yourself as free labor. You must not let me know who you are. Yang Bo felt very uncomfortable, but decisively chose a crossbow, and then carried 50 crossbow arrows, and then 2 dog-leg knives. He also brought a silenced pistol, 100 rounds of bullets, and then nothing else. This broken game doesn't have any healing potions or anything. Yang Bo felt like he was playing CS on Earth, without any healing potions. The next second, Yang Bo saw the surrounding scenery quickly receding, and hurriedly used his photoelectric superpower to check the scene. He found a life-saving man in a life-saving capsule, and in front of him was a huge spaceship, like a flying saucer. At this moment, the life-saving capsule started, and the spaceship in the distance actually opened the hatch. It seems that the life-saving system is still running. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. The life-saving system of the spaceship is independent. The spaceship will stop and request rescue wherever it encounters a life-saving capsule. Of course, there is usually a time, and it needs to wait for the commander's confirmation. If the commander feels that the situation is abnormal or the life-saving capsule does not respond, then the decision will be made based on the detection results. If the detected radiation exceeds the standard or the situation is unknown, it can be rejected. Otherwise, it cannot be rejected in other situations. The lifeboat continuously sent information, and the spacecraft opened the hatch. Yang Bo was not very clear about how the communication was made. Fuck. The lifeboat automatically used the thrusters to enter the interior of the spacecraft. Yang Bo found that the game terminal displayed a real scene this time. without background processing. After the lifeboat hatch was opened, Yang Bo knew why this place was included in the S-level assessment. There was no gravity system. In other words, the entire bionic man was suspended here, and the interior of the cabin was also in ruins. Obviously, it had experienced fierce battles. The air was very thin. Fortunately, I am familiar with this. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting in such a zero-gravity environment, if you are not careful, you may spin yourself, and you can vomit on the display terminal. Yang Bo himself has anti-gravity superpowers. He has trained in the basement before. He flew around in the basement in various postures. Lying down, sitting, flying upside down, spinning and so on. However, Yang Bo still had to familiarize himself with the character. Suddenly, he found that his game connection had a few more data. Damn, they are spying on me in the background. Yang Bo followed these data links to a huge control room, where several guys with greasy hair and powdered faces were spying on his character's screen. Yang Bo controlled the character to pick up the dogleg knife with one hand and push the lifeboat with the other hand, and the whole character moved out. The cabin here was 12 meters high, and the walls of the cabin were covered with various pipes, and some lights were on. It's actually good this way. There's no sound, and it won't alarm the monsters inside. Yang Bo looked inside the cabin and saw several lifeboats, but there were no remains of the bionic man. He thought it was probably safer here. Yang Bo trained in this cabin, using his hands and feet to move back and forth in this small cabin. In this zero-gravity environment, you must not lose power while suspended in the middle. Otherwise you will be finished. You can't move at all without a place to leverage. Fortunately, I brought a pistol with me. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The recoil of the pistol would provide power, and could act as an external force when necessary. After training for about an hour, Yang Bo no longer needed his hands to control the character. He mainly relied on the 2 feet of the bionic man, and kept moving in the small cabin like a bouncing ball. This guy is a genius. Yes, he didn't start in a hurry, but adapted to the environment first. But this achievement is not as good as our best soldiers. How many best soldiers are there? That's right. It has failed more than 600 times. I hope there are masters among the people. Hee hee. Do you know the sex? Our army seems to have masters in the forest, but the people are the hidden ones. Otherwise, the masters in the military will listen to the guys in the parliament. I dare not say that. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like the military leaders haven't thought about monopolizing power. But what happened? During the last rebellion on Pato Star, the military couldn't find the civilian man who was operating the mecha, and he disappeared. Sect? Maybe? Yang Bo felt familiar with this anti-gravity environment, especially the camera switching. When the game character rotates dozens of times a second, the game terminal will see it shaking. Ordinary people may get dizzy after 2 or 3 turns a second, but people with superpowers are better. The cabin has 4 exits, 2 elevators, and 2 safety passages. The safety passages are also similar to stairs. Yang Bo thought about it and took the elevator, because the stairs are connected from bottom to top. The elevator is narrower, which is more conducive to his movement. There are 2 types of elevators. One is more than 3 meters high for people, and the other is for freight. Yang Bo directly took the passenger elevator, which is narrower and better. The elevator was still running. After Yang Bo pressed the elevator came down. Yang Bo stepped back a few meters and waited quietly. Everyone watching in the backstage watched Yang Bo's choice, because no one dared to say what the mutant creatures inside the spacecraft were like. Because the mutant creatures here were very strange, and there was no pattern. Even if the soldiers remotely controlled the bionic people to clean up many times, even if they took the same route, they encountered different situations. When the elevator door opened, a zombie whose original face could not be seen clearly appeared. It looked like a rat or something. The whole zombie kept colliding in the elevator, which changed the appearance of the zombie. The moment the elevator door opened, the zombie ejected. Yang Bo stretched out his hand and used his dogleg knife to cut the zombie in half. However, with this little bit of power, the bionic character controlled by Yang Bo started to move. Yang Bo simply kicked the character, and the character flew up to the ceiling. Then the next second, it landed on the ground and entered the elevator. The character rushed straight into the elevator. The next second, Yang Bo's 2 feet were stuck in a corner of the elevator. And then the character stopped. Tier +4. The skill given made Yang Bo confused, because this guy had been in the elevator for an unknown period of time. So his body was deformed, and he couldn't tell what kind it was. Oh my god. Yang Bo didn't expect that this small zombie, before he directly confronted it, would have such a reaction force on himself by placing his dog-leg knife on the path of the zombie flying out. The lower body couldn't be stable at all, because there was no gravity to support it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Trouble. Yang Bo knew that it would be very troublesome later. If the body fluid of this zombie was exploded, it would be suspended in the air, and the whole space would be filled with that kind of dense venom, which was too corrosive to the bionic man. If there were many zombies in a cabin like this, wouldn't the whole cabin be like that just now? And you didn't dare to explode it, because once it exploded, the whole cabin would be corroded? Is the failure of the gravity system of this spacecraft related to the body fluid of the zombie? Is it because the laser weapons are too destructive that laser weapons are not allowed to be used in this job transfer? In this environment, laser weapons need accuracy. Once they are not accurate and miss, they may hit some facilities. The material of this spaceship doesn't look like metal. Is there a protective layer? It's probably a targeted space laboratory. The problem is that the military is damned. Give me a map. Yang Bo looked at the elevator and saw that there were 18 floors. It's still better to have a modular spaceship structure, but the cost is too high. Each unit module must have an independent system and must be able to be combined with other unit modules. Yang Bo looked at himself on the 3rd floor, and then chose the 18th floor. The elevator door slowly closed, and Yang Bo directly used the photoelectric superpower, and the whole character stuck to the elevator wall, so that he could use the passive ability of sound waves to sense the movement outside. The 6th floor is a bit intense. The 12th floor is even more intense, because this is transmitted through the elevator and the wall, not the sound of air transmission. The perception is not so accurate, and these facilities have sound insulation measures, which greatly reduces what Yang Bo perceives. It is the vibration caused by the zombies hitting the cabin, not the sound. The 18th floor. This floor can actually see the starry sky. It is more like a huge park. The scenery inside shocked Yang Bo. It can be seen that due to the weightlessness, the evolution direction of the plants here has changed. The life support system is still on, and the humidity and temperature in the air are very suitable. The whole is like a magical space. You can see the table suspended in the air. The vines hanging on the table are pierced on the ground. The ground is a kind of water-absorbing material, similar to a sponge. It will not release water, but can provide nutrition to plants. There are also various flowers blooming. But it is a bit weird to mix the sound of zombies in this beautiful scenery. A zombie moved in the distance. It looked like a bird. This guy was roaring with his mouth open. The air here is sufficient, and there are many other zombie sounds. But unfortunately, they can't be seen. This guy is trapped by countless vines in space. The people in the game background saw this situation for the first time. Good stuff. So many mutant plants have evolved in such a harsh environment. Yes, we can cultivate more space plants after cleaning. But most of these plants will die once there is gravity. But this will help us build a spacecraft that can circulate permanently. The current spacecraft energy system can only last for a few hundred years at most. Then it must be replaced, and many microgravity planets can be opened up. Let's see how this guy solves it first. People who saw this scene in the background talked about it. Yang Bo looked at this, and thought it was probably the place where this spaceship was for leisure. The life of the rich was seen by Yang Bo when he immigrated to March Star last time. The pirate leader broke into a cabin, which turned out to be a manor with lakes, pets, and castles. No more than 10 people lived in a huge cabin. The rich were inhumane. And then Yang Bo turned his head and went to the next floor. There were so many plants on this floor that the vision was greatly affected. I will talk about it later. As for the bird and other zombies, they couldn't move anyway. When they came to the 17th floor and opened the elevator door, Yang Bo saw a place similar to a city. The entire cabin was 20 meters high. It simulated a residential area in the city, with roads, flying cars, and various small villas. Now it has changed. Various items are suspended in the air, and more zombies are suspended in the air. Seeing Yang Bo, these zombies opened their mouths. But unfortunately, there was no sound. And then, they were waving their teeth and claws. The air here is also thin. I don't know what went wrong. First, let's see if the garbage disposal system is working properly. Yang Bo saw the garbage can, and he pulled the whole person on the elevator and flew out to a garbage can. After opening the garbage can, he found that there was suction. Yongbo looked at a zombie in the distance, kicked his feet, and flew to the top of the cabin, and then kicked again on the top of the cabin, and the whole person returned the same way. But on the way, Yongbo grabbed a human zombie. The next second, he stayed at the garbage can and stuffed the zombie directly into the garbage can. The next second, the garbage can sensed that there was garbage and detected that there was no vitality, and the suction of the channel under the garbage can increased. Pharmaceutical +4. 2 seconds later, a skill point was fed back to Yongbo. This is not easy. It's not good to blow up the head and have venom everywhere. Yongbo smiled in his heart. And in the backstage of the military, everyone who saw this scene was stunned by Yongbo's operation. Damn! This guy actually cleaned up the virus-infected monsters like this, instead of fighting and killing? Chapter 331 Simple? Garbage disposal system, both on the spacecraft and at Yongbo's home, ensures that no virus can escape. Of course, Yongbo doesn't care. All he needs is skills. Yongbo opens all the trash cans, and there is a slight suction. The air in this cabin is thin, but there is air, and the trash cans are set automatically. When they sense garbage, the internal channel will be transmitted. It is a negative pressure facility. The trash can is connected to the ground. Yongbo holds the trash can with one hand to prevent it from floating without gravity. Yongbo looks at the next target, kicks his feet, and the whole person passes by the zombie suspended in the air. When the person is close to the top of the cabin, he turns over and kicks his feet, as if he is ejected back, and this time he grabs the zombie's feet. Then, when he is a certain distance away from the trash can, he kicks the zombie down with one foot. With the help of this reaction force, the person continues to fly to the top of the cabin, and the zombie is thrown into the trash can. He still wants to resist, but the conveying facilities of the trash can are turned on, and he is directly transported to the bottom. Pharmaceutical +4. When Yongbo caught the third zombie in the air, a message came to his mind. Hee. It's really a laboratory. So nice. Yongbo did the same thing again. And Yongbo also found that all the trash cans have sensing devices. Zombies without vital signs will be sucked into the trash cans even if they move. Although the zombies struggled, the transportation facilities inside the trash cans were not vegetarian. The people in the military background were stunned. They had sent so many missions, but none of them did this. This guy's IQ. Hee. I think this guy is smart. If he really shoots or something, the mutant virus will be contaminated everywhere. This garbage disposal system is specially designed. Not only is it negative pressure, but there are high-energy rays in the channel to kill all viruses. After all, it is dedicated to the laboratory. This guy may really be able to clean the entire laboratory. I am really looking forward to it. This ancient laboratory is more than 600 years old. Well, there are some special data in this laboratory. The data transmission system and self-destruction system are invalid. If this guy completes it and gives any evaluation, should we give him the highest level bionic man now? Let's talk about this after he completes the assessment. The highest level bionic man at this stage is worth billions. It should be impossible. Not necessarily. Research. Didn't the development department complain that there were no suitable test candidates? Let's see first. This guy is very used to this environment. Could he have been a soldier before? No. A retired soldier from the military logged into the game, because he has a military chip. We can see in the background that he is a citizen of the Alliance. It is not convenient for our military to query the identity chips of ordinary citizens of the Alliance. We must get authorization from the Chief Justice and the Ministry of Justice. Otherwise we will be found out by those gentlemen in the Parliament. Hee. The gentlemen in the Parliament are afraid of leaking their identity information. What nonsense are you talking about? Yongbo felt that cleaning up these zombies in a weightless environment was still very comfortable. These zombies had relatively stiff limbs. As long as they reacted quickly, they would be kicked into the trash can before they could react. Moreover, with the height of the cabin, if you push harder, you can kill a zombie every second. So the backstage saw Yongbo constantly bouncing around in this cabin. And every time he bounced down from the top, he would take a zombie with him. In 10 minutes, Yongbo threw all the zombies suspended in the air in this cabin with more than 100 villas into the trash can. There were a total of 215 zombies, all of which were given the ability to make medicine. And some pets. which were given kicking, boxing, and tracking. The tracking seemed to be a zombie dog. Then it was time to clean up the inside of the room. There were also garbage disposal facilities inside the room, but not as big as those outside. Yang Bo directly kicked the top of the cabin, and the whole person approached a window on the top of a villa and grabbed the window directly. That's the trouble. Sound wave detection is not easy to use. This kind of thing requires reaching out and grabbing something to move. Otherwise it will be motionless. The window was open. Yang Bo put his hands on the window, and the whole person got into the villa like a fish, and then kicked his feet and flew towards the door. He opened the door from the inside and searched the second floor of the villa. Yang Bo was very fast, and he found a zombie in a room. It was unclear who this zombie was, but this guy was dancing in the air with his teeth bared. Yang Bo found a long skirt and threw it on the zombie's head. The zombie's teeth were hanging on the skirt. Then he was dragged out of the villa by Yang Bo and kicked into the trash can. The action of Yang Bo dragging this zombie shocked the people in the game background. They didn't expect that he could do this. The main reason is that Yang Bo is fast. If he is slower, the zombie will pull the skirt to touch the character control by Yang Bo. This thing is useful. Yang Bo mainly saw that the zombie had sharp teeth and mouth, and the skirt seemed to be lace, so it was easily caught. It took less than a minute for Yang Bo to search a villa. There were no children living here, only adults and pets. But it is also understandable that reproduction is generally not allowed in this kind of space, and children are not suitable for the dangerous environment of this laboratory for various reasons. When the entire cabin was cleaned up, Yang Bo found that he had spent an hour and a half. It will probably take more than 100 hours to clean up the entire spacecraft. Of course, I hope other cabins are not so complicated. This cabin mainly has more than 100 villas, and each one has to go in and search each room. It feels a bit inefficient. Yang Bo estimated that there are more than 400 zombies in total who are given pharmaceutical capabilities, most of which are given 4 points, and a few are given 8 points. There are also some animals. There is no specific information about this laboratory, how many staff members there are, and how many animals are used for experiments. These bastards in the military only know how to use free labor like us. If it weren't for the fact that the skill points given were not bad, and the attribute rewards for the S-level assessment later, they would have quit long ago. Yang Bo is weird now. He brought a lot of curtains. The curtain underwear is lace. This thing is the best for dealing with zombies. Just throw it over, and it will entangle the zombies' hands and feet. The nails of these zombies are very deep, and they can directly grab the gaps in the lace curtains. There are also teeth and so on. This guy looks a bit perverted now. The staff in the background of the game looked at Yang Bo's appearance. This guy's cleaning progress is already the best in history. It has been less than 3 hours since the beginning, and a cabin has been cleaned up. If this guy cleans up this laboratory, our military can make a lot of money. The Alliance Science Research Institute offers a reward of 15 billion to clean up this space laboratory. The Alliance Science Research Institute seems to have more than 60 space laboratories to clean up. When the simulation man controlled by this guy is stronger, the cleaning effect will definitely be better. In the future, we will open a field copy for him alone. It's so comfortable for us to get paid, while others do the work. Those bastards in the Alliance Science Research Institute only know how to embezzle. This experiment is obviously made in the process of manufacturing, but it was still used. What's the use? The big guys in the institute will not come out to sign for acceptance. It's all signed by some small people. Anyway, the Alliance does not have the death penalty. If it were you, I would kill all those irresponsible bastards in the institute. Amid the discussion of these staff in the background, Yang Bo came to the next cabin. Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable when he came here. It looked like a small town just now, but now it is a workplace. Some zombies are inside, bouncing around like a bouncing ball. It's like this in a gravity-free environment. As long as you feel comfortable bouncing around, you will basically keep bouncing. I can't see what these zombies look like, because of the long-term collision between the walls of this cabin. The zombies have become unrecognizable. As usual, I still need to find a trash can first. The air in this cabin is also relatively thin. This cabin is like entering a large shopping mall. The entire cabin is more than 20 meters high. The entrance is a patio that leads directly to the top of the cabin. Then the other places are divided into 3 floors, and the elevator goes up and down. You can see that there are many zombies on each floor. There should be cages here, but the cages seem to be corroded. There are also some glass cages that are still in use. These zombies grinned when they saw Yang Bo. Yang Bo could roughly recognize that there were rabbits, monkeys, and some miscellaneous experimental animals. If there is a chance, I must go to the military department to vent my anger. I will give you some useful information. I am a fool. The only thing that Yang Bo was unhappy about was that he didn't know much about this laboratory. Yang Bo looked around and found a decorative wooden board. He directly destroyed it violently, and took it down and waved it. It felt quite handy. Then he opened the lid of a large trash can here directly. Then he learned to operate the previous cabin. But this time, he had a wooden board in his hand. Every time Yang Bo ejected on the ground and the top of the cabin, he planned it carefully. When he passed by, he brushed past the zombies that were crashing around, and then hit them with a board. Then the zombies spun into the trash can. Originally, there were more zombies ejected in the air, but in less than 3 minutes, they were all knocked into the trash can by Yang Bo. Punch +2. Tear +2. Tracking +2. According to the skills given by these guys, Yang Bo judged that these experimental animals should be cats and dogs. As for what kind of species they are, it is hard to say, because there is too much biodiversity now, and there are many artificially bred products with strange genetic deformities. Some pets on Earth were bred to be deformed. It feels easier to deal with zombies in this zero-gravity state. It feels not difficult at all. Is this really an S-level assessment? In more than an hour, Yang Bo cleaned the cabin inside and out. The method is simple and rough, and the things in his hands have been changed several times, including wooden boards, glass, and plastic-like things. In the state of weightlessness, these zombies can only show their teeth and claws. Yang Bo directly finds the direction and hits them out with a stick. In addition, there are trash cans in each room here. When encountering some big zombies, you have to use curtains. Throw the curtains directly on the head of the zombie, and the teeth will get stuck. And then the zombie's claws will also get stuck. Drag it to the door. Hold the door with one hand, and throw the zombie directly into the big trash can in the patio outside with the other hand like a whip. These scenes of cool operations made the people in the game background stunned. And more people came to watch the fun. In more than an hour, there were some achievements in the animal zombies. More than 600 were dealt with. And there were more than a dozen humans. Humans also gave pharmaceutical ability. Some gave 4 points. Some gave 8 points. But number 2 points. In addition to the 3 skills mentioned above, animals also gave a climbing skill. Animal zombies basically give 2 points of ability. Where does this guy come up with so many tricks? There were already dozens of people watching in the backstage. They were drinking tea, drinks, coffee, eating snacks, watching Yang Bo's performance with great interest, and discussing from time to time. 2 cabins have been cleaned up. In fact, the S-level assessment is almost passed now. This guy's reaction ability and tactics are already top-notch. Let him perform again. We are fine anyway. If he is able to clean up, we will make a lot of money. That's right. It's too boring here. We have to deal with a bunch of data every day. Yang Bo searched inside and out again, and then came to the next door. I'll go. The air density in the next cabin was surprisingly high. As soon as he came in, he heard countless zombies roaring. This is the laboratory. Yang Bo looked at the large and small glass jars in the cabin. There were many zombies in these glass jars. The large glass jars were more than 10 meters high, and the small glass jars were 1 or 2 meters high. Some glass jars also had various liquids in them. The largest zombie was more than 4 meters tall. This guy was definitely not an ordinary species. He looked like a mutated animal from the Green Devil Star. Looks a bit like a human? Is there some kind of anti-human experiment going on here? Or are those bastards in the Alliance doing some kind of gene fusion research in private? What skills will this guy give? This guy's brain must be valuable. Although this huge zombie was tall and strong, it was a pity that this guy was suspended in the air with his teeth and claws bared. Yang Bo was not polite, because this guy was also moving slowly with his teeth and claws bared. There were many pipes around, but the lines were floating. When he let go of the wall, he kicked his feet and rushed to the top of the cabin, then turned around and kicked hard on the top of the cabin. Then Yang Bo landed behind the neck of the giant zombie, and the next second he was prompted to collect the mission materials. However, the downward force brought by Yang Bo just now brought the giant zombie to the bottom of the cabin. Still want to resist? Yang Bo directly took out his pistol, grabbed the neck of the zombie with his other hand, and fired several shots at the spine of the zombie. If he didn't hold the other hand, he would be ejected by the reaction force of the gun. At the moment the zombie landed, his neck broke because it was damaged by Yang Bo's pistol. Mad Energy plus 32. Oh my god. It's actually a level A mutant creature. When Yang Bo collected the mission materials, he directly gave a skill that Yang Bo didn't expect. That means there are creatures that can swipe out the Mad Energy skill. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. He originally thought that the Mad Energy skill was only possessed by some superhuman humans. But he didn't expect that the zombies here would actually burst out. Chapter 332 Madness. This space laboratory is not simple. There are actually A-level mutant creatures in it. Yang Bo looked at the huge zombie corpse, and then at the huge laboratory. And he knew that this place was not simple. Of course, for the scientific and technological strength of the Alliance, A-level mutant creatures are still within the control of the Alliance. Since the Alliance can get an A-level rating, it proves that it has a very complete grasp of this level of power. I wonder if this mutant creature mutated itself or was caused by the scientific experiments here. Yang Bo looked at other animals again. There are about 70 zombies in this cabin, because Yang Bo can hear the location of these zombies from their roars. The one just solved is the largest zombie. We have to deal with this thing first. Yang Bo looked around and came to the largest broken jar. Generally speaking, facilities for such dangerous research have crisis management measures. Yang Bo checked the bottom of the jar and found that there was indeed a destruction facility. Just throw the huge zombie corpse at the bottom of the abandoned jar, including the empty skull. Dead zombies will rot quickly. In just this short time, Yang Bo found that the zombie's body had lost its toughness and became relatively dry. Then Yang Bo looked at some intact jars, which still contained many zombies or unknown creatures. Destroy. Yang Bo directly and violently destroyed some facilities next to these jars. This jar has a safety protection system. Once the safety protection system is triggered, it will actively destroy the biological samples in the jar. Mad Energy plus 8. When the liquid in a jar and the creatures inside disappeared from the jar, Yang Bo felt a message about 2 seconds later. It seems that my guess is right. This laboratory is a laboratory for the research of the superpower of Mad Energy. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. He had known about this situation for a long time. Because generally speaking, a laboratory will only study one project. And it is rare to say that there are several projects in one laboratory. Although this laboratory looks huge, it should not be the largest in terms of superpower research. Then Yang Bo triggered the safety destruction device for all the intact jars and biological samples. One by one, Mad Energy skills flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Easy to grasp. Yang Bo spent less than an hour to completely deal with this cabin. The human zombies inside gave the ability to make medicine, and the other zombies gave Mad Energy. In fact, there are not many zombies in this laboratory. There are only more than 20 humans and more than 110 monsters. It is too easy to deal with these zombies in a weightless state. Just throw the zombie up, then jump up and kick it, kicking it into the trash can. There is no need to kill these zombies personally. The laboratory's garbage disposal system can handle them cleanly. I didn't expect that the skill of Mad Energy could be upgraded to a high level. Yang Bo was also a little complacent, and had long forgotten that he had been cheated. The people watching the fun in the background of the game were also speechless. This guy cleaned up the virus-infected monsters so easily. This guy's brain circuit is really unusual. This actually opens up another cleaning method for us. This provides us with a good template. But this requirement is too high. You can see that this set of operation data is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. It is entirely possible to design some auxiliary programs for control. There are 2 other gamers who chose the S-level assessment. These 2 gamers cleaned 2 space laboratories respectively. They are also very strong. One of them has cleaned a cabin, and the other is still struggling. There is no comparison. The other 2 should have obtained our previous combat data. I don't know which warlord's son is here to cause trouble. Yes, the other 2 players are also very fast in cleaning the space laboratory. But they are far behind this player. I have to admit that the gap in talent can never be changed. And this player uses new tactics, while the other 2 players are completely old-fashioned. I bet they will definitely give up after cleaning 2 cabins. And it's nothing more than fighting for the control of the super bionic man. Some warlords are very annoying. We are all subordinates of warlords. The staff in the background of the game talked about the warlords unscrupulously. Gosh, What kind of perverted things were these ancestors studying hundreds of years ago? Just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly saw a horrifying scene in Yang Bo's game character screen. The space laboratory is the same as the structure of the spacecraft, both of which are honeycomb structures. Each cabin is a multi-layer structure, a bit like the double-layer hull of shipbuilding on Earth. On the one hand, it is for safety considerations, and on the other hand, it is also to lay out various systems inside. As a space laboratory for special experiments, the multi-layer structure is more complex and more numerous. From the cabin that Yang Bo just left to another cabin, you need to pass through 3 sealed cabins. When passing through the 3 sealed cabins and coming to the cabin next door, Yang Bo was also shocked. There are many zombies in this laboratory. These zombies are the heads of various animals or humans. And then some mechanical things. Some of them look like metals that have been rotten. And some are not metals. I don't know what they are made of. They look like ceramics and are still intact. A dog head. And then a creature with a mechanical body behind? There is also a human head with an octopus-like structure in the lower body. What era is this laboratory from? Yang Bo was shocked. This kind of research is illegal in the Alliance, because it is said that some dignitaries wanted to make a body like this to achieve their own immortality, but later failed. There was no way to stop the decay of the soul, and even dignitaries injected themselves with brain fluid extracts from other people. A series of heinous crimes caused by this. Although it was finally proved that this method did not work much. A mechanical zombie dog howled and pounced on Yang Bo. That's right. This mechanical zombie can move freely in this weightless environment because its mechanical part has an energy system. The head of the entire mechanical zombie dog is the same as other zombie dogs, but the back of the body has become mechanical. A small energy drive allows this mechanical zombie dog to move in this environment. But maybe because it has become a zombie, this mechanical zombie dog is like a cannonball, and it hits Yang Bo directly. Yang Bo easily dodged it, and the other party hit the wall of the cabin directly. Tracking +4. Then Yang Bo gained a skill point in the next second. However, this scene did not make Yang Bo happy. Instead, he kicked his feet in fear and flew towards the passage of another cabin. Immediately afterwards, Yang Bo found that the character reminded him that he was slightly poisoned. Just now, the mechanical zombie hit the wall of the cabin, and then it was completely damaged. The dog head exploded instantly, and some fragments of venom spread throughout the space. And the other weird semi-mechanical zombies also rushed over here, hitting the walls of the cabin one after another, because these mechanical zombies rely on energy to drive. They are fast and powerful, and they are directly smashed into pieces. It took Yang Bo less than 10 seconds to open the passage to the next cabin, and he was still scared. There is no way to deal with this. If I go there in person, I can use anti-gravity to control the spread of venom. Faced with the situation just now, Yang Bo had no choice but to run. Pharmaceutical +8. Boxing +2. Kick +4. A series of skills made Yang Bo's eyes light up. If I destroy them all, then the self-destruction of this space laboratory will give me more abilities. A crazy idea came to Yang Bo's mind. Take a gamble. There are still 2 more assessment opportunities. Yang Bo decided to take a gamble, and then began to look carefully. Although this space experiment may be a few years old, Yang Bo still recognizes the various signs clearly. In the sealed cabin between the 2 cabins, Yang Bo found a maintenance entrance with a sign on the seemingly flat wall. Yang Bo controlled the bionic man to press the place below the sign, and a cover popped out, with a button inside. Then Yang Bo directly pressed the button, and a passage appeared on the wall, which was the maintenance entrance. Yang Bo went directly into the maintenance entrance, praying in his heart, those bastards in the military must not cut off the connection. The game backend was already in an uproar. The combination of machinery and humans was a serious violation of the law in the Alliance. No one expected that someone in this somewhat old laboratory would secretly study such a taboo. When Yang Bo saw it just now, the game backend quickly reported it to the military. The military did not dare to be careless, and quickly submitted the relevant information to the Parliament and the Ministry of Justice. As for Yang Bo's strange behavior in the game now, no one has investigated it, because no one is watching the game backend. All those who saw these pictures just now have to undergo psychological evaluation by the military. And they have to sign a confidentiality agreement and a series of other things, because these things they saw are taboos. If this news spreads, it will bring a serious negative reaction to the Alliance. After Yang Bo entered the maintenance channel, he looked carefully at the pipeline layout inside. There were signs on the energy pipelines and air pipelines, and he could see where the energy went from and to. Yang Bo had to find the control center through the various lines inside. Yang Bo himself had the skills to repair warships, and he had also stayed in the maintenance channel on the pirate warship. Naturally, he recognized the signs above. And then the entire bionic man began to accelerate. He came to a maintenance hub, where there were also 2 zombies. Yang Bo didn't care about the 2 zombies at all, and looked directly at the control diagram on the wall. Then he quickly determined the location of the control room. If someone who didn't understand looked at these control diagrams, they would be densely packed with lines of various colors and various symbols. But Yang Bo could see clearly where the control center was at a glance. The energy system of this space laboratory is still running, and I don't know what's wrong with the anti-gravity system. The self-destruction system usually exists alone and is not connected in parallel with other systems of the entire spacecraft. It exists alone like the life-saving system. Yang Bo now feels his heartbeat speeding up. Even though he is now a superpower, it seems to be back to the time when he was playing CS. When he was a policeman unpacking a package, and there were 3 gangsters hiding somewhere. The feeling of shaking hands. Because Yang Bo was not sure whether the backstage of the military would interfere with his suicidal behavior. Thinking of so many mutant monsters on this space laboratory. This is a great attempt. If it succeeds, I can make more plans in the future. The bionic man controlled by Yang Bo was very fast, almost reaching the peak of the bionic man's own performance. Yang Bo was restrained. Otherwise the bionic man would make more incredible moves. This rubbish bionic man limits my performance. Yang Bo is now like an F1 racer, driving a Wuling Hongguang van. He doesn't care that there are other zombies in the maintenance channel. Of course, Yang Bo didn't want to expose his photoelectric superpowers. Otherwise, he would directly find the line of the self-destruction control system and remotely control the spacecraft to crash. 5 minutes. Yang Bo felt like 5 hours had passed. The maintenance passage was in the gap between the cabins. When Yang Bo opened a maintenance exit, he saw the control room. There were dozens of zombies in the control room, and the gravity system in the control room was still running. Yang Bo took out his pistol and aimed at the gray-white eye sockets of these zombies. Because there was only skin left on the zombies' heads. There were no eyelids, only gray-white eyeballs, and they were a little shriveled, looking like dead fish eyes that had been exposed to the sun for a day. Mind control plus 32. Fire energy control plus 32. Mad energy plus 32. Hacker plus 32. Pharmaceutical plus 32. Pharmaceutical plus 16. These zombies rushed towards Yang Bo. But in less than a minute, more than 60 zombies were all shot in the head by pistols. There are actually 5 A-level strongmen. Yang Bo was also shocked. There were so many super strongmen in this laboratory. Among the more than 60 zombies, only these few were given different skills, and the rest were all given pharmaceutical skills. When Yang Bo found the self-destruct device, he found that there were 2 keys inserted, and the button of the self-destruct device was flashing, and it could be activated at any time. It seems that the person in charge of this laboratory is ready to self-destruct this laboratory, but he has not made up his mind, or he has not had time. Yang Bo looked at the zombie in the control room that was shot in the head by himself. Once this kind of laboratory starts self-destruction, all the passages will be closed. Yang Bo slapped the self-destruct button with a slap, and the whole space experiment began to sound a shrill alarm, and the countdown version was 1 hour. At this time, Yang Bo suddenly received a task. Collect plant specimens from the Sky Garden? Yang Bo looked at the dialogue box that popped up, and hurried to the zombies to take off the identity cards on the necks of several A-level zombies. These A-level superpowers are definitely not unknown. Maybe these identity dog tags can be worth a lot of money. Yang Bo muttered to himself, and then came to the elevator on the side, and went directly to the 18th floor. Because this mission is said to offer a mysterious reward? Does the military have no objection to me destroying this space laboratory? Yang Bo muttered to himself as he took the elevator to the 18th floor. Chapter 333 Rewards. Will my strength be exposed? Yang Bo was a little nervous in the elevator, because this time I used my real IP to log into the game. If the military wanted to check, they would definitely be able to find it. Yang Bo had no idea that the military was already in chaos, and several military leaders cursed the head of the Alliance Academy of Sciences. You have to know that it involves taboo research. Anyone who knows the news will be investigated for their ancestors. Because someone almost used neural networks to become a god. In other words, using neural networks to control the entire alliance of humans. Or the entire human world. This researcher is so crazy that it is simply unimaginable. He even used neural networks to commit many outrageous crimes. When a person's brain is like a computer and can be remotely controlled by others, what terrible things will happen? It is said that this researcher and those who participated in or funded the research were all exterminated, and any related information was destroyed. When the Ministry of Justice received the news, it immediately activated the Supreme Special Judicial Treatment Regulations. This is also the reason why these guys who watched the excitement in the background of the game were immediately locked up by the military police. They wanted to check how much these guys who watched the excitement knew about this matter. However, when the joint responsible team of several departments urgently checked the backstage video of Yang Bo, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because it took less than 10 seconds for Yang Bo to enter the cabin of the Taboo laboratory and leave. After careful analysis of the footage, no possibility of data leakage involving the Taboo experiment was found. The next step is for the Judicial Department and the Parliament to issue an emergency order to destroy the space laboratory and re-examine other contaminated space laboratories. Unexpectedly, the military saw that Yang Bo had already activated the self-destruct device of the spacecraft. There was no need to give Yang Bo an extra task, which means that if Yang Bo was a little later, he would receive this new task and get a large reward. As for the order to Yang Bo to go to the Sky Garden, it was just to let Yang Bo enter the elevator. Just when Yang Bo entered the elevator and thought he was going to the 18th floor, suddenly the inside of the elevator shone with a dazzling red light. And then, the entire elevator was shining with energy arcs. Then Yang Bo watched the game screen go black. Fuck. You played a real game for me? Yang Bo was a little confused, and quickly used his photoelectric superpowers to see that the bionic man in the space laboratory had lost contact. And now the signal came directly from a server in the starry sky. That is, the game background. Congratulations to the player for completing the S-level job transfer assessment. The task completion rate is 98%. The collection of plant samples is not completed, and the evaluation is S-level. Then the screen turned and came to the assessment reception screen, and the NPC said to Yang Bo in a mobile tone, "What's wrong with the game officials? Did they react too slowly? Didn't they notice that I destroyed the space lab?" Yang Bo clicked to complete the assessment, and without looking at his reward, he hurried to the basement of the fortress, prepared a lot of milk, water, and antimatter batteries, waited quietly for half an hour. In the military, several military leaders were watching the huge space lab in the screen flying towards the distant star. As it got closer and closer to the star, the outer shell of the lab began to glow, and then began to burn, turning into a huge fireball. When it was still thousands of kilometers away from the star, the outer layer of the space laboratory was almost liquefied. When it was more than 2,000 kilometers away, a huge flame emerged from the star and engulfed the space laboratory. Pharmaceuticals +8. Pharmaceuticals +8. Mecha driving +16. Mad energy +8. A series of information flows gradually burst out in his mind. Mecha driving should be the security force of the space laboratory. Mad energy should be the test product. In addition, it also gave miscellaneous abilities such as tracking, boxing, and swordsmanship, which should be experimental animals or auxiliary logistics personnel. More than an hour later, Yang Bo found that he had received more than 9,000 pieces of information in total, including nearly 2,000 pharmaceutical skills. Among the other miscellaneous abilities, tracking and boxing skills were more common, with about more than 1,000 skills each. There were more than 2,000 wild energy skills. Mad energy has reached the master level. Yang Bo was now charging and drinking milk. The whole person's blood felt warm, and an unknown force was acting on the body. Has the entire lab never given any other rare skills? But that's understandable. After all, there are the most researchers in the lab, because there is electricity to provide energy consumption for the body's evolution. Yang Bo is not in any danger. An hour later, Yang Bo found that his mental power was extremely strong, and his perception increased by more than 3 times. Pharmaceuticals increase mental power, but not as much as mental control. While Yang Bo was absorbing the electricity in the basement to purify himself, several military leaders were holding a meeting. The Ministry of Justice and the Parliament have issued special regulations. This matter has been classified as top secret. No one can bring it up again. The news was first announced at the meeting of military leaders in the military. The other military leaders were not surprised. No information about the taboo experiment was allowed to be leaked. In addition, the game players, the Ministry of Justice, and the Parliament rejected our application to inquire about the game players' information because there is no evidence that the game players have any connection with the taboo experiment. The next information made the military people speechless. The alliance is about evidence, whether it is the judiciary or the Parliament, at least on the surface. You can't investigate a person just because he is guilty, but you have to investigate him after confirming the evidence of his guilt. The Ministry of Justice and the Parliament don't want this matter to spread further, because once the game players' information is checked, more people will know. What do you think about the authorized use of super bionics? The rest are the issues that the military leaders are more concerned about. Super bionics. The manufacturing cost alone is more than 7 billion. It is the crystallization of our alliance's scientific research. It should be handed over to people who can be trusted. I think Colonel Martin is very suitable. A bald black admiral said. I don't think Colonel Martin is suitable. And I suspect that Colonel Martin has already known the inside story of our game. I suggest that we check it carefully. Another white silver-haired admiral shook his head and said, I think Little John is suitable. Little John not only graduated from the Imperial Military Academy, but also graduated with the first grade in his grade. He also got excellent results in the S-level assessment in this game. At least, he is more suitable than Colonel Martin. Another admiral with a distinctive golden look in his eyes spoke. Everyone knows what happened to John's grades. What a bullshit first place in the grade. Ask the second and third place students how much money their families have received. The first black admiral who spoke sneered. Speaking requires evidence. Whether there is evidence or not, everyone knows. Why don't we let John and Martin fight each other, and see who wins, and who will control the super android? I suggest that we handle it according to the rules of the game. If Martin or John controls the android, who will bear the consequences? An admiral said calmly. Let the person with the highest S-level assessment completion rate in the game control it remotely, as long as the process is correct. Even if the android test fails, it has nothing to do with us. Another person spoke. This is the only way to withstand the investigation of the Parliament. If the android is accidentally damaged during use, then the project must be reviewed again. The person who spoke just now spoke again. The other military leaders were also thinking about the outcome of this incident. The cost of the super bionic man itself reached billions. And the Parliament had invested so many years in this project, and invested so much manpower and material resources. If the project failed, the entire project might be reviewed again. After all, the Parliament has been restricting the power of the military for a long time. As long as they find an opportunity, they will definitely make the military leaders in the military go away or even go to jail. The highest military officer here said lightly at this time, in the alliance, the process is the first priority, and any violation of the process will be considered illegal. I agree. I agree too. Anyway, we can easily cut off the network connection in the background. After the meeting, the two military leaders, who recommended others just now looked at each other and left. The Super Bionic Man is of great importance. If the Super Bionic Man project succeeds, the application of Bionic Man in the military field will be comparable to Mecha in the future. And everyone knows how influential Mecha is in the military. And if you can become the first user to control the Super Bionic Man, you can at least get a position as an instructor in the future. All those who operate Bionic Man in the future will become students of this instructor. And maybe you can establish another position in the military. Of course, everyone is asking for the process now. And the two dare not refuse at all. Not following the process is illegal. These military leaders in the military are all smart people. And they will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. The prospects of the Bionic Man project are not clear. But what if it succeeds? We need to nip some situations in the bud. And now someone's performance is so much higher than the other two. So naturally everyone asks for the process. There are also many factions within the military, including the Planetary Alert Fleet and the Main Fleet. Each main fleet can be said to be a mountain. And the leader of one more project means that the cake in hand will increase every year. Yongbo certainly didn't know about these things, and was still worried about whether his identity would be leaked because of this incident. After staying in the basement for more than an hour, he hurried up to see the results of the game. The game is still in the job transfer assessment interface. And now Yongbo faces two choices. The first is to get the reward and leave. Second, there are two more assessment opportunities. Use these two assessment opportunities. Forget it. It's enough to pass the S-level assessment. Yang Bo thought carefully and gave up the second option. As long as the attributes of the Bionic Man increase, it will be easier for me to kill monsters in the game. If I take the assessment again, I may not encounter any scenes. Maybe I will make a real game to fool myself next time, which will be troublesome. Yang Bo dare not bet that he will be remotely controlled again in the next assessment, instead of entering the virtual game in the background. After all, the last part of the assessment just now was a virtual screen. Yang Bo received the reward and appeared at the resurrection point again. Yang Bo quickly used the photoelectric superpower to check the Bionic Man he remotely controlled. Sure enough, Yang Bo found that the Bionic Man he was controlling now was very different from the previous Bionic Man. The Bionic Man he controlled before was about 1.8 meters tall. And now this Bionic Man was more than 2 meters tall. And the size was bigger. Micro antimatter batteries were also used inside. And the protective layer on the outer layer of the Bionic Man looked more advanced. And the most important thing is that the exoskeleton armor has been equipped on the body. You can see that the exoskeleton armor has many modular joints, which are used to equip heavy weapons. It actually has a built-in antimatter battery. And the antimatter battery has been miniaturized. It is also mixed with a lot of energy metals. It is also mixed with some mysterious materials. Why does it feel like this material is the same as the horns of zombie sheep? Yang Bo saw the real picture without the background processing of the game through the vision of the Bionic Man. Then look back and see that the current character attributes have increased by 500%. That means Yang Bo can now carry 2,200 rounds of bullets. Yang Bo's initial character attributes allow him to carry 200 rounds of bullets and matching firearms, as well as food, water, and so on. He can only carry 400 bullets alone. So Yang Bo's original base can carry firearms plus 200 rounds of bullets. And the subsequent increase of 500% is 2,000 rounds of bullets. I like it. Yang Bo was so happy to see the current character's attributes. Another key point is that all purchases are 30% off. The original bullet cost 50 game coins. Now it only costs 16. There are so many heavy equipment. Sniper rifles, machine guns, larger bombs, and a short-term flight capability of 200 seconds. The maximum flight distance reaches 100 kilometers. Yang Bo looked at the flight capability attached to his exoskeleton armor. It can only be used once after flying for 6 hours, which means it can be used at most twice during the game time. Captain, what's going on? Captain, several players have passed the 5-star assessment. Captain, there are players who revealed that there is an S-level assessment, but it's too abnormal. Xiao Huang and others in the team found that Yang Bo had finished the assessment and asked hurriedly, I'm also 5 stars. Yang Bo lied, mainly because the S-level assessment was too abnormal, especially the 30% discount on buying items in the game mall, although it was limited to personal use. Yang Bo knew that some people, no matter how good they were at ordinary times, couldn't stand seeing you do well, let alone the players who cooperated with everyone in the game. Really? It's true. I'll log out of the game first. Yang Bo felt that Xiao Huang was going to get to the bottom of it, so he quickly logged out of the game, because Yang Bo himself hadn't digested the benefits of this time. What exactly was it like to have the skill of crazy energy reach the Grandmaster level? Chapter 334 Promise. Yang Bo came to the basement, took off all his clothes first, and then came to the mirror. Crazy energy. He silently recited this skill in his heart, and his whole body swelled up instantly. Same 8 meters in height. Stronger strength. Skin defense is also stronger. The skin is now bronze, and it looks like a faint metallic luster, which is extraordinary at a glance. But now the duration is even lower. In 1 minute, Yang Bo returned to his original appearance. The last time Yang Bo experimented with giantization, he could last 4 minutes at a height of 8 meters. And it was relatively easy. It should be more powerful. Why don't we find a mecha to fight? Yang Bo felt that he could fight with the mecha. I don't know if it's an illusion. Speaking of mecha, I feel that humanoid mecha may not be suitable for me. Yang Bo himself has photoelectric superpowers, and has an innate advantage in controlling mechas. Others still have to use their hands to press buttons. But Yang Bo only needs his superpowers to send photoelectric signals. The combat power of the giants should be several times higher than before. But for combat, 1 minute is enough. The skill of mad energy is mainly based on physical fitness. The stronger the physical foundation, the stronger this skill will be. 8 meters high is suitable. There is no need to be taller. The individual does not have to be large. The key is to look at the energy contained in itself. Just like a bullet is not big, but if it is fired, the destructive power it brings is very strong. But giants of different heights still need to be trained. Just in case. The game improves skills. This bug is so powerful that no one could have imagined it. I played the game for a few hours at home, and both skills reached the master level. I wonder what effect the pharmaceutical master will bring. It seems that the Alliance does not have strict control over certain types of mechas. Yang Bo thought of some engineering mechas, or other mechas. Private ownership is allowed in the Alliance. But of course, the weapon system is out of the question. Humanoid mechas are the most popular among all mechas. And they have the strongest combat effectiveness. Because people are already accustomed to the humanoid way of fighting. They have a natural advantage. My physique has improved. And the power reserve is more than before. At least several times more than before. It seems that physique is the core of all superpowers. And there should be mental power. That is what the fat boss said about ancient martial arts. Which is actually to develop one's own potential and make oneself stronger step by step. But my body has rubbish talent. So there is no need to waste energy to learn ancient martial arts. Just like the things of making medicine. You can't understand them yourself. But as long as the skill level reaches it, you will naturally know what to do right. Yang Bo moved around in the basement. And then, there were many things in his mind. And he suddenly realized it. It seems that I have to use the identity of the third master to fight hard and test my true strength. I wonder if there are any more perverted existences near this March star. Anyway, I have a mecha and a naval gun. At worst, if my body can't beat the opponent, I can summon the mecha. Yang Bo felt the need to find someone to practice with. After moving his body around and getting familiar with his current physique, Yang Bo returned to the room where he was surfing the internet. It seems that turning into a zombie is not a human masterpiece. Could it be caused by unknown energy rays in the universe? Yang Bo knew that there were many unknown energy rays in space, and most of them could cause gene mutations. But the result of many gene mutations was gene collapse, which then led to death. In his previous life, Yang Bo knew that long-term exposure to some rays could increase the risk of cancer. The military is conducting large-scale experiments on bionic people. Is it preparing to attack the other two countries, or facing some huge threat? I feel that this game is a bit like AI training on Earth. The data obtained by so many players allows the military to optimize bionic people. But speaking of it, using bionic people to replace real people to fight. I think this idea is not bad. In the future, when fighting against foreign countries, there is no need for real people to know it all. Just disguise it as a game. I guess it was forced. The last time Wang Mushue put down the rebellion, she was held hostage by the opposition in the parliament. But then again, it's better to have opposition voices of doubt than nothing. While drinking milk, Yang Bo opened the game for him. There are already several players who have successfully transferred to 5-star ratings on the game forum. These players also posted their own game strategies. The assessments for the 5-star ratings are all in the city. After Yang Bo paid to watch the strategies on the forum, he found that they were all in the city, and there was no assessment in the space laboratory like his own. It seems that the military is selecting the elite among game players. It is possible that the top 10 people in the ranking list have participated in the S-level job transfer task assessment. I may also be the first. After all, others did not destroy the entire space laboratory. It is estimated that there are few people who are all around like me. And I need to know how to repair warships. And the game skills need to be so good. Yang Bo is confident in his skills. I just don't know what other abilities my remote control bionic man has. Do you want to hack the military's bionic man? Yang Bo felt that his photoelectric superpowers could completely hack the opponent's system. But after thinking about it, forget it. After all, there is such a long distance between him and the bionic man. And he still needs the support of the military's space quantum communication technology. In this way, I always maintain my advantage. If the military produces a super bionic man in the end, if there is a chance, I can hack the other party's bionic man. Yang Bo didn't take the military seriously. At worst, he would just run it out. After checking the game strategy, most of the players who changed jobs were complaining that the difficulty was very high, and they were all scolding the game officials. I just don't know if the military has found my information. This is what Yang Bo is worried about now. But I'm not afraid. If the military really comes to me, I can just join them. As long as they don't implant a chip in me, I'll be fine. If they do, I'll just run away. I have hacking skills after all. Although the level is low, it should be of great use when combined with my photoelectric superpowers. I looked at the game forum and didn't find anything valuable. The main reason is that the needs of the two are different. Others play games to make money, while I play games to kill monsters and gain skills. When will we go to the big city for a tour? Yongbo turned off the computer, and then watched the pharmaceutical video materials given by Joe Roy again. Then he went to bed early. He experienced a lot today and thought a lot. Yongbo didn't know yet that the bionic man given to him by the military was the only super bionic man. That is, the strongest one at present. It is mainly used to test various data of bionic man, and then conduct research. Of course, various application scenarios are indispensable. This is a huge opportunity for Yongbo. Different application scenarios are all actual combat. After all, only the data collected in the actual combat environment is the most real. The next day, Yongbo woke up in the morning and found that Joe Roy sent him a message, asking him to go fishing at sea. Just next Sunday. Fishing is fishing. Yongbo was not afraid of anything. Anyway, he didn't have any thoughts about this woman. This kind of strong woman is not his type. He prefers the kind of gentle and considerate. If this kind of strong woman faces the choice between career and family in the future, she will definitely choose to abandon her family. After replying to Joe Roy, Yongbo entered the game. Captain! Captain! Xiao Huang and others saw Yongbo enter the game. Captain, have you participated in the higher-level job transfer assessment? Xiao Huang asked Yongbo directly in a private chat. Why do you ask this? Yongbo was slightly surprised. I guess there are many masters like you in the game, and the top few masters have not come out to say what evaluation they have received. 2 of them are experts, but they like to show off. The team they lead can kill 4,000 monsters a day, and they all post in the forum. No post was posted in this assessment. Either the assessment failed or there are other reasons. I guess there is a more advanced assessment, Xiao Huang said. Yongbo was a little surprised by Xiao Huang's meticulous thinking. How could he be like a rich second generation who has accomplished nothing? Don't tell anyone. Yongbo did not explain more. Just said 5 words. Xiao Huang was so excited that he almost jumped up when he heard this. It seems that his guess was right, and he is a very awesome captain. In fact, Yongbo's current game character is almost the same in the eyes of other players, and does not show the true appearance of the bionic man. Captain, do you think we need to reassess? Xiao Huang spoke in the team at this time. You can reassess. After all, we only have a few people. If we want to make more money in the future, we must bring more supplies. And I feel that more and more people will change their jobs in the future, and maybe big cities will be opened. Yongbo certainly hopes that his teammates will become stronger and stronger. The more bullets you carry, the faster you can brush up your skills. Then let's reevaluate. Xiao Huang and his friends immediately decided to reevaluate. Everyone knew that the more bullets you carry, the faster you can brush up the farm. In the past, the main reason for brushing up quickly was because of the delay in logistics. Captain, do you have any experience to share? The young lady asked on the side. It's hard to say. How could Yongbo know what kind of environment these teammates would encounter? So it was hard to say at all. Xiao Huang also spoke up. Everyone's assessment scene is different, so you need to make your own judgment. Run when you should run, and fight when you should fight. Then let's go for the assessment. Anyway, there are still 2 chances. The young lady immediately prepared to go for the job transfer assessment. After the young lady and the others left the team, Annie spoke in the team at this time. Captain, do you want to allocate this level 10 bonus to you? No need for this. How could Yongbo want Annie's 100,000 game coins? Do I want to take the job transfer assessment? I can't kill monsters, but I should have no problem running. Of course, if you pass the assessment, I will reward you with game coins. 100,000 for 1 star, 300,000 for 3 stars, and 500,000 for 5 stars. Anyway, the more bullets you carry in the future, the more beneficial it will be for me to kill monsters. Yongbo decided to give Annie a little reward. Really? Annie asked excitedly. How could I lie? You also know how much money I spend on killing monsters a day. Of course Yongbo didn't lie. There were so many game coins in his game account, and the various reward game coins from last time were still in his account. Thank you. Captain. And he excitedly left the team to take the job transfer assessment. Test the overall level of my Bionic Man now. This game is essentially similar to a shooting game. There is no attribute panel for the specific attributes of the character. Only the contents of the backpack. Yongbo found that he now has an exoskeleton armor that can fly 100 kilometers. But he has to wait 6 hours before he can use it again. Why wait 6 hours? Did they use energy metal repair technology? If the mecha in Yongbo's space is damaged outside, it can be repaired by energy when it is put into the space. This material is very expensive. And the technological content is also very high. So high that ordinary people cannot understand it. Such as Yongbo. Is there a mission? At this time, Yongbo saw an email. And it turned out to be a mission email when he opened it. Mysterious Research Institute. Yongbo saw that this mission was a mysterious research institute and required to get the mission items in this research institute. 350 kilometers? Yongbo looked at the location of the mission, which was actually in a big city 350 kilometers away. And the research institute was in the outer area of the city. It seems that there is no mission in this game yet. Is this aimed at me? Or is the Bionic Man I got not a mature product, but a test product? What I have to do is to help them test the product. Yongbo didn't know why his brain was so smart now. And he quickly thought of the cause and effect. There must be a lot of pharmacists in the research institute? And Yongbo thought of another point. The mission reward is a mysterious item? Yongbo saw that the reward for this mission was a mysterious item. Will they give me a virtual thing? Yongbo wondered if the game officials would be able to see the rewards for the missions. But they didn't. Yongbo quit the game and found that other players on the forum had already received the missions. Some people have already completed the missions. And the rewards are said to be very generous. But it's true. This is a game. And it's reasonable to give virtual items. Let's go! Yongbo decided to go to the county town to see how strong the Bionic Man he was controlling remotely was. Chapter 335 Rubbish Ability. At this time, a player appeared in the resurrection point. This player had a silver exoskeleton armor on his body. Yongbo himself set the exoskeleton armor not to be displayed. To be low-key. The most important thing is the ability to fly, which makes people drool. The most annoying thing in this game is to rush. I didn't expect that there are such strong players in our remote place. The 5-star job transfer assessment is too difficult. I failed the exam twice, and then applied for the 4-star assessment for the 3rd time. You have reached level 10? Of course. The difficulty of upgrading in this game is relatively high. Yongbo looked carefully at the opponent's exoskeleton armor, and the appearance was similar to what he saw. This player went to the resurrection point to buy logistics supplies, and then flew into the sky in full view of the public. It's a bit like a miniature rocket backpack. Yongbo saw that the player's flight was a light of energy ejected from a backpack behind him. And then 2 small wings popped out. And the whole person disappeared in front of everyone. Can I go to other places? Thinking of this, Yongbo's heart moved. No need to go to the city. Go to the farms far away and brush up your physique first. Yongbo studied the map and looked for a large farm within 100 kilometers. Sheep breeding farm. Soon Yongbo found a place on the map. More than 80 kilometers away from the resurrection point. Great. Buying supplies at a 30% discount was so cool. Yongbo bought 1,800 rounds of bullets, 2 guns, and a saber. This saber was a heavy saber, more durable and sharper than the previous one. Of course, the price was 5 times higher than the original one. The speed is twice as fast as before. The detection range of the radar is also twice as large as before. The reaction speed is much higher than before. Yongbo soon found that the simulation man he was remotely controlling now crushed the previous Bionic Man in terms of data. You should know that the diameter of the radar detection range is twice as large as before. And the power required is at least several times that of the original. And the increased speed of the Bionic Man is conducive to running around and killing monsters. After leaving the resurrection point for 2 kilometers, Yongbo directly used the flying ability to set the target on the farm. 8 minutes. 10 kilometers per minute. And the direction cannot be changed in the middle. This flying ability is a bit rubbish. Yongbo landed on the point he had reserved on the map and calculated the flying speed. What should I do if I encounter danger in the air? Or has the military restricted many functions? Yongbo landed on the mountain behind the farm. Pick up the telescope and look at the breeding sheep farm at the foot of the mountain. It is on a hillside, and there are many zombies below. The radar also shows that there are many zombies. Because there are also some animals. It's a bit troublesome. Yongbo felt a bit troublesome. If it's not time to clean up here, won't I have to wait here for the flight skill to cool down? Yongbo felt a bit troublesome. If he solved the monsters here, how would he go back then? It would definitely be unrealistic to open up the wasteland. Forget it. Let's get started. Yongbo looked around the terrain first, mainly to guard against zombies in other places. There are also zombies in the densest forests, but not many. This farm is halfway up the mountain. Below the mountainside are pieces of land, and there is a road in the middle of the land. A few concrete steps were built behind the farm, supporting the mountain next to it. Yongbo jumped directly to the top of the concrete steps. The entire farm building is 17 or 18 acres. You can see the remaining traces of concrete buildings, and all kinds of grass and vines grow on it. And the vegetation in this part of the farm is very dense. And it seems that there is enough fertilizer. Pick up a gun. This gun is more durable and lighter than the previous gun. Of course, the price is 5 times the original. Fortunately, the bullet price has not increased. Yongbo used his photoelectric superpower to check that this thing is no different from what he used before. In fact, when the durability of the gun used in the game reached 0, there was no big problem at all. Just like the game officials asked the game players to give the characters water and food, which was all acting for you. Yongbo suffered a loss and couldn't say it, because this is just a game. In other words, you are given a 30% discount on the surface. But most of the things are still the same. The price is different from what you see here. The bullet is loaded, and a zombie sheep is shot in the head directly. Charge +2. Then there was a low gunshot with a silencer. Skill points flashed in his mind one by one. The zombie sheep below went crazy. But unfortunately, these zombie sheep were directly named by Yongbo as soon as they appeared. This Bionic Man's operation is indeed faster than before. Yongbo clearly felt that the speed of shooting was faster now. And the bullets were also changed in a flash. He changed it immediately. Unlike the Bionic Man controlled before, who changed bullets very slowly. In the background of the game, the military closely followed the data of Yongbo. The Bionic Man. This guy is a great shooter. His reaction is also fast enough. It seems that he didn't aim at all. Just shake the muzzle and let the bullet fly to the target. This environment is not complicated, but there are many monsters infected by the virus, and the hit rate is 99%. This guy should be a B-level superpower. It should be about the same. No A-level gene evolver will come to play games. In 10 minutes, there were only 200 bullets left, and he rushed towards these zombie sheep with a saber. There were still many zombie sheep. Of course, Yongbo would not rush directly to these zombie sheep, but ran to the farm on the side, because the gunshots had attracted all the zombie sheep to this area. These zombie sheep have fast and slow speeds, and Yongbo used the remaining concrete buildings to avoid them. With a slash of the knife, a zombie sheep's head was split open by the saber. Get the collision +2. You still need teammates. Yongbo felt that killing monsters with cold weapons was very slow. After killing more than 100 zombie sheep, Yongbo quickly ran away because he was prompted to be slightly poisoned. Before running away, Yongbo killed the small boss here, and then got into the weeds and started running. This zombie is too difficult to deal with. Yongbo didn't care about the weeds at all and started running directly. Of course, he chose places with sparse weeds. The sound of zombie sheep behind him was getting farther and farther away. It's so annoying. Looking at the scattered zombies on the radar, Yongbo was a little speechless. I will never run so far again in the future. Looking at the 3 or 4 meter high weeds and shrubs around, there is basically no vision. Fortunately, most zombies will scream first when they find someone. Finally, Yongbo ran to a stone mountain and waited until the flight cooldown time was up before flying back to a place a few kilometers away from the resurrection point. What a pitfall! I wonder what will happen to the conspicuous bag that flew out this morning. Yongbo knew that the flight interval of his exoskeleton armor was only 6 hours. Yongbo felt much more relaxed during these few kilometers. After returning to the resurrection point, he found that Xiao Hong and others had finished the assessment. Captain, Xiao Hong, Xiao Xiujia, and I have been rated as 4 stars in our job transfer. Xiao Huang and others joined the team and spoke in the team channel. My rating is 3 stars. The eldest lady replied with a slightly unhappy tone. That's good. Let's download the game. Yongbo didn't see Annie. Nor did he ask these people. He didn't know if the job transfer failed. And then he downloaded the game. Captain. See you tomorrow. Captain. See you tomorrow. Yongbo also downloaded the game and summarized the results of today's experiment. Everything was useful. But the flying ability was simply useless. The interval was too long. And it could only be regarded as a life-saving skill. Then Yongbo hurried to get food. And after eating, he went to the basement to train to become a giant. Yongbo, who was 8 meters tall, was only wearing a pair of briefs, and was moving back and forth in a straight line in the basement. Yongbo stopped after a minute. I feel much better than yesterday. I gained several thousand points of collision skills today, which increased my physical fitness. But I will only train for 1 minute first. If I train for too long, it is likely to cause physical damage. All superpowers have become stronger. Yongbo used his anti-gravity superpower to train his giant body today. And he felt that this superpower had become much stronger. He looked at the little guys he raised again. These gerbils looked furry, timid, and cute. The invisible mice looked worse. I'll operate on you tomorrow. Yongbo looked at the mutant blood-sucking leeches kept in the glass pool on the side. He decided to see if this mutant little thing could be made into a new potion formula. What are the abilities of leeches? Yongbo was thinking about this question again. While Yongbo was thinking about the problem in the basement, Zhou Rui on the other side was a little anxious. Has Third Master replied to the message? Zhou Rui was anxiously waiting inside the Bounty Union. No. The president is so anxious to find Third Master. What's the matter? The people below asked. There is a perverted wanted criminal who is said to have sneaked into our March Star. The news Zhou Rui received was a little surprising. How perverted is he? A superpowered person with the ability to turn invisible is said to have escaped from a top-secret laboratory. The official reward is 5 billion credit points. This wanted criminal is said to have killed everyone in the laboratory. According to official news, he is coming this way. Now we only know that after the other party turns invisible, no energy detector can detect him. The good news is that the other party can only be invisible for no more than 3 hours at a time. And he cannot use other superpowers after being invisible. The official suspects that this person is a member of another illegal organization. This time, the wanted criminal came here mainly for the Alliance Admiral. But for some reason, the whereabouts of the Alliance Admiral are kept secret. Several high-ranking officials of the Bounty Hunters Union were stunned when they heard this. There is actually an invisible superpower? Is the Alliance's laboratory so powerful? It must be that the Alliance did not keep it secret, and people from other countries knew about it. Where did the Alliance get the materials? Will it be related to the Alliance Admiral? Now that you say this, I feel that all the things I couldn't figure out before have been figured out. Zhou Rui immediately reacted and spoke after hearing this. Our Alliance Admiral was stationed on the Green Goblin Star. The Green Goblin Star was attacked by pirates at the time. And our Alliance Admiral's main battleship disappeared. At that time, I wondered why the Alliance's main battleship disappeared. And why did another Alliance main fleet go to the Green Goblin Star? Now everything makes sense. They must have found invisible materials there. So the Green Goblin Star's main fleet would cut off communications according to the highest confidentiality regulations. As for the second main fleet, it should be taking this material to the Alliance's highest laboratory. Zhou Rui said all the things she thought of. There are not many secrets for the Bounty Hunters Guild. Because when Wang Muxue was destroying the pirates, many small groups of pirates escaped. The pirates must have sold this information to earn some information fees. The Bounty Hunters Guild is spread across the 3 major countries, and is so well informed that it is outrageous. The Bounty Hunters Guild itself is a platform for information exchange. And it can also be said to be a place for buying and selling intelligence. The Bounty Hunters Guild itself was a place to offer rewards for wanted criminals. So if you want to know where the wanted criminals are, you definitely need strong intelligence capabilities. Zhou Rui knew the Green Devil Star fleet roughly. So it was not surprising that it was attacked by pirates. As a pirate, it was rare to encounter the main fleets of 2 alliances at the same time. Normally, if you encounter a main fleet, you have to run away quickly. It seems that the Ash organization also knows the relevant information about the materials. Do you think that the Ash organization has mastered some secrets, and was discovered by the Alliance and wiped out? It is possible. If the invisible gene drug can be produced in large quantities, even if it is only for 2 or 3 hours, it can do a lot of things. If this guy with invisible ability is caught, He will probably be kept in captivity as a material donor. Why are we so unlucky and encounter such things one after another? We all know this news. I am afraid that larger organizations have begun to take action. Other high-level officials of the Bounty Hunter Union also talked about it. If you can't use superpowers in the invisible state, the threat is not that big. Who knows how much this guy knows in the laboratory? Besides, who can use the ability of invisibility in a direct battle? Just go to the research and development institutions of those listed companies and take a walk around. Is the other party coming to our side a smoke bomb released by the official? The senior executives of the Bounty Hunters Union looked at Joe Roy and asked, I am also worried about this. We have taken several actions thanks to the Third Master. Once the identity of the Third Master is known, the official alliance will definitely take action. I am afraid that this is a trap for the Third Master. To be honest, the Third Master is still a man. He took all the charges himself. His brothers were sentenced to only 10 years at most. The senior executives of the Bounty Hunters Union felt that the president's worry was reasonable. After all, the Third Master had close contacts with the Bounty Hunters Guild. I hope the Third Master can see our information earlier. I don't know where he is now. Joe Rui didn't have any good solution now. Once this news came out, I didn't know how many forces would be attracted. The Bounty Hunters Guild didn't have a master sitting here, and she felt a little uneasy. Chapter 336 Attitude. Joe Rui guessed correctly. The experimenter in the Alliance SSS-level laboratory was injected with the invisibility gene potion, because the researcher himself was a gene evolver. His original genes conflicted with the genes of the invisibility potion, resulting in invisibility for less than 3 hours at most. And this incident is suspected to be related to the attack of the Alliance Green Devil Star planet fleet by pirates. And it is even more suspected to be related to the fact that the Ash organization was wiped out by the Alliance. It is even rumored that the Ash organization found something related to the invisibility superpower on the Green Devil Star, which was robbed by the Alliance. So they colluded with pirates. Then the Ash organization suffered. Although the Ash organization is related to the Crimson Federation, the invisibility superpower is too special. So the Ash organization suffered a huge blow in the Water Blue Empire. The Water Blue Empire directly arrested 90% of the Ash organization members without any signs, and those who resisted were killed on the spot. More than a dozen administrative stars within the Crimson Federation suddenly announced an investigation into the Ash organization, arrested 90% of the members, and killed those who resisted on the spot. The intention of the two countries is very clear. That is, the Ash organization handed over the things, and the Ash organization was also taken advantage of by other organizations. As one of the Interstellar Grey Giants, it has countless wealth and good things. The Ash organization quickly announced that it really didn't know anything about invisibility. The Alliance didn't come out to explain anything. But during this period of time, the frequency of the Parliament Master's travel has obviously decreased. Many people turned their eyes to the direction where the researcher escaped, and March Star was in this direction. The official of March Star was speechless. What the hell was going on? That Imperial Admiral was simply a disaster. The official of March Star also increased security. But the development of March Star itself was not high, and there was a large ocean. Moreover, these social people had disguised identities. They couldn't take everyone to test biological samples. Right? Besides, biological samples could also be interfered with. The Bounty Hunters Union also gave a lot of tasks because of the good cooperation with the official of March Star. And for those wanted criminals, March Star gave a separate reward. The official of March Star also saw an opportunity, because March Star had killed many old thieves for many years, and March Star was famous. If this wave could survive, wouldn't March Star's reputation be better? Yongbo naturally didn't know about this. When he got up the next day and prepared to play the game, he found that Joe Rui sent him a message saying that he would be delayed next week and the fishing was cancelled. The fat boss also sent a message in the middle of the night asking him not to go out easily. March Star was very chaotic recently. Is it very chaotic? Yongbo replied to the two people and decided to try to change his identity to Sanyi after the game was over. It should be fine. Will the Ash organization or the Red Earl do the Pato Star incident again? I won't run away this time. It's just a good opportunity to give myself a head. As long as my identity is not exposed, I will stay here. Yongbo is still looking forward to some powerful people. The crazy energy given by someone last time is too useful. Captain, Xiao and I actually completed the 5-star assessment. Yongbo was shocked by a piece of news as soon as he entered the game. Without waiting for Xiao and I to say anything, Xiao Huang said, Xiao and I passed the assessment in one try. After Xiao and I entered the assessment, she was on the roof of a building, and there were dozens of zombies. Xiao and I ran and saw a high concrete platform. When she climbed up, there was a big hole. She fell down all of a sudden. As a result, she didn't know what kind of pipe she fell into. In a hurry, she grabbed something, and the zombies behind her fell down with her. Xiao and I slowly climbed up in this pipe. The zombies in the entire building were attracted by the zombies that fell under the pipe and all rushed downstairs. Xiao and I waited for 8 hours and was officially determined to have passed the assessment. The young lady said this with an envious tone. Yang Bo heard this and roughly understood that Xiao and I was lucky. Xiao Huang also said with an envious tone at this time, I deliberately bypassed those dark holes during the assessment. Yang Bo nodded. There are many pipes in high-rise buildings that lead directly to the roof, ventilation or other, as well as elevator shafts. But it can be said that she was lucky if she didn't fall to death. That concrete platform was only half a person high. I wanted to stop the zombies behind me, but it turned out to be a hole. There was something like a raised concrete step inside, but it was straight. My legs went weak at that time, watching the zombies fall from the sky one by one. Annie said in a low voice at this time. Annie actually held her breath in her heart, thinking about Yang Bo's 500,000 gold coins. This game is too real, the eldest lady said with emotion in the team. After listening to it, Yang Bo privately traded 500,000 gold coins to Annie. Don't tell others that Xiao Huang and his friends are super rich second generations. Yang Bo sent a private message to Annie. Annie looked at the game coins and was a little overwhelmed. This was 500,000. Seeing such a message, she quickly said, Captain, this may not be good. Yang Bo directly took a screenshot of his gold coin balance. The income from the assessment was also given to Yang Bo. The brain of the big guy Kwang Nung was worth millions. And there were also miscellaneous rewards. Tens of millions of gold coins. Annie looked at the screenshots Yang Bo sent her and swallowed her saliva. How did this guy make so much money? Thank you, Captain. Annie hurriedly thanked him. Are you a resident or a citizen? Yang Bo was afraid that Annie would use the money to buy genetic medicine. Who knows what kind of miscellaneous things the government will give? And aren't Annie and Xia just test subjects? First determine the attributes of the two, and then make the medicine? Residents, don't easily inject the genetic medicine for the second time. Have you seen the scandal of Sihai Pharmaceutical Company? Some of them are simply fake medicines. Yang Bo said directly. Ah. Annie was obviously surprised. You can consult me later. I'm a pharmacist. Yang Bo left a message. Yang Bo said in the team, I will give Xiao and I 2,000 gold coins a day. Okay. Everyone, prepare to buy supplies? Let's find a super farm today. Yang Bo tried it yesterday and found that it would not work without teammates. The team bought supplies and set off. This time, the team brought thousands of bullets, mainly because they could not bring bullets alone, as well as food, water, and guns. Captain, have you seen the forum? The guy who took off from our place yesterday almost died outside after flying out. Xiao Huang asked in the team. Yang Bo also said in the team, I have tried it. Don't mention it. I went to a farm more than 80 kilometers away. Although I brought a lot of bullets, there were more monsters. I was chased by a group of zombie sheep for several hours before I returned to the resurrection point. The road was not easy to walk on, and I had to face other zombies that appeared at any time. This flying ability is useless. I can only say that I can return to the resurrection point when I am far away. Yes, the conspicuous bag posted a message yesterday. If it weren't for the rescue of teammates, I guess the characters would have died. Xiao Hong also said. This time, the group opened up the wasteland faster, cleared the road faster, and walked faster. When Annie heard what Yang Bo said, she quickly checked the Sihai Pharmaceutical Company that Yang Bo mentioned while playing games. After checking, she was shocked. Such big news was not reported. Sihai Company colluded with extremist organizations and used residents for dangerous genetic drug experiments. Sihai Company was listed as a member of an extremist organization. The senior executives of Sihai Company committed suicide in prison. The head of the family behind Sihai Company accidentally drowned. The death cases of residents caused by Sihai Company cannot be found out. Annie couldn't believe that she didn't know such big news. Then Annie's heart tightened. Which company's genetic drug did she inject at the beginning? Unfortunately, She couldn't find it. Annie was in a trance all day and felt half disappointed. Seahai Gene Pharmaceutical Company did this. What about other genetic pharmaceutical companies? It took 5 hours to kill monsters today. Mainly because it took too long to travel. Because the nearby villages and farms were all taken over by others. Small teams go into the village to hunt human zombies. And large teams go to farms. The advantage is that the distance of road reclamation is getting farther and farther. Today, we cleared a cattle farm. There are more than 900 cattle. It takes 3 or 4 bullets for one cattle. You can only shoot the legs, not the neck. Of course, Yongbo saber can also be used. But Yongbo will not use cold weapons unless it is absolutely necessary. Yongbo is mainly for skills. If he wants to make money, he will definitely use cold weapons. And the bullets are 30% off. The military can't take advantage of Yongbo. There are no small bosses in the cattle farm. But everyone knows that Yongbo is not short of money. Xiao Huang and others have always believed that Yongbo enjoys the process of killing. Otherwise, why would he pay money to kill monsters? Of course, it is not accurate to say that he pays money. After all, Yongbo earns a lot here. Seeing that the ranking bonus next month will belong to his captain again. They will also benefit from it. Because there will be rewards for the team ranking. Mind control +8. Then, there are more than 1,000 collision skill points. Yongbo went offline, and went to the basement to train as a giant. Then recharged and ate. When it got dark, Yongbo went out invisibly wearing armor. At Annie and Xiao's house. The two girls looked very solemn. And a little depressed. Xiao looked at the shady information about Seahai Company that she had searched out. And her heart was chilled. She was still looking forward to the second injection of the gene drug. How could you not know about such a big scandal when you surf the internet every day? Xiao took a sip of ice water and suppressed her anger. Annie glanced at Xiao. How many times do you have time to read the news when you are online? Xiao rolled her eyes and said, I want to consult a lawyer. It's useless. You can see that there are lawyers on the internet who have interpreted that Seahai Company has destroyed all the information. And I suspect that the Alliance must want to downplay these things. These bastards. If our residents die, there will be no plaintiffs. Xia felt uncomfortable thinking that if she died, no one would know how she died. And her beloved things might be recycled by the official alliance and distributed to other residents. Annie, what should we do? Xia was more worried about the second injection. Our captain is a pharmacist. Do you think we should find him? Will he lie? Don't be fooled. Little girl. Probably not. He has tens of millions of game coins. And it is estimated that he will earn more than 10 million this month. You really didn't tell him about our situation. Men are bad. No. If you don't believe me, look at the chat records. Xia carefully checked the chat records between Annie and Yongbo, and looked at the screenshots of game coins sent by Yongbo. And her saliva was about to flow down. Yes. It's okay. But we have to meet in person. And we have to check his pharmacist certificate. There are so many pharmacists in Seahai Pharmacy. Annie's words made Xia not know how to answer. While Xia and Annie were struggling, Yongbo came to the supermarket of the Bounty Hunters Union. Now he was using a disguised identity, and had seen the message Zhou Rui had given him. Third Master. Zhou Rui also came to the supermarket to wait after receiving the message from Third Master. Yongbo changed his identity from the mountains. There are many caves and cliffs in the mountains, which are natural hidden places. Then he found a remote park and swaggered to the supermarket. What's so urgent? Yongbo asked. Zhou Rui quickly told the story. When Yongbo heard this, he touched his chin and felt that this series of things seemed to be related to him. These bastards in the military. No wonder the place where I killed the invisible rats was so clean. It seems that these guys searched it after I left. No. Maybe others searched it while I was there. But I couldn't see it anyway. Yongbo muttered in his heart. Hearing this, Yongbo said, I have heard about this matter. I think this alliance will be finished sooner or later. Such a big problem can happen in an SSS-level laboratory. But I feel that this should not be true. If I had this ability, plus the camouflage potion, no one would be able to find it. Yongbo shook his head again and said. Zhou Rui nodded. We also feel that the other party is unlikely to escape. Anyway, March Star is on high alert now. We guess that the authorities should have two intentions. The first is to warn March Star. After all, no one knows whether the other party will come. What if they come? The second is that the alliance has locked the other party's location, and is preparing to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. The Ashes organization is finished this time. The Water Blue Empire announced that the Ashes organization is colluding with pirates and is a terrorist organization. More than half of the administrative stars in the Crimson Federation have listed the Ashes organization as an illegal organization. It's just that a few states have not listed the Ashes organization as an illegal organization. In addition, the Pirate Alliance is also involved. There are reports that the Pirate Alliance has obtained something from the Ashes organization. But the Pirate Alliance issued a statement that did not. Zhou Rui said a lot of news in a row. When Yang Bo heard this, a person suddenly popped up in his mind. Wang Mushue. But he was a little murmuring. This matter now seems very confusing. But one thing is certain, that something did happen in the SSS level laboratory. But it is hard to say whether it is a big or small thing, because it is top secret. Well, let's agree on a signal, and put some recruitment information on your supermarket's official website. I usually have other identities. As long as there are powerful guys, I will solve it, Yang Bo said. Zhou Rui was a little dumbfounded. She went to San Yi in the hope of using San Yi's powerful intelligence system. Now it seems that San Yi doesn't intend to participate in it. It's not convenient for me to participate in this matter. Maybe the Alliance's intelligence agency is targeting me. Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui's expression and immediately thought of an excuse. Chapter 337 News. Zhou Rui then remembered that the man in front of her was a wanted criminal on March Star. He robbed someone else's immigration spaceship on the way, resulting in the loss of all the spaceships. If we talk about the wanted bounty on this planet now, the man in front of her has the highest amount, because this man in front of her has deterred other immigrants from immigrating to March Star with his own strength. There are even rumors that this man is related to the rebellion on Pato Star. Third Master, you are right to have this concern. Zhou Rui actually played a little trick here. She herself guessed that there was such a possibility, but she couldn't show it in front of Third Master now. Yang Bo was not worried about what Zhou Rui thought, because he was strong enough. I wonder what skills those guys in the prison for serious criminals can give. Thinking of his current identity as a wanted person, Yang Bo had a new idea. However, Yang Bo didn't know much about the process in this regard, so he put this idea behind his head. Third Master, what should we do with the two girls you told us last time? Zhou Rui thought of what Third Master told her last time. So she asked, it has nothing to do with me. I just found an identity to cover it up. You also know what ordinary people look like in the eyes of us. If you have already given them John's house and other things, you don't have to worry about it. After all, you are also an illegal organization. Yang Bo answered. We know what to do. Zhou Rui was also relieved. After all, these two girls were ordinary people, and her bounty hunter guild had no place to accommodate them. Besides, although it seems that the cooperation between an illegal organization like mine and the official is quite pleasant now, the official of the Alliance is sometimes a dog face, and it is very fast to turn against people. The first compulsory course for politicians, shamelessness. Then I'll leave first. Yang Bo decided to leave. Yang Bo did not mention the matter of settling accounts. After all, it will definitely take some time for the official process to go through. Besides, the bounty hunter guild dare not cheat his money. Otherwise he will let them know what a pirate is. Zhou Rui also frowned slightly after Yang Bo left. He originally wanted to use the intelligence system of the Third Master, but he didn't expect that the Third Master was a little afraid of this matter. Never mind. Zhou Rui shook her head. Anyway, there was still the official of March Star outside. Besides, Yang Bo left the supermarket and returned to his home with this identity first. Strolled around, and then found an opportunity to leave. Is this guy who can turn invisible really coming to March Star? What is the reason that prompted this guy to come here? Does his genetic medicine have any side effects? Or does he want to capture Wang Mushue and get information about the source of the invisible material? My identity should not be exposed. Yang Bo used his current identity to get on the bus and walk towards the suburban park. The suburban park is close to the mountainous area. You can see the whole picture of Oma City on the mountain, as well as the huge ocean. And of course you can see where Yang Bo lives. March Star is now in the peak tourist season, and many people come here to see this unprecedented hurricane. There are also some hotels in the suburban park, mainly standing next to the cliff. When the storm comes, you can see the feeling of the spectacular hurricane pressing down on you that you have never seen before. Yang Bo got off the car at the country park and walked along the road into the depths of the park. There was no surveillance equipment here. On the surface, the alliance emphasizes privacy. Official surveillance measures in public places require voting by each parliament. In Oma City, some parks have surveillance and some do not, because every park needs to be approved by the municipal council if it wants to install surveillance equipment. Those criminals want to enter March Star only through formal channels. It is probably difficult for ordinary people to come in now. So you have to pay attention to some celebrities or other people who are coming recently. On the alliance side, general government units are reluctant to provoke celebrities. On the one hand, these celebrities pay more taxes. And secondly, it is easy to cause public opinion. Politicians on the alliance side will oppose for the sake of opposition as long as there is public opinion, regardless of whether the public opinion is right or wrong. Thinking of this, Yang Bo turned on his watch and searched for celebrities who are now coming to March Star. However, after a careful look, he did not find any clues. Of course, it may also be that the photos of these people have been processed. Yang Bo disappeared here and returned to his residence. I hope some powerful people can come and test my real fighting ability. Yang Bo was looking forward to the troublemakers this time. The next step is to brush up the skills to increase physical fitness. Yang Bo made plans for the next few days. At this stage, the skills to increase physical fitness are collision, kicking, and boxing. And the next two skills can also increase reaction ability. But there is a little conflict of interest between teammates, which must be considered. Yang Bo also considered that there is a big conflict of interest between these teammates and himself. The most obvious thing is that in terms of the choice of monsters, I prefer zombie sheep and zombie chickens. There are more zombies of this type, and my skill points increase a lot. My teammates prefer some large zombies, such as cows, which get more mission rewards. I hope these rich second generations will not play the game if they have nothing to do in a few days. Annie can be trained as a teammate. On the one hand, they don't have much capital to refuse. And secondly, they don't have super combat skills, and can only be logistics personnel. The bullets carried by Annie plus the bullets carried by me are completely enough. Yang Bo also needs to think about the future development of the game. The super bionic man should have other abilities, but the military has not opened them. When I used the remote photoelectric superpower, I found that there were many energy metal structures inside the bionic man, but the current character did not reflect them. The remote use permission should be gradually opened in the future. Yang Bo is looking forward to the super bionic man he is using now, and he doesn't know how many new functions there will be. The fat boss hasn't come back yet, so I want to buy some materials for making the medicine formula. Yang Bo is thinking about the fat boss again. Originally, Yang Bo planned to use the blood-sucking leeches raised in the basement to test the new formula. But because there are no necessary test equipment and materials, there is no way to act now. So Yang Bo made a video call to the fat boss. Boss, how long will it take for you to come back? What about the danger you said this morning? Yang Bo was video chatting with the fat boss in the internet room, drinking a large bottle of milk. Don't ask about dangerous things. Just stay at home and don't go out. I have applied for a month's protection order from the authorities. The fat boss seemed to be eating at a restaurant. Wu Bing and a few others saw Yang Bo calling over the video and came over to wave. Thank you, boss. Yang Bo was speechless. If he went out now, he would be watched by at least 2 satellites of the planetary warning system. You and I are not outsiders. Just rest at home and don't have too much contact with Zhou Rui. You should know who they are, and this danger may involve them. The fat boss was worried that Yang Bo was kidnapped by Zhou Rui, so he warned Yang Bo. I understand, boss. I still have to wait for you to come back and buy some things for me. I'm bored at home recently. Yang Bo said this to the fat boss. Also, don't go to the company recently, no matter what information the company sends you. The fat boss said to Yang Bo again. Hearing this, Yang Bo was puzzled. Is there something wrong with the company? Someone from the head office came, but the head office has no jurisdiction over my business. They just came to live in our company dormitory for a while. The fat boss was vague. I understand. When Yang Bo heard this, his eyes lit up. And then he chatted with the fat boss for a while before closing the video chat. Then he began to think about it. If other social people want to sneak into March Star from other places, then celebrities are one aspect, and more are the branches of major companies in March Star. If the head office sends people to the branch office for inspection or other things, the chance of being noticed will be much smaller. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then Yang Bo went to the mountain behind him in stealth, found the communication network table of the third master, and sent a message to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui's eyes lit up after receiving Yang Bo's message. In Zhou Rui's opinion, the third master sent her a message, which must have received information in this regard. I don't know it all. It's just Yang Bo's guess. In the basement of the fortress, Yang Bo looked at himself, who was 12 meters tall. The armor could only turn into a piece of cloth to block the front, and the back could not be seen at all. Although the 12-meter height is not useful, it does not prevent me from doing adaptive training. Although the 12-meter giant Yang Bo could not think of any scene suitable for this, he still had to train, just in case it was useful. After the training, he felt a little drowsy. So Yang Bo charged, washed and went to bed. With a height of 12 meters, it would be a bit harmful to the body to hold on for 1 minute. Fortunately, I recovered after getting up overnight. Yang Bo got up energetically the next morning and found that he was a bit too bold to hold on for 1 minute last night. Get up, wash, clean the room, eat and play games. Teammate came early every day. Yang Bo asked curiously in private chat, Xiaohong, do you have nothing to do? Captain, we are all confined to the house, playing games to pass the time, and eating and drinking at our villa at other times. We are so bored that we look forward to you to come online and take us out to make money every day, Xiaohong said with a bit of helplessness. How long will you be grounded? Yang Bo asked again after hearing this. It depends on how long that damn shameless bastard will make trouble on social media. There are also some damn congressmen who are making a fuss about this matter without any reason. The other party is not a good person at all. Now as long as we leave our private territory, we may be chased by the reporters waiting outside. Some shameless people are still broadcasting live outside our private territory to earn traffic. I really don't know how these people's brains are grown. In this era, they still think that radio signal radiation is harmful to the body. These idiots should smash all their smart devices first, and then stop using watches. Speaking of being grounded, Xiaohong kept chattering. You rich second generations have a bad reputation to begin with, and now others are using your bad reputation to brush their own reputation. Yang Bo said jokingly. Captain, please don't wrongly accuse us. Our reputation has been ruined by others. For example, others say that I bully men and women. Do you think that I, a superpower, need to use some means on ordinary women? Captain, you also have superpowers. You must know what these ordinary women look like in our eyes. The large pores and various smells mixed together make us wonder if we are in the toilet. As for those women with superpowers, who can I beat with my weak level? On the contrary, some shameless people approached us for other things and then blackmailed us. Xiaohong heard Yang Bo say this and complained. We, the second generation rich, who are not valued by the family, have known our status in the family for a long time. It is impossible for us to go out and cause trouble. Besides, we just drink and race cars. As for the girls we brought to the bar, they all took the initiative to play with us. Our families are actually most afraid of having a bad reputation. Once we really do something, we will soon be caught by hostile families or politicians. As for the geniuses in the family, it is even more impossible to do such a thing. There are several geniuses in our family. Since I knew about the matter, they spend more than 2/3 of their time studying every day. Xiaohong spoke again. I heard that none of you dignitaries have implanted chips. Yang Bo asked directly after hearing this. Captain, what you said is wrong. Implanting chips is voluntary. We don't want to have an extra thing in our heads. Xiaohong did not answer this question directly, but answered it in very official terms. The geniuses here are truly learned, and there are no shortcuts, because it is said that shortcuts have some flaws. Xiaohong stopped talking here. Captain, what level of citizen are you now? Xiaohong asked curiously again. I am now an F-level citizen. Yang Bo replied with a chuckle. TSK. Xiaohong sighed twice when she heard this. After everyone bought supplies, they went to a sheep farm farther away today. Captain, you mentioned the matter of Sihai Company yesterday. I checked it out, and it seems to be very serious. As the group was on their way, Annie couldn't help but send a private message to Yang Bo. What are your plans? Yang Bo asked directly. Captain, how much does it cost to make a gene medicine? Annie asked directly. Chapter 338 Bear Monster. Yang Bo said in private, for me, the gene medicine is just a cost price. But everyone's physique is different. And the gene medicine used is also different. So biological samples need to be tested. So, how much does it cost? Annie didn't know these things, so she had to ask this. Yang Bo said, I won't charge you. But I can sign a service agreement with you. As long as it succeeds. You can help me carry bullets in the game. And you can also ask for team income. Or daily payment. Ah! Annie exclaimed in disbelief. Captain, don't you have so many teammates? Annie asked in disbelief. What is 10 years? It's just playing games. They are all rich second generations, who have been confined to their homes for getting into trouble recently. And they have nothing to do, so they hang out with me. They usually spend hundreds of thousands a day, drink a bottle of wine for millions, and drive cars worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Yang Bo explained to Annie. Annie was not surprised to hear this. After all, last time Xiao Huang and others mentioned the Sanglon wine on the mother planet. Annie checked it out. A bottle costs 3 million. And you have to make a reservation, and you need a membership. I'll think about it. I have a companion. Annie was still thinking about Xia. It's up to you. Anyway, we have to sign a service contract and register it with the Alliance. Yang Bo didn't go to Annie to say anything more. Now that everyone has changed jobs, the speed of traveling has increased a lot. But the nearby suburbs have been almost cleared, only going to farther places. The players who are doing logistics on the road are busy. These players are basically ordinary people who come in because they don't need to fight. They just need to control the game characters to do logistics, which is more profitable than going to work and easier, because the public beta test has not yet opened new players. The salaries of these ordinary players have risen sharply. In fact, once the game players concentrate on doing something, the speed of clearing monsters is still very fast. Fortunately, the number of people at each resurrection point is limited. It seems that the military will open resurrection points in large cities soon. But what is the military's intention? Just researching viruses? Or something else? Will there be another job change at level 20? The covering outside this bionic man seems to be made of the horns of zombie sheep. Or are the mission items on this planet materials with very special properties? Yang Bo was thinking about the game while rushing on the road. At this stage, the game is the foundation. A fast channel to improve strength. Hidden and fast. And can also make money. If I can hack into the warship and then fire 2 waves of artillery at the ground, hee. Who dares to compete with me? But what does the interstellar creature that the fat boss said look like? What kind of ability does it give? Captain, there are bastards who beat us to it. At this time, Xiao Huang cursed in the team channel. Yang Bo nodded. And then everyone set off for the second target point. Now this is the bad thing. The place that looks good on the map. When you get there, you can see that the road has been opened up. Yang Bo and others were just about to go to the second target point when they saw a player throwing things while running. Run! One of the players shouted to Yang Bo and others. Yang Bo and others were not stupid either. They quickly climbed up the mountain on one side. While climbing, they saw countless players running out on the road leading to the first mission point. Captain, look! The 5 characters of Yang Bo had strong attributes. And soon they came to the side of the mountainside, about 100 meters away from the road below. And Xiao Huang exclaimed. Yang Bo looked over quickly and found that many players ran out from his number 1 mission point, with nothing on them, obviously to reduce the weight and run faster. He also saw a player suddenly being picked up by a black shadow and flew at least 100 meters high. And then the player screamed. Mutated animals? Everyone finally saw clearly that there was more than one black guy, whose body looked like a cow. But 2 huge fangs exposed this guy, who looked like a bear or a pig. Anyway, very fat. The player was picked up and flew into the air by this big guy. And after falling down, this big guy jumped up and stepped hard on the player with its 2 thick front legs. Frightened Annie moved closer to Yang Bo. And then she remembered that it was a game. Yang Bo didn't notice this at all. He was using his photoelectric superpower to check. The energy on this big guy was surging. The key point was that there was more than one. And there were 4 or 5 smaller bear monsters following behind. This was Yang Bo's name, because he really didn't know how to describe this thing. 500,000 are gone. Xiao Huang and others chatted privately in the channel. This big guy stepped on a bionic man, and after the outer protection of the bionic man was destroyed, the internal parts quickly changed color. This world is not very friendly to metal. Yang Bo watched this big guy chasing other remote-controlled bionic men, and didn't feel strange at all. This should be the boss. Xiao Huang's words reminded Yang Bo. Captain? I'll think about whether we should kill this monster all at once. Yang Bo's words made Xiao Huang and others confused. Ahem. Since this game claims to be real, do you think that if the task amount is high enough, will the tribe continue to refresh? After all, those zombies are zombies that don't refresh after being killed, and they don't have much breeding ability. Yang Bo explained. It seems that some players have posted that there are more living rabbits and pheasants in the places where monsters are killed. According to the logic of the official game, it should increase. Captain, are you talking about the general game treasure brushing? The young lady summed it up in one sentence. Yeah. Yang Bo actually didn't want to brush this bear monster. There are not many living animals in this world. Of course, it mainly depends on what abilities are given. If the skills are rubbish, Yang Bo thinks there is no need to take risks. If the skills given are rare, then wouldn't it be good to keep it? Isn't it? Captain, what do you think we should do? Xiao Huang and others thought about it. What if this monster gives a lot of task rewards? Captain, how about we distribute the benefits of this mutant animal among the teams? The eldest lady spoke again. Yang Bo refused without thinking. No. Let's do what we agreed on first. Yang Bo himself is not short of money. There is no need to change anything for a little benefit. Now everyone is together, and it is good. The rich second generation will obviously not play for too long. I'll kill one first, and see if there are any mission items. Yang Bo decided to give it a try first. And then Yang Bo raised his gun on the spot, and aimed at a big bear monster 200 meters away. For slightly smaller ones, and a half-sized one behind. These bear monsters are all black, and their skin looks a bit like pangolin scales. They have a short and thick tail, thick limbs, and very strong jumping ability. Yang Bo fired first, scaring the bear monster that was chasing other teammates, and turning his head to look over. Then, there was another gunshot, and a bear monster behind the leading bear monster fell to the ground all of a sudden. Yang Bo shot it in the eye, and then shot it in the head. Roar attack +8. Yang Bo was still wondering what skill this was given to him. The leading bear monster roared, and a visible shockwave blasted towards the position where Yang Bo shot. The next second, the trees where Yang Bo and others were hiding shattered one after another. And Yang Bo and others heard the explosion on the game side. Fuck. Xiao Huang and others were stunned. This mutant animal was so powerful. Captain ran away. What Xiao Huang and others didn't expect was that the leading mutant monster actually ran away and returned the same way. Let's go! The young lady didn't care that her ears were still ringing from the explosion just now, and hurried to see the task items. Yang Bo said, "You go. I'll be on guard here." Yang Bo was not sure about the intelligence of the mutant animals. He had seen this stuff on the Green Demon Star. Some of them were stupid, and some were very smart, like the Iron Bull. Yang Bo found that his skills had changed. There was a gas control in front of him, and he also released an air blade. Now there was a roar attack, which was now fused into an air blade storm, primary, 1/10. Then Yang Bo felt as if he could open his mouth and spray out an air blade storm containing countless air blades to attack the opponent. TSK. Yang Bo was already familiar with this kind of perception, because after acquiring the skill, his body seemed to awaken some memories engraved in his genes. Xiao Huang and Miss Xiao Huang went to see if the mutant beast that was killed had any value. Annie and Miss Xiao Huang did not go, and Yang Bo was on guard. Liar. Yang Bo used his remote electric superpower to find that a flying machine directly grabbed the bear monster he had just killed with a mechanical arm inside the flying machine, and then flew away. Captain, there are quest items. The whole body is a quest item. More than 80,000 game coins. Xiao Hong's voice sounded in the channel. Got it. Let's go. Let's go to the next place. Captain, don't we chase? Annie heard this and found that other teammates did not question it. So she asked Yang Bo in a private chat. This kind of zombie monster that can run and cannot be caught up is so good. One after another. Yang Bo explained. Yang Bo looked at the radar of the Bionic Man and found that the bear monster boss had followed his group for a while. Yang Bo didn't want to deal with this mutant animal. This thing would run away and get into the wild grass and the forest. How to chase it? There are no mechas here. If there were mechas, Yang Bo could rush in. After all, Bionic men are not mechas. Captain, it seems that there are many mutant animals in this forest far away from the town. These mutant animals will cause trouble to the players. If the players are not capable enough, they will be killed by these mutant animals. For a player as strong as you, the captain, these guys ran away again. The difficulty of the game will definitely be very high later, Xiaohong said in the team. Yang Bo nodded. It seems that there are still very powerful mutant animals on this planet. It seems that these mutant animals have adapted to the environment here. But I don't know what the more advanced zombies look like. Yang Bo looked at his task email again. When will he do this? But the distance is too far. If he wants to go, it will take at least several days. Yang Bo will not go now. He will go when he is alone. Opening up the wasteland. Several people open up the wasteland together. The speed is still very fast. This time, it was much faster to clean up the farm. The bullets of several people combined were not used up. It's better to kill these monsters and send them up directly, Xiao Huang said while collecting the task items. Our captain is really capable. Look at how well he hits the target. There are many experts in this game. There are several like the captain. There are videos of them shooting zombies in the head. It's very exciting to watch. I don't know what these people's purpose is. It seems that they have lost a lot. There are always some nouveau riche in the game. Who would play this game if they are really rich second generation? Yang Bo heard the chat in the team and muttered in his heart. Could it be that more than one person knows about the remote control? But it's true. As long as it's done by people, it may leak secrets. The military has so many things. There must be a purpose behind it. Last time I was on the Green Devil Star, I was awarded a military rank. Could it be that some internal personnel want to profit from this project? Yang Bo thought to himself while shooting. 5 hours later, today's game ended. Yang Bo gave Annie a daily salary and then quit the game. Yang Bo basically didn't communicate much with others in the team. The same was true with Annie. It felt like they were not on the same path and couldn't talk to each other. Annie got the game coins from Yang Bo and immediately exchanged them for credit points. She was very happy. Xiao Huang and others gave her another 10,000 game coins as a tip. Now Annie has changed her job to a 5-star rating and brought more logistical supplies. Everyone will spend less time on the game and their income will increase. After Yang Bo got off the game, he looked at his watch first and found that the company really sent him a message, asking him to report to the company or something. Then the fat boss sent another message to ignore the company's message. Is the fat boss's family here to seize power? After reading the message, Yang Bo decisively sent a message to the fat boss, muttering in his heart. The fat boss was on the spaceship, talking to someone on the phone and cursing. Who are you? You come to my territory to make decisions. Lu Jijia. As a person sent by the head office, I have the obligation to check the specific situation of the employees of the branch. The person on the other side said lazily. Don't be shameless. This is March Star. Lu Jijia felt sick when he heard this. This bastard obviously wanted to see what talents he had. If there were any, he would try his best to get rid of them. At this time, Yang Bo sent a message. Lu Jijia replied to the message. And the other party laughed. Lu Jijia. I'll wait for you to see what your strength is now. Can you beat the people sent by the head office? Yang Bo saw the message Lu Jijia sent to him. The company should ignore it. It was the family members who came to poach. When Yang Bo saw this message, he wondered whether he should contact the people in Lu Jijia's family to see what kind of color they were. But then he gave up. He was just a small cleaner and a resident who had just become an adult. He shouldn't have his own ideas. Just listen to the boss. TSK. This is not easy for the fat boss. The task platform of Njijia company is managed by the headquarters. The headquarters is probably the direct line. After Yang Bo sent a message to the fat boss to rest assured that he was at home, he also sighed. Is there something going on? Yang Bo turned on the signal agreed upon with Zhou Rui, opened a supermarket website, and found the agreed recruitment information. His eyes lit up. Who is this person? He should verify his own ability. Chapter 339 Strength. Yang Bo was a little excited because he had not yet officially fought against other superpowers. In the past, he always secretly calculated others and did not know his true combat power. Yang Bo also knew that he was strong enough, but to what extent was still an unknown. Of course, combat power cannot be simply described by energy, because everyone's superpowers are different. Some superpowers have innate advantages, while some superpowers are not suitable for head-on confrontation. In addition, there are various advantages in equipment, which are all variables. In this world, citizen level does not represent everything. A-level super evolutionists may not be able to beat B-level. It is possible that A-level is just an auxiliary ability, while B-level is an attack ability. But this does not prevent Yang Bo from finding someone to test, especially since most of the people who came this time are masters. Charge first. Then prepare what needs to be prepared. Prepare the electromagnetic bomb. The mecha also needs to change its appearance. It should be almost done. Yang Bo planned, then went to the basement to summon the mecha, and changed it to the appearance of the mechas he saw underwater last time, so that it would be convenient to escape from the ocean. After all, Oma City is close to the ocean. A box of electromagnetic bombs should also be prepared. This thing is simply a magic weapon against superpowers. After everything was ready, Yang Bo disappeared from his villa. Then he changed into the new identity prepared for him by the Bounty Hunter Guild. Then he came to the supermarket where he met up, and came to the room behind the supermarket. Zhou Rui was already waiting there. Third Master, the information you provided is very accurate. We quickly identified a wave of suspects. Zhou Rui placed the information in front of Yang Bo with an excited tone. Yang Bo did not express anything, but picked up the information and started reading it. Zhou Rui said on the side, after you gave us the information, Third Master, we collected information about these people from multiple angles, and indeed found that many companies temporarily sent people here. Then we analyzed whether it was necessary for their companies to send people here based on the business of each company. This greatly narrowed the scope, and soon found that there were some problems with the people sent by the two companies. We are not fully developed here. Even if there are branches of large companies here, the scale is not very large, and it is not worth it for the head office to send people here. Of course, some people who travel at public expense or others are not excluded. But this scope is already very small. Now we are checking those companies that had plans before. After all, plans can be made in advance, and people can be replaced temporarily. Yang Bo opened the file, and saw the company of the Fat Boss. This company is also one of the three giants in the gray area. Anziji Company implements the broker model. All tasks of the branch are handled by the head office platform. The head office does not care about the life and death of the branch. In addition, this branch has only been doing business here for a short time. The head office has no reason to send anyone here. The person sent by Anziji Company is a genius from their Liu family. The background of this genius is a bit complicated. His father is a direct descendant of the Liu family, and his mother is an ordinary superpower person. His identity information is blank, which is very suspicious. The most important thing is that Liu He has shown a talent that is a bit abnormal, and he is also very successful in doing other things, whether in business or other fields. He has a rare talent, and we checked his whereabouts, which are highly consistent with the whereabouts of the killer nicknamed Fangs. Basically, wherever this killer appears, there are traces of him. Zhou Rui continued to explain. No need to explain so much. I will go there in person. Yang Bo waved his hand to Zhou Rui and said, there is another company in the information. This company is a shipping and logistics company. It is just an office on March Star. There is no need for the head office to send someone. Mr. San, what identity are you going with? Zhou Rui was a little worried again. After all, Mr. San is now wanted by March Star with a high reward. Don't worry about this. Yang Bo waved his hand and left the supermarket. Then Yang Bo came to the suburban park and found a place where no one was around. He put on a loose sweater outside his armor and wore sunglasses. A look of a tourist. The Fat Boss's dormitory is probably going to be in trouble again. Yang Bo decided to meet this guy from his own company first. First clear the mines in his own company. Otherwise, how can he be safe in it in the future? And he also wants the Fat Boss's company to continue to operate. And he will continue to be a cleaner in it, although the dormitory has access control. Yang Bo's photoelectric superpowers can directly interfere with these access control intelligent systems. Then he easily came to the basement and followed the rescue passage to the floor where Liu He lived. Liu He was in the tea room on this floor, flirting with two female employees of the Fat Boss's company. Liu He did not come alone. He also had two bodyguards. The dormitory of the Fat Boss's company is fully equipped, with a place to drink tea and a place to entertain. Suddenly, a strange whistle came from the corridor, and the two bodyguards' faces changed. Someone entered the dormitory. Why didn't the security system remind him? Liu He, who was flirting with two female employees, also looked solemn when he heard the sudden whistle. What surprised Lu He was that the two female employees seemed not to hear the sound. The two bodyguards had already pushed the door out, and the whistles outside the door were still there. But the two bodyguards did not make any movement after they went out. Lu He stood up and asked loudly, "Who is outside?" The whistle in the corridor was still there, and Lu He gradually felt something was wrong. This whistle seemed to be full of abnormal magic, as if it was attacking his head. Lu He was looking at the other two female employees, looking at himself with some surprise, and obviously did not hear the strange whistle. Lu He picked up his watch again and saw no external sound. "Director Liu? Is there no one outside?" The two female employees of the Fat Boss Company are ordinary people. This is the local government's requirement for all enterprises to place ordinary people. One of the long-haired employees looked at Lu He curiously. Lu He licked his lips and said, "I'm going out for a while." Lu He himself has a greasy face. Of course, this is in Yang Bo's opinion, but in the eyes of women, he is very handsome. "Who is Sir?" Lu He came out and looked at the two bodyguards lying on the ground, and then looked at the man in the corridor wearing a black sweater and sunglasses, and asked coldly, "You shouldn't come here. So many assassins died before, and you dare to come here?" Yang Bo's words were ambiguous. "Who is your excellency? What do you mean by that?" Lu He looked at Yang Bo with a vigilant face. Then he saw Yang Bo tear off his sweater. When he saw the armor on Yang Bo, Lu He's eyes narrowed. Yang Bo was now dressed like a pirate leader. The overall wanted image of the pirate leader was issued everywhere by the Alliance and Antiji Company, one of the three major companies in the gray area, naturally knew about this wanted order. Your dirty bloody smell can deceive those ordinary people in the room. Can it deceive me? When Yang Bo saw Lu He, he knew that this guy was good at disguise. Although this guy left the tea room, one of his heels was placed on the induction line of the restaurant door, causing the door of the tea room to not close, proving that this guy wanted to run away at any time. As for the two ordinary people inside, they were not in the eyes of others. I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare, so as not to say that I, the senior, bully you, the junior. Yang Bo didn't mean to pretend to be a villain on purpose, but the other party didn't even have armor, so it was boring to fight. When Lu He heard this, he picked up a laser pistol from behind and fired at Yang Bo. Then he rushed to the escape stairs at the other end with a shadow. Lu He didn't care whether the laser gun hit Yang Bo or not. He rushed into his room, opened the box and quickly put on the armor. This guy is really problematic. In fact, Yang Bo was still testing Lu He at this time. If this guy was okay, he would definitely run out to call the police instead of equipping his own armor. Lu He had just put on his armor when he saw the door of the dormitory smash open. The whole person was frightened. You know, the dormitory door is made of battleship armor. It was violently smashed open by someone. You can imagine the opponent's strength and rush out to the balcony. The kicking skill is quite powerful. Yang Bo didn't expect that he kicked the dormitory door out with one kick and smashed the balcony. Lu He was wearing a black battle armor and flew out of the dormitory building with a shadow. In Lu He's cognition, the other party was a wanted criminal, and he didn't dare to chase him out. However, there was a violent energy fluctuation behind him, and Lu He was scared to fly into the sky. Then, the next second he felt that he was hit by a powerful force. The dormitory building of the Fat Boss is next to the main road. There are many people on the street during the tourist season. These people were first startled by a loud bang, and then they saw the glass on the building next to them shattered. And then a man in black battle armor flew out from it. This is not over yet. Another guy in battle armor flew out from behind, and his speed was faster than the previous one. The guy in black armor in front of him flew up into the sky, trying to avoid the guy chasing him from behind. He didn't expect the guy in armor to be so fast and crashed into him. The onlookers were stunned. You know, all cities in the Alliance prohibit people with superpowers from using superpowers in urban areas. These two guys were not wearing police armor. Is the planet's security system useless? The security system of March Star is so lame. Many people were stunned. Even the police on the street. The patrolling police drone whizzed and chased the first guy in armor. Rubbish. Yang Bo used anti-gravity just now, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and hit Lu He. Forging plus 16. This information flashed in Yang Bo's mind, and Yang Bo knew that the other party was killed by him in an instant. I only used 30% of my strength. Yang Bo was a little speechless. The whole person turned into a residual shadow in the air and flew towards the second mission target. My optoelectronic superpower interference system is really useful. Those police drones can't lock onto me. So they go after Luhi's body. More than 20 satellites of the planetary warning system tried to lock onto me. But they were all interfered by my optoelectronic superpower. Yang Bo could sense that energy waves were intensively scanning around his body. All killers leave March Star within 3 days. Otherwise someone will kill them. Yang Bo shouted arrogantly while flying. And used air superpowers. For a while, the ears of those around him were buzzing. And at this time a fighter plane roared in the sky. The fighter pilot's radar had no way to lock Yang Bo. So the pilot tried to use visual lock control. Then the next second Yang Bo was like a hypersonic missile. There was a huge sonic boom on the ground. And the next second Yang Bo's whole body directly hit the side of the fighter. The fighter's intelligent avoidance system could not calculate Yang Bo's speed and route at all. Because there was interference on Yang Bo's body. So the fighter's radar system could not lock Yang Bo's data to the system. As for the fighter's video analysis system, Yang Bo hit the side of the fighter before the data was transmitted to the intelligent avoidance system. To be precise, Yang Bo collided with it. And the next second the fighter plane was rolled over by the huge force. And one of its wings was shattered. The fighter pilot was so scared that he called for support loudly in the cockpit. The people on the ground who saw this scene were stunned. That guy was at Mach 15 just now. Brother, haven't you recognized who it is yet? The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. The most wanted criminal on March Star. Someone next to him kindly reminded him. Fuck. I can actually see the battle scene of such a super strongman. What did this guy mean by shouting just now? The old man reacted again and asked quickly. It should be. I don't know. Maybe he was recruited. The person who just spoke next to him also knew what the other party meant. That is, Yang Bo shouted just now. All the killers left March Star. In the distance, several missiles flew towards Yang Bo under the remote control of the fighter pilot. Yang Bo didn't care about these missiles at all. The whole body drew a graceful arc and directly hit a place in Oma City. There were several men watching the excitement by the window. They didn't hear Yang Bo shouting just now. But now they saw Yang Bo rushing towards them from the sky. They felt that something was wrong. And they hurried back. The next second, the window glass was shattered directly. You know, this window glass can withstand the impact of hurricanes and various debris mixed in hurricanes. At this time, the city warning system of Oma City sounded a huge alarm. As for the missiles, the fighter pilot had to remotely control them to fly into the sky, and then fall into the sea in the distance. After all, there was a residential area below, and it was impossible for several missiles to follow Yang Bo to bomb residential buildings. The place where Yang Bo landed was the location of the second target. After the whole person smashed the glass and went in, he saw several electromagnetic bombs thrown at him. Then the electromagnetic bombs flying towards Yang Bo were directly bounced back by a strange energy in the next second. This was Yang Bo using his anti-gravity superpower. When he threw the bomb, several people watched the electromagnetic bomb explode in front of them. Chapter 340 Runaway. Several people were so scared when they saw the electromagnetic bomb flying back. One of them waved his hand, and an energy shield appeared in front of him. Another person pulled the person next to him and blocked him in front of him. 2 more people rushed out of the door and turned around to run. But at this moment, several electromagnetic bombs suddenly broke into pieces and turned into countless fragments. Ha ha! Yang Bo laughed. In fact, this was to test the ability of several people. The reason why the electromagnetic bomb was not detonated was that this thing hurt others and himself. This is not a game. If there is no team damage, there is no damage to yourself. Besides, we need to use some electric means to force these guys to see what killers and strange abilities they have. Yang Bo laughed. Except for the 2 who ran away. The other 3 people looked at each other. The guy who was dragged in front looked at his companions with a strange look. At this time, all the government agencies in March Star sounded shrill alarms. And the command hall of the General Security Bureau also sounded shrill alarms. There was also a piercing alarm in the command hall of the planetary fleet. The planetary warning system is divided into 2 parts. One for civilian use, and the other for military use. The vertical control of the planetary fleet is stronger than the parallel control. The planetary fleet mainly deals with some external threats, such as asteroids, meteorites or pirates, and is also responsible for patrolling and guarding a certain star field where the planet is located, as well as the safety of the route from the jump point to the planet. All this came too suddenly. When the commander of the planetary fleet and the highest person in charge of the General Security Bureau arrived at their respective command halls, Yang Bo had already entered the residential building. We could only watch the video. But unfortunately, only some public areas have been recorded, because the planetary warning system uses energy wave detection imaging. But Yang Bo released interference, and the warning satellite tens of thousands of kilometers high was out of service through energy wave imaging. Only some nearby videos can clearly record Yang Bo wearing armor. This is intentional by Yang Bo. Otherwise, he would use light superpowers to interfere with the lens imaging. And these surveillance cameras would not be able to see it, because Yang Bo didn't want to expose all his cards, because so many people saw it. And then the video couldn't see it. It's obvious that he has some superpowers. There are also the videos of fighter planes. The video data of the fighter planes shows that the other party directly hits it, breaking the wings of the fighter plane. Although the fighter plane is flying at high speed, throwing a stone at this time may also cause such an effect, referring to the birds that hit the plane. But this is a human. The force is relative, and the speed of the other party is always true. Sir? The director of the General Security Bureau looked very unhappy. Activate the automatic defense system. The director of the Public Security Bureau almost cursed. What should I do with this pervert? Who should I send? You? If he pissed off others, he might make trouble for me or my family when I'm off work. Didn't you see that the planetary warning system couldn't lock on him? This guy's fastest speed is almost Mach 20. What should I do? The people below nodded quickly, muttering in their hearts, can't we keep the automatic defense system on? Drones flew over the building where Yang Bo was rushing. On the planetary fleet side, the commander was also silent. Looking at Yang Bo's appearance in the video material, he muttered in his heart, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is really not dead. The one with the most complicated feelings is the planet guardian of March Star, the official figure who captured the other members of the Silver Moon Pirates and sentenced them. However, the planetary alert system could not lock Yang Bo, and the Guardian's air split was useless, because the planetary guardian was on another continent, and it would take at least half an hour to fly to Oma City. The commander of the planetary fleet issued an order. All warships were on alert, and then released drones to chase Yang Bo. In fact, those who understand a little bit know that there is no way to deal with Yang Bo. All current weapon systems rely on locking, and of course they can also be controlled remotely, or blind shooting. But the distance is tens of thousands of kilometers. Even if the laser cannon is fired directly, it is necessary to be able to see the opponent, unless the laser cannon is placed within visual range. But within visual range, this opponent may be faster. That is, when Yang Bo rushed into the building, the military and the official March Star released countless drones, and the police drones followed Yang Bo. The alarms of these drones resounded through the sky. Yang Bo knew the location of these drones by hearing these sounds. Yang Bo directly bypassed the three people and rushed into the corridor. These drones rushed directly into the room where Yang Bo had just broken the window, and the three people just ran away. The police drones scanned the room and immediately found electromagnetic bomb fragments, and immediately transmitted the data to various places. Then the police drones and some military drones flew into the residential building from all directions. These drones are self-destructing electromagnetic drones. Now Yang Bo and the people living here are listed as extreme terrorists. Electromagnetic bombs are extremely dangerous items. Any individual or organization holding them is a felony. Yang Bo came to the underground garage and saw the two people running in front of him in a warehouse, driving two mechas. Die! The two just started the mecha and saw Yang Bo chasing them, and instantly turned on the laser cannon. Dense lasers swept towards Yang Bo, and Yang Bo moved horizontally and quickly, directly smashing the elevator shaft maintenance door and entering the elevator shaft. Then, under the gravity superpower, the whole person flew to the elevator door on the upper floor and broke out. However, the energy fluctuations released by the mecha here were discovered by the military drone that just came in from the entrance of the underground garage. The military drone was instantly blown up by the automatic laser of the mecha. However, the drones are all real-time images, and this scene was discovered by the General Security Bureau and the commander of the planetary fleet. Drones can not only attack, but also undertake data relays and even reconnaissance. Assholes. Assholes. What do these bastards think of our March Star? I order the drones to go out and kill without mercy. The director of the March Star Public Security Bureau was furious. Another drone? Another drone. What the hell do they think of our March star? The planetary fleet also released 200 drones, which were directly dropped from tens of thousands of kilometers in the air to the destination. However, the two mechas in the basement were in trouble. Countless drones flew towards the basement one after another. And there were also drones from other places. The two mechas fought and retreated. Retreating to the warehouse. There were actually 3 mechas here. But unfortunately, there was no one. Yang Bo flew to the roof of the building in the staircase. The next second, he rushed out of the roof and flew quickly to the building on the side. The sonic boom caused by the speed was particularly conspicuous. And the drones behind him also made a sonic boom and followed closely. Yang Bo moved directly in a straight line between the residential buildings. Because in the big data mode, it was meaningless to take other turning routes. All killers, get out of March Star within 3 days. Otherwise Grandpa will come to claim your life. Yang Bo shouted loudly while flying. The drone behind tried to lock Yang Bo with the image. But although Yang Bo was in a straight line, he was still shaking from side to side. Finally, someone remotely controlled the drone and fired lasers. But in this city, unless there were no buildings in the straight line direction of the laser, it would not be able to be triggered. This is the disadvantage of laser weapons. Maybe it missed Yang Bo and hit other people a few kilometers away. The reason why it is said to be a few kilometers is that the altitude of the drone is still quite high. After chasing for less than 10 seconds, Yang Bo saw meteors in the atmosphere, and then plunged into the beach. There were many tourists and many cruise ships here. The unmanned fighter wanted to release missiles, but it was impossible. And even throwing detectors was impossible, because there were so many people below. Damn it. Faced with this situation, the fleet and the Public Security Bureau cursed. Where to find it? There were so many people at the beach. Many people at the beach saw the scene, and saw countless drones and unmanned fighters. And they were cursing drones, because it involved privacy. Hee hee. Yang Bo instantly became invisible after falling into the ocean. Feeling happy. The purpose of this experiment has basically been achieved. There is no need to deal with endless drones and unmanned fighters, like a dog-skin plaster. Yang Bo disappeared in the ocean and walked towards the beach. First of all, my photoelectric superpower can interfere with the planetary warning system, which is a good sign. In addition, the B-level killer is just SOSO. I died after using 30% of my strength. I don't know how fast my instantaneous burst speed is. There will definitely be data on the internet when the time comes. I collided with the fighter plane while wearing a battle armor, but I didn't feel much, proving that my strength crushed these fighter planes. The fighter plane's automatic avoidance system is very powerful. I don't know why it didn't avoid my collision. I don't know if the official will come out to explain the situation later. Yang Bo listened to the people in the bathhouse around him, cursing and giving the middle finger to the drones whizzing in the sky. These guests think that these drones have violated their privacy. After all, so many drones are flying around here. Yang Bo is no longer surprised by this situation. Freedom is the first priority in the alliance. Privacy is the top priority. Although in Yang Bo's view, most of the so-called privacy is just a lie to these ordinary people. But it doesn't prevent these people from cursing at the drones in the sky now. There are also unmanned fighters. Yang Bo saw the mechas in the sky falling down one by one. These are all unmanned mechas. Don't go against the authorities on this planet. Yang Bo knew that the authorities had many unmanned aircraft, unmanned fighters, and unmanned mechas. The authorities can make money by consuming and replenishing these things. But there is no profit in destroying these things by yourself. Forging plus 16. Before Yang Bo reached the beach, a stream of information flashed through his mind. None of those 5 guys can escape. Driving a mecha in the city center. Isn't that just courting death? Yang Bo came to the beach and found a young lady wearing nothing, sunbathing here. This is not surprising. This is the so-called nude bathing. Of course the other party is lying down. Mecha driving plus 16. Spaceship driving plus 16. Poison mastery plus 32. 3 pieces of information flashed through Yang Bo's mind in succession. It seems that this A-level gene evolver should have a complicated identity. This March star is the grave of the killer. How many old thieves have suffered here? Yang Bo went back home. And the last piece of information did not come out, which made Yang Bo a little curious. Did the other party run away? After Yang Bo entered the house, he took off his armor and went to the room where he was surfing the internet. Turning on the news, he saw his own news. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is suspected to have appeared on March Star. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is suspected to have been recruited. The first video of the Silver Moon Pirates leader colliding head-on with a fighter jet. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is extremely arrogant. March Star has become the grave of killers. According to the latest report, the killer nicknamed Fong was killed by a drone. His real identity is Liu He, a young hero of the Liu family of Ansiji Company. Liu He's father and mother have been arrested. There are 5 other killers, one of whom surrendered and became a tainted witness, confirming that Longxing Logistics Company is a peripheral organization of the Killer Union. It is also confirmed that the one who was killed by the authorities was a 5-star killer of the Killer Union, Poison Hand. The total bounty for the killer nicknamed Poison Hand has reached 45 million. He is extremely good at using energy poisons. The most serious one was poisoning 167 people in a building. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is suspected to have reached the A+ level. When Yang Bo turned on his computer, he saw a series of news, which was about today's incident. In addition, there were many videos shot by passersby, including a video of himself hitting Liu He. Then there was a video of himself hitting a fighter plane. Why can this guy hit the fighter plane? Don't fighter planes have automatic avoidance systems? Yang Bo clicked on the comments and saw someone asking this question. Someone explained below, looking at the entire video. This pirate leader was not attacked by the laser cannon of the planetary warning system, which proves that the planetary warning system cannot lock on to the opponent. The planetary warning system cannot lock on, and the fighter's automatic avoidance system cannot obtain the opponent's data position. The fighter's avoidance system also needs the radar to provide the opponent's coordinate speed. Please see that when the last collision occurred, the fighter plane had an evasive posture, which should be the data provided by the video analysis system. However, the video data analysis system, due to the problem of video visibility distance, caused the reaction. If the data is not transmitted to the fighter in time, it will be too late for the avoidance system. The opponent's maximum speed reaches Mach 22. In the atmosphere, only laser weapons can hit the opponent. No missile can catch up with the opponent, including the fighter. However, everyone's energy is limited. If there is a real competition, the fighter can catch up with the opponent in the end. This guy is very smart. He finally landed on the beach. If he landed in other places, he would probably be covered by countless missiles and depth charges. The explanation in the comments below let Yang Bo know why the fighter did not avoid him. The fighter can't catch up with me? Yang Bo was a little dazed when he saw this comment. Is he so powerful? Then Yang Bo saw another post. What method can be used to deal with a super strong man like the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates? Chapter 341 Summary. Seeing this post, Yang Bo quickly clicked in to see what good suggestions these netizens had, and made changes based on their suggestions. What does the original poster mean by posting this? Do you know what A+ means? Based on today's video analysis, it seems that there is no good way, unless the range is saturated with electromagnetic bombs. But this is unrealistic, because today is in the city. A+ level superpowers are the pinnacle of human superpowers. Today the opponent's speed is too fast. If we wait another 30 seconds, the opponent will definitely not be able to leave. A large number of self-destructing drones carry electromagnetic bombs, energy shockwave bombs, and even small hydrogen bombs to carry out suicide attacks. And with hundreds of unmanned mechas, no superpower can escape. We don't need hundreds of unmanned mechas. As long as there are 30 unmanned mechas, combined with a large number of self-destructing drones, we can't escape. We don't need hundreds of unmanned mechas. We only need 30 unmanned mechas, combined with a large number of self-destructing drones. Human machine. Even an A+ level strongman can't escape. The people above treat superpowers as fools. In today's urban environment, who dares to use self-destructing drones on a large scale? Do you still want to continue to be a leader? And the opponent's speed of Mach 22. Who knows if it is the highest speed? The opponent's armor looks very strange. I guess his flying ability should be given by this armor. There are many mysterious patterns on it, but it's a pity that I can't see it clearly. In the planetary environment, an A+ level superpower can't be dealt with unless he kills himself. If it's in space, it's easy to deal with many super large plasma bombs, electromagnetic bombs, and even super energy electron beams. The above person is overthinking. If the radar can't lock on the other side, bombs are bullshit. First of all, we have to solve the problem of locking. If we can't lock on, we can only attack in range. In fact, it is only in places with video surveillance that the authorities can't do anything if there is no video surveillance. Believe it or not, the authorities will throw bombs everywhere. 10 or 100 electromagnetic missiles. And all the bullshit superpowers are useless. Yes, never underestimate the shamelessness of those politicians. What superpowers does this person have? Why can't I understand it after watching for so long? It's hard to say. I didn't see him use any superpowers throughout the whole process. But he flew so fast and couldn't be locked by the planetary warning system, which obviously used superpowers. I suspect it's gravity superpowers. I suspect this guy might be a robot or a bionic man. How can a real person burst out at such a fast speed? Does the above know what A+ is? The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is not some random person. From the video footage, his tactics are absolutely first class. In fact, this kind of warning system cannot be locked. The only way is to attack in range. But the opponent puts the combat area in the center of the city, which makes it impossible to carry out range attacks. In the end, when he ran, he was also in the crowd of countless people. This old thief is very difficult to deal with. I am the person who was kidnapped by the Silver Moon Pirates last time I immigrated. I can tell you that the pirate leader disappeared at that time. When we entered March Star, we checked his identity countless times. I doubt that he can survive in space. To deal with this kind of person, there is no good way. As long as this guy doesn't go to an open place, there is no danger at all. Yang Bo read the posts one by one, carefully checked them, and then summarized his experience. First, do things in crowded places in the future. Second, there must be a place with surveillance. Third, do things quickly. Don't delay. And avoid being blocked by self-destructing drones and unmanned mechas. Then Yang Bo saw another post. Why did the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates do this? The post means, what is the purpose of doing this today? There are all kinds of things below. Some say that they were recruited by the official to do things that are inconvenient for the official to do. After all, if the official comes to kill these killers, they have to find evidence. Others say it is for his pirate group members. There are also people who think that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates should have a conflict of interest with other killers. Yang Bo saw the woman of the pirate leader again, who was interviewed by reporters. The woman looked very charming, but she was wearing sunglasses and had big wavy blonde hair. The woman was interviewed and said that the pirate leader was the best man she had ever met. Does this woman have many men? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then he saw reporters going to the cell to interview other members of the Silver Moon Pirates. They all said that the leader was the best. And it was because the leader took all the blame that they could get a light sentence. These reporters are simply omnipresent. Yang Bo was speechless. Then the official issued a notice and released the surveillance video footage of Yang Bo's route out of the country park. However, the official did not admit that this person was the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. They just said that the two armors looked similar, and issued a reward of 5 million. Anyone who provided accurate information could get 5 million. Yang Bo found out that someone broke the news that the killer union had offered a reward for the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Don't let me know where your union headquarters is. At this time, the fat boss sent a message. Yang Bo, are you okay? Yang Bo had a video call with the other party. The fat boss was relieved to see Yang Bo at home, but still asked, Boss, I'm fine. Our company is on the news. Yang Bo nodded and said, I knew that the idiot was not a good person. I didn't expect that he was a killer. That was their headquarters business and had nothing to do with our branch. The fat boss was speechless when he talked about this matter. Now the headquarters was in chaos. You stay at home and don't go out. The company has no tasks for the time being. The head office is now under review. It must wait until the storm is over before it can continue to operate. The fat boss gritted his teeth when he said this, because this will affect everyone's income. But the fat boss feels happy that one of the direct heirs died. But he can't show it. It's just too scary. Is such a super strongman really invincible? Yang Bo is probing again. Almost invincible. I have also seen the video. Unless the opponent is in an open place, it is invincible. The fat boss also shook his head. If it is in a slightly open place, even if the intelligence system cannot accurately lock, as long as it locks a certain range and conducts a saturation attack, whether it is a laser or a missile bomb, it can kill the opponent, but it can't be done in the city center. Of course, the opponent's speed is also for this reason. Otherwise, he would be killed by the drone's laser sweep. His speed is faster than the drone. which makes it impossible for the drone to intercept in multiple directions in front. The Fat Boss analyzed seriously. Yang Bo found that what the Fat Boss said was right. If there were hundreds of drones attacking the ground from the sky, he would only need to be hit by the drone, or the drone would attack in front and force him to change his route. However, the old thief, like the pirate leader, has a thorough understanding of these technological weapons. He is quick to cause trouble and run away quickly. Of course, the official is also a little passive. The Fat Boss spoke again. Why is the official passive? Yang Bo asked in surprise after hearing this. These officials also have families and time to relax after work. Without 100% certainty, no one wants to provoke this old thief. These politicians come out to make money, not to die. I don't know how many people are behind this old thief. There must be more than one. If there are 1 or 2,000 or 3 or 4,000 self-exposure drones blocking a large area, this old thief will be in danger. But these politicians dare not gamble. On the one hand, in the city center, if this old thief gets angry and makes a big thing causing heavy casualties, those politicians will have to pack up and leave. As long as there are no casualties, it's not a big deal. The Fat Boss explained to Yang Bo. The planetary mecha team has not been dispatched at all. Every planet has a mecha team on standby at any time. The armor that the old thief wears will still run away when encountering mecha. Dozens or hundreds of mechas can easily block the opponent. The Fat Boss explained again. Yang Bo didn't agree with what the Fat Boss said. But when he thought about the Fat Boss's mecha control level, he understood that the Fat Boss had some myths about mechas. Whether the mecha is powerful or not is not known to himself. And whether the mecha is powerful or not depends entirely on the mecha master. It's like the same gun in the hands of a rookie, and in the hands of a sharpshooter is a completely different concept. Of course, Yang Bo didn't refute it. It would be great if everyone thought so, because he also has a mecha. Boss, your words clearly show the thoughts of those politicians. Yang Bo praised the Fat Boss here. That's right. The Fat Boss was also proud and smiled. The two chatted for a while. And Yang Bo always felt that the Fat Boss seemed to be a little happy because someone in their family had died. It seems that the family is not easy to deal with. After hanging up the call, Yang Bo shook his head. Then he watched the news again. Anyway, there were all kinds of news. And there was no further news from the official. After a while, Zhou Rui sent another message to Yang Bo. Yang Bo called Zhou Rui and said that everything was fine and he did not go out for a stroll. After talking to Zhou Rui on the phone, Yang Bo went out invisibly. Third Master. Yang Bo came to the bar with a fake identity provided by the Bounty Hunter Union. And Zhou Rui was very respectful to him. Zhou Rui also watched the video today. She didn't expect that the man in front of her was so perverted that he dared to collide with the fighter plane and won. Half of the wing of the fighter plane hit by Yang Bo was shattered. And then the whole fighter plane lost control and rolled in the air. The pilot had to eject. And then he was rescued by other unmanned rescue aircraft in the air. Now that the matter is done, are there any suspicious people? Yang Bo asked calmly after sitting down. There are some suspicious people, but they are all ready to leave. And some have already boarded the spaceship. Zhou Rui answered. Do you know where the prison for serious criminals on March Star is? Yang Bo asked. You? Third Master? Zhou Rui didn't understand Yang Bo's question. I want to find someone to fight with. But I don't want to bully ordinary people, for fear of killing them if I hit them too hard. You may not believe it when I tell you that I asked Lu He to wear armor and wanted to fight him. But I didn't expect that I couldn't grasp the power all of a sudden. Yang Bo's tone was still so calm. Zhou Rui heard this, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She said, the prison for serious criminals is on another continent. It is a private prison. Those guys eat and drink well in it. It is said that the Killer Union is offering a reward for me. Do you know where their union headquarters is? Yang Bo asked again. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo with some surprise. I heard that the headquarters of the Assassins Union seems to be in the Pirate Alliance. It is said that the Pirate Alliance also has a separate habitable planet? That's not true. But I was not familiar with the Pirate Alliance before. But I was more familiar with the Family Consortium on the Alliance side. Yang Bo waved his hand. In fact, he felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Rui nodded. And Yang Bo asked again, when will the things I want arrive? There is still a month. Recently, the inspection on March Star has been strict, and many goods are temporarily inconvenient to land. Zhou Rui hurriedly explained. It's still the same old rules when there is news. Yang Bo was going to go back and play the game. March Star should be relatively peaceful now. Master San. The official has received accurate news. The guy who escaped from the SSS laboratory came to March Star. According to statistics, he has killed more than 160 people along the way. When this guy arrives at a place, he will be invisible and choose some residents who live alone to attack. And then use camouflage potions to disguise himself as someone else. And even travel under someone else's identity. And repeat this operation in a new place. You also know that many people who live alone do not have intelligent systems. And some bodies have been found to have been dead for a long time. Yang Bo heard this, and had no good solution for the time being. So he said, it's not easy to do. If you have any news, please notify me in the old way. No problem. Zhou Rui replied quickly. Yang Bo walked out of the tavern and looked at the unmanned mecha standing at the street corner. There is an unmanned mecha standing guard at every intersection in the city. And the number of police drones in the sky is obviously much larger. Yang Bo can also feel the satellites of the planetary warning system constantly scanning the entire city. The company dormitory of the Fat Boss has been sealed off again. Yang Bo watched from afar as the company dormitory building was sealed off. Yang Bo first returned to his current home and strolled around. Then came to another park. And then returned to his home in stealth. My combat effectiveness should be able to reach A+. Yang Bo watched the news for a while. The other party analyzed his speed and the pressure he could withstand when colliding with a fighter plane, which could reach the A+ level. However, the following news made Yang Bo feel bad. The new admiral of the Alliance announced that he would leave the family and be in charge of the main fleet of the newly divided 009 star field. This newly divided star field has only one habitable planet, March Star. This means that the main fleet is stationed only on March Star. Chapter 342 Pick up the bucket and run away. Yang Bo read the news carefully and realized from the comments below that it had little to do with him. Each general in the Alliance manages a war zone. The Alliance originally had 7 generals. And this time Wang Mushue was promoted too quickly because of his merits, breaking this balance. And now there is not enough territory in the Alliance to divide the war zone. To be more precise, because of Wang Mushue's sudden rise, he was assigned to this most remote new war zone, which is the 009 star field. The reason why March Star is not developed enough is mainly because it was discovered the latest, and is also remote. Originally, the Alliance had only 7 war zones, and the newly added war zone number 8 was the Green Demon Star war zone. But the interests involved there were huge, and the Green Demon Star was autonomous. So most of the jurisdiction was in the parliament. As for Wang Mushue's separation from the family, this was inevitable. After all, Wang Mushue was not a direct descendant of the Wang family. If he was still in the family, the direct descendant would never allow a general to be in the family, which would be very unstable for the family's power structure. These are all analyzed by Yang Bo after reading the comments below. In addition, Wang Mushue is facing another problem. That is, the issue of military expenditure. Wang Mushue has no foundation in the parliament, and has fallen out with his family. Without the support of the parliament, the military expenditure situation is not optimistic. In other star regions, in order to ensure local security, the families and administrative star councilors in the star region speak for the fleets in the parliament. And March Star has only 2 seats in the parliament, which can't play any role at all. TSK. Yang Bo sighed when he saw this. But as long as it's not aimed at me, I don't care what happens to the rest. On March Star, there was a wave of running away. The recent tickets for several outbound spaceships have been sold out. I don't know if they were scared by the chaotic situation on March Star, or if people with bad intentions ran away. The internet further analyzed the actions of the Silver Moon pirate leader, and analyzed that it is difficult to deal with A+ level superpowers, as long as the other party does not do stupid things. In addition, many people are curious about why the planetary warning system cannot lock such superpowers. And some people carefully analyzed Yang Bo's armor. Yang Bo was speechless when he saw this situation. His armor looked like the style of the pirate leader's armor, and he didn't know what kind of armor it was. The reputation of March Star is also at 2 extremes. Some people think that it is extremely chaotic here, and the pirate leader is swaggering around and making trouble everywhere. Some people think that March Star is safe because those politicians are unreliable. They didn't see that the pirate leader brought out a bunch of killers, but the politicians didn't find it. Some people also said that the official March Star colluded with some killer organizations. The official side of March Star was speechless. If we check strictly, you will say privacy and freedom. If we don't check, you will say we are harboring criminals. But it doesn't matter. Politicians in the alliance have one virtue: shamelessness. Yang Bo went to bed after reading the news. He has to get up and play games tomorrow. As for the experience summarized by netizens, he must remember it. But the official side couldn't sleep at all. Today's events had a huge impact, especially the appearance of an A+ level superpower. And the planetary warning system couldn't lock it. What is this? This is an extremely unstable factor, and a threat to the safety of the lives of men. So it must be solved. The Parliament secretly authorized the mysterious incident handling department to send a capable force to deal with this unknown hidden danger. Of course, it would be better if they could capture it. After all, the value of such a strong man is immeasurable. Even the corpse is worth studying. Of course, this kind of thing is secret and cannot be known to others, especially the official side of March Star. Once such a strong man knows that he is being targeted, the consequences are unimaginable. The official side of March Star is also secretly investigating. But unfortunately, the development of March Star is not enough. And many public facilities are missing, especially in the area of monitoring, because the government does not have enough budget. The investment in monitoring is not enough. But after this incident, the official side of March Star immediately proposed to install more public safety measures. Yang Bo didn't know anything about this, and he was not afraid of knowing it. He could make certain people disappear at any time, and he could get out if it really didn't work. The next morning, after Yang Bo got up, he ate pre-made food while watching the news after washing up. The news about his own affairs was still very lively, and the opinions of netizens were nothing new. After eating, Yang Bo entered the game. His teammates were already there. Xiao Hong and others were talking about what happened yesterday. A+ level gene evolver. This guy is going to be in trouble. Yang Bo heard Xiao Huang say this when he came online. Xiao Hong also echoed, yes. Look at those A+ level strong men in history. They basically disappeared. The little lady asked curiously, is this the case? Hee. Don't look at the pirate leader who is in the limelight. I'm afraid that the masters of the parliament don't dare to go out now. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see. These masters of the parliament may cancel many activities. Xiao Huang chuckled. Xiao Hong asked at this time, Captain, you are experienced. Do you think the parliament masters will sit back and watch such lawless guys? Probably not. When Yang Bo heard what Xiao Huang said, he immediately became alert. No one in power would allow a force that he could not control to exist. Hee. If you ask me, it's better for us. If such lawless guys are caught, they will definitely be sent to a top-secret laboratory and have their blood drawn for experiments every day. If I were those masters, I would also want to become a super strong person. Wouldn't it be good to live a few hundred years longer? Xiao Hong said with a chuckle. I studied pharmacism. It is said that when I was on the mother planet, some dignitaries studied the genes of strong or long-lived people and tried to change their own genes. Later, superpowers appeared. The earliest powerful superpowers were kept in captivity like livestock, and genetic samples from various parts were extracted for experiments. Later, mutant beasts were discovered, and gradually people were not used for experiments. Xiao Huang said. Xiao Hong sneered. Why not? Go online and check out Sihai Company. Damn. This crappy game doesn't allow people to tell the truth. Xiao Hong lost the second half of her words and was blocked. Then she cursed. Yang Bo quickly said, let's play games. Don't talk about these things. Anyway, we can't change it. What the captain said is that the alliance is actually better. At least on the surface. The Blue Water Empire openly sells slaves. Xiao Huang said. Miss Xiao disagreed and said, don't talk about other things. It seems free in the alliance. But any freedom requires money. Forcing you to make money. Of course, there are also the lowest welfare staff. But it is said that the most involved in Sihai Company this time are those people. Anyway, those people can't create value. And there are no family members or anything. If they die, just issue a report. As long as there are people, there are evils. Social problems cannot be solved in a short time. Let's continue to make money, the eldest lady said quickly. Annie heard this in the team and broke out in a cold sweat. It was a bit subverting her 3 views of the past 20 years. In Annie's impression, those politicians are all kind and friendly, and they all speak for the demands of citizens. I didn't expect that such things would be said from the mouths of these rich second-generation alliances. Xiao Huang and others didn't care whether Annie heard it or not, because the big family has educated their descendants to recognize this cruel society and those shameless politicians since childhood. So they know a lot of secrets. Captain, are they telling the truth? When they were on the road later, Annie had the courage to chat with Yang Bo privately. It's about the same. Citizens have the right to know. But if the media doesn't report it and they don't make it public, we citizens won't know. Yang Bo answered affirmatively. Yang Bo didn't have much to be optimistic about this society. His ability and money were the first priority. As for whether what he did was legal or not, if he wasn't caught, it was legal. If he was caught and had money to hire a lawyer to escape legal punishment, it was also legal. In his previous life, Yang Bo personally experienced the so-called law. And he didn't know what to say. If you don't believe me, go and see what companies the previous ministers went to, and then compare what benefits these ministers gave to these companies when they were in office. Yang Bo knew that it would be difficult for Annie to accept it. After all, Annie was just like him before. What she saw was what others wanted to show you. Just like if you haven't seen a donkey, others point to a horse and say it's a donkey. And you will say it's a donkey when you see a horse in the future. Captain, we won't be banned in a few days, and we won't have much time to play games. Do you want to recruit new teammates? Xiao Huang privately chatted with Yang Bo. Yang Bo replied, no. I'll arrange it myself. The incident on March Star has taken away the other party's hot spot. The other party has made some conditions. Our families are negotiating, and we should be able to go out and play soon. Xiao Huang explained. Well, you go and play by yourselves. I'll let Xiao and I follow me. We can both fly, which is much simpler. Yang Bo nodded. Xiao Huang was also envious. Xiao and I is lucky. But she is an ordinary person. What we say. I am also an ordinary person. Yang Bo knew that Xiao Huang was not ignoring Annie on purpose. After all, Annie had been in the team without saying anything, and her presence was very low. Captain, I believe what you said. Our IDs show that we are all citizens of the lowest level. Xiao Huang laughed and didn't care. If you don't curse politicians and the government in the alliance, you are not a good citizen. If someone is arrested for cursing politicians and the government, he is a hero. Maybe he can get a parliamentarian status after being released from prison. Today, I found a pig farm. Yang Bo has been thinking about a question in his heart. The parliament masters mentioned by Xiao Huang and the others do not allow such unstable factors to exist. So should I temporarily get rid of this identity? However, I was unlucky today. I found a pig farm and found it was abandoned. It looked like it had never been raised. What's going on? Is it because it was just built? It doesn't look like it on the map. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were speechless. They had wasted 2 or 3 hours. Yang Bo understood that this was probably a subsidy scam. Of course, it was hard to say. Who could tell for sure? Captain, what do you think? Xiao Huang and the others looked at the time. They wanted to go to the second place, but they didn't have enough time, because the Bionic Man used batteries. Yang Bo's Bionic Man was advanced, but it had many systems and equipment, which consumed a lot of energy and took about the same amount of time. Forget it today. Let's go tomorrow. Yang Bo just decided to get rid of the identity of the third master. Many people in the Bounty Hunters Union knew about his identity. Of course, he made a false impression that he could appear at any time if he wanted to. When the fat boss came back, he would improve his current identity. Well, Xiao and I will be left to you in the future. Xiao Huang asked again. Leave it to me. Yang Bo nodded, and then asked Annie and Xiao Huang to say that they would be responsible for their own salary in the future. Yang Bo gave Annie 2 choices. The first was task sharing, and the second was a fixed salary. Annie could raise her own salary. After downloading the game, Yang Bo sat in front of the computer and started thinking. The chances of the parliament coming to deal with the third master are very high. After all, the masters are also afraid of this uncontrolled power. Yang Bo thought to himself that he shouldn't show up this time and should be more low-key. Of course, this time is not without gains. At least he knows what he should pay attention to if he shows up in the future. And he also tested that he can interfere with various radar locks, which is good news. Yang Bo went out invisibly, then changed his identity in the suburban park and came to the bar. I'm going to go out and hide from the limelight, so as not to implicate you. Yang Bo came here, saw Go Rui, and spoke. Third Master, I received news that the Parliament sent people to deal with me as an unstable factor. Although Yang Bo had no evidence, it did not stop him from talking nonsense. After all, Zhou Rui certainly had no place to verify. Where are you going? Third Master? Zhou Rui heard this, and her heart tightened. Since Third Master was going out to hide, the person who came must be very important. I'm going back to the Pirate Alliance. I'll contact you when I'm in the limelight. Anyway, I have the terminal of the Bounty Hunter Union. I'll contact you inside the Union. I'll leave the things I want with you for the time being, and the money will be directly transferred to my account. Yang Bo left directly after speaking. You deal with my identity and pay attention to the end. Third Master, don't worry. Our union is fine. In fact, the official of March Star is unlikely to target you. Zhou Rui said again. The guys here don't have the courage to do this. Yang Bo didn't care whether the matter was true or not, and Zhou Rui couldn't verify it even if he said it. Take care. Third Master. Yes. Yang Bo left after saying this. Yang Bo left the bar, wondering how he could let others know he was leaving. Looking at the starry sky, a bold idea came to his mind. He could be even more awesome and hijack a transport plane and run away, and then return invisibly halfway. Chapter 343 Cleaning Mode. There is no space elevator on March Star, so all personnel and cargo need to be transported by spacecraft, which increases the cost. But there is no way. The space elevator is expensive. Without sufficient cargo throughput and personnel, it cannot be maintained. Of course, the more important point is the harsh climate of March Star. Hurricanes occur half a year every year, which will increase the difficulty of building a space elevator. March Star did not think about destroying 2 satellites. But unfortunately, it does not have the financial resources. In addition, March Star did not find anything valuable. So tourism is the pillar industry. Yang Bo knocked out a tourist in the suburban park, tied up the tourist and stuffed him in a hidden place, disguised as a tourist, and then came to the Ulma City Airport, where the spacecraft was taken. He waited for an opportunity to knock out a ground staff member, and stuffed him in a maintenance channel. He also tied him up and disguised himself as the ground staff member to transport the luggage into the spacecraft. Yang Bo used the camouflage skill himself. With the camouflage potion, as long as he was not caught, he would not be afraid of his camouflage ability being leaked. Everything was monitored. Yang Bo wanted to leave a trace for others to follow. He couldn't come here in stealth mode. Others couldn't find your trace and would doubt everything. The management of this spaceship is also chaotic enough. A staff member came to the spaceship but didn't return, and no one knew about it. Yang Bo was waiting in the luggage compartment. He was prepared to be discovered and hijack the spaceship, but he didn't expect to be discovered. When he arrived at the airport, a staff member came to transport the luggage. He was knocked unconscious by Yang Bo and stuffed into the maintenance channel of the spaceship. Then he changed his identity, passed the airport, and came to the large interstellar spaceship. Gentlemen, how about a ride? When Yang Bo came to the control room of the spacecraft in his staff uniform, he tore off his work clothes and looked at the dozen people inside. These spacecrafts are very intelligent, but they only need less than 100 staff members, and there are only a dozen or 20 people in a shift. The 2 guards in armor in the control room broke out in cold sweat. Should they perform their guard duties? I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to leave here. Who is in favor, and who is against? Yang Bo waved his hand, and the 2 guards in armor suddenly collided with each other, and both fainted directly. Sir, we will do what you think. The captain and others raised their hands quickly. Very good. If it weren't for those bastards in the Alliance Council who said people to mess with me, I would actually like to retire on March Star. In the future, if you encounter pirates, just report my name. If anyone doesn't give me face, you can just say it on the news, and I will go to trouble them. Yang Bo just found a seat and sat down, without any gangster look. Of course, ignoring the armor he was wearing. Okay, sir. The captain was completely numb, and was ready to accuse the Alliance Council in his heart. Well, just pretend nothing happened. I won't ask you to change the route, nor will I ask you to stop anywhere. I will leave on my own. I don't think you want to know where I'm going. Right? Yang Bo leaned on the sofa, and a faint voice came from the helmet that covered everything. No. These people quickly answered. Well, you guys are busy with your own things and ignore my existence. Yang Bo waved his hand. Well, go ahead. I'll go for a walk on the ship. Just pretend I've never been here. Okay? Yang Bo paid attention to the time. Seeing that it was almost time, he decided to leave. The captain looked at Yang Bo's back as he left, and quickly held on to the equipment around him. His legs were very weak. Captain. The two guards also woke up magically and hurried to protect the captain. Everyone. Don't worry for now. Wait until we reach the destination. The captain has a lot to say now. But there is no way. Who knows where the pirate leader will be? Yang Bo walked to the cargo hold, avoided the internal surveillance of the spacecraft, and then left the spacecraft in stealth while the hatch of the spacecraft was not closed. Then, he took the cargo spacecraft back to March Star Oma City. At this time, the ground aerospace port of Oma City found the staff, who were knocked unconscious and stripped by Yang Bo, and found the clothes that Yang Bo left here. Through the surveillance, the clothes were found, and the tourists, who were stripped in the country park, were found. This incident was immediately reported on the news, and the surveillance of the captain's command room on the spacecraft was also exposed. And then the parliament was cyberbullied. The parliament was very uneasy when faced with the words of the pirate leader. Who knows where this guy is going and whether he will come to take revenge on them? On the other hand, how did the pirate leader know such a secret? Many parliamentarians cursed. Everyone in the alliance is a pirate. The tricky thing now is that the pirate leader is on the spaceship, and no one dares to go. This guy can fight against the fighter plane head-on, and there are more than 1,000 people on it. Not only tourists within the alliance, but also tourists from other places. So the spaceship has to continue sailing. But every airport on the way is on high alert. Such a slow reaction. Yang Bo returned home and found the news of his trouble after a while. The tourist who was knocked unconscious by him complained in front of the reporter and wanted to sue the official of March Star. On the other hand, the staff member who was knocked unconscious by him wanted to ask the company for compensation. He was attacked at work and stripped naked. He suffered a huge mental loss. Yang Bo was very satisfied with his performance in the command room of the spacecraft. And then, the netizens below were cyberbullying the Union Parliament. The guests on the spacecraft were all making last words. And the airport where the spacecraft was docked was on high alert. And the official did not make any drastic actions. Then, the official was scolded again. Save? Or not? Hee. Yang Bo smiled. Sanyi is gone now. Whether the parliament admits it or not. The parliament is in big trouble anyway. This is more than 1,000 people. Unless all of these more than 1,000 people are safe. But the flight route of this spacecraft takes 3 months. That is to say, at least 3 months later, the spacecraft completes the route and everyone is safe. The matter will be settled. Otherwise, it will always be the focus. And those guys in the parliament are worried. Yang Bo saw many expert analysis and found that many parliamentarians cancelled many trips because they were afraid of the pirate leader's revenge. Looking at the time, it was already evening. Yang Bo went out and came to the lawn. Looking at the sea in the distance, he felt very comfortable. On the other side, Zhou Rui was relieved when she saw the news of the departure of the third master. Everything related to the third master had been cleared up. As long as there was no evidence, it was not a big deal for the alliance. And the parliament has been busy recently. The opposition will definitely use this incident to make trouble. There are also those civil organizations, the families of the spacecraft passengers, and the media reporters who will continue to push this hot spot, which also involves foreign tourists. Hometown. I can't go back. Yang Bo looked at the sky. So blue. The sunset was also golden. But unfortunately, it was no longer the familiar sky. He looked at his hands again and touched his face. He had become familiar with it these days. At the beginning, he didn't dare to look in the mirror because there was a strange face in it. Physique, pharmaceuticals, forging, develop in these 3 directions in the future. In addition, what is the personal task given to you in the game? Is it the military that needs some materials? Or is it to test the ability of the new bionic man by yourself? The new bionic man should have many abilities that have not been unlocked. Yang Bo thought of the game again. There are so many zombies in big cities. They must have some rare skills. With my current identity, I need more backing. I should find out more about the pharmacist union. With my own ability to make medicine, I may be able to occupy a place in the pharmacist union. And the noble identity of the pirate leader should be used well. The nobles have many privileges in the Blue Water Empire. I don't know if I am a pirate alone or under the command of the Empire. I feel that it is mostly under the command of the Blue Water Empire. In addition, the identity of the Lord of the Green Demon Star will most likely be developed in the end. And this Lord identity also has great privileges. But I will still play the game in the next few days. When Xiao Huang and others stop playing the game, I will do single-player tasks. And then learn to make medicine to improve my social status. In addition, I have to do drug testing with Annie and study their properties. Yang Bo thought a lot in the sunset, and made a plan for the future. I wonder if the parliament will send someone. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. The alliance must have a powerful organization to deal with unstable factors, such as pirate leaders, and super gene evolvers, who are beyond control. These people's means and equipment are probably the most advanced. Yang Bo is a little bit excited. He felt that there were planetary warning satellites scanning him constantly. This is the protection order. As long as he came out, he would be watched by 2 satellites. After figuring out what to do in the next period of time, Yang Bo went home. When he came to the underground fortress, Yang Bo opened the energy stones he had stored, including fire energy stones, light energy stones, and longevity energy stones. Some of them were obtained from the Ashes organization on the Green Demon Star, and some were obtained during the last mission. I wonder if this longevity energy stone can help those invisible mice reproduce smoothly. It should be possible. After all, people can use it to increase vitality? Yang Bo himself did not dare to use it, and did not know how to use it. After all, the energy contained in this thing is very terrifying. How can the energy inside be released stably? Then Yang Bo began to train. The 8-meter-tall bronze-skinned giant performed various difficult movements in this basement, such as front flips, back flips, splits, etc. After 5 minutes of training, Yang Bo stopped and let out a long breath. The energy consumed at this time made his muscles feel sore and refreshing. Every time I train, these energies travel in my body, and I feel that my body cells seem to be stronger. Yang Bo clearly felt that after he successfully turned into a giant. Although his body was very tired, his muscle cells seemed to be nourished by energy and became stronger. What kind of superpower is mad energy? Yang Bo wondered. There was no way to check it online. This world can block swear words, and some sensitive words will definitely trigger related mechanisms. What if mad energy is more sensitive? Just like Yang Bo does not search for anything related to himself. As long as he forges. On the one hand, he is afraid of leaking information. On the other hand, his resident identity will limit the information he sees. On the contrary, because his identity information does not match the searched things, there is no connection. Maybe it will attract other people's attention. Of course, there are so many netizens, and they may not check themselves. But what if they are checked by others at some time? Wouldn't it be exposed immediately? Charge, eat, drink milk, take a bath, and check the news online before going to bed. Sure enough, the spaceship incident caused an uproar within the alliance. The March Star officials accused the parliament of not keeping things confidential, and suggested that tourists sue the parliament. The parliament denied that it sent people to deal with the pirate leader. The opposition immediately stood up and asked someone to check, but was rejected by the parliament. For a while, the internet was full of this matter. After all, it was related to the safety of more than 1,000 people. Someone also broke the news that the Silver Moon pirates had no prisoners in the past. For a while, the families of the passengers went to protest. Yang Bo felt happy when he saw this. Am I a bad guy? Why do I feel happy when I cause trouble for this parliament? While Yang Bo was watching the excitement here, the military department in charge of the game. This part of the players is too rubbish. Start the cleanup mode. Otherwise the remote control quota will be wasted. The head of the game department looked at the data of some players' remote control and prepared to start the cleanup mode. Start a virtual game for these players and torture them to death in the game. Force them to quit the game. After these players quit the game, start a new round of public beta accounts. Yes. The technicians below started the cleanup mode. How is the S-level players' mission going? The department head asked again. There are 6 players who have passed the S-level assessment in the whole game. The first-ranked player has not yet completed the S-level mission, and the rest have failed. The first-ranked Bionic Man is the strongest, but the mission is also the most dangerous. Are there many problems exposed in the test? Many. Due to the special environment, Once the external defense of the bionic man is damaged, it basically faces failure. And the body fluids of those mutant creatures are more corrosive. Several players in the mission tried their best, but they could not avoid the damage to the bionic man. Several bionic men were all destroyed. This result is not good. Send an email to the player with the highest rating and ask him to complete the mission as soon as possible. We will get the complete bionic man data and hand it over to the R&D department to optimize the next generation of bionic men. The department head is also worried. If this batch of bionic men are completely destroyed, then the design concept of the bionic man will have to be changed. In fact, I think the spider-type bionic robot is more suitable. The person below shrugged and suggested, "Let's wait and see. We don't have the final say. We are the testing department. You can do a player survey to see what abilities they want their characters to have." The subordinate suggested again, "This is a great idea. Give me a plan and let me know when the guy with the highest rating will do the task. I think this guy will surprise us again. The way he cleaned up the lab last time was simply out of the box." "Yes, Colonel." Chapter 344. The team is disbanded. The military began to clean up some players with bad data and release some bionic control quotas. Some of these players went out to kill zombies, and suddenly encountered a mutant monster rushing out on the road, and killed the character in a few seconds. Or they thought there were only 3 or 5 zombies, but later found dozens of them. These players are actually playing a real virtual game. Or to be more precise, virtual and real. There is such a scene in reality, but whether there are zombies is not up to the official. Most of these players, who were cleaned up, were reluctant to spend 500,000 game coins to revive after death. Occasionally, a stubborn one will die again. Of course, if there are still people who continue to be stubborn, then forget it. Such Krypton Gold players are good helpers for future game team battles. Yang Bo went online and found his own email. After a closer look, it was the mysterious Research Institute mission email last time. He ignored it and led the team to go monster hunting. "Captain, you have been quite punctual these days," Xiao Huang said when he saw Yang Bo online. "Well, I haven't had anything to do recently," Yang Bo answered. Xiao Huang asked curiously, "Captain, what planet are you on?" "It's not convenient to say." Yang Bo refused to answer. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong originally wanted to get Yang Bo's location, but they didn't continue to ask after hearing this, because in this world, no one asks about personal privacy. When acquaintances meet, the most they say is, "How are you doing recently?" They won't ask specific questions like, "Have you eaten?" "How is your business?" We have to thank the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Otherwise our problem would not be so easy to solve. The young lady spoke up. "This is a good man. But the old guys in the parliament have cancelled many trips. This matter will take at least several months. 3 months. Because the flight time of that spaceship is 3 months. After 3 months, everyone is safe. And this matter may be over." "That's good. It's good for us." Xiao Huang and others were talking about what Yang Bo did yesterday. Now the news media is tracking the people on the spaceship, the families of the passengers on the spaceship, the company to which the spaceship belongs, and the government's response. As long as it can be involved in this area, it is traffic, and the wealth will come. What new war zone? What Wang family and Ma family business wars are not as eye-catching as this? After all, there are more than 1,000 hostages. 80% of the news is related to this. And the news that the 009 main fleet set sail for the base was covered by this huge traffic. Yang Bo and others were unlucky today. The 3 scheduled points were all opened by others, and some even arrived half an hour earlier than Yang Bo and others. It took 8 hours to finish the last pig farm, and Xiao Huang and others couldn't accept it. "Why don't we stop playing games?" 8 hours today. Too tired. Xiao Huang and a few others were chatting privately. For these rich second generations, they were bored at home during the previous lockdown, and playing boring games for a few hours every day was nothing. Now playing for 8 hours is not enough to go to the bar for a party, which feels a bit uncomfortable. The key is that they will not be confined anymore, and they will contact those who need to be contacted. After going out, they must celebrate properly. Although the team earned more than 100,000 game coins today, it is nothing for these rich second generations. "How about telling the captain?" I said it yesterday, and the captain agreed. "Let's talk about it when we get to the resurrection point. I want to travel and relax myself. I want to go too. How about we go to Shulangsing? The scenery there is beautiful. The key is that it's so cool to be a rich person there. watching those people serve you. Several rich second generations discussed privately. After arriving at the resurrection point, Xiao Huang spoke in the team. Captain, I'm afraid we can't play games. We have to deal with the troublesome things last time tomorrow, which may take a while. You guys deal with your own things. Yang Bo knew long ago that these rich second generations would never play games with him. These people are used to enjoying it. And playing games for a few hours is boring. Thank you, Captain. Xiao and I. Follow the captain and work hard. We will meet again when we are free. The young lady also spoke. Although they are both women, the young lady didn't take Xiao and I seriously. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Yeah. Annie didn't care. After all, they were from two different worlds. Annie was struggling with how to make an offer to Yang Bo. And at the same time, she was worried about the genetic medicine. However, due to the identity level of the residents, Annie only had a vague understanding of many information she checked online. Yang Bo said hello to Annie, and then logged off the game. After logging off the game, Yang Bo first went to the basement to train. That is, to train as a giant. After training, he recharged and pondered while taking a bath. It's just right to take advantage of the fact that the fat boss hasn't come back yet. So I'll go and do the tasks in the game first. When the fat boss comes back, I can improve the status of my real identity. Should I learn mecha? The hot water made Yang Bo feel very comfortable. And he pondered the development direction of his real identity. I wonder if the fat boss's company is involved in the mecha business. If not, do I need to join the Mecha Masters Union? There are many groups in this world, and every profession has its own union. Even running, fishing and the like. Not to mention Mecha Masters. Most of these unions are international organizations. And the power struggles within them are also very crazy. Because Mecha Masters have nationalities. If the Mecha Masters of that country have the power of the union, it will be beneficial to the Mecha Masters of their own country. The cannon fodder profession of Mecha Masters has been beautified very much in the three major countries. Many young people dream of becoming Mecha Masters. Among all arms, the mortality rate of Mecha Masters is the highest. Let's take it one step at a time. Just get a profession with your real identity. Just be a pharmacist. And you can have more vests for other professions. No one would have thought that there are several geniuses. All of whom are me. Genius pharmacist, it's me. Genius mecha master, it's me. Genius forger, it's me. Hee. It's just that the problem of identity vests is difficult to solve. Yang Bo thought that he had so many identities, which would be convenient for running away and fighting in the future. Celebrities still have a certain role, although they are noticed by others. Their influence is stronger than their current status when encountering things. Yang Bo knew this in his previous life. As long as you have a little influence, others will not dare to step on you. Wait for the fat boss to come back, and discuss it with the fat boss. There are no famous pharmacists on March Star, so it would be better to get official support. Yang Bo has his own plan in mind. Yang Bo expected Xiao Huang and others to leave today, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He was originally planning to brush a few more farms, but now it seems that he should complete the task of the mysterious research institute first. Yang Bo was taking a bath at home. Zhou Rui finally cleaned up the whole matter about Sanyi. The bounty hunter union was originally illegal, so it was very convenient to deal with these things. Everyone's identity was fake. How to treat Yang Bo. Zhou Rui's biggest headache was how to deal with Yang Bo. Yang Bo gave Zhou Rui a strange feeling. This person seemed to have no weaknesses, but his resume was clean. This kind of person seemed to have no desires or demands. Is it simple? Zhou Rui was not sure that Yang Bo was really simple or something. After all, there was no real contact, and each contact was not long, and women didn't seem to be attracted to him. So what did he do at home? Is he otaku? Zhou Rui knew that there was a kind of otaku in this world who liked some virtual characters and the like. This kind of otaku was unwilling and didn't like to communicate with other people in the outside world. Zhou Rui had no chance to contact such people. Ordinary people rarely contacted them, so she didn't understand what the mentality of ordinary people was. Zhou Rui had been learning all kinds of things since she could remember. Because Zhou Rui's father trained Zhou Rui as a successor, she had to learn a lot of things, such as superpowers, management, fighting, art, etc. Because she had to deal with all kinds of people. She had to be able to talk about whatever people in any circle said. Zhou Rui envied Yang Bo's talent. In this society, There is only one kind of person who doesn't need to look at other people's faces. And that is a genius like Yang Bo. When a genius like Yang Bo grows up, even the congressmen have to smile when they see him. Zhou Rui clearly remembered that when a pharmacist master of the pharmacist union went to a certain place, the local dignitaries took turns to invite the master to eat, drink and have fun every day, and served him carefully. Even those high-ranking congressmen were smiling. How can we catch Yang Bo? As the president of the Bounty Hunters Union, Zhou Rui naturally knew that there were almost no people as talented as Yang Bo in making medicine. Why did she use the word almost? Because there must be such a genius. But no one would tell others. Because the more people know, the greater the competition. A D-level 4-star quality evolution potion costs less than 500,000. But it can be sold for 10 million. Zhou Rui looked at the potions she had saved and pondered. It's a huge profit. But it's only Yang Bo. If it's someone else, the success rate of a 4-star potion is less than 1%. It's still the official that makes huge profits. A 1-star E-level potion costs less than 30,000. But the official price is 800,000. And you might get injected with something fake. With Yang Bo's high success rate, he is suitable for private customization. And the materials for private customization are limited. Zhou Rui was thinking about Yang Bo's future development direction. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to take down Yang Bo. With my strength and knowledge, I can't subdue a little brother? We need to speed up. Don't wait until Yang Bo's superpower level is higher than ours. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. Besides, his light superpower may become a perverted ability in the future. I will send him a message later and ask him to go fishing. Zhou Rui made up her mind. It happened that the third master left, and there was no task for the time being on the Union side. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that Zhou Rui was thinking about him. Yang Bo was eating while looking at the introduction of the Pharmacist Union, a purely academic organization. Pharmacists of any race and nationality are welcome to join us. There are a lot of benefits. A large number of internal formulas, internal academic journals, and manuscripts of 16 pharmaceutical masters. A lot of benefits. As long as you join the union, you can receive different benefits at different levels, without any additional conditions. As many as 9,700 potion formulas, covering genetic evolution potions, special ability potions, and mysterious potions. The Pharmacist Union is now governed by 3 Grandmaster Pharmacists. Yang Bo checked these 3 Grandmaster Pharmacists and found that there was one for each of the 3 countries. And the specific information of the Pharmacist Union could not be seen. Members need to log in, such as the classification of potions. What is an evolution potion? What is a special ability potion? And what is a mysterious potion? My own identity. Yang Bo knew that this was because of his identity. After all, this IP address was registered under his name, and he had to pay fees every month. If the identity is not enough, there will be no sufficient authority to know more. There are also various academic conferences and activities of the Pharmacist Union that cannot be seen. Members need to log in to see them. Then Yang Bo chose the Mecha Master Union, which showed a lot of things, such as the latest generation of optical computers produced by Ping and Technology Company, which had improved reaction time compared to the previous generation. Then, there was the Mecha Master League. Yang Bo took a closer look and found that it was like football on Earth. Each planet had its own mecha team. And then, there were school teams. There were also international competitions. The International Mecha Master Competition was held every 3 years, divided into individual and team. The highest prize for an individual in the international competition was 500 million. And the winner would get the right to use a mecha provided by the organizer, and could also join the military and the most advanced mecha technology company. Yang Bo checked carefully and found that the mecha team of March Star was the second to last in the alliance. There was another planet called K25, which had not been developed yet, so the name was generally a code name. In the internal competition of the alliance, the individual prize money was also 500 million, and it was tax-free. Not only could they be employed as teachers in various schools, but they could also go to the army, and even to large mecha companies, etc. The team prize money was 100 million per person. The mecha team consisted of 5 mechas, 1 electronic warfare mecha, 1 remote support mecha, and 3 assault mechas, which were the most basic control. The competition was held in a professional competition venue with various environments. Many mecha divisions were killed every year. There was also a gambling entrance page on the official website. TSK. Yang Bo felt that it was meaningless after watching it. After the gambling companies got involved, it was no longer real technology. Yang Bo clicked on a mecha competition video. The development was on an asteroid. Gravity, air, and temperature were all introduced. One was red, and the other was yellow. The two mechas came up and collided with each other. The drone was used to shoot the multi-angle shots, which looked very shocking. The visual senses were fully stretched, and the two mechas collided with each other. And then it felt like a fist-to-flesh fight. It's so damn fake. Yang Bo felt a little fake when he saw this scene. 1 minute later, the cold weapons around were unlocked. This was also the process of the game. The more weapons were unlocked, the more weapons were unlocked. The weapons were placed around and could not be used before the time came. Forget it. Let's play the game tomorrow. Yang Bo watched for 3 minutes. The weapons in the hands of the two mechas were shining. They did look good. But Yang Bo felt that they were too weak. There was nothing to see. Both sides had many opportunities to defeat each other. It seems that it has changed from actual combat to performance. Yang Bo felt that it was boring to watch children fighting. So he went to rest and prepared to do the tasks in the game the next day. Chapter 345 Troublesome Tasks. When Yang Bo was getting ready to sleep, Annie was also thinking about the question Yang Bo asked yesterday. Xia came out of the shower and looked at Annie, who was still thinking, and said, "Are you still thinking?" "Well, I've been in a mess recently. I thought I could just save money to buy genetic medicine. But I didn't expect there were so many shady deals involved." Annie was confused for a while. The same thing happened to Xia. She sighed. Who could have thought there were so many shady deals involved? The same thing happened to Xia. She and Annie always had a wish to become genetic evolutionists. In fact, this is also the lifelong wish of most F-level residents. As for the rest, they are welfare people like Yang Bo who were raised by the Alliance before. And some are fake F-level citizens, such as Yang Bo, who is still F-level now. There are too many benefits to becoming a genetic evolutionist. First of all, the lifespan is different according to individual genes. And the increase is different. Women all love beauty. And becoming a genetic evolutionist will make them decades younger. But the hope that had been there for a long time was shattered. And it was like a bucket of cold water poured over them. According to the news that the two searched online, the incident of Sihai Company was too big. They both suspected that the gene medicine they injected was fake or a low-quality product. What's more terrifying is, what if after the second purchase? What if there is another shady deal? Today, the official replied to my email and sent me the information. The information showed that the gene medicine I injected was fine. And 34% of the people in the same batch successfully activated the gene. I still don't believe the official reply. But there is no way. And there is no evidence. The official will not disclose the specific people who failed, who succeeded, or even died, because we have no place to verify the official information. Xia also sighed, leaned her head on the sofa, curled up her white legs on the sofa, and said, "I have enough 800,000 credit points here, and I don't know what to choose now." Annie leaned on Xia and said, "I know what you are struggling with now. You might as well give the problem to your captain. I think he is so rich and powerful. He should not lie to you." Xia said. Annie nodded when she heard this and said, "That's what I said. But it feels weird to pin my hopes on a stranger. It's a pity that I can't enter the game. Otherwise, I will see what kind of person your captain is. But according to what you said, he doesn't talk much. And his game skills are so good. He can't be a killer." Xia hugged Annie's neck and asked, "You have watched too much TV. I will ask the captain tomorrow. And then I will try the medicine first." Annie still decided to believe Yang Bo, because the official side can no longer be trusted. Well, this is the only way now. I don't have any confidence in the official side anyway. Xia was also disappointed with the official. Or afraid. Even if there was 1% of substandard drugs. What if she encountered it? Go to sleep. Ask about the procedures for genetic drugs tomorrow. Annie nodded. The next morning, Yang Bo woke up and saw Zhou Rui sending him a phishing message. Yang Bo replied that he was busy and was studying. Then the fat boss asked him how he was. And Yang Bo also reported that he was safe. Yang Bo entered the game. Xiao Huang and others had already left the team and did not go online. They were probably having fun. "Captain, I have made up my mind. I prefer a fixed salary for this game. Just give me 1,000 yuan a day. I will trouble you with the genetic medicine. I wonder what the specific process is. You will get 2,500 yuan when you go online. The team's income has nothing to do with you. Then I will cover all the expenses of your character. This is an electronic contract. Take a look. Yang Bo directly wrote an employment contract in the game. After ordinary people join this game, this kind of electronic contract appears, which protects the interests of both players. As for the genetic medicine, it will take a month. After a month, you just need to provide me with biological samples. Yang Bo does not know the specific process yet. He has to wait for the fat boss to come back and find him to get materials and learn it. If Annie knew that Yang Bo had never prepared medicine for people like this, she would be angry immediately. Is he using herself as a test subject? What about the expenses? I have a good friend. Annie asked again. It depends on your attributes and materials. Generally speaking, materials are not expensive. Yang Bo continued. Not expensive? Annie asked again. Generally. The materials for common E-level gene drugs are only tens of thousands. But we have to consider the time cost of the pharmacist, the experimental consumables, the success rate, and the company's profit, and the government's profit. In your hands, 800,000 is really not expensive. Yang Bo explained. This is not expensive? Annie was speechless. This is not expensive. We pharmacists lose money when we make low-level potions. Can you believe it? So most of the E-level gene potions are basically mass-produced. Yang Bo continued. This is your salary today. I have something to do today. You can play games or go shopping offline. Yang Bo saw Annie sign the electronic contract. Of course, she used the character nickname, so that everyone would be protected in the future to avoid the logistics personnel running away with materials, or the employer failing to fulfill the promise, such as the resurrection package for the character death. Who knows if the employer has 500,000 game coins? Yang Bo signed the contract and immediately deducted the deposit of 500,000 gold coins. In the future, when Annie's game character dies, she will be resurrected directly without any disputes. Captain, why are you helping me like this? Annie asked after getting the game coins. Gene potions are a big deal for you. But for me, it takes less than half a day. And I used to be a resident. And I was the kind of person who lived in a government welfare house. On the most day, I received more than 50 suggestions from the intelligence system. Yang Bo replied. Thank you, Captain. Annie understood now. She knew that the welfare housing had many requirements, because if something happened there, it would trigger public opinion, and she had more questions in her mind. But it was obvious that the captain had something to do today. I'm going shopping. Annie realized that she hadn't been shopping for a long time, and she just played games every day. Yang Bo hummed, and then clicked on the task email. Task, Mysterious Research Institute. Task Introduction. This is a very mysterious research institute with various unknown dangers. Clean up all the monsters in the institute. Mission reward, mysterious item. This is a lie. Mysterious item. Most likely they don't think highly of my mission. Yang Bo looked at the words mysterious item and guessed that the military didn't think highly of his mission. Maybe other S-level players have done this kind of mission and failed. Yang Bo even thought maliciously. After all, he was an A+ level player playing the game. Although he was wearing armor that day, many people questioned online that his strength was entirely due to the mysterious armor. But the armor was also his fault. Then Yang Bo received a simple building map of the Research Institute from the mission NPC. The Research Institute is 5 floors above ground and 4 floors underground. A total of 9 floors. Yang Bo took a rough look at it, which was of no reference value, because these things should have been left behind when this world was prosperous. There was no supply for this mission. So Yang Bo carefully chose what to equip. First of all, food and water. This thing is a fine product. After eating it, the interval time doubles. And the price is of course expensive. Black. The game officials are blacking us everywhere. Yang Bo muttered to himself and chose some fine food and water. And then cold weapons. Because he was fighting inside the institute. So he didn't choose long weapons. Bullets. Pistols. Yang Bo didn't choose a high-powered pistol, because with his shooting skills, as long as it was a bullet, it would hit the eye socket directly, and any zombie would die. Choose 2 laser swords. Yang Bo hesitated for a while, and chose 2 laser swords. This thing is also outrageous. In this game world, laser swords are not accepted by players, because they are very bright and attract zombies. Yang Bo estimated that the energy released by laser swords attracted the surrounding zombies. Moreover, the laser sword is expensive and not durable. That is, the battery life is not good. The only advantage of this laser sword is that the zombie's body fluids will not burst out when they are cut because the cut is carbonized. 350 kilometers. And you have to run there yourself. What a weird game. Yang Bo looked at the distance of the game task. Went to the toilet first. And then got some milk. When he walked out of the resurrection point, Yang Bo found that he had obtained a buff. A brave buff. And all attributes increased by 20%. Yang Bo looked carefully and found that it was the NPC in the task just now who supported him. Damn. If you have the ability, turn on all the functions of the Bionic Man. And also buff. Yang Bo certainly knew that this was because the military did not fully develop the capabilities of the Bionic Man when they met. What Yang Bo did not know was that the 350-kilometer journey was also a double test for the Bionic Man and the player. On the game department side, the colonel in charge of the project and others watched Yang Bo operate the character through the jungle. This guy actually walked in a straight line. Yes, the others all walked the original path. This player has fast hand speed and can do a lot of free actions. Yang Bo controlled the character to travel alone, feeling very comfortable, and the speed was very fast. He didn't care about the zombies he encountered, and he walked in a straight line. When he encountered a cliff, he climbed over it directly, leaving the zombies under the cliff screaming below. When he encountered a cliff, he directly found vines to make a rope and threw it down, and then slid down. After all, the Bionic Man is a robot, and he can directly resist ordinary bushes and thorns. In the eyes of the people in the background, the Bionic Man operated by Yang Bo is like a living person, trekking through mountains and rivers, heading towards the goal. This guy. Are we here to watch parkour? The people in the background of the game were speechless. The mission locations of each S-level player were carefully designed, and there would be many dangers on the road. Various mutant creatures, zombies, etc. And the character operated by Yang Bo didn't care about any mutant animals or zombies. He ran. As long as he ran fast enough, the people behind him couldn't catch up. He could also use cliffs and stone walls to avoid the mutant animals behind him. The military also wanted to see what abilities these mutant creatures had. Yang Bo ignored the mutant creatures because he didn't bring many supplies. Besides, these wild boars only had the ability to charge. It would be better to wait until the mission was completed to brush the farm. It looks like we are all running away today. Yang Bo looked at the route. He ran for 2 hours. Less than 80 kilometers. And there were still 270 kilometers to go. He had already crossed 3 mountains. When he came to the top of a mountain, Yang Bo picked up the telescope and looked in the direction ahead, and drank a sip of water to reduce fatigue. The military is really bullshitting. Yang Bo complained in his heart. After a 10-minute break, Yang Bo followed the route he planned and walked. In mountainous areas, the straight line distance is important. This hilltop is 500 meters away from another hilltop, but the height difference of the mountain is 400 to 500 meters. After 7 hours, Yang Bo finally arrived. The research institute is in a small basin. The next 100 kilometers are low hilly areas. No rare mutant animals were found on the road. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the research institute. This is a suburb of a big city. Yang Bo is now on a hill, 500 meters away from the hill. There is a wide road with 6 lanes in both directions. It is clean, and there is no grass on it. It seems to have been trampled by something. There are groups of zombies on the ring roads around the big cities. How are the groups of zombies formed? The zombies in front cause a noise, and the zombies behind follow. The ring road is a circle, so groups of zombies gradually catch up, and then form a perfect cycle. The zombies blindly chase the roaring zombies in front, and then they chase more and more. About 1 kilometer. Yang Bo used a telescope to check the mission location. The research institute was in the middle of a field of weeds. In the past, this research institute had good greening, but now it's like a barren mountain. Yang Bo carefully checked and found that the research institute had only concrete parts left, which were black, and some unknown plants grew on the roof. Dear player, you don't have much time left online. Please return to the resurrection point, or find a safe place to log off. I wish you a happy game. Just when Yang Bo was thinking about how to do the mission, The game official actually reminded him of this. What does this mean? Is it also part of the assessment? Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded. What? Yang Bo had never considered that the game character would go offline in the wild. So what should he do now, and where should he find a place? If I had known earlier, I should have gone offline in the mountains, and found a place to hide on the cliff. Yang Bo was speechless. It would definitely not work to go back now. See how this guy is solved? Yeah. It's not easy to deal with near this city. Backstage of the game. These people were a little bored watching Yang Bo operate the character to rush on the road. They originally wanted to see fighting and killing. But now they were curious about what this player would do. I almost forgot about the flying function. I will continue tomorrow. Yang Bo didn't find a suitable place. Later, he remembered that when he was on the road, he saw a cave on a mountain in the distance. So he activated the flying function. Anyway, the cooldown time would be up tomorrow morning. When Yang Bo flew to the destination like a cannonball, Yang Bo saw a black shadow in the distance attacking him in the air. Fuck. Yang Bo was speechless. Being intercepted in the air? Surely it's not to deliver food. Chapter 346, Setting Fire. What kind of rubbish is this bionic man? Yang Bo wanted to do some movements in the air. But he couldn't. Only his hands and feet could move. Because the black shadow came to a higher altitude behind him, and was in his blind spot. Yang Bo took out the laser sword and waved it to protect his whole body. And then the whole person fell rapidly. Bang! The moment Yang Bo landed, he quickly rolled to the side. And then a large stone weighing hundreds of kilograms fell where he had just landed. And stone chips flew. Thief bird. Yang Bo looked up at the sky. It was twice as big as the bird he killed last time, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Moreover, this guy looked like a big owl, but his head seemed to be a dog's head. A bit like a monkey-faced eagle. And the feather shape looked like a dog's head. This big guy hovered at an altitude of 500 meters. Seeing that the stone he threw did not hit Yang Bo, he flew towards the valley in the distance. Yang Bo took out a telescope and looked carefully, and found that this guy actually grabbed a large stone weighing hundreds of kilograms, and then flew up again. Why is this guy targeting me? It shouldn't be. I just passed by here. Did I touch this guy's territory? Yang Bo looked at the map carefully. But unfortunately the map was from the prosperous past. So it was hard to tell where the mutant dog-headed owl was. The claws of this big guy were very sharp. And he grabbed the stone directly. The stone weighing hundreds of kilograms was grabbed in the two huge black claws. And then he dived. Yang Bo didn't give way either, and waited for this guy to throw the stone before he gave way. The dog-headed owl didn't expect Yang Bo to not dodge, and dived directly to a height of 300 meters, and then dropped the stone in its claws and hit Yang Bo. What a pity. I didn't bring a rifle this time. Yang Bo saw the stone falling down, and then dodged far away. The stone bounced on the ground because the hill was also made of stones, and then rolled to the side, and the gravel splashed. He regretted not bringing a rifle. A pistol has no power at a distance of 300 meters. This guy is a tyrannical master at first glance. The moment Yang Bo jumped away, this guy actually flew over Yang Bo's head, and also released a row of unknown objects, and then triumphantly chirped twice before flying away. Dog stuff. Yang Bo looked at the direction where the guy flew and cursed in his heart. When the mission is completed, I must make you look good. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, and then found some vines, made a rope, and then put it on a tree, and fell to the cave halfway up the mountain. It was obvious that someone had been active here, but it had been abandoned for a long time. Yang Bo retracted the rope, which was folded and tied to the tree. Now one end was released, and the other end was pulled to retract. Offline. Why does the military limit the game time of players? It seems that when you go offline, the game is always at night? Yang Bo suddenly realized something. That is, every time he went online, it was daytime. Is there any danger at night? Or something else bad? Yang Bo guessed in his heart. In the background of the game, the colonel in charge was a little disappointed with Yang Bo's performance today. But if you want to talk about the purpose, others have achieved it. But it is different from what he and others expected. Who is in a hurry to walk in a straight line? Although it's a bit boring, compared with other S-level assessments, the data is much better. The colonel concluded that the performance was disappointing, but the data was excellent. This felt weird. Yang Bo logged into the game early the next morning because he didn't know how difficult the mission was. And he logged in the middle. Yang Bo directly gave Annie today's salary and asked her to do things on her own. Annie was embarrassed to log out of the game immediately. So she looked around and found that there were deputy positions. Annie knew this. After all, there were forging, pharmacy, etc. in the game before. However, Annie still didn't learn it, because learning these skills requires task materials. And now task materials are expensive. In fact, this is the game official floating task materials in the data, creating the illusion of material scarcity. Of course, this is a true and false game. The real one is remote control to collect materials, and the fake one is to consume materials and let the military not have to pay high game coins. Yang Bo logged in from the cave, looked at the character and found that there was no problem. Then directly turned on the flying ability and landed in a hilly area 5 kilometers away from the mission target. Now that I have this flying ability, I can use it when I download the game. Of course, if the mission fails and the character dies, I don't have to worry about it. Yang Bo already had a plan in mind. The landing attracted a lot of zombies. Yang Bo ran first, shook off the zombies behind him, and then started to head towards the mission target. Puff! Puff! Yang Bo's character radar is much more useful now. The closer he got to the mission location, the denser the zombies were, and the denser the remaining traces of buildings were. Yang Bo had to clear out some annoying zombies, and even threw stones to attract zombies to other places. Sewing +2. Cooking +2. The skills given by the 2 zombies are useless. Soon Yang Bo came to the ring road. There was a culvert below, but it seemed to be blocked, and the ring road was full of zombies walking towards one place. Difficult. Yang Bo carefully estimated the distance between the zombies and felt that it was a bit difficult. Yang Bo did not dare to go to places with too much weeds, because who knows how many zombies are hidden in those places. On the contrary, it is these visible places that can clearly know that there are zombies there. After watching for 20 minutes, Yang Bo found that it was impossible not to alarm the zombies. Yang Bo first found a place, which was a bend, and then found a few pieces of glass. Put the glass on one side of the bend, and then waited quietly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Bo found that there were fewer zombies in a section. So he picked up a stone and smashed the glass in the distance. With a clang, a lot of zombies were attracted over, and Yang Bo took advantage of the zombies turning their heads to the place where the sound was, and jumped over the ring road and passed by at the fastest speed. Then Yang Bo heard the roar of zombies in the distance. Yang Bo picked up the telescope and found that the zombies were roaring where he put the glass. Idiot. Yang Bo put a half-broken mirror there. Obviously, the zombies were attracted by himself in the mirror. There were few zombies on both sides of the ring road, and the weeds were basically trampled flat. Obviously, the large group of zombies attracted the zombies on the roadside. Are the roads in the city so bad? Yang Bo looked at the road on the side of the research institute. There were pits one after another, and the pits were full of weeds and shrubs. Yang Bo looked at the weeds, because there were a lot of hardened roads around the city. There were a lot of dead branches and rotten leaves. Set fire. Yang Bo decided to set fire. He collected some grass fluff, then found 2 sticks and used them to make fire. The people in the game background were speechless, and then looked at the colonel in charge. The colonel looked at the map carefully and said, "It's not a big problem. The fire will not spread. Moreover, it's an S-level assessment. We are not allowed to intervene unless it's a dangerous level." Yang Bo was still worried that the military would drop a bomb to put out the fire, until the fire started and spread to the institute. The official did not make any move. These zombies were stupid and didn't know how to leave. These zombies were like mummies and were easier to ignite. The burning zombies didn't run away, but just burned straight. Knife skills +2. Gardening +2. Cooking +2. Boxing +2. Yang Bo was not idle either. He followed the burning fire and entered the research institute. There was a concrete wall on the side of the research institute. One zombie after another was shot in the head by Yang Bo's silenced pistol. It seems that following the fire, these zombies can't find me. What ability do the zombies rely on to find the bionic man they are remotely controlling? Is it energy fluctuations or something else? Yang Bo still doesn't understand this matter now, because he doesn't know the specific data of the bionic man, and many abilities are castrated, unless Yang Bo cracks it directly. But it's a pity that he will be discovered. Pharmaceuticals +4. Pharmaceuticals +4. Yang Bo looked back at the thick smoke outside, not knowing what zombies were burned, and gave 2 pharmaceutical skills in succession. Outside the institute is an ordinary square concrete building, without any special shape or anything like that. However, the thickness of the concrete can be seen to be unusual. It should be thicker. Yang Bo picked up the pistol and quickly grasped the position of the zombies on the first floor through radar and passive sound wave detection. Puff! Yang Bo flashed directly and entered a room. The room was dark, but the game vision was not affected. A human zombie was standing in the corner. Before the other party called out, a bullet went through the eye socket, and then the zombie was hit by the impact of the bullet against the wall, and then slid down the wall. TR+2. The ability given made Yang Bo mutter in his heart. But at this time Yang Bo was already cleaning up the second zombie. There were more than 30 zombies on the first floor. Yang Bo took 2 minutes to clean them up and came to the entrance down. There should have been a metal door here, but it was all rotten. However, Yang Bo cleaned up the upper floors first. But there were not many on these upper floors. Less than 50 in total. Half of it is for pharmaceutical skills, and the rest are boxing, cooking, tea art, knife skills, and so on. Yang Bo threw the zombie body at the top of the stairs, and also threw some garbage. Mainly the remaining wood and other garbage here. Mainly because he was afraid that something would happen in the basement. There are still some bottles with liquid in them, some of which are still intact with wooden corks, which can be judged to be wine or something. And the ones with iron caps are useless. What kind of fuel does this world use? But even if there is fuel, it is basically useless. It has been broken for so many years. Yang Bo shook his head again. Arriving at the first floor, Yang Bo first looked at the part leading to the underground. One was a staircase, and the other was an elevator. After thinking for a while, Yang Bo returned to the place where there was no fire outside, pulled some rattan to weave a rope, cut a wooden stick, and then went to the 4th floor, fixed one end of the rattan rope to the wooden stick, then stuck the wooden stick at the elevator entrance, and put the remaining rattan down the elevator shaft. This is a perfect retreat. Yang Bo prepared this retreat for himself. This guy's hand speed. The people in the military department behind the game watched Yang Bo control the bionic man more flexibly than their own hands. There are also many control instructions for robots. The official instructions are very simple. For example, if you aim the bionic man at a certain target and press the button to take, the bionic man will automatically control the mechanical arm to take it. But this kind of weaving rope, and pulling off the leaves on it while weaving, how complicated instructions are needed. Of course, can the intelligent system do this? It can. But the premise is to program how to judge whether the rattan can be used, and pull the leaves, harvest, and then weave. The most important thing is that the bionic man does not have this intelligent command. Yang Bo can only control the movements of the mechanical arm and mechanical fingers in the most primitive way. And he can do it so smoothly. It should be related professional ability. The colonel in charge of managing the game guessed. Colonel, can't you find out the identity information of this person? There is no way to find it. The matter of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is being investigated. The Parliament sent people from the Mysterious Affairs Department. Before they set off, the news was leaked, and the leader of the pirate group ran away. Now those parliamentarians are hiding in the arms of women and dare not go out. The colonel shook his head and said, Boss, who are the people in this Mysterious Affairs Handling Department? Lackeys. The lackeys of the Parliament. These people usually retire in the Parliament, and are sent out when there is something. But there is no rush for the time being. This time the assessment has passed. Let's find a way to contact this guy in the game. If he actively discloses his identity information, this will not be illegal. Right? The colonel waved his hand and said, Those who can manage the game background here are all senior military technicians, and the confidentiality level is very high. The colonel said that there is nothing wrong with a little information. At a certain level, there is no secret. Boss, this guy moves so fast. At this time, someone spoke up. I saw the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo waving a laser sword in his hand, and he was outputting to the zombies rushing out and retreating while fighting. The laser sword cuts these zombies like cutting tofu, and cuts the head in half. As soon as Yang Bo went down to the underground floor, he startled the zombies. The main reason was that this zombie was in the passage, more than 30 meters away from Yang Bo. It roared, and then dozens of zombies rushed out from the surrounding rooms. Fortunately, the passage was not very wide, and Yang Bo killed a zombie, and the zombie fell to the ground, which would hinder the speed of the zombies behind. Although the zombies waved sharp claws. Every time Yang Bo swung the laser sword, he successfully avoided the zombies' claws, and then cut off their heads, and the zombies fell to the ground. After completing an attack, Yang Bo took a step back, leaving enough space, while letting the zombies that had just fallen to the ground hinder the pace of the zombies behind, and also freeing up space for himself to move faster. The whole process took less than a second, so these people normally saw Yang Bo's actions of controlling the Bionic Man as the laser sword cutting again and again, and the zombies fell to the ground in rows of 3 or 5, and the laser sword was like a strip of light in the dim corridor. In less than a minute, Yang Bo retreated less than 10 meters. Just as he retreated to the corner of the stairs, the zombies on the first floor were neatly arranged in the passage with half of their heads facing Yang Bo. Boss, this guy didn't get attacked once. The people in the back end of the game were also shocked when they saw the data of Yang Bo's Bionic Man. Chapter 347, Got Free. Boss, this guy's hand speed data is better than that of the average Mecha Master. Looking at the data in the background, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This guy should be from a certain sect. Let's look at his retreat trajectory and steps. Someone pointed at Yang Bo's retreating steps and said. Everyone realized that the data of this Bionic Man's retreating steps were consistent and formed a uniform curve. Boss, this guy is free to control. Someone reminded. Shit! The Colonel looked at the dazzling data, which means that when this guy controls the Bionic Man's arm, he is also controlling his steps. Not just retreating by pressing a button. This guy is not low level. The zombies' attacks are irregular, but every move he makes avoids other zombies. In this small environment, the zombies are afraid of scratching the outer defense of the Bionic Man. Once the defense is damaged by 1 millimeter, the entire Bionic Man will be continuously eroded by negative energy, causing problems in all systems of the entire Bionic Man. This is where the previous failure happened. But some people disagreed. The difficulty of mechas and Bionic Men is not at the same level. Mechas are faster. Mechas are not only about hand speed, but also nerve reaction ability. Other mechas have Mach speeds, and ordinary people can't react at all. I want to get in touch with this guy in the game. The Colonel nodded. The mechas are indeed different, and the combat places are different. However, this guy also performed first class in space when he was taking the S-level assessment. Captain, this guy has gone down to the 2nd floor. If he is so fast, I'm afraid this research institute will be cleaned up in less than an hour. Release the ability of the Bionic Man by another 10%. The Colonel saw this scene and said with interest, yes. Yang Bo was also relieved. In less than a minute, his nerves were tense. He had to keep a safe distance from the zombies to ensure that he would not be touched by the claws of these zombies. When swinging his arms, he should not touch the claws of these zombies. Once the protective layer of the Bionic Man's outer layer was broken, it would be the end of him. He would definitely not be able to return to the resurrection point here. 52 people. 35 of them were given to pharmaceuticals, and the rest were given to boxing? Could it be that there are 17 security personnel on this floor? Yang Bo looked at the skills given this time and wondered in his heart. Fragile profession. Yang Bo was not satisfied with his character attributes. He went around the first floor, which was a laboratory, and there were no zombies. You have completed the task excellently, and you have obtained the courage buff, and the overall attributes have increased by 10%. At this time, a line of text appeared on the virtual screen. It seems that the completion of the task by my buddy satisfied the guys in the military, and he has released the ability of the Bionic Man by another 10%. Yang Bo was clear in his heart. Yang Bo was wondering why there were no zombies on the 2nd floor when the first floor was so busy. But he found that there were 2 huge glass doors here, and the glass was a whole piece. Does this thing move left and right? Or up and down? Yang Bo took a look and found that the glass was very thick. Yang Bo didn't care and came to the 3rd floor. Here the 2 floors were together, and the 4th floor was sinking. There were many tall glass jars here, but they were all overturned. Boom! As soon as he appeared, he saw a 5-meter tall ape-like zombie leaping over a distance of more than 20 meters and attacking Yang Bo. And there was more than one. There were a group of such guys. The big one was 5 meters tall, and the small one was more than 3 meters tall. Yang Bo quickly took out his pistol and ran along the 3rd floor while shooting. The leading zombie was hit in the eye socket by Yang Bo's bullet in the air, and it was 2 shots in a row. Mind control plus 16. The roar was cut off in the air. But the huge inertia of this zombie still hit the place where Yang Bo had just run. Most of the remaining zombies also hit the place where the big zombie landed just now, and then turned around and jumped towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo was not in a hurry, because these zombies had to eject and had no way to turn in the middle. Just like avoiding a shell. Tier +8. Tier +6. Tier +6. A series of information flashed in his mind. Yang Bo was calm and pointed the pistol at the eye sockets of these zombies. The eye sockets of these guys were black and bigger than fists. This guy. Yang Bo didn't think much of it. Once these zombie monsters jumped up, they couldn't turn around. However, in the background of the game, he saw dozens of huge zombie monsters bouncing back and forth like balls. And then they jumped less and less. Give me so many tears. Do you want me to tear the mecha in the future? Yang Bo was speechless. Give me some other abilities. As for the researchers here, Yang Bo didn't know where they were. And he didn't know what would happen to people when they encountered these monsters. Looking at the elevator on the side, Yang Bo felt that his preparations were useless. But at this moment, Yang Bo suddenly heard a sound. And it was the sound in the elevator shaft. Could it be? Yang Bo thought of the structural diagram of the research institute he had seen. The bottom layer seemed to be the energy system. And there was also sewage treatment, and so on. Yang Bo picked up something and threw it into the elevator shaft. And then a dazzling electric light was released from the elevator shaft. Yang Bo was startled. Then took out a laser sword, turned on the switch, threw it down again, and ran away quickly. Yang Bo's move made everyone watching in the game background dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this guy? Then the next second, there was a huge roar, and a huge claw grabbed the elevator entrance. The claw was half a meter in size. And then the laser sword was seen inserted into a big rat head. The rat's huge head was silver, and was about to drill out of the elevator entrance. High-level mutant animal. The people in the game background exclaimed. This guy has a high research value. It depends on how this guy is dealt with. The colonel and others were very excited. This kind of high-level mutant creature has a high research value. Now it depends on the results. Yang Bo was watching at the stairs. He saw a huge claw, and then a rat head. Yang Bo picked up the pistol and shot. Clang. But the mouse actually blinked. And every time it blinked, its eyelids blocked the bullets. The bullets bounced off the eyelids, and sent sparks of collision on the concrete wall. Fuck. Yang Bo finished a magazine. And the guy's eyelids kept blinking. By the way, mice used to have dynamic vision. This guy is not evolving in this direction. Yang Bo looked at the mouse's head, which was as big as a car. The mouse struggled to climb out of the elevator shaft. The metal was all rotten, and all that was left was an empty concrete hole. Yang Bo took out the laser sword, but he didn't expect the mouse to turn its head hard. Yang Bo saw that it was not good, and quickly dodged. The next second, a lightning ball sprayed out directly. To be more precise, the rat's teeth seemed to be a lightning ball generator. Boom! The lightning ball hit the concrete wall. And then, there was a loud bang, blowing away some concrete debris. The next second, before Yang Bo could figure out what to do, the rat actually roared, accompanied by the roar of the zombies. Yang Bo hurried to the second underground floor. The laser sword destroyed 2 thick glass sheets. When he entered the door, he saw the elevator entrance. There was a broken glass door on the elevator entrance, and roars came from the elevator shaft. Yang Bo looked out and was a little stunned. The rat was stuck at the elevator entrance on the next floor, and then it seemed to alarm the zombies above. Yang Bo looked carefully at the broken glass under his feet, and the zombies went down. Then it was stuck. There were several zombies stuck on both sides of the rat's body. These zombies were squeezed against the elevator shaft wall by the fat rat's body, and then began to bite frantically. Oh my god! Yang Bo didn't expect the rat to be so unlucky. Yang Bo heard the sound of continuous explosions below. Then, he hurried down to check and found that the rat's front paws had scratched the concrete. But it still couldn't climb out, roaring and releasing lightning balls wildly. Damn! I will never do this kind of task again. It's so cool to kill small monsters. Yang Bo was speechless. He liked small monsters when playing games. This big monster gave a maximum of 32 points, while the small monsters gave 2 points directly. Killing 16 small monsters didn't take a magazine, but killing a big guy didn't know how many magazines. Suddenly, the rat exerted force, and the whole body came out at once. But it was also a tragedy. At the beginning, The laser sword Yang Bo threw was stuck behind the mouse's neck. This time, the mouse used too much force and directly touched the ceiling. And then the laser sword slammed. The mouse's entire back half was paralyzed. But its head was still moving. Congratulations on winning the mysterious Research Institute mission and obtaining the permanent hero badge. Just as Yang Bo was about to kill the big mouse, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on the screen. Yang Bo took a look at the hero badge. And all attributes increased by 20% when worn. And 100% dropped when dead. What a pit. This is just like buying a tram. The functions are installed and configured for you. But you have to pay to open it for you. Yang Bo certainly knew what this 20% was. It was the ability of the castrated bionic man before. At this moment, the game screen shook. And then it showed a countdown of 30 seconds. And this side was about to collapse. In fact, nothing happened. Yang Bo had to control the character to run out. And then remotely saw several bionic men in reality walking underground. Then we came outside. There was nothing on the game screen. But in the remote control place in reality, there was an unmanned fighter in the distance. In less than a minute, the paralyzed rat was lifted onto the fighter by several bionic people. And then the fighter flew away. TSK. These guys got me for free. Yang Bo was speechless. The reward for this mission was generous. But in fact, it was the ability of the bionic people. Forget it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Yang Bo looked at the collapsed Research Institute in the game screen, while the Research Institute in reality was fine. Yang Bo thought about it. He didn't expect to complete the mission so quickly. The flight time was not yet up. So he took out the map and studied it carefully. Pharmaceutical factory. Yang Bo found that there was a pharmaceutical factory not far away. But at this moment, the game screen displayed a warning. The collapse of the Research Institute attracted many zombies. Yang Bo was stunned. And then he used his photoelectric superpower to check remotely. And then a light spot in the sky in reality. A closer look showed that it was a missile directly attacking the Research Institute. Fuck. Yang Bo quickly controlled the character to run. Running for his life. Boom. After a few seconds, there was no movement on Yang Bo's game screen. But in reality, a missile directly overturned the laboratory. Pharmaceutical plus 16. Pharmaceutical plus 8. Pharmaceutical plus 8. Boxing plus 4. Boxing plus 4. A series of dozens of messages. It is obvious that the zombies in the Underground Research Institute are finished. It seems that the military needs these mutant animals, or some materials for research. Why does this rat discharge electricity? Is it related to the energy center in the basement? And is this rat one or more? Will the underground be emptied by rats? Yang Bo saw many zombies from a distance. These zombies were attracted by the movement behind, and came here one after another. Then Yang Bo was discovered. Yang Bo now just wanted to run away. Running away. Fighting is endless. Fortunately, now the Brave badge is blessed. All attributes increase by 20%. Yang Bo is like a parkour master, with zombies behind him, and in front of him. Fortunately, these zombies are faster. But when Yang Bo crossed the ring road, there was a 6-meter tall, black zombie in the distance. The zombie actually had bone armor on its body surface. The guy roared, and his speed was twice as fast as other zombies. Yang Bo saw this scene and ran quickly. With a running start, he jumped to a building a few meters away from the ring road. Yang Bo's feet landed on the wall. The reason why he didn't touch the roof was because he was not sure whether the roof was rotten. After landing on the wall, Yang Bo ran again. And then with this running start, the whole person jumped onto a concrete house 7 or 8 meters away again. Boom! The guy behind also jumped and landed on the house where Yang Bo just landed. Unfortunately, the roof was rotten, and the guy smashed into the house at once. Then this guy actually broke through the wall and chased Yang Bo relentlessly. Hee. Yang Bo saw this scene, picked up a pistol, and waited from a high position on the next building. Sure enough, the guy fell into the house, broke through the wall directly, and was shot out of a magazine by Yang Bo. As soon as this guy broke through the wall, a bullet pierced one of his eyes. He raised his head and opened his mouth to scream. And then a bunch of bullets hit his face into his open mouth. And the back of his head was directly blown out. Mind control plus 32. Fuck. In the backstage of the game, several people who saw this scene jumped up in surprise. This big black guy is an evolved high-level zombie. Very difficult to deal with. The military sent robots to capture it. It has no research value, but it is very difficult to deal with. But now it was solved by a small pistol. If this bastard really played the game, I would suspect that he turned on the perspective. That's right. But it's a pity that we can't turn on the perspective here. The colonel watched the video repeatedly, and then said, I am more certain that this person is a martial artist of a sect in reality. There is a skill in the ancient martial arts to identify the position by sound. Boss, that is fake. Right? Hee hee. How could it be fake? Of course. There is another possibility. That is luck. The colonel continued to speak. Chapter 348 Colonel's Confidence. Yang Bo did see through it. With the long-range and passive sound wave detection capabilities, every move of this zombie formed a clear image in his mind. Of course, he also wanted to take a gamble. After all, he didn't expect to kill it in one go. This zombie seems to be alive. With blood? Yang Bo muttered to himself, thinking about the scene of the zombie's head being blown up and spurting blood. While running away, he just flew to another building and heard a black shadow in the sky. Dog-headed owl. Yang Bo saw this guy holding a big stone in one claw and throwing it at him. Stupid bird. Yang Bo ran quickly, looking while running. The stone hit the house where he was standing just now, and the house collapsed by more than half. When he found that this guy screamed in the air, the zombies chasing him below actually staggered and fell to the ground, with a diameter of at least 30 meters. And then this dog-headed owl grabbed the black zombie that Yang Bo had just killed with one claw. Oh my god! Yang Bo hated it so much. Hated himself for not bringing a rifle. This dog-headed owl was actually able to attack these zombies. And the zombies behind that had not fallen down seemed to be staggering. And they did not chase after them after they woke up. What kind of ability is this? I wonder if it will explode. Yang Bo felt itchy. But there was no way now. The zombies behind were coming. And the zombies that were shaking and awake just now chased up together. Run! Yang Bo did not expect this mission to be so fast. And the flying skill was not cooled down yet. After running for more than 2 hours, Yang Bo finally used a mountain to escape the pursuit of zombies. Looking at the hundreds of zombies on the cliff below the mountain, it was mainly because there were many zombies at the beginning, and many were attracted along the way. This is a shitty mission. It's exhausting. But it's not a free ride. I've seen the ability of the dog-headed owl. There should be more mutant animals in this world. Yang Bo didn't expect there were mutant animals eating zombies. Then Yang Bo asked the character to take a rest and solve the hunger problem while checking the map. Let's go check here. Yang Bo was going to find a farm on the way. Of course, he had to find a farm 100 kilometers away from the resurrection point. Right here. Yang Bo looked at the map carefully. There was a large farm more than 90 kilometers away. According to the previous map, it was not small. At least 100 or 200 acres. There were still a lot of pistol bullets. The weight of pistol bullets was low. Rifle bullets could carry 400 rounds, and pistol bullets could carry 600 rounds. However, the power of the pistol was limited. The magazine was limited, and the range was limited. The rifle could shoot it within 200 meters, but the pistol could only shoot within 50 meters. When Yang Bo was preparing to go back to the farm, the military department responsible for the game was carefully analyzing Yang Bo's game data. Boss, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we would have thought this guy had been to the research institute. The more they looked at Yang Bo's game data, the more surprised they were. The head of the department was a colonel, and he nodded among the S-level tasks. He completed the highest degree and the fastest. Do you think if it were another player, would he turn on the laser sword and throw it at this mutant rat? These people saw Yang Bo turn on the laser sword and throw it into the elevator shaft when he found a big rat. And it was precisely because of this laser sword that things became easier. Boss, I always feel that this guy's brain circuit is different from ours. And different from other players? A subordinate said. The colonel nodded. This guy's brain circuit is indeed unusual. From the beginning of the mission, every step is beyond our expectations. Next time, assign him a more difficult task. And don't assign him a regular task. What the boss said makes sense. Last time this guy took the S-level assessment. Others killed those zombies honestly. But he insisted on using the laboratory's garbage recycling function to clean up the zombies. A subordinate nodded and acknowledged the colonel's statement. Another person smiled bitterly. His weird approach is actually the best approach now. The military has implemented hundreds and thousands of cleaning plans for so many years. But the cleaning failed because of the venom emitted by the dead zombies themselves. This guy has brought a lot of achievements to our department. It's a pity that the Parliament and the Judicial Department do not agree to inquire about his personal information. Otherwise, he will be specially recruited to our department. Another subordinate also felt it was a pity. The colonel watched the video of Yang Bo playing games, shook his head and said, "It is not necessarily that the Parliament and the Judicial Department disagree. It is very likely that they do not allow him to contact us because of his identity. You also know that our military has considerable conflicts with their Judicial Department and Parliament. And there are many conflicts of interest." Another subordinate heard this with an angry tone. The battleship of our new admiral is still the main battleship owned by the last admiral. The damaged unit modules are no longer overhauled, with 1/5 of the unit modules missing. The combat effectiveness of the entire battleship has dropped by at least 30%. The colonel also shook his head. Our alliance has not fought a major war for hundreds of years. These guys in the Parliament only see the financial figures we consume every year, and do not consider the responsibilities we bear. And what can I say about this admiral? He is so lucky. If it was just the Green Devil incident, it would be fine. Who knew that when he went back to repair the warship, he would encounter the rebellion of Patostar again? There are many people in our military who are jealous and envious, with hundreds of major generals, who can easily become an admiral. The colonel shook his head and explained that because the lifespan of superpowers has increased, there are many major generals on the alliance side. Alas, our military is like this now. And it is not because the Parliament is blocking the budget. If there is enough budget, everyone will not calculate against each other. Boss, I heard that our new admiral is still an unmarried young woman. A subordinate asked curiously, looking at his boss. Don't think you can eat soft rice. Our new admiral will have a lot of troubles in the future. The colonel shook his head and teased the young man who asked the question. I mean, the boss is not married either. The young man who asked the question just now said quickly. Our new admiral has many enemies. The first is that she left the family, which is a great shame for any family, especially the conflict between the legitimate and illegitimate children of a large family. The second is that many people in our military think that she is lucky, not relying on strength. The third is the Ashes organization and the Red Earl members. If she is not careful, she will become the shortest-lived admiral. Do you think it is because the Parliament did not allocate funds, so her main battleship did not return to its original state? This is the result everyone wants to see. Without sufficient strength, she cannot sit in the position of admiral. Moreover, her current station is also very poor, and the local finances will not support her much funding. After the colonel finished speaking, he drank water while looking at his subordinates. The reason why the colonel was willing to tell his subordinates so much was that in the Alliance military department, the subordinates under each officer were people he could trust. In other words, they were the team he developed himself. I didn't expect that the seemingly glorious admiral would have so many dangers. In fact, I personally think that luck is a very important part of war. A subordinate finally shook his head. But this is not a war. And if it is a war, people with good luck will eventually die in the war. If one person among 100 people is a genius, he will make the other 99 people look like ordinary people. Then these 99 people just need to find a way to kill this person. Then, they are geniuses. This is also why many geniuses often disappear after a few years of fame. Many geniuses of big families are hidden in the fog, and no outsiders know about them at all. Some are even unknown to most of the family members. There are many ways to destroy a genius, and it is very easy. But it is too difficult to cultivate a genius. The colonel did not envy the newly promoted admiral, but felt a little sorry. What would you do if you were the boss? Someone asked his immediate superior. I would let the rebellion happen, and just need to guard the space jump channel. Wait for others to come to support, and then we will all take the credit together. This way I will gain more, and I don't need to do anything, because the people who get credit will try to raise the credit of others, and my credit will naturally rise. As long as I guard the jump channel, I will be the first to make a contribution, the colonel said, looking at the others. There was a mecha that was very powerful when suppressing the rebellion. A subordinate said, this is a variable. But as long as my main battleship does not approach Patostar, there will be no variables. The colonel shook his head. Another subordinate also shook his head and said, in general, the Wang family is not rich enough. And no one reminded her. The people of the Wang family may be intentional. Think about it. The illegitimate daughter has made so many contributions. How will the legitimate family manage her in the future? The Wang family wants to marry her off, which is actually forcing her to leave. If it were me, I would marry her openly. And then, the Wang family would be targeted by everyone. The colonel said again, "Boss, what do you think of this?" A subordinate asked. "If you were from another family, what would you think of an admiral marrying another family?" The colonel asked back. One of the subordinates immediately responded, "It will break the balance of power between the big families. Even the worst admiral has a main fleet. But they can't target the admiral. They can only target the Wang family. Almost. After she marries, she will be of great help to any family. It will affect the balance of family power and the military. But since the Wang family dares to do this, they must have figured out her character. The most terrifying thing in this world is not the enemy, but your relatives, because they know all your weaknesses." After the colonel finished speaking, a subordinate shook his head. "It's too scary. It's better for us ordinary people. Family fights are too bloody." "Boss, how is your family?" Someone looked at the colonel and asked. "Our military family is still based on merit. We can only fight one match in private. Win is win. Lose is lose. Moreover, without sufficient force in the army, it is impossible to convince others." The colonel shook his head. "Boss, do you really want to contact this player in the game?" A subordinate asked again. "If our department wants to achieve results, we need this kind of person. If we can get detailed identity information from him, we can start from other aspects and recruit him. This person's ideas are wild, but they are useful. I am very optimistic about this kind of person," the colonel said with a confident tone. "It seems that this guy is going to run back to the resurrection point. This big rat we captured this time can actually release lightning. And this big rat is now in a paralyzed state, which is most suitable for research." Several other subordinates said one after another. The colonel nodded. "We have made great contributions this time. Some of the military leaders in our military will fail. Boss, your father is also a military leader. And the biggest military leader." Another subordinate chuckled. "Although my father is a military leader, he is not so ugly." The colonel shrugged. "Boss, I doubt if this guy is a killer. Look at his shooting movements. He is fast and accurate. In the game, Yang Bo is already cleaning up a farm. Yang Bo held a gun with one hand, fighting and retreating against those zombie sheep. And each zombie sheep was shot in the head." Not necessarily. Many games in the Alliance are designed with reference to various weapon parameters to prevent unknown wars. After all, the interstellar territory is vast now. If a planet is attacked by someone, it will be delayed for a long time as long as the space jump channel is cut off. In less than half a month, I will find out the details of this guy," the colonel said with a smile, watching the battle rhythm of the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo, which was just like art. "Boss, I bet a cup of coffee that you can't do it in half a month. I bet you can do it in 10 days. I bet." The colonel looked at the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo, whose every move was very smooth, and knew that this guy's hand speed was not ordinary. Coupled with his wild ideas, he was definitely a genius. If it was a hidden master of the sect, it would be even better. I believe that no one would refuse the conditions I offered. The colonel led his men to watch Yang Bo easily clean up a farm. And finally, he used a laser sword to continuously cut off the heads of zombie sheep. It's really tiring. In the game, Yang Bo was not used to using a laser sword. The speed of killing monsters with this thing was not as comfortable as a gun. Fortunately, my attributes have increased by 20%, and I can carry a lot of bullets. I will always carry a rifle in the future. Yang Bo regretted the matter of the dog-headed owl while controlling the game character. Annie at the resurrection point found that she had gained a lot of experience today, and the number of monsters killed was also increasing rapidly. After a closer look, she found that she and the captain were in a team. Is the captain so powerful alone? Annie looked at the constantly jumping monster numbers and wondered in her heart. There were only 2 people in the team. Chapter 349 Rejection. The reason why Yang Bo likes to use a gun is because he cannot touch this zombie. The hooves of this zombie sheep are also very sharp. If the head is not split in 2, the head will still bite things next to it. Just like a cut-off snake head can still bite people for several hours. So you have to always calculate the distance of each step back and the distance between the zombie sheep and yourself. In addition, when waving your arms, you have to avoid the attacks of these zombie sheep. Fortunately, these monsters are ordinary monsters, and do not have the ability to spray venom like the small boss. It took 3 hours to finish this farm. Fortunately, there are 3 small bosses here. There is a small boss among a group of chickens. It is estimated that they are free-range chickens in the farm. It is not the first time I have encountered it. There are also 2 zombie sheep small bosses. These 2 small bosses just opened their mouths to spit venom, and were shot into their mouths by Yang Bo's straight bullets. 3 spirit power plus 8. This world looks very strange. It should be caused by some strange energy, not poisoning or virus. Yang Bo looked at the state of these zombies. It should be some strange energy that can make the zombies immortal for a long time in this state. More than 2,400 sheep. Yang Bo looked at the number of monsters killed today, and didn't expect that he was so awesome alone. Nearly 600 of them were killed with laser swords in the last 2 hours, directly covering several kilometers of roads. The flight time cooldown was over, and Yang Bo flew to a mountain a few kilometers away from the resurrection point. Then he ran back to the resurrection point. Captain, are you killing monsters alone today? Yang Bo returned to the resurrection point and found Annie was still in the team, and asked himself, almost count me as one person to do a ruins mission. Yang Bo explained roughly, Captain, you are so amazing. You killed so many monsters. Annie saw that Yang Bo killed more monsters today than many teams. That is, didn't you log off the game to go shopping? Yang Bo asked curiously. Shopping costs money. I wanted to go shopping when I didn't have money before. But now I have money to go shopping. But I can't bear to do it because it's expensive, Annie said with a slightly distressed tone. Yang Bo certainly understood Annie's mentality. After all, she had saved enough money to buy gene drugs, and she was afraid that she would not have enough money to spend. In the past, there was still a lot of money to spend. In addition, I want to learn other secondary professions. Annie spoke again, and at the same time asked Yang Bo. That's also possible. There is no shortage of materials in our team. Yang Bo knew that this was a trick played by the military, but it did not prevent Annie from making money after learning. After all, it was just a virtual game. As long as there were enough materials, making equipment could also make a lot of money. For Annie, it is a virtual game. It should be said that it is a virtual game for other players. What is the essence of virtual games? Isn't it to make money from players? Game companies can't lose money to let you play games. Although some people do make money. Playing games should be done with a playful mentality, not with a money-making mentality. Then should I learn medicine? Or forging? Annie asked in the team again. Yang Bo took a look and found that there were only 2 secondary professions for the time being. One for medicine and one forging. Everyone has the skill of gathering, which can not only gather various plants, but also gather task items. It's up to you. I think forging equipment is better. Yang Bo looked at the materials needed for the equipment, such as goat feet, chicken hair, or cow horns. These are the materials needed by the military. You collect them and store them in the warehouse. Although they are still in the warehouse, they have been taken away by the military. Anyway, they are virtual, and you don't know and can't take them away. There is no problem in essence. But Yang Bo always feels uncomfortable, as if he is being deceived all the time. Then I will learn forging. What are the arrangements for the captain tomorrow? Annie asked again. Continue to play the game tomorrow and brush the farm. Yang Bo decided to brush a large farm tomorrow. Then Yang Bo went offline with the game coins that he should give to Annie today. Annie looked at the extra game coins in her account and felt a little entangled. She decided to go offline first, because forging has a success rate. If it fails, she will lose money. Annie is now counting every credit point in her account, because I am confused about the future, especially in the use of genetic drugs. Although I have already agreed with Yang Bo, the gap with what I expected is too big. I thought about the second injection from the official website. Now Annie is unsure, so she is naturally more cautious. After Yang Bo went offline, he felt tense all over. This was the increase in physical fitness brought by the collision skill. He came to the basement to charge first, turned into a 5-meter-tall giant, and then danced a street dance. Although it looked very awkward, it was the first time for him to dance with the giant's body. After 5 minutes of training, Yang Bo returned to his original appearance. He pinched his muscles. When he was relaxed, he felt that they were very elastic. If he exerted force, he felt as hard as a lump of iron. He shook 2 small pectoralis major muscles, and then shook the left one first, and then the right one. You have a strong control over your muscles. Then he went upstairs, taking a bath while thinking about what to eat later. He stewed a portion of meat. Yang Bo now eats out of habit and taste. Recharging is faster and more effective when he is hungry. However, every time his physical fitness increases, a lot of energy will be consumed. Every time Yang Bo plays games, his body is full of energy. Just like today. He killed more than 2,000 zombie sheep. And there is still 2/3 of the energy left in his body. The remaining 1/3 is consumed to grow physical fitness. After playing games every day, recharging has become a routine action. Be careful when you find a girlfriend in the future. Don't let her see you charging every day. From this perspective, it is more reasonable to find a strong woman. Strong women go out to work every day and pursue their careers. If I find a woman who is dependent on others, it will be troublesome to keep her by my side every day. Forget it. I'd better find a gentle, considerate, and dependent woman. At worst, I can use the excuse of doing experiments to charge in the laboratory. But Yang Bo shook his head when he thought of the strong woman's personality. After eating and cleaning up, Yang Bo went to watch the news again. The biggest hot spot in the news was still the passenger and cargo spaceship. After all, there were more than 1,000 people on it. Some of these more than 1,000 people even broadcast live and ran into the spaceship to look for the leader of the pirate group. As a result, he was escorted back by the guards on the ship. And he made a lot of noise and interfered with his freedom. Some have become popular anchors. And some gambling companies have even started gambling privately. The military has not made any moves. And the parliament has continuously issued requests to communicate with the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. And they also found the woman of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. The reason why they are called women is that the Alliance does not recognize them as a legal couple. And they have not registered with the Alliance. Then, they found other members of the pirate group and called on their boss to come out and talk in front of reporters. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled. The role of the pirate leader is temporarily low-key. Yang Bo knew that he must not show up now. And once he showed up, it would be difficult to end. He looked at his watch again and found that Zhou Rui had sent him 2 messages in succession. One was asking what he was doing. The second was that she bought a lot of potion materials, including high-quality potion materials. Only high-quality potion materials can make 5-star potions. Yang Bo was a little tempted. But thinking that the fat boss had not come back yet, he should not have too much contact with Zhou Rui. So she replied that it was too dangerous outside and her boss wouldn't let her go out. Zhou Rui was wondering why Yang Bo hadn't replied yet. And then she saw the message from Yang Bo and was furious. So she quickly sent a message to Yang Bo. Zhou Rui, the danger has been lifted. Didn't you watch the news? Yang Bo, Sister Rui. Don't joke. The boss said there are still many underworld killers. Zhou Rui, that's because your boss doesn't know the current situation. Yang Bo, Sister Rui. Don't joke. Our dormitory was damaged again. Zhou Rui was speechless when she saw Yang Bo's message. The fat guy's dormitory building was attacked twice. Not as unlucky as him. So he sent another message to Yang Bo. There is really no danger. Our bounty hunter guild is well informed. How about I bring the potion to your house? Yang Bo, the boss told me not to open the door to anyone and not to trust anyone. Zhou Rui, do you mean I am an outsider? Yang Bo, Sister Rui is not an outsider. But I have to listen to the boss. He pays me. Zhou Rui, then come to my side. I will also pay you. And double the salary. Yang Bo, forget it. Our cooperation is a 3-party cooperation. I want the boss to see that I can make a 5-star potion, whether it succeeds or not. Zhou Rui felt strange when she saw the messages sent by Yang Bo. On the one hand, she was a little jealous of Yang Bo's relationship with the fat boss. On the other hand, she was very satisfied with Yang Bo's performance of being sentimental. I was a little bit unconfident about my charm. Is it because I have been playing the role of a man for a long time? So my temperament is not attractive? So Zhou Rui replied. Okay. Yang Bo is not sentimental, but simply feels that when facing Zhou Rui, if this woman takes the initiative to seduce me, am I a beast? Or worse than a beast? And if we cooperate, the 3-party relationship will be more stable. If we make a 5-star potion, it will be more beneficial to us to have 2 potential competitors to witness it together. It seems that mental strength can only be restored by sleeping. The next day, Yang Bo was full of energy and bought some daily necessities first. Then fruits, vegetables and dried fruits. He took some vegetables, dried fruits, and fruits to the basement. Yongbo fed this gerbil like a groundhog. When can we get a few to try? Looking at these guys. They are so plump. But there is no plan for the time being. Because we are still preparing to study the longevity energy stone. Captain. Good morning. Yongbo just came online. And Annie greeted him in the team. Good morning. Yongbo replied subconsciously. And then realized that it was not good. Because the time on each planet was different. But it was morning in the game. Which made Yongbo feel a little strange. The time on this planet in the game seemed to be about the same as the day and night time on March Star. I forgot to ask Xiao Huang what the situation is on their planet. Yongbo muttered in his heart. Captain. A batch of public beta accounts will be open soon. A friend of mine also wants to play together. She is also an ordinary person. Annie said again. Do you want him to do logistics for our team? Yongbo pretended not to know that the other party was talking about a woman. So he used him. Yes. She will work hard. Annie quickly replied. Of course. But keep our team's affairs confidential. Yongbo stated his request. Yongbo needs someone to collect task materials. It seems a bit abnormal to simply play games and kill monsters without collecting task materials. As for losing money, Yongbo doesn't care. The tasks of killing monsters every month and the rewards from the rankings are enough. Thank you. Captain. Annie also has her own calculations. If Xia can go online this month, she can get the task ranking rewards. Her team is still ranked first in the rankings. If it is still ranked first at the end of the month, maybe she can share hundreds of thousands of bonuses. Of course, Annie doesn't know that Yongbo doesn't plan to recruit new people. Bring pistol bullets today. This type. Yongbo decided not to bring a rifle, but a pistol and pistol bullets. And then a heavy sniper rifle. 100 sniper bullets are enough. Yongbo used a pistol to brush the farm yesterday. And it felt okay. Because the distance to the zombies in the farm was generally about 50 meters. Brother, do you want to join the team? At this time, a player asked Yongbo next to him. Thank you. No. Yongbo shook his head. Brother, our team has a lot of benefits. And team points can be exchanged for a lot of things. You can exchange anything you want. The player spoke again. Yongbo didn't believe the other party's nonsense. Even if the points can be exchanged for anything, then the channel and speed of your points must be low. Sorry. I already have a team. Yongbo still politely refused. Then can I join the team? The other party's words confused Yongbo. It's like someone just asked you if you want to buy a house. You said you have a house. And he asked you, do you sell the house? We have enough people in the team. Yongbo shook his head and refused. Then Yongbo took Annie away from the resurrection point. Captain, are you not going to recruit more people? Annie asked in surprise. Didn't you just say that your friend was coming? The three of us are enough. The two of us carry more bullets than the previous team. At the end of the month, the more people there are, the less money we will get. Yongbo explained to Annie and the team while he was on his way. Captain, do you mean that the three of us will share the ranking bonus equally? Annie was shocked and asked in the team in disbelief. It is according to the official standard. I will take a 10% commission first, and then distribute it equally. Yongbo corrected Annie's statement. Annie felt that she was so happy that she was about to faint. Even the top 5 in the rankings were a huge amount. The player who was just rejected by Yongbo was the colonel of the game department. Boss, I think you may not be able to handle it in half a month. Boss, do you want to change to a woman's voice? Ha ha ha. The colonel touched his nose and listened to his subordinates teasing him. Chapter 350 Win? Everyone has weaknesses. You have to believe me. I will definitely win this cup of coffee, the colonel said with a slightly proud smile. Then I wish you success. If you lose, I will drink coffee from the origin of the mother planet. Of course, if we lose, we can all pool our money and treat you to a cup of coffee from the origin of the mother planet. The other person said jokingly with a chuckle. Okay. The colonel had no objection to his trusted subordinates making such irrelevant jokes. Instead, it would bring the two sides closer. Of course, these subordinates also know how to behave. When they gambled on coffee. If they gambled on money, on the one hand, it would likely affect the relationship between the two sides. And on the other hand, it would not sound good to tell others. The character attributes of Yongbo and Annie are both relatively abnormal. So they run fast on the road. The two of them carried more than 4,000 rounds of bullets, several pistols, a heavy sniper rifle, 100 rounds of bullets, and the laser sword used in the last mission, which had been repaired and restored to its original durability. They also carried cold weapons. The two of them didn't say much on the way, and they just kept going. Yang Bo didn't know what to talk about with Annie, but Annie was a little afraid of Yang Bo. They came to 2 mission points in succession, and someone rushed to open up the wasteland. Basically, they all learned Yang Bo's trick, clearing the wasteland while cleaning up the zombies. But the other party was usually a team, with at least 10 people, and even more than 20 or 30 people. Some team leaders are rich and pay people to work. There are also those with good skills. 7 or 8 people are a team, and they come to make money. The two followed this road to the 3rd reserve point, and finally no one was clearing the land. Yang Bo was responsible for clearing the land in front, and Annie was behind, throwing the corpses of zombies that Yang Bo killed while clearing the land, and collecting materials. Now it is no longer a task item, but materials. These materials can be used to make equipment or potions in the game. However, Yang Bo shot in the head every time, and there was no way to collect brain marrow or something. Yang Bo waved a cold weapon in one hand and a pistol in the other. He looked around and listened to all directions, and shot the zombies that were attracted directly in the head. When he encountered a group of zombies, he would fight and retreat at the same time. The speed of these 2 people killing zombies is faster than that of a team of others. The colonel was watching Yang Bo's operation again. His teammate is so lucky. An ordinary person actually got a 5-star rating. Annie's game character information was also checked out by the game department. There are many lucky people in this world, and these 2 people are very suitable together. This guy's reaction speed is too fast. His nerve reaction and visual reaction should be a B-level gene evolver. Of course, he may also be a C-level gene evolver who specializes in these 2 aspects. The colonel nodded. I guess it should be C-level. If a B-level gene evolver has such a reaction, he may be a mecha master. One of the colonel's subordinates spoke up. That's not necessarily true. Controlling a mecha and shooting are 2 completely different concepts. Some people have different opinions. I agree with what you said, but you overlooked one issue. That is, age. This guy may be an old man. Someone shrugged and said. The colonel nodded when he heard this. If you are too old, you will have no value. Others nodded as well. Yang Bo felt very comfortable, especially now that the bionic man was stronger than before. Whether it was controlling cold weapons, exerting strength or speed. In the past, the same bush could only be cut in half with one knife. But now it can be cut almost completely with one knife. Another thing is the reaction speed. If it was only cut once per second before, it can be cut twice per second now. There are more things like stronger radar detection, stronger hearing and visual systems, and faster reaction of hands. But it is still far from the peak of my control. Yang Bo now feels that he can only exert 40% of his speed at most. There is no way. The hardware of this bionic man is like this. It's like driving a car. No matter how good a racing driver you are, you can't show how high your skills are when driving a walk-behind tractor. Yang Bo was very fast in clearing the farm, clearing the land with cold weapons in one hand and a pistol in the other. 3 hours later, Annie and Yang Bo began to return to the living point with the collected materials. Today, Yang Bo came to a sheep farm again. There are fewer zombies here. Only more than 1,000 zombie sheep. Only one small boss gave 8 points of mind control, and the rest basically gave 2 points of collision skills. The consumption rate of pistol bullets is higher than that of rifle bullets. About 10% more. Fortunately, Yang Bo can buy bullets at a 30% discount, which is already very cheap. Captain, do you want to brush again? Annie saw that there was still a lot of time, so she asked. What do you think? Yang Bo asked Annie after hearing this. We can definitely swipe another farm, and then use the flying skill to go back directly, Annie suggested. Work and rest together. Just make some money every day. The game is for fun. Yang Bo rejected Annie's proposal. He could earn a few thousand points of collision skills every day, and then spend more time training his abilities. Okay then. Annie didn't say anything else after hearing this. You keep all these materials. Learn the forging skills, and I'll take 50% of the game coins you earn after your friend joins the game. You two can discuss and divide the other 50%. Yang Bo didn't plan to sell the materials. Captain, Annie was surprised to hear this, because forging skills consume the most materials. It's settled. I'll log out of the game first. Yang Bo gave Annie the daily game coins he should give her, and then logged out of the game. Annie looked at the materials in the warehouse, and the materials in her backpack, and saw that there was still a lot of time left. So she simply learned the forging skills in the game. After Yang Bo finished the game, he felt that a quarter of his energy was consumed. This was the energy consumed by physical fitness. He went to the basement while taking the milk. After reaching the basement, he charged first. After charging, he turned into a 5-meter-tall giant and began to train. The 5-meter-tall giant rushed left and right in the narrow underground space. The giantization, gravity superpower, and double superpowers made Yang Bo like a 5-meter-tall giant in the basement with a series of loud noises. Yang Bo controlled his body and flew horizontally in the narrow space. He could even use anti-gravity to spin himself at high speed, like the invincible wind and fire wheels. This is the huge shock brought by the physical breakthrough factor. Yang Bo himself was shocked by the sound, and his head was buzzing. I trained for 6 minutes today. At the 5-meter height, Yang Bo trained for 6 minutes before he felt a little tired. Within 6 minutes, the double superpowers were superimposed, and the combat power was off the charts. When can I double or triple superpowers be superimposed at 8 meters? Just hold on for half an hour. Yang Bo was still a little dissatisfied with this time. However, it is best to take it slow in the physical fitness area and accumulate it bit by bit. The fat boss will be back in nearly 20 days. I will try to brush the collision skill to the Grand Master in 20 days. After the training, Yang Bo drank milk while taking a bath. After taking a bath, I still had some free time today, so I opened the game forum first. There were all kinds of posts in the game forum. The top post was a video of a player who could fly and was tricked by the flying skill. This player also received a 5-star evaluation for the job transfer, and then flew to 100 kilometers in excitement. Unfortunately, it was easy to go, but difficult to come back. What was most unfortunate for this guy was that he landed in a place where a group of mutant flying creatures gathered. He was chased by a group of flying mutant creatures, and then attracted many zombies around him. These flying mutant creatures are very smart. Yang Bo saw these flying mutant creatures, and they actually attracted zombies from a distance to chase this player. And these flying mutant creatures knew to grab stones from other places and throw them on the player's head. In the end, this player was besieged to death, and then he spent 500,000 game coins to revive. However, none of the comments below sympathized with the other party. You deserve it. You're so conspicuous. Post more of these posts. I like to see them. You're so arrogant just because you got a 5-star review. You won't die if you don't do it. This 78 game is such a rip-off. 500,000. 500,000. I was also ripped off by the zombies in it. It takes a year to revive. It's a rubbish game. I'll never play it again. There were all kinds of things said under the post. Yang Bo saw these mutants, and felt that these guys had high IQs. Next time I meet these flying mutants, I'll make them look good. Yang Bo saw that the location in the video was not at his resurrection point. But for these flying creatures, Yang Bo was already prepared. And the sniper rifle he brought was to deal with these guys. The abilities of these mutants should be very rare, but not necessarily. Randomness is hard to tell. Yang Bo lowered his expectations a little. It's not certain that these flying creatures can spawn their own abilities. Then he looked at other posts, and didn't find anything happening around his resurrection point. I saw a post about a farm with at least 10,000 zombie sheep. Yang Bo was envious. If there were more farms like this, his collision skill would reach the Grandmaster level. Super farm. Yang Bo saw another post. The post showed a building with at least 20 or 30 floors. According to the player's information, there were more than 30,000 pigs in this building. Awesome. Yang Bo looked and didn't see where this place was. But after the player dropped a bomb, the zombie pigs on the 20 or 30 floors of the building rushed out like ants, and rushed out from every floor. After landing, they ran towards the place where the sound came from. Half an hour later, the zombies returned to the building. There were not only big zombie pigs, but also small ones. Even the zombie pigs with broken legs were struggling in the same place. They died. Yang Bo saw the author's prompt at the end. After more than 3 hours, the injured zombie pigs were still motionless. So zombies are really a kind of life? After browsing the forum for a while, Yang Bo found that someone was selling intelligence. That is, selling game maps and updating the clean places every day for 1,000 game coins a month. Yongbo quickly contacted the other party and found that the other party had a lot of services and all kinds of intelligence, such as which farm, how many monsters, etc. Yongbo spent 5,000 game coins to buy a copy of the information of the zombie cow, zombie sheep, and zombie pig farms around his resurrection point. And every month, the other party will provide update services for 5,000 game coins. It seems that the military has succeeded. Yongbo didn't expect that someone was already doing this. After carefully looking at the map around his resurrection point, Yongbo found several large farms, one of which had about 6,000 zombie pigs. Let's swipe the zombie pigs tomorrow. Yongbo looked at the farm with 6,000 zombie pigs, which was only 30 kilometers away from the resurrection point. It was just right to open up the wasteland there, and then fly back when the time came. However, the zombie pigs only had brain marrow, and there was not much material if I shot their heads. No matter. Yongbo decided to shoot his head. After eating, Yongbo came to the rooftop. As soon as he came to the rooftop, he felt that he was scanned by 2 warning satellites. Yongbo no longer cared, but instead carefully felt the energy wave frequency bands of these warning satellites. There will be another hurricane in 2 days. Yongbo looked at the hurricane information sent by the watch official. Now you can see clouds starting to rise far away from the sea. And the waves are also very big. Many tourists ride various surfing equipment to shuttle back and forth in the 2 or 3 meter high waves. Many tourists like this kind of exciting feeling. March Star relies on hurricanes to attract tourists. I don't know what effect the collision skill will have when it reaches the Grand Master. Yongbo silently looked forward to it. On the other side, Annie just got off the game and heard good news. Xiao looked at Annie putting down the virtual glasses and said, "My public beta account application has been approved. Now you can choose the resurrection point. And you can also invite players in the game. I filled in your nickname." Annie quickly went online and found that she had received an email inviting Xiao to join the game. At that time, Xiao would be at her resurrection point. It seems that the game officials know that there is a shortage of people in the game. Annie agreed and then quit the game and said, "In fact, this is also the feeling of many game players. They think that the game officials need a lot of logistics personnel, but they don't know that a large number of them have been eliminated by the game officials." "Has your captain agreed?" Xia asked again hurriedly. "Agreed, and is willing to share the monster killing ranking bonus at the end of the month. At that time, we can each share several million." Annie nodded and said, "Did you use a beauty trap on your captain?" Xia heard this and asked confidently. "Our captain is a taciturn person. He said less than 10 words today." Annie shook her head. "Look at me then. As long as he is a man, I promise to take him down." Xiao posed coquettishly and said confidently. Annie rolled her eyes unhappily. "I'm going to take a shower."